a story of the Roman invasion by Henty. So like my squad's got these stories about the wars in England, right? And I gotta say, it'd be hella incomplete if we didn't include the time the Romans took over feel. So, like, the Brits were all about defending themselves, and the Roman historians were totes impressed. But for real though, it was only because they had that sick discipline that they could take us down. The Brits were straight fire, but the Romans just outsmarted them. Now, I know what you're thinking. G'ay, why is this all good? Well, fam, it introduced civilization to our islands, and we were low-key living in a bubble of tribal wars. But then Rome came through and dropped knowledge like a culture bomb. But for real though, that Roman conquest was straight up toxic to us Brits. We lost our edge, our military vibes, and we couldn't even defend ourselves when the Romans left. It's like we were just chilling with the Romans, and then they just ghosted us and let the Saxons take over. It's wild how far our population dipped under those subsequent invasions, but I'm low-key hoping that most of us didn't get wiped out. It's dope to think that we got a little bit of that Roman blood in our veins, right? Now, let's talk about this chapter. Hostage. Beric is all up in arms, and he's like, yo, every brick and stone weighs down on us Brits. He's low-key dissing the Romans for building that temple to their gods, and he's all, we ain't conquered yet. We're just waiting. Beric's squad is all about trying new strategies, but they've been held back by these weak divisions. Cassivellaunus and some of the Kentish tribes tried to take on the Romans at first, but they got played by their own tribes. It's like we're fighting solo while the Romans just throwing it all at one tribe. It's wild how the Trinobantes got taken down by the Romans and established themselves in that spot. Wood, hill, no cap. They're low-key going to take over Britain bit by bit. Then you don't vibe with them no more after hanging out with Beric. I'm deaf-vibbing with them more. But I'm also super scared of Wem. You can't be 4 years around without seeing how lit they could be for us to copy off. They're great people, fam. Look at their mansions, all fancy and on point, versus our huts that are straight up rough. And then there's the art scene. They're turning stone into fire, figures like it's nobody's business. They got this whole knowledge transfer thing going on where they write on leaves and people can read them in like 50 years. It's wild. You're hella Romanized. Beric, his homie said, roughed up. I'm good, fam. I ain't never gonna be no fool for living among them for 4 years without seeing how much we could pick from They got theirs together, but that don't mean they get to come over here and be our oppressors. We can learn from for show, but freedom is key. Ain't nobody gonna take that away. I feel you, Beric, his other homie said. They might be all fancy, but we gotta keep it real. They're low-key savage in their own way, always looking out for number one. We need to respect the system, but also not forget where we come from. I got love for the Romans and all that, but I ain't got love for how they treat us. They see us as less than like we're some kind of wild animal or something. But we can be more than that. We can be our own people. When, under Henty, they first landed here, look at the town on the hill there. Though 'tis Roman now, 'tis not changed so much from what it was under that great King Cunobline, while his people had knowledge of many things of which, and the other tribes of the Iceni knew nothing. What good did it do them? The other asked scornfully. They lie prostrate under the Roman yoke. It was easy to destroy their towns, while we who have few towns to destroy live comparatively free. Look across at Camalodunum, Cunobeline's capital. Where are the men who built the houses, who dressed in soft garments, who aped the Romans, and who regarded us as well-nigh savage men? Gone every one of them, hewn down on their own hearthstones, or thrust out with their wives and families to wander homeless. Is there one left of them in yonder town? The houses they were so proud of, their cultivated fields, their wealth of all kinds has been seized by the Romans. Did they fight any better for their Roman fashions? Not they. The kingdom of Cunobeline, from the Thames to the Western Sea, fell to pieces at a touch, and it was only among the wild Silures that Caractacus was able to make any great resistance. We did no better. Boduoc Astorius crushed us as easily as Claudius crushed the Trinobantes. It is no use our setting ourselves against change. All that you urge against the Trinobantes and the tribes of Kent, the Silures, might urge with equal force against us. You must remember that we were like them not so many ages back. The intercourse of the Gauls with us on this eastern sea coast and with the Kentish tribes has changed us greatly. We are no longer like the western tribes, mere hunters living in shelters of boughs and roaming the forests. Our dress, with our long mantles, our loose vests and trousers, differs as widely from that of these western tribes as it does from the Romans. We live in towns, and if our houses are rude, they are solid. We no longer depend solely on the chase, but till the ground, and have our herds of cattle. I dare say there were many of our ancestors who set themselves as much against the Gaulish customs as you do against those of the Romans, but we adopted them and benefited by them. And though I would exult in seeing the last Roman driven from our land, I should like after their departure to see us adopt what is good and orderly and decent in their customs and laws. Beric's squad is low, key, salty about everything Roman. There's one thing for sure, he said, after a pause. Either they got to go all in, not just here, but everywhere. They got to learn that it's hella hard to conquer Britain, or they'll be like the ultimate bosses of the island and will be their slaves. Loki agreed. But for real, we got to be united, fam. Like super united, but also Loki steadfast. I've been vibing with these Romans for a hot minute, and I've gotten pretty lit at their language. I've been listening to them talk. And it's not just the Romans who are hella problematic. It's those who'll come after M too. Rome's got some real tea. How lit is it? They're all over the world, Loki taking over every country they touch. I've seen these maps showing the world as far as they know it, and most of it has been conquered by them. The farther away from Rome, the more struggle they have holding on to what they got. That's our vibe here. We're hella far from Rome. So whatever they throw at us, they'll get tired of losing and wasting all that time and resources in no time. It took them ages to come back after their first invasions, and even now the Romans are salty about being exiled, but they're super stubborn and stuffed. For real, though, it's going to take more than just us being united. When we rise up against them, we got to stay that way, and we need to bring our A game to stop them from coming back. You feel me how hard this is going to be, Boduoc? We need one big leader who all the tribes will respect, like a real leader. Everyone's got to put aside the beefs and follow them blindly, just like the Roman legions do with their generals. What are the chances of that actually happening? Some giant legend who's Loki a genius, a total boss, and a straight-up hero, someone who'll make all the tribes forget about their drama and submit to their guidance. If we wait for that, Beric, it's going to be forever, Bodjuk said with some serious face. We can't just chill under Roman rule while waiting for our leader to show up. If they're going to come through, it got to be in the heat of battle. Maybe one dude will stand out so much that everyone will be like, oh, yeah, this is the real deal. That's straight fire, Beric agreed. But can even the sickest hero get that kind of support? Cassivelaunus got betrayed by his own dudes. Who else could unite the whole Briton than Cunobeline's crew? They were Loki the whole package, wise, powerful, and all around good. And yet, when it counted, their kingdom fell apart. Beric from the Henty went to Rome, asked for help against his bros back home, and not a single Iceni or Briganti dude showed up. What are the chances even the greatest hero gets that kind of love? Henty just marched alongside Caractacus and Togodamnus, and it's wild that they got wrecked, fam. Like, what's up when Cartismandua, the queen of the Brigantes, basically gave up on her homie Caractacus to the Romans? Where else can we find a leader who's low-key all about uniting us, right? It's Caractacus, son of that king we all know and pay respects to, learning wisdom from his wise dad, then going on to be a total boss warrior. He's like the ultimate patriot, you feel. If Caractacus couldn't get it done, what's the tea? We need someone else who can unite us, but I'm low. Key worried we ain't got nobody. Our situation is hella worse now than it was 10 years ago. The Belgae and Domnani in the south got served after 30 battles. The Dorbuni in the middle got destroyed and garrisoned. The Silures set a bad example by taking down the Romans, but their power got broke. The Brigantes and us both took a hit, cause we were hella extra for not rolling with Caractacus. Now it's even harder to break free from Roman oppression than when Plautius came through 20 years ago. Well, I'm out of here, Bodjuk. You comin'? Nah, Beric, I'm dead, fam. See those Romans walking around like they own the place. It gets me so salty. They barely even see us as we walk by, and them soldiers with their helmets and shields. My fingers are itching to get in a fight in the forest. No way, I'm good. How long you going to be there? 2 hours max. The sun's almost down. Beric, wait for me till it hits that hill over there. Till then you can find me chillin' by the first tree at our spot. Beric nodded and walked on towards town. His little bro Beric was 16 and the son of Parta, who's the chieftainess of one of the Iceni tribe divisions in Suffolk, Norfolk, Cambridge, and Huntingdon. The Iceni were all about keeping it real with Cunobeline, but when he tried to set up forts in their land, they got turned on. Ostorius Scapula took them down with some heavy slaughter, and now the Sarci division is all about the rebellion. Beric's dad died defending their trenches, fam. So even when married the wife was Loki running, the Shodhoparta had been all up in her husband's business, and at his passing she was straight fire as the only head of the tribe. But Ostorius was like, yo girl, got to make sure your homie Beric doesn't get away from us. So he was all, Bert, go live with us for a hot second. Had Parta been trying to be extra, she would have just chilling in the swampy fens north of the country instead of letting her son get taken. But the Brigantes were all shook after losing to the Romans, so they'd probs hit up Parta and wanna send Beric too. She's like, all right, let him go. My son, I don't gotta tell you not to get Romanized, 'cause you hate him already, she said. Our dad got took by their swords. Half our tribe got killed. They got all over our land. Ain't no need for me to worry about you getting made into a Roman. She's all about keeping real. You've been trained to live off the grid, suffer, and all that. Rich food and fancy clothes. Not a thing. I'm good, but if I see some unity among our peeps, I'll send Boduaco a message 402 to old self up for escape when it's time, she said. Just chill and learn as much as you can while we're over there. They got sick methods of warfare that made one city conquer the whole world. Don't we got this. We ain't no tiny humans. Women are strong too, but they still defeated us. Learn their language first, study their military stuff and laws. She's like, don't get too caught up in their luxuries. 'Cause Kuno Belain taken down by that same vibe. Yes, let's vibe after they're gone, right? Maybe what's good about the rest will come later, fam. No matter how kind they are to you, remember you're just a prisoner in your own country, Beric. They might treat you nice, but they key despoil and trash your people too. And we need a leader who's not just all about the bravest fight, but also can teach the people how to get their victory on and rule them wisely later. We're part of a sick tribe, bro, and from us, we should be able to find someone who's got what it takes. I got high hopes for you, Beric. You're low, key a hero. Remember when you took down that wolf and arrow? Bravery is on every level, fam. I think there's anyone in the tribe who's all about the coward vibes. I talked to that old druid dude last week, and he saw some major fire in your future. It was like he knew you were going to be a big deal. And when that messenger came with the Roman summons for me to bring you over as a hostage, I was all, this is the move. But honestly, Beric, I'm not trying to get all up in your grill. It wouldn't even matter if you were king of all Britons, 'cause it's our country we need to save, and we're low-key dying over here. We need someone who can bring some major leadership skills, and my prayer is that whoever finds them will be the real MVP. If you're the one, that's cool, but if not, we got other options. Just chill with those Romans, learn their language, get familiar with their laws and stuff. Watch how they build their sick houses and train soldiers. When you come back to our tribe, you got to bring your A game so you can teach them how to fight like us. Keep it all about that one goal, and make sure you're low-key strong and brave, too. In Camladunum, Henty was low-key a cool dude, and everyone loved him. As soon as Beric knew the language, Caius was like, teach this youngin Roman law, and ordered a decurion to whip him into shape on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Beric was hella stoked to learn and get lit in combat, so he got the approval of his teachers. Julia, Caius's wife, was totes obsessed with Henty. She was like, this dude is going to be a straight fire leader when the boy was 14. She'd be like, he's hella strong and agile. Scipio's older than him, but ain't got his juice. They're a wild bunch, Julia, all fierce and untamed. But this Lil, Brit ain't never gonna back down, Caius said. He recalled how Henty was going at it with Lucinus in a sparring match, and the dude had some serious skills. It was like a dog vs. cat. So nimble were Henty's moves, and so savage his attacks, Lucinus just lost it at the end. Caius stopped the fight. He didn't want to risk getting Henty hurt with them blunt swords. He's got game, Julia said. Sometimes she'd have him chillin' while she worked on some slave girls, and Henty would just ask her questions for hours about Rome and their customs. Caius was all, you can never be sure what these dudes are going to do. They can either be valuable allies or wild card enemies. But Julia was like, "Don't worry about it. I got this." 'Cause she's more chill than him. Iceni said Henty was super eager to learn and always had a book in his hand when he wasn't practicing with Lucinus. What I've most about Henty is that he loves our little Berenice. Julia said, the kid loved the boy too. They'd spend afternoons together while Phineas was chillin'. It was funny to watch him on a rainy day, just vibbin' and tellin' stories of Rome and their kings, consuls, versus hunting wolves and wild boars from Henty's homeland. Yes, Henty's fam went through some real struggles, like Caius Muro's Sis Julia got hit by them damp vibes from the valley, and she literally faded away. You feel. Beric was low-key devastated, 'cause she was always super kind to him. So, like, a year later, Suetonius and the governor of the colony were all peace out sassy, 'cause they'd been chillin' for ages. Caius reported that his young chief was fully Romanized, so he got to go back to his tribe. It was his first visit since he left 4 months ago. His homie Boduoc was there with him, and he's like 6 years older than Beric. They grew up together, and Boduoc taught Beric woodcraft and stuff. Before he went as a hostage, they'd just cruise through the forest and hunt wolves and wild boar. Now, Boduoc is all about respect for Beric as his chief and for his knowledge, which is straight fire to him. Boduoc was hella salty 'cause he thought Beric would be fully Romanized on his return. But nope. Beric still knows how to throw down in British garb. Boduoc was low-key shook by the grandeur of the mansion and all, but he's all about keeping it real with Beric. Berry's still got that fire for Britain, though he's all about expelling the Romans and saving his homeland. And, like, Berry ain't no boy anymore. He's sturdy and strong like a proper Brit. Henty didn't break his fast after that 6 sunset. When he wasn't out hunting, he was low-key practicing his javelin throws and other military stuff, just so he could relate some fire Roman history tales to the chief and other guests at his mom's pad when they were vibbin' in the evenings. You feel? The regular folk would gather round, super hyped to hear these stories, even more than they'd be about the bard's sick songs and legends. Beric was all about telling tales of Rome's peak moments when it was barely getting touched by its enemies, showing how the Brits were low-key trying to resist and keep it moving, even with all the drama and danger going on. He was super careful not to draw any parallels to Britain, 'cause he knew the Romans had a way of finding out about what was going down among the native tribes, and if they got wind of his vibes, they'd be straight up shook. At this point, there were no thoughts of a rebellion or nothing, so if Beric even thought about stirring up some drama, he knew it could get real bad for him and his people. It wouldn't take much to spark the fire, though some major betrayal or invasion that was straight out of bounds before they'd be full on rioting. No way a Roman would judge Beric's stories. He was all about celebrating the Rome squad's moves. Rome is fire when its people are hella into their country, he said, waving his hands around like crazy. No wonder it's the greatest and most powerful nation out there. The dude he was talking to, they'd never heard any of this before. Yeah, some high-up princes and chiefs had visited Rome for a hot second, but they were more like exiles or something, so all they brought back was tales of Rome's greatness. The Brits knew jack shite about the Romans, though they just listened to Beric's stories, 'cause he'd been studying in their books and got to the tea. Word spread fast, and soon people were coming from all over to listen to Henty spit bars like a pro. Storytelling was key for the Brits, too. it was next to valor, fam. They didn't need no books, because they had oral tradition on locket, how you pass down the legends and stories from dad to son. Beric had been listening to bards since he was a tiny tot in his rough palace, so when he started spitting these fire Roman history tales himself, it was like magic. Bruh. Henty was all about that father life, fam, and he only had a lil schooling before he went to Camalodunum, where he was low-key schooled on how to spit bars like his dad. His pop was straight fire as one of the most eloquent and influential Iceni chiefs ever, and he hit him hard about speaking up and build a public image. Henty's Roman history studies were also on point, because he knew how powerful words could move people. He read books all about how to describe events in a clear and turnt way. So it was kind of instinctual for him to drop knowledge on his peeps when he shared those British stories with Berenice and her mom. And now Henty's got some fire wrestles going on where Roman history is concerned, and people are low-key respecting him for that. But like in the wild, his love for Roman patriotism and sacrifice was a bit extra, so they started calling him the Roman as a diss, but the real one saw what he was trying to do, spread the message of unity and self-sacrifice while still loving on the Romans. Parta was super proud when the big chiefs came through and gave her props for Henty's sick schooling. They were all like, Beric is going to be a whole unit man. One of the wisest chiefs said, "This kid's got bars." Yeah. His time with the Romans has done him right. If every youngin on this island had his smarts, we'd have more orators like Beric. The way he tells stories about our oppressors. I feel the Roman vibes too. He was telling tales of people who went through flames for their people and held down bridges for their squad. It was all about getting that fire lit. When Henty starts talking about Britain's heroes, watch out, fam. He'll be calling on his countrymen to step up their game, and he won't be held back Roman label no more. Yo, I got the tea on Henty and his crew. So, like Prasutagus and Boadicea Low, Key told me about this dude Beric, and they were all come check him out, 'cause some people said he was like fully Roman now, and others said he still had a lot of that old trauma from when the Romans killed his pops and messed with their tribe. I'm about to know what's good for them, so I gotta hit up Prasutagus, who's hella extra about the Romans, but also super salty towards them too. He's like, oh, no, this kid is all Roman vibes, but I'll be real and tell him that Beric ain't got nothing on the Romans. He's cool, calm, and collected, so they ain't getting any major drama out of him. And then there's Boadicea, who's hella salty about the Romans. She's all, I hate them so much, but also super worried, 'cause she knows that when it comes down to defending our freedom from Rome, we'll need someone like Beric on our side. He's going to be low-key legendary, just like Caractacus and Cassivellaunus, if you ask me. May the gods not let him fall victim to some British treachery, fam. After leaving Bojuak, Beric hit up the bridge built by the Romans over the Stour, crossed it, and entered Camalodunum. It's like the Roman hub of England. For real. It was only a short time since Claudius took over, but it's already got that Rome is life energy, you feel. The original Brits might have done some work on their own stuff, but it's all hella influenced by Roman art and culture. Cunobeline was a total boss who brought Roman vibes to the party. They built the town with skilled peeps from the Romans' homelands, so they already got a solid foundation for that. But then the Romans came in and were like, peace out to the original owners, took over their homes and farms, and added their own flair. It's like major gentrification. The 7th, 9th, and 14th legions rolled up, founded a colony, and took over the surrounding country. Plautius got the propraetor spot, moved into Cunobeline's palace, and immediately started building some fire defensive walls west of town, because they knew those Brits were going to keep trying to come for them. There was this spot called Henty that got lit after the Romans took over. They built some major structures like a council house, tribunal, temples, theatre, and baths. It was hella attractive to artists, musicians, decorators, skilled artisans, traders, and all that jazz from the mainland. The city was poppin' with civilians, so it became a hub for trade and commerce. Some dude named Claudius got worshipped at this temple on top of the hill, and the legionaries were all like, we're stoked he's our leader. But for real, though, the city was so strong and populous that even the Trinobantes tribe was just chillin', waiting for their chance to pop off. It's not like they had a lot of resources left, since most of the veteran legionaries were out fighting other tribes. The Iceni tribe, however, still had some clout, but they got destroyed by the Romans pretty quickly. Maybe the Romans were just trying to chill in the southwest and west of England before dealing with the Brigantes to the north. Whatever, Prasutagus was all good with Rome, so he had that going for him. Anyway, Beric was key familiar with this whole scene from his spot in Camalodunum. People were walking around everywhere, traders from Gaul and Italy, Roman artisans, legionaries, civil officials, Greek players. Even some Brits just trying to make a buck. There was shop for all sorts of goods, like fancy fabrics from the East, Romans, perfumes. It was like one big marketplace. As Henty's chillin' in this fire Roman city that's low-key still under the thumb of its ruler. It's got all the sick amenities for luxury and comfort, like some of the best shops around. Armourers and scribes are poppin', too. He's checking out these vellums with Greek and Roman poet inspo, and he's thinking, if Camalodunum gets sacked, I'm getting my hands on this fire stuff. But he ain't no sleepin' beauty. Borduk's waiting for him. So he scoots off, ain't got all day. He hits up the villa of Caius Muro, which is hella old, been around 6 years since it was built in the Tuscan hills. You step through the hall and into the atrium, which is straight fire with a mosaic pavement and them salve. Vibes, he's chillin' on the peristelium, getting that view of the whole scene below him. There's this dope marble tank called an impluvium, where it rains from above. Talk about a sick design. On one side is the tablinum, Acre Caius' study, and chill room. He can see everything going down in the atrium while he's working, which is straight up genius. At the back of the peristelium, there's this state apartment that's low-key fancy. It's where Caius hosts them high-class gatherings for Julia and other important people. Henty walked into the garden on the other side. In winter, they set up wooden frames with heavy curtains across these openings, and the tablinum one too. The Romans were all about adjusting their vibes to Britain's climate, which was straight fire, different from Italy's. So Henty noticed they put up a sick awning made of oiled canvas in the center of the atrium to block out rain and snow, but still let some light through, you feel. There was this tiny passage between the atrium and peristelium called the fauces. It was low-key cool. Above the chambers around the atrium had a second floor that you could get to via a staircase from the peristelium. It was where the ladies and female slaves hung out. Beric walked into the atrium, and this dude reading a parchment roll stood up, looking all warm and welcome, like, "Bearers, we got you," he said. "Hey, Preceptor," Beric replied. "How's life been treating you?" "It's good, fam," the dude said. "We were low-key waiting for you. Baroness has been asking me when you're coming back. I was out for like 4 years, you feel. And it wasn't easy getting away from home again." Now Henty needed to chat with Caius. He went straight to the tablinum and stood at the entrance. Caius looked up from this military treatise he was reading.
"Yo, Barry, you're back."
"You're back, I'm hyped to see you, but also low. Key bummed, 'cause you ditched Roman clothes for native vibes again." "It was necessary, bruh," Henty said. "If I still wore the same style, they'd think I got too cozy with Roman culture." "Ward, we've heard of you, Beric," Caius said. "You're already famous for your history takes and how much love you have for us. I thought it was time to share our great deeds with my people back home," Henty said, "and show him how you guys actually rule the world in a good way. I got so much respect from you, and you made me feel like royalty. Britain would be a whole different story if your peeps treated locals with kindness. Yaz, let's be real. Rome's all about that power and glory life, but like human nature is wild, right? Some people Loki side against their own Canucks for a bag of gold from Rome. That's low. In our vibe, we got many wants all about that luxury life. But you guys are hella basic, fam. You don't even need that much." And I'm like, what's the point of getting all caught up in wealth when it ain't even bringing you happiness, bruh? "That's a fact, Caius. I'm straight fire with you on this one. Rome does got a hold on its people more than any other nation. But for us Britons, it's a whole different story. We're hella salty about officials and soldiers who are all about taking our stuff and not caring about the struggle of being poor or simple like that. We gotta take the world as it is, Beric. Humans got some bad habits, fam, but we can't even fight 'em. Everyone's got their own vices and stuff, and Rome's no exception. They were way more turnt when they were broke and basic, back in the early days of consuls. I'm thinking the same thing about all these other nations. To get Persia, Greece, Carthage. Eventually, even Rome's going to follow suit and get taken down by its own power and luxury. We just got to ride this out for now, though. I'm hyped that we ain't going to expand any further, fam. The ocean's got a limit, and then it's like, hey, Rome, you good, if we had some more island vibes to chill on instead of being all worried about barbarians from the west. I could have been living my best life in Tuscany with my daughter instead of getting stuck marching with the Legion all the time. Hold up, here comes Berenice. Henty walked straight from the entrance hall, noticing Beric chillin' in the tablinum with his dad. "I knew you'd come back, Beric, 'cause you said you would, but you've been low-key Maya for a hot second," she said, getting hyped. Ain't got control over my schedule at home like I do here. No cap. And my mom wouldn't even listen to me leave before," he replied. "So I'm just swinging by for an hour. Make sure everything's on point, and tell you I didn't forget about our convo. Tomorrow's the next time I'll be coming through for a longer visit. Maybe we can even have some real conversations." "That sounds like fire," Bernice said, her eyes lighting up. "I want to go hunt wolves with you." Beric was all, "Nah, that ain't gonna happen. These woods are hella tough to navigate, and we gotta force our way through just to get to the wolves' spot. But last winter they came super close to town, and I heard some even came into the streets." Berenice pressed, Yeah, they'll do that when they're hungry, but they weren't hunting back then. They were just trying to survive. Beric dropped a tear. Girl, these wolves are savage. They're a major pain in the neck and no loss at all to us. They'll take kids, eat grown folks, and even attack whole parties when it's snowing. In winter, they go all out in packs, and our dudes can't even touch em. Baroness was low-key disappointed, but still had a firecracker attitude. "Want to go into the woods, fam? I'm so done with this town. My dad says he'll take me on some wild adventure west when the time is right, but so far it's just been the same old fields and crops out here." She continued, "My dad says we'd have to trek through forest for miles, sleep in tents, but we can't do it till everything is hella peaceful. And I'm so sick of these Britons always fighting." Beric smiled. "Actually, the British girls are all about keeping it peaceful. They wish the Romans would chill out too." Bernice replied with a bit of attitude, "Girl, bye. It's so what when everyone's just trying to kill each other. Can't we all just get along? If that happened, we wouldn't need all these soldiers in Britain, and maybe the Emperor would send his legions home already. Henty's got a bail from the governor's spot, and head back to Rome for a minute, like 2 or 3 years, and I'm low-key thinking Henty's going to retire and set up shop there, you feel? It'd be lit for you, fam." Beric said with conviction, "I'd be sad, though, 'cause you been hella kind to me, and I'd be devastated if we had to go through all this drama again, but Rome's got the whole vibe, and you can live your best life without some dad gone war interrupting your squad goals." "I knew you'd be shook," she said, low-key gravely. "I'm shook, though," Beric said with a sigh. "Next to my mom, there's no one I'm more hella invested in than you and your pop fam. I'll miss you both so much, but at the same time, I'm like, if it means keeping you safe and sound, then I'm good." But Baroness wasn't having it. She was all, "I'm low-key hurt that you're being so chill about me leaving." She took off to her own pad, and Beric hit the road, reuniting with Borduoc at the edge of the forest. Later that night, Baroness spilled to her dad about how Beric reacted when she dropped the Rome bomb on him. "I was salty towards Beric today, Pops," she said, fuming. "I told him maybe in 3 years when I'm 16 you'll take me to Rome, and I'm low-key thinking if we go there you won't come back. But instead of being all upset, like I thought he'd be, Beric was hella stoked. He said sorry, but it wasn't a real apology, fam. And now I'm all disappointed in him 'cause he didn't seem to care enough." Caius remained silent for a sec before chiming in. "I don't think Henty's ungrateful. Kiddo, I know he's got feelings for us too. If he cared, he'd be sad we're leaving. By this time, Henty must be low-key, knew his peeps feels about us. I've never been like Britain is all hella conquered, or whatever. Like some people think we're too good just 'cause we handled Scylla's in the West, and that's it. Beric, he's got a deep understanding of what Brits are all about. He'll feel this way more than I do, and he knows for sure that there's going to be another major effort from them to get rid of us. Fam, maybe it's in a year or 2 decades, but I'm low-key convinced we're about to have ourselves a wild struggle to keep our spot here, and Beric might want to chill with that because some Brits might just get their hopes up too soon. Thea is deaf. No doubt the Brits are hella disrespected by us right now. Like, we got to do better than this. If I was running Britain for real, I'd treat them way more kindly. But I'm just a Legion commander, so my main goal is to keep my squad in check. We're like harshing it real with them. you feel. Treating them like they're all broken or something, no rights at all. That's not how it works. Someday we'll see that we messed up, and when the time comes it's going to be a wake-up call for sure. I'm low-key stressed, because I can see some major drama brewing on the horizon, so I just want to chill at home again. When your mama was alive, this place felt like home to me now. I'm all about getting my peace and quiet life back. I've done my part in the fight game, won my share of rep, and I might be a general one day. But honestly, I'm hella tired of it and just want to retire to my villa in the Alban Hills with some books and visits to Rome. You can come through for the fam's events, and I'll hit you up about getting lost in the classics. Beric, Loki, the Henty, Belgia, and Domination are all chill. They ain't moving at all. But the Iceni and Briton's, their Loki's still independent, right? If we press them too hard, they'll for sure flip. And if they give us that signal, Britain's gonna be straight up on our sides again. I'm dead when I try to hint to these newbies that there's still life in this country. It's wild fam living in a Roman city, and they're all like air. There ain't no danger from the savages who live out here. They don't get it, bro. Beric's been spitting some truth, though. I gotta respect that. But Beric is our homeboy, right? And you said he was teaching his people about how fly we are. No, I thought you said he was all about the history books and not this savage life. Beric's a Briton. Gee. He's like a wild cub, but also super book smart and loves guns too. He could have been a total boss citizen or soldier if we hadn't messed with him. But now he's back to the wolves, and since our people think he's all about that Roman life, they'd kill him. I'm low-key worried 'cause Beric knows our vibe and we're going to take over. At the same time, he'll always be trying to keep it peaceful. If arms go up, though, he might not have a choice. Yes, you're here now, Beric Borduoak said as the young chief strolled in. The sun's just peeking over that hill. Here's your spear and sword. Okay. I don't get why you would, Fam, we ain't even been ordered to disarm yet. And if we were, we wouldn't do it, Borduoak. But for real, if I went armed into the town right now, we'd have some drama going on. I just took a chill visit. No reason to carry my guns. Now about that deer flesh and oaten cake, we got a long way to go. Henty's got some Roman snacks coming. As soon as they ate, they started moving. It was just a trail through the forest, 'cause even they cleared out most of it for a lane that was 20 feet wide, there wasn't much traffic going, since people didn't really use it nothing but by some messenger dude from Prasutagus. They used it when Ostorius built them forts along the Nen and Severn rivers, and they went up it when the Iceni were getting all salty about Rome building forts on their land. But they stopped using it after that, 'cause the Iceni paid tribute every year and kept to themselves, so Romans didn't care about them no more, except for when they came visit Prasutagus once a year to get their tribute money. We're going to roll up around midnight, Beric said, as they kept moving. Or we might not, but Borduoak said all cryptic-like. What's stopping us, Borduoak? Dude, the wolves are trying to keep it real. We heard him howling a few times this morning, and they ain't been bold in years. It's high time we took care of Rem, or at least made our turf hot enough for M to stay out. Borduoak told Borgun before he left that if they didn't show up by midnight, it meant they got stuck and had to climb a tree, so he should send a team to rescue M. But we ain't never had no trouble out on the hunt, Borduoak. No way, dude. but I think there was some major hunts going down in Norfolk, and now the wolves are all about it. We got complaints coming out of every pore last week, 'cause of that reason your mama told everyone to get ready for war against them, okay? People at farms and villages are too scared to even step out after dark. When you're armed up, wolves ain't nothing. But when they're in packs, they're straight up deadly, fam. Yes, let's go crush those two-legged wolves. Gee, we got to make a general war on them, 'cause they're hella problematic to the land. It's not like wild boars or nothing, which are straight fire getting their food in the woods and bringing us good eats and sick sport. But these wolves, no, they ain't doing shit for us except for the thrill of the hunt, and even that's a me vibe. We got to make 'em an example to get rid of Rim, or offer some cash for their heads. You feel? Loki, Bodjuk, let's keep moving. I don't want to get hella stuck here if we can't even roll out in the morn. We're moving at a good clip now, and ain't gonna gain nothing by speeding up. Bodjuk replied, I mean, you can't run for 6 hours, fam, and even if we try to, we'll just trip over some stupid root or stump and not make it all that far. They kept walking for 2 more hours, the dark woods whizzing by 'em like nobody's biz. Bodjuk's got them nocturnal vision on lock thanks to all the nights he spent in the woods. Even with the dark trees looming above, he could see some stuff and keep it moving at a steady pace. But Beric, he ain't got that kind of juice no more, what with 4 years stuck in Rome town and all. Even though he's been hunting like a pro since getting back home, his eyes ain't on the same level as Bodjuk's. He'd stumble over roots left and right if they weren't watching. You're about to faceplant, Bodjuk growled. I got you. I'm seeing the trunks on either side of us, but that ground is straight black, and it's all just a big old hazard zone for you. Bodjuk admitted. This ain't exactly light out here. No moon, clouds covering up the whole sky. It's hella dark. Why gon' stop at that hut in the little clearing like half a mile down the road and get some torches? If you go down and twist your ankle, you won't be hunting tomorrow, fam. What's good? Beric asked when he heard some distant crying. I think it's some woman's voice. Bodjuk said, or maybe it's just some evil spirit vibe. Beric lost faith in all that woo stuff after spending time with the Romans. Nah, Bodjuk. That's just someone saying something. The cry of a woman, it came from ahead. Maybe some woman and returning late has been attacked by wolves. Come through. Henty shouted, and he started to run, followed reluctantly by his homie Beric. Stop, Bryce, stop, he said in a hot second. Hear other sounds. So do I, Bryce agreed, but without checking his pace. My eyes may be dull, deuce, but they ain't so dull as your ears. Why, don't you know the snarling of wolves when you hear him? Again the loud cry of distress came on the night air. They haven't got her yet, Bryce said. Her first cry would have been her last had they done so. She must be in that hut, Deuce, and they're trying to get at her. Maybe her hubby's away. It's wolves, Deuce agreed in a tone of relief. Since that's all I'm ready for. But sword and spear are whack against the spirits of the air. We got to be careful, though, or instead of us attacking, we may be attacked. Bryce paid no mind. They had, as they passed the hut that morning, stopped for a drink of water there, and he saw now before his eyes the tall, comely young woman with a baby in her arms and 2 kids hanging off her skirts. In a hot second they stood at the edge of the little clearing by the side of the path. It was lighter here, and he could make out the outline of the rude hut. and as he thought that, of many dark figures moving round it. A fierce growling and snarling rose from around the hut, with once or twice a sharp yell of pain. "There's half a dozen on the roof," Du said, "and a score or more round the hut. At present they ain't wind us, for the air is in our faces. I think we should make a rush at M. Do's shouting at the top of our lungs as we go, and telling the woman stand ready to unbar the door. They'll be scared for a hot second, not knowing how many of us there maybe be, and once inside we'll be safe from M. Let's get as close as we can before we start shouting, 'Bryce!' They might run back a few paces at our voice, but will speedily rally." Holding their spears in readiness for action, they ran forward. When within 30 yards of the hut, Douce raised his voice in a wild yell. Bryce added his cry, and then shouting, "Unbar your door, and stand ready to close it as we come in." There was, however, no occasion for haste. Douce's sudden yell completely scared the wolves, and with whimpers of dismay they scattered in all directions. The door opened as Bryce and his homie came up, and they rushed in and closed it after him. A fire burned on the hearth. A dead wolf lay on the ground. The kids crouched in fear at their mamma's feet. Henty's squad is low, key on fleek when they roll up on this pile of rushes, and Henty got a spear in her hand, looking all types. "Loki, thanks to our country gods you came through," she says. "If we didn't get here like 5 minutes ago, I'd be ghost with my fam." She's showing off that one dude who snuck through the roof, and there are other spots they dug, some dope-sized holes. We heard your squad cry for help," Beric says, "and we came through as fast as our feet could take us. Henter's all. It was for you I called out, since I knew you'd be coming back like that this hour. And I was hoping someone would hear me, 'cause, let's be real, nobody else is going to be around to save my day.' Beric asks where Henter's husband is, and she's all. He left Carden this afternoon for the war with the wolves. He and all the able bods are getting ready to kick at dawn. There ain't no other spot like ours within a mile, so even if they'd me, they couldn't have done squat." Boduoc speaks up, saying they're coming back through. I can hear him stomping on the dead leaves. "What do we do, Beric? You feeling a fire or just letting it die?" He thinks it's hella better off if they don't have nothing, 'cause from up top, those wolves are going to come for us straight out of the roof, and with no light, we ain't seen them till they're ready to jump down. "I'm Loki feeling like let's just ghost it altogether, Boduoc," Beric says. He thinks if we got some heat going, we can scope wolves out better, even if we ain't seen them coming. Boduoc's all, "Hold up, lem take the big one. It's where they're most likely to come through," and he's like, "You try keeping the other holes from getting too deep. 'Kay?" Then there's a loud thud overhead, followed by some more. Henter's all. They got up on that wood pile. It's against that side of the hut, and they're hitting right at the eaves. Boduoc thrusts his spear through a hole when he sees some eyes popping out of the firelight, and at the same time you can hear some wolves scratching away at the other holes. The roof's made of them rough poles laid out all over the place. There were these tiny branches up top, like a sick thatch of reeds and rushes, right? Beric was low, key-chillin' under one of the holes, but he couldn't see nothing, just the sound of some wolf getting all worked up on the other side. So he's like, "I got this," and he thrusts his spear through the branches. Then bam! A wolf comes flying out of that hole and gets taken down by Beric and this chick, the woman. Boduoc is like, "Waz, one less wolf. But then another one jumps in. I'm gonna get it too. So he lunges at the new wolf while his squad is getting ready to take it down. This whole thing went on for hours, and they were low-key killing wolves left and right, like 20 of them at least. But then more wolves just kept coming, and Bodjuok is all, bruh, we can't keep this up much longer. He's like, we need to make a move, fam. We got to fire the hut, grab our kids, and make a dash for the trees. Beric is all, what time is it? And Bodjuok's all, he got no idea, but if we get lucky, help might be on its way. Bodjuok looks around and sees this cow horn thingy in the corner of the hut. He grabs it and blows a sick blast, like right into the wolves' ears. They're all confused and stuff, so Bodjuok's like, let's do that again. But they don't work this time, because the wolves are just too hyped up. Bodjuok is low, key freaking out now, like, we can't hold on much longer. So he's all, get a brand from the fire, pronto. And then, silence. It's all quiet for a sec, and everyone's thinking, is this it? But then they hear some wolves coming down, so Bodjuok is like, hold up, I got this. He opens the door, and lo and behold, his squad is coming in hot. They're all, thank God, we made it. Henty got low-key saved by a crew of dudes rocking torches, like they just rolled up to him and were all, oh yes, we got you. When that fire lit up his face, he's all grateful too, 'cause these guys showed up just in time, for the wolves would have had them. The fam was literally about to get roasted by fire, but Henty and his squad saved the day. These dudes were like totally welcome, right? And they got a tour of the hut, which was straight fire with 9 wolves on the ground. Talk about a close call. But Henty's homie, the dude whose place this was hella hyped to see his wife and kids were good. He gave all the props to Henty and Bodjuok for being legends. Yo, you gotta come with us, Henty said. The wolves could still be a threat before we even start our hunt. When they got back to the village, it was low, key cozy, got their cattle safe in a stockade, and a sick woodpile ready for those bonfires, just in case. Later on, they're chillin', walking with torches, when you can hear some wolves creeping up. But Henty's squad is all good, 'cause the torches gave them that extra protection. After 3 hours of walking, they rolled into Carden. It's a village like no other. I mean, it's all rustic and natural compared to those fancy Roman cities just chilling nearby. The village itself was pretty fire, with its 2 banks and 8 acres, or whatever. It was like nothing else around here. So Henty's pad was straight fire in winter, right? They'd hang a skin over the door for extra heat, and there was no furniture in the rooms, just some earthen pots for cooking. Parter's place was lit, though, with a sick daze made of earth that was like a foot higher than the floor. It was covered in fresh rushes, had a rough table and benches, and the walls were all about them wolf skins, you feel. The fireplace was in the center, and there were these dope cooking pots on a shelf, some iron and brass, some gold jugs too. They had hams of wild boar and swine hanging from the rafters, and fish and duck too. And then there was Beric's spot. It was next to Parter's, but he got his own room after he came back from Camalodunum, and they made fun of him for wanting a separate pad, said he was extra sensitive about it. But the squad was all chillin' on the floor, no cap. Chapter a wolf hunt. Beric rolled up with his squad. They crossed this rough bridge over the stream and then dropped into the village. It was poppin' like there were 1,500 dudes there, all armed to the teeth with spears, javelins and knives. Their hair was Loki in their faces, but they had the moustaches on point. Some of them were Loki tattooed too, you feel. That's where it's at, but now it's like a last man standing thing, ya know. Everyone was rockin' the deep blue woad stain from the waist up, and they were all about getting turned with the tribe. The dye, Aetis tinctoria, is still grown in France and Flanders. It's a real thing. Anyway, Beric made his way through the crowd. He was Loki, the main event now. Everyone was hyped to see him. He passed by this one dude who had like no clothes on from the waist up, just that blue woad stain going wild, and Beric was all like, "What's good?" So Henty's mom is Loki serving looks at a big ass house. Walks up to the table and gives Beric that deep bow, like he owes her life or something, and she's all tall and built, rockin' them gold brooches on her shoulders. She's got a sick belt too, all metal and whatnot, and it's all over her waist looking hella fly. She's got the heavy gold bracelets on her arms. So, yeah, she's straight fire. "You're late, Beric," she's saying, all stern, like he's a dude who can just roll up whenever he feels like it. "Old boys have been waiting for you 'bout an hour, and I heard at daybreak that Borgen was out here for you with a squad. Glad." He did, Mom. Beric's all, Corboduok, I would have been totes dead by now. We were in this hut with wolves trying to kill us, but some squad showed up and saved our lives. She's like, "What were you doing out there?" And he's all, "I was supposed to leave the Romans' town before sunset and come straight back here, which is kind of wuck. It's good that it ain't worse," she says, "but Boduoc should have known better than letting you go into them trees with wolves roaming. What matters a woman's life when you got my hopes and plans for this dude?" Then she's all, "Don't talk no more, just eat your kid meat and drink some med already." Beric's like, "Okay, Mom," and he chomps down on that roasted kid in 5. Then he hits the hunt with some minor chiefs who are Loki pros at it. The rest of the dudes have already started all bringing their own dogs to sniff out wolves and boars. They're making this crazy line through the forest, like 10 miles long, and it's straight fire. When they get to the Store and Orwell rivers, they start moving, and it's all shouts and barking at the wolves. At times, wild boars try to break through, but the chiefs are all, "Now, you ain't going nowhere." They're all good enough, and let the rest of the boars pass through. Loki, by the time the squads were hella close to each other, they heard some savage snarling and yelping coming from the trees in front of them. Their dogs, which had been keeping at 100 all day, were now loose and getting wild, so they yelled out and charged both on the bluffs in the middle and along the rivers on either side. Soon the wolves come pouring down from the wooded bluff, and they got into a major beef with the dogs. As the squad approached, some of the wolves went all in and tried to take them down, but most of them were too scared and just crouched down and died when the others came for him. Some took the water, but Henty had sent out coracles the day before, so they got swooped up real quick. All in all, they killed like 400 or 500 wolves. It was Loki late in the afternoon. They lit some fires and roasted some boar on the spit, and at daybreak they started the whole thing again, this time circling around like a big old semicircle and getting those wolves into the Stour. The war went on for 2 weeks straight. Only the most needed deer and boars were killed, but the wolves got it hard, you feel. Those who escaped the Britons fled to quiet spots in the forest. It was super laborious because they had to march like 40 miles every day from one spot to the next. But for real, it was all good vibes, especially during the second week when they were closing in on them wolves like a big old noose. There was this one time when they cleared out the whole river area, and they got set up in these wide circles, 10 miles across, moving in towards the center. Some of those wolves would escape for real, but most of them just kept slinking away until they couldn't get away no more. They killed like 4,000 wolves total. All the ones with good coats got skinned and used for linings and whatnot. There were some dudes who got bitten by them wolves, but nobody died, so it was a major win for Henty and his squad. Yes, so like Henty was trying to lead a sick wolf hunt from North Britain, but it got cancelled because all the drama in the south and west made wolves wanna chill for a hot sec. Now they're low-key everywhere, and everyone's hella salty. Beric gets back home, right? And his mom is all shook up 'cause there's this druid just vibbing with her sipping tea. They gotta go see the druids to get some real talk, fam. They're all about mediating fights and judging drama. So when big deals go down or tribes are beefing, they step in and are like, chill out, homies. Beric's mom is all, hey, son, come here for a sec. And she's all worked up 'cause the druid just brought some major news. Like, the Romans think they're done with us yet. Nah, bruh. They're trying to take over half our land, enslave people, and get free Britons to pay tribute. But Henty's mom is all, girl, bye. She's like, Governor Severus thinks he can just mess with our vibes and our religion. Nah, we got this. So the Romans are trying to wipe out the Druids, destroy the sacred island, and shut down our faith. Like, no cap. 10 days ago they marched from Camalodunum to join the army in the west. And now they're low-key building an army to take us down. The news is wild, but we got this. Our God's got our backs. And it's going to be a whole lot of drama when these Romans try to profane the sacred island. We got to get ready for some major events, and every Briton needs to be prepared to fight for their life or fall into battle. Henty's got served Loki just 'cause we dissed our faith, Beric said, and fam, it's hella bad news. I know, bro. Beric continued, but I'm low, key ready to get in the front row and fight for my peeps when the time comes. My dad went out with his sword against those Romans by force, and now it's my turn to rep that vibe when Mama says, go get him. For now. Though we got to keep it on the down low. We got to chill and see how this situation goes down. I got a message going round, though Beric said, mine peeps and I is gonna hit up every chief of the Iceni and stir up the Brigantes with them druids from the north. We also got the tea that it's almost time for their savior to come through. We got to keep it lit and ready to go, fam. We can't just be trying to take down one tribe at a time against those Romans. We got to go full on Britain against Rome, you feel. We got to rise up as a whole people, fight for our homes and altars, and keep our religion safe from getting taken over. It's time to put in the work. I would have liked it to be postponed for a sec. Beric said, spent 4 years learning how those Romans got us Loki conquered at Camalodunum. I learned their moves. Bro, we talk in tactics and whatnot. When I'm old enough, I want to get the Sarsi on the same level as them Romans, So we can whip up a squad that can take down those soldiers and give them some good grief in battle. Yowers, our gods got this. The druid went off. We got numbers and bravado, fam. Our warriors gonna smash those soldiers like a wave dashing over rocks. Word spread fast about the convo between the Druid and Pater. And next thing, all these minor chiefs and their squad were hitting up the hall, screaming for war with Rome. The Druid stepped up to the edge of the dais. "Well, ain't ready yet," he said. "We got to wait till Prasutagus gives us the signal, and we all get on that same page as Iceni. Britons from sea to sea, you feel. Till then, sharpen them blades and prep for battle. We need a leader, though. Yaz Henty's about to become the new leader of our squad, straight out of his mama's shadow. We got to get real and leave all that drama behind. Okay? I'm talking sacred authority here, bruh. Beric's got the skills. He's been schooled in Roman ways, and now it's his turn to spit some fire and lead us to victory. The Druid is feeling him too. He's all about that energy, getting that good vibe from the gods. Yo, Henty, you're the one we need, he's saying. And then he drops a major warning: if you're going to mess with Beric, you're messing with the gods themselves. Now, it's time to chill for a hot sec and let our young chief get his plan on. We ain't got no reason to spark nothing with them Romans yet. We got to keep it quiet for now. But Henty's got some sick moves he's been learning from the best Roman style, so we better be ready when the time comes. And yeah, our enemies might have won battles before, but that's 'cause they know what they're doing. They studied up on war tactics for ages. Meanwhile, we've just been winging it and hoping for the best. But not Henty. He's got 4 years of Roman life under his belt, and now it's time to bring the heat. So here's the deal: we got to listen to our young chief and trust the gods have got our backs. If you're feeling me on this, let's get in formation and show those Romans who's boss. But if you're hating, woe to you. The gods are watching, and they ain't having it. The whole hall is turned up, bruh, and now everyone's outside getting hyped for the impending battle. Beric was low-key chilling outside. When the drama died down, he added some bars, saying he was hella stoked he'd been called to lead the squad, but also kind of sad he hadn't reached his full swag yet. He was all about accepting the gods' plan and not being a hater in the day of reckoning. In terms of war stuff, he'd studied some real moves from the Romans. They might be salty towards our gods, but they're straight fire when it comes to warfare. On the flip side, he had his mom's wise counsel guiding him, and before he took on any big roles, he wanted to wait till he was wiser with age, and then go through all the proper rituals and get his tribe in the cred in the temple from the Druids. That night was hella lit at Carden. They killed a bullock and 3 swine as part of a ritual and had a whole lot of mead broached. The squad was vibbin' in the hall, and everyone outside was getting turned up, sippin' on mid and chillin'. The bard for Pater's crew was spittin' bars about the tribe's greatness, even got the ladies from the village huts getting in on the action. It was all love. They checked in with the fam and made sure everyone had what they needed. Beric didn't catch a wink till late that night. The day was whiplash. He never thought he'd be leading the tribe like this, but now it's 2023, and he's got his work cut out for him. If it wasn't for the news about Rome trying to invade the Holy Isle, he wouldn't be feeling so extra about getting the power to train this squad in Roman tactics. But now, the whole country's lit on fire. People are so salty towards the Romans, and they're ready to rumble. He knows that when the dust settles, it'll be a disaster. Rome always comes back strong, and the Brits will be like, peace out, to their freedom. He got a mission to go hard against the Britons because of that one disaster and take back some territory they lost. The Britons are low. key clueless about Roman power. He thought to himself, they're like, hey, we got 20, 30k men here, but for real, that's just a fraction of what Rome can send if needed. With time to get the Iceni and Sarci tribe on the same 5-page information, we might actually win this thing. But when we go in all chaotic, like no direction, we're going to get smoked by those solid Briton lines. Beric wasn't even thinking about his own risk or whatever. The Britons were all about living life. They thought there was life after death, and that if you died fighting for your country, you'd cop with some sick rewards. That's why cowardice was hella rare in their culture. Beric had faith in his people's gods, but Rome's, nah, not him. He thought it was wild how the Romans were all about these false idols and still managed to conquer every other nation. So even though he believed in those Briton gods, he didn't think they actually did squat in wars. It was all about valor, discipline, and numbers for him. The British had numbers and heart, but discipline, forget it. That's what made Rome so fire. Beric wasn't hyped about getting that rank, command like most other Briton lads his age would be. The Britons straight up hated the Romans cause of their many gods and their fancy luxury stuff. Their religion was real, though they believed in one main supreme spirit who had power everywhere. They didn't think he was some hardliner, more like a vibe that just carried through everything. They worshipped him anywhere, from the forest to the stream, even in the sky. Through the Druids, they got answers to their problems. If it was all good, they followed it. If not, they tried to change it up with some sacrifices and offerings to the priests. I'm low-key dead after I heard about Henty's squad, right? They were all like, we're gonna die and go to this island in the Atlantic called the Happy Island, where the most lit warriors would get taken, but everyone else would still be turned up. It was hella peaceful, TB. The Brits were all about living simple lives, just chillin' with their fam, and only fightin' when they had to. They were low-key anti-labor, too. So they didn't really do much unless it was a hunt or a war thing. But they were super respectful of each other's personal space and the hospitality. Forget about it, they went ham for their guests. It was no surprise that Henty would be all Romans are savage when they had all this fancy learning and wisdom going on, but still worshipping a bunch of gods in human forms. The next morning, Beric's squad got the lowdown from some minor chiefs, and 100 men were summoned to learn how to do the Roman thing. They picked guys who didn't have too many brothers to keep it real. Henty had seen the Romans do this before, but he was still hyped when they showed up to train. The drills weren't that hard, just forming lines and marching around. You feel. But when it came down to it, Beric's squad was low-key lost. They couldn't even figure out why the order mattered. Lol. Henty tried explaining it to them, but they were just too extra. Is it lit if my hands are 2 feet apart or 3? For real. The Romans were all about that precise fighting thing, but Beric's squad was just trying to vibe with their own flow. He had to step in and give Rem a lecture, reminding them that these little details were what gave the Romans their sick fighting power, yes. Henty was low-key trying to build a squad from scratch, and they were all about that one man will power, feel. Every dude knew their spot and fell into it like a well-oiled machine, no matter how turned up the situation got. Why do y'all get conquered so easy? He asked. 'Cause you can't throw them off guard, he said. One, they're all whack like wolves at a cattle farm, gather round with your horns out and defend each other. At first it was hella weird that every move had to be on the schedule, but trust Henty, practice makes perfect, bruh. Now, when you see them all running around like a bunch of welding kids, but really they're just taking their time and doing it right, that's when you know they get it. Slow and steady wins the race, fam, and ain't nothing more turned up than seeing every dude in their spot, ready to go, even when there ain't nobody around. So Henny was like, let's do this again. Day 1 was all about them learning the basics, and by day 3, they were low-key feeling like they got a grip on it. It wasn't until then that they realized maybe, just maybe, there's more to this drill than they thought. On the second day, Henty had Beric get some new spears, 'cause he knew Brits liked javelin way more than spear, and them Roman spears were shorter and lighter. But Henty was all, no cap, we need those extra long spears to balance it out, 'cause Brits are hella strong, fam. Next up, Henty appointed Bojuk as his second in command, and then picked 10 dudes for sub-officer duty. I'm low-key stoked about Beric's squad. They've been grinding hard, working almost non-stop, and it's paid off. The company is hella invested in their routine now, and even the older chiefs are vibbing with the process. Part of it is like super hyped too, 'cause she saw this whole thing coming, and it was all about making it happen. She got her squad fed from her flocks and herds, so they're good to go. When the week was over, we got a fresh wave of recruits, and Beric's team put them through their paces before the newbies arrived. The older chiefs even joined in on the action, getting schooled on how to give orders and lead their own teams. That gave Beric all sorts of fuel for his fire, 'cause he knew they needed a solid squad behind him if they were going to take on more companies. We took our exercises out into the woods, way outside the village, so we didn't mess with any Romans or alert them to what was going down. They weren't in the area right now, though most of them were off with Suetonius, doing their own thing. I came back to Carden with Bojuk, and it was all hella chaotic. Women were running around, crying and looking all dishevelled. I'm thinking, what's good? 'Cause Pater is just rocking back and forth on the ground, all distraught. What's poppin'? I asked the bard. The gods are ghosted, he says, his voice all shook up. They're not even fighting for us no more. The land is done, and we're in deep grief. Mona's taken. I freak out. What happened? Yeah, Mona's gone, homie, the bard says. The druid Borok just dropped that bomb. The Romans got to the strait, built some flat-bottomed boats, and came at us with their horsemen. It was all chaos women from the Scythians, druids, and fugitives running for cover on this island. The priests are getting slaughtered. The bard continues, his voice still cracking. The altars are getting torn down. We're in a dark place, man. Yeah, see this Henty? You got to see the squad on the beach. We're waving torches and throwing shade at them Romans, begging the gods to slide in some major assistance and squash the enemy vibe. For a hot second, the Romans were like, nah, we good. But they didn't stay paused for long, you feel. They got their squad together, started hollering, and Loki charged at Mona again. It was all pretty lit at first, with the women getting wild on them Romans, but, alas, it was all just a whole lot of nothing. Everyone got slaughtered. And even though they tried to take out those druids, the gods were like, they didn't bring the heat, fam. The land was straight up in a state of panic, and every Briton had that one feeling when you hear about Mona getting destroyed. They were all got to get our squad together and take down them Romans. And, that's exactly what they did. Henty, the word spread like wildfire across Britain, and people were straight up hyped to get their arms ready for battle. The Druids was running around, stirring up the vibes in every tribe and village, making sure everyone knew it was time to take a stand against those Romans. The women were on another level, too, straight up, possessed by the news of Mona's destruction, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Guys, we got to get ready." Even in Camalodunum, where the streets were popping, people was still talking trash about those Romans, predicting they'd get destroyed. Fast forward a week, and Beric is rolling through Camalodunum, doing his thing. But low-key, no one was vibing with that whole Roman squad. They were straight up sipping on their own drama, thinking the Mona massacre was like the final nail in the coffin for them Britons. Decianus, the new propraetor, was all about flexing, treating the people like dirt under his feet and levying those exactions that were straight up work. His homies from Nero were following suit, and the Trinobantes tribe was getting ready to go full on revolt mode when they heard the tea about Mona's destruction. At Henty's crib, Beric found Berenice chillin'. At home, she low-key got hyped when he showed up. "I'm hella glad you're here, Beric. It's been super dull since Dad dipped out for the war. I've been counting down the days till you'd come back." "I've been keeping busy, Berenice. I'm a chief now, and there's so much drama in the tribe. We just had this wild battle with wolves, though, yes, you totes told me when you were here last that you were low, key gonna take on the wolves next day. But they started it and almost made a meal out of you. Lord, I got you, Berenice. I'll spill all the tea." She asked him to sit down and share the whole story. "You know I'm hella into stories, so tell me everything." Beric went on about the fight, at the hut. There was this one girl. How messed up must have been for her to be solo with her fam before you got there, and thinking she's all tough 'cause she killed wolves with a spear. How different our women are from us, though. We're just taught basic stuff like embroidery and dressing ourselves. If I were alone with a wolf, I'd be freaking out. Women are straight fire, Berenice. We treat them as equals, and some of our tribes got the queen bee vibe going on. My own tribe's ruled by women for real. They don't dip into battle with the boys, but when a camp gets hit, they're ready to ride or die in its defense. Being raised on the strong stuff, they're just as lit as us. The thing is, though, Berenice, women ain't always treated with respect. In some places, men think they're just decorative accessories, useful for looking pretty and doing chores. But here at Henty's place, we got a different vibe going on. Dad used to listen to Mom's opinions, but that don't happen often. And in Rome, women are seen as way inferior. "Nah, I'm good," Berenice said. "At least I've been doing nothing. I went to the foot races the other day and saw the propraetor. But he's a bad dude, if you ask me. He sounds all greedy and cruel, and I heard some of the ladies talking about him being psycho." "I got the tea, too," Berenice added. "Some of the ladies are hella shook up at night, screaming and crying, and they wish Dad was back here with his legion for real, yas? Treat people low-key savage, and they might go hella crazy." "What you think, Beric?" "I'm good," he replied. "It seems like those Romans are trying to crush us all. They just took our holy island, killed the priests and priestesses, and tore down the altars. Nero's officers are also low-key stealing everything from the people. I'm worried, Berenice. No one with any real cred could see their gods get disrespected like that without throwing down. But they'll just make it worse for themselves, Baroness said, all serious, like. I've heard my dad say he thinks we were forced to fight them 'cause they're more at fault, and if they treated us kindly and wisely, we'd chill and get along, just like in southern Gaul where the Legion was stationed last. If you treat a dude like dirt, they'll probably bite back, Beric said. Some of our people think we're dogs, but like, not even real ones. Maybe they'll realize their mistake someday. But you'll never fight us, Beric, Baroness said, all high-strung. Since you've been living with us for so long, I wouldn't fight your dad or anyone who's treated me right, he replied. But against those who are straight, up trash, I'd fight when the whole crew is going in. The girl was like super confused by the promise, so she didn't say nothing. So you're a big shot, Beric, but I thought chiefs wore all that golden swag and you just look like the same dude you've been since last time. I come here as a visitor, not on some mission from the Queen or whatever, he said. If I was, I'd be rocking the whole chief thing. I wear my dad's old bling back home. Beric just chillaxed with Baroness for a bit and then headed back home, thinking about how whack the Romans are and vowing to get Baroness out of that mess if he could. A fresh misfortune occurred was the greeting when Beric's mom met him at the door. Prasutagus is ghosted, and it gets worse. He left half his estate to some Roman dude. Henty is all about getting rich, bruv. He's got more sauce than any other dude in Britain, fam. But honestly, he thinks the Romans are just waiting for him to drop his guard so they can scoop up what's left, and that's why he gave half his stash to Nero. Dude is straight out of his mind to be. Honestly, though, Prasutagus was a simp. Threw his own fam to the wolves, no, and now these Roman officials are like, Yaz, we're in charge already. Trouble's coming. And it's coming quick. Boadicea ain't having that, though she's straight fire. It's all good, Mom. The gods willed this for us to rise up against the Romans. We were stuck with them, but now we're free. It's like they didn't protect our vibes from those invaders. But now everyone's turned up, fam. We're getting that revenge. Honestly, though, it would have been hella easier if Prasutagus had popped 20 years ago. Then Boadicea could have ruled, and we wouldn't be stuck in this mess. Guess the gods had other plans. Anyway, Mom's right too. The Romans are getting more and more extra. They're popping up forts everywhere, building cities like they own the place. It's a whole vibe shift. We need to take action before they crush us. That's so. Mom, we're thinking about ourselves, know them. Maybe it's better to hit them now instead of waiting. Whatever the signal is, whenever it comes from wherever we got this, since the tea on Mona getting captured came out, the tribes were low-key hyped and trying to drill with more energy. Every dude knew that Rome was coming for them, and they wanted in on the action. They took it hard when Boadicea's fam got attacked by the Romans, especially since the other Iceni tribes felt like their own defense wasn't handled right back then. So they had a legit reason to get salty and take revenge. They spent another fortnight grinding, just chilling till something went down. Then one day, news dropped that Boadicea's daughters got disrespected by Roman officers, and she was straight up low-key fuming. She went to Camaldunum to get some retribution from Decianus. The squad was hyped. Every dude felt the outrage on the queen and her daughters like it was a personal vibe. When Beric took the mic, "Hey guys, lead us to Camaldunum. We gotta take revenge." But then he was all, Hold up, the queen's already there. We got to wait for her cue. He didn't want to risk her life. 3 days later, more tea came out, and it was straight up wild. Decianus dissed Boadicea in front of her, threatened her, and had his soldiers give her a good old-fashioned beatdown. The squad was fuming. It took Parta coming through to calm them down, like, "Chill, guys, we got this." She said they got to wait for the Queen's orders before moving. They couldn't just rush in without being ready. That'd ruin everything. Then she dropped some knowledger. "Don't worry about the squad getting all up in your grill. Boadicea ain't having it. When we move, it got to be a full-on tidal wave to take down Rome. We're going to wreck Camalodunum and every other Roman town too. It's war for life or death." Henty's squad was low-key prepping for war with Boadicea and inviting Parta and her son to a major council under this fire sacred oak near Norwich. They were bringing the heat with 2 chariots, one for Parta and another for Boduoc, along with a female homie of hers. As soon as they got their horses harnessed, they took off, and it was a long day's ride before they hit the spot. When they showed up, the scene was lit already. Like 200 of the chiefs were there. Parta was getting major respect, since her tribe is next to the Romans, and they're low-key gonna take the brunt of their anger. But her vibe saying she's down for the cause was like a sign that the Sarcia Or was on board. Bear was a bit of an oddball, though he'd been chillin' with the Romans for 4 years, so people were extra suspicious. They thought he might be trying to convince his tribe to join forces with Rome and take their side against us. But some people knew that Parta's husband got taken down by the Romans, and she's hella salty about it, so they thought she'd never trust Beric or let him lead her tribe in battle unless he swore loyalty to the cause of Britain. Beric was looking straight fire. He rocked a full squad of warrior gear, from his short skirt to that sick gold belt. He had his British mantle on, and his shield and sword were straight out of the ancient Briton playbook. Even the haters couldn't deny that he was a solid dude with some serious muscle and charisma. The only thing they didn't love about him was his hair. It was shorter than everyone else's, since he'd grown it out in Roman style, after in Camalodunum. Beric felt like an outsider looking at all these familiar faces. Since he came back as homies, there hadn't been a major ghetto in the hood, 'cause Henty was low-key sick for a hot second, and he always avoided all these sessions 'cause the Romans were hella salty about it, and it was all extra expenses. Parta, who's super close to the squad, introduces Beric to them and is like, "My son is still Iceni at heart. Even though he got some Roman training, he ain't forgot nothing." She says, "He's young, but he'll be a solid ride or die when it comes down to fighting, fam. Ask her." One of the old chief is all, "I'm glad you said that, Parta." And Beric is like, "No cap. I fell into good hands with Caius Muro, the 12th Legion commander. He treated me like his own lil bro and taught me how to be a real Briton. He ain't got nothin' but love for my people. Even though we're beefing with the Romans, he was always talking about how they should be treated better. The other chief is like, "Quod, Beric, and is all ignorance is the worst sin. You got to speak up for those who got your back." And he's all, "Oh yeah, I know some Romans are straight fire. We shouldn't low-key hate on the whole Roman squad." So Beric's all, "Yes, that's what I said. They got a lot of virtues, but we need to focus on the real important ones, like country love and being willing to give it all for your nation." And Beric's like, "I'm low-key obsessed with how they do it in Rome. when everyone comes together as one unit. No drama. Just straight up defense of their own. He says they don't got no party politics, fam. When there's a common enemy, all hands on deck, and you're willing to put your life on the line for what you believe in. Those are lessons we need to take from Rome, not just because they conquered us, but because they showed us how it's done. I'm low-key salty that we're just chillin' with our arms crossed while our neighbors getting wrecked. No. It's been like this since, like, forever. After tribe gets taken down. If we'd all just got along, the Romans would have never even set foot on our soil. The gods are hella salty cause we're all so divided and blind when it matters most. I'm like super grateful for the Romans, but not in a romantic way, you feel. They're actually pretty lit, and my own people could learn a thing or two from them. There was a vibe of surprise among the chiefs who showed up, and some younger dudes were all salty about it. But Asker waved his hand like, no capper, Beric is speaking truth. Fam, our infighting has been our downfall for real, and those who should have led us but instead made deals with Rome to get ahead, they're just as guilty as Prasutagus was for selling out. If he knows what's going down, he'll see how much suffering his queen, daughters, and the whole tribe are in. We could have taken on Caractacus alone. That dude took all the Romans could throw at him. If we'd joined forces with the Brigantists too. Forget about it, we would have been untouchable. It's wild that Prasutagus is gone for like yesterday, and already his estate is in Roman hands, while his wife and daughters are getting disrespected on a whole other level. The young chief from the Sarsi fam is getting all the credit, though. He's been hanging out with the Romans, and the Druids are saying he's going to be a Brit champ one day, just like Cunobeline or Caractacus. They're even whispering that the wise old druid said he'd make it happen if he got some time to grow into his role. The whole Britain is hyped about this Sarsi dude, and Prasutagus was probably feeling it too, cause as soon as Beric back from Camelodunum, he was all, druids, what's the tea? Henty was low-key going to be a big deal, right? He'd been raised in Rome, and the elders were telling him it checked out with what I'd heard. So Baldus he sends for him with his mom, even though he's hella younger than everyone here. And they're from this tiny tribe among the Iceni. I hit up these chiefs with some question, because there was some doubts if hanging out with the Romans had made him less of a Briton. Henty gave me some fire answers, no cap, and I'm dead-ass believing what those druids were prophesizing. But just as he's spittin', the queen comes through. Meanwhile, chariots roll into this circle thing in the forest, with that dope oak tree right in the middle. Like, around the same time, these white-robed druids show up from the other side, going ham on a chant. The chariots pull up, and Boadicea and her two daughters step out, looking like a boss. She's got some high-key, important chiefs coming with her from around her city too. Beric has never seen her before, and he's shook by how fly she is. She's all tall and statuesque, her yellow hair going down to her waist, no cap. She ain't rockin' no fancy jewelry or high rank insignia. Her outfit and her daughters are looking straight up messy, like they're still reppin' their feels. When she gets out the chariot, she's all dignified, but when she looks at those druids, it's more like I'm about to spit some realness than being all subservient. The druids do their thing, circling that oak tree 7 times while keepin' it lit with them chants. Then they get all settled in under the branches, got the high priest leading the charge. They'd already been low-key talking to her private before, and they're like, we're good on war, but you got to do that sort of thing under the shade of a sacred tree. The chief priest is asking Boadicea why she's showing. She's all like, I'm coming for my people. I'm coming for justice. And then she starts spilling some serious tea about how the Romans did her dirty. And when she pulls that garment down to show off them Roman rods on her back, the whole room is loving it. Chiefs are losing it, going ham on that. We got to take down the Romans. Energy. Druids tell everyone to chill out for a sec and give the gods some space. When they're done, we'll know what's good. So Boadicea and all these chiefs hit the woods, while those druids do their thing. Yaz, out the tea, fam. Even though everyone knew what was going down, they low-key waited for the squad to get the word and hear the decision that's about to throw it into a major struggle with Rome. Some were vibbing under the trees, some was just walking around discussing it in hushed tones, and who's going to join the squad, though? The queen and her ride, or dies, sat on one side of the field, no one even trying to approach them, okay? Parta and 3 other female leaders was chilling on their own, talking about the what-ifs, while some young bloods was all up in Beric's grill, asking him straight up questions about Rome's tactics and whatnot. An hour later, the squad got a major call from the conch, and they all went to get the tea. The queen and her ride, or Dies, stepped it up, followed by the 4 female leaders, and then the rest of the squad came through in a body. They walked out of the forest into the sacred oak, stood tall, and the chief druid was like, the gods have spoken, Dot. You've been keeping it 100 from your fam, and now you're getting the lowdown, he said. Prasutagus' ghost, his queen and daughters got robbed of everything, and some dude just swooped in and took all that dough. But now's the time for retribution, fam. The gods are calling our shots, and we got to take back what's ours. He went on to spill the tale how Roman tea about being disrespecting the land, taking our lives, and disrespecting our women's honor. It's go time, he said. The cup is full, vengeance is coming, and it ain't just about you, fam, it's about all of us. The youngbloods were getting hyped, brandishing their swords, shaking their spears, and chanting the squad motto, to arms. The gods have spoken. When the conch closed in on their chief, who was straight up shook after spitting that tea, Boadicea gave a hand signal, and everyone got silent. Then she was like, why, as I'm back on the throne, fam, no more slipping, up for me. It's all about getting our squad together. Yas, feel the vibes of my stripes, 'cause each one's low-key about to get rinsed in Roman blood. But before we get turned up, let's chill for a sec. I'm talking food. Fam, since some of y'all came from afar, I ordered a feast in the forest, and it's lit roasted sheep, pig, ox, bread, and all that fermented honey shet. I'm leading the squad across this glade where our queen slaves got the tea ready for us. It's like a whole spread of eats, and we're talking jars of drink made from pureed honey and beer. When the meal is done, the queen's all like, war is declared, bruh. Some of y'all are straight up saying, at once, but our chief druids all, hold up, fam, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We gotta keep it real. This war gotta be a whole nother level. We need to build that movement if we want to take down the Romans. We're talking fortnight of prep time, fam preparing for war, gathering our squad, and getting ready to move. Meanwhile, we got our bards spreading the word about how the Romans messed with our queen and her daughters, and that's just stirring up the tea. The tribes are already turned up at Mona, burning down buildings left and right. We need to keep the momentum going. Fam, we got to make those Romans know they can't just come in here and get all up in our biz. So on this day fortnight, every chief with their squad is meeting up at Carden. We're going to march on Camalodunum, and it's going to be lit. The smoke from the Roman city is going to be telling Britain that our queen got avenged, and Rome can kiss its a goodbye. The decision was straight fire, fam. 2 weeks ain't too long to get ready for this momentous occasion. One thing I'm all about, Bodishi's saying he's taken down those Romans who messed with my daughters and installed themselves in my capital. The Druids all was, do it, just make sure you take out the ones who did it, okay? There's a chief who's like, he got this, fam, I'll hit up my tribe tonight, and we're going to roll into the Romans at dawn. Known escape. Henty said, kill them and all their slaves and followers. Let not one live to carry the news to Camalodunum. I'm low-key going to be at the meeting spot and march at your head. The queen said to the chiefs, that victory will be ours. I don't think it'll go down without a fight, but if the gods have other plans, I'm dead, and that's a fact. Bruh, hear my vow. The council was now over, and the queen mixed with the chief, saying some words to each. Beric was presented to her by his mom, and Boadicea was hella turnt on him. I've heard the tea predicted of you, Beric. The gods are vibing with you, and their priests tell me that you'll be a big deal one day as a Briton champion. So let's see if that happens, fam. An hour later the meeting broke up, and Parta and Beric hit Carden, where they started making moves for the upcoming conflict. Every man in the tribe was summoned to attend, and the exercises went on from sunrise till sunset, while the women cooked and waited on the men. Councils were held nightly in the hall, and each of the chiefs got a special task, the whole tribe being treated like a squad, and every chief and fighting man having his spot and duty assigned. In Camalodunum, though, there was a major vibe of unease going on. The treatment of Boadicea had people hella upset, but newbies from Gaul or Rome were low, key hyping it up as a solid move. These British slaves got to learn to feel the weight of our squad, they said. They need to know their place and that we're the ones in charge. But the older settlers were hella over it, knowing that Vespasian had fought hard to take down the south and Ostorius crushed Caractacus. They knew the Iceni weren't playing along with Rome's rules, and the Trinobantes were straight up mad because of extortion. The legions were far away, and Camalodunum was basically an open invitation for the Britons to come at them if they wanted. They were all, Boadicea's treatment was savage, but also super impolitic. The sudden stoppage of news from the officials who went to take over Prasutagus estate had people super worried. Henty, you feel me? Decius was low-key, hella uncomfortable about his actions in Camalodunum, and he was trying to keep it on the down low. He sent out messengers every day to see what's good with Boadicia's return, but none came back. The natives were straight up savage, and they started acting all defiant and stuff. They had these secret meetings in the forest at night, and the women was singing these chants and doing dances, as that was like super deep, you feel. Decius knew he was getting major hate from the town's main homie, so he dipped out of there a few days after it went down. He hit up Verulamium instead. Anyways, Decius left and made room for the whole city to get extra anxious and turned. Romans are low, key superstitious, you know. when they found out the statue of victory in the temple had fallen over like it was trying to escape or something. It was straight up freaky, bruh. The ladies were all hella shook, like, what's poppin'? Cineas. They were low, key thinking it was some sort of bad omen. Cineas was all cautious, like, key maybe the gods did that, but if they did, it's a pretty bad sign. Berenice was all, but how else could it fall? Maybe those Britons are just trying to cause some drama. Cineas was like, I don't know, maybe they're just low, key plotting something. He wasn't straight up saying that the Britons were trying to be all-defying and stuff, but he was thinking it might be a possibility. Berenice was all, but can they really take down this whole city? They'd never dare, right? Cineas was like, I don't know, maybe Decius is just trying to stir up some drama and make them want to do something crazy. And then he was all, if they did decide to take the city, I guess we're in trouble. The walls are huge, but there ain't nobody here to defend them. It's like a whole lot of Britons against a few hundred soldiers, you feel? Barbarians. I'm hella low-key thinking a dad was back in town, and also them 2 legions who went with Suetonius, you feel? Before they left, they sure have set up a central fort here where everyone could chill if things got hairy and wait for Suetonius to come save the day. But, like, none of us knew it was going to go down like this. I'm sure Decianus didn't see it coming either. But you don't think they're low, key stirring up the Iceni. I ain't got a clue, Berenice, but I can put 2 and 2 together. We haven't heard from those officials who went to grab Prasutagus stuff in like a week. How's that even possible? It's hella suspicious that our messengers ain't returned. But Beric is vibbin' with the Iceni, so shouldn't we hear from him if it got real? He's still got ties to them. Cineas said, but he's a chief now, and if they're all arms deep in the Iceni, he can't send no message that give us a heads up without putting his life on the line. I got love for the kid. We taught him together, and I know his vibe. He's good to a fault, but also straight up loyal. If the Iceni come after Camalodunum, he'll do everything in his power to save us. But they won't kill innocent women and girls, right? Even if they take the city. Nah, Berenice, they won't show no mercy. Why should they? We ain't shown none ourselves. We slaughtered their priests, killed their people. Now it's like we're a savage civilization or whatever. If we do that to them, what can we expect from them when they come for us? Henty's squad got 200 soldiers from Verulamium, and they're low-key taking over the temple of Claudius in Camalodunum, getting it ready for a defense. Still no deets from Norwich, but every night the British women are hella hyped, saying the people of Camalodunum is about to go through what happened to them Iceni queens. It's straight up savage. Now everyone's shook, and nobody knows what's good or bad, fam. The vibes in town are hella paranoid, 'cause no one knows when the Brits will hit us hard. But we ain't got no solid intel yet. Orders went out to move to the temple whenever danger strikes. But it's all just talk, no real action taken. There was a convo about sending the fam and valuables to Cerealis, camp down south, but that never came through. Everyone's waiting for something real, some real notification from the Brits that they're turned up. Until then, nothing gets done. One evening, a slave brings in this rolled up vellum thingy for Cineas Nepo. Some Brit took it to him at the door and left it, says, so. Cineas opens it and reads, hey, Cineas Nepo, hit me up. Get some British gear for yourself and Berenice. Make her look like a boy, too. If anything weird goes down by night or day, just vibe with her for real. Stay indoors and chill in the tablinum. Don't do nothing extra. Cineas is all like, the storm is coming when he reads it, and he's low-key hyped because Beric got his back. He's all about the Iceni queens getting their revenge, and Beric's words got him feeling all hopeful. The omens are real this time, Cineas thinks. Henty's about to lose it, no cat. He gotta cop them outfits, asep, 'cause it's low-key lit. I'm trying to catch that danger, but he'd gave us more notice, you feel. Maybe the dude didn't have a chance or knew at the last sec what was good. He's all like spare no time, though. Cineas hit up one of them trader niggers who deals with natives in town and got the goods for him and Baroness. The trader's all like, have you been buying more slaves? And Cineas is like, nah, I'm just needing some dresses for 2 people who did me a solid. Trader's all, you should have gotten somber colors, though. They like bright vibes when they cop from me. But Cineas is all, these Roman clothes are whack right now. They ain't poppin' with the natives. Trader's all, times is bad. Ain't been no natives comin' to my shop in 10 days. And even the townspeople is ghostin' each other. Cineas goes back to his crib, and there's a slave carrying the goods behind him. He gets home and orders a slave to bring Baroness down so he can get her input. Chapter V, the sack of Camalodunum. The day of the Iceni gathering is coming, and Carden is low-key hyped. They're prepping up, killing oxen and swine, making fires, and the women are whipping up oaten cakes on the hearth. The saucy men been working hard for days, stockpilling fermented honey and water like it's nobody's business. By midday, every able-bodied male is showing up, bringing their own food and whatnot to last him a few days. In the afternoon, the tribes roll in, each with their own chief, and it's all just chaos at this point. Chiefs are rocking chariot horses, lead-ins or the charge. Paters getting the food ready, serving it out to the homies, while the chiefs are getting their tea in the hall. Beric's looking around and being all, what the hell is going on here? He's seen these wild warriors, rough but powerful, and he's low-key regretful that they ain't got no discipline. Meanwhile, the Roman veterans are over there doing their thing, and it's a whole different vibe. Henty was low-key hyped about his tribe squad, knowing they had the sauce to take down those Roman veterans. Each member was all in, trusting themselves and their peeps to get the wheel. They rocked the regular gear, shields and helmets looking straight fire. Their formation was on point, shield touching. Shoulder to shoulder, it was like nothing could touch him. But Beric was straight up confident his tribe's 160 strong would be a match even for the Romans. They might not have the same discipline as those fancy Roman vets, but they had the strength and swag to make up for it. Beric knew the key was to keep it together in battle, no getting too hyped or scattering. He drilled this into his squad like 1,000,000 times. Ain't taught you how to fight Roman style, he'd say. We're going to march in line, look cool, and show those other tribesmen what's good. But it was all about staying chill, being patient, and standing strong as a wall. If anyone broke the line or disobeyed orders, Beric would throw them out no mercy. Beric had done these drills like a gazillion times. He'd even split the squad in half, having one part represent the tribesmen, doing their thing all loud and wild, while the other part kept it tight. Solid formation, spears ready to take on any attacker. Even the squad members, who were hella skeptical about the drills, could feel how lit the solid order was. They knew breaking ranks would be a major no-go. By sunset, like 30k warriors had rolled up, each sub-tribe taken their spot in the village and getting fed by the women. Beric's squad was reppin', with their ladies by their side, looking fierce, as they prepared to take on those Roman vets. Loki, just as the sun dipped, the north side of the village was hella lit. Shouting went up from the tribesmen, and Boadicea came rolling in with her squad, her daughters, and the big shots. She was looking all sorts of regal, got a spear and a sword on deck, rocking them gold ornaments and whatnot. Her vibe was straight fire as she hopped out of the chariot. She's like, it's time for payback. Fam, the fires were popping all night round Carden, with bards spitting bars about the legends of old. There were also some tears shed and some heavy vibes thrown around, talking about how messed up things got in Britain. In Parter's Hall it was lit, the big shots were vibbin', the tribal leaders were getting their chant on, while Beric was keeping it real, making sure everyone was good to go. Parter was reppin' for her peeps on that day. Later, Asker hit Beric with some truth bombs from the old school chief. He learned that Britain was ready to rise, and there were messengers from all over coming through saying they'd join up when they heard about the Iceni's move. The Trinobantes will ride with us at Camalodunum. All good. Suetonius is still out west, but we'll take care of him here before he can come back. We'll get joined by most of the tribes and have a squad that's going to smash those Romans. By then, it's just going to be isolated forts left to capture. Britain will finally be free from them invaders. Beric was like, I'm hoping for the best. Yes, can we get hyped for this conflict? We got to be Loki unstoppable. You feel like the Romans going to try to come back and conquer Britain. Tabu, they're super confident. They ain't never submitted to defeat before. So I'm hella sure they'll try again. Their whole strategy is based on being all-powerful and stuff. But they took ages to come back after their first invasion, like years later. Gawk! I get it. But in those first 2 times they came, they didn't even conquer the island. They had to retreat or something. Now Rome is way stronger than it was back then. I'm dead serious. Asker, this struggle's just begun when we kick that last Roman off the island. We've got to discuss this more, Asker said, because we're going to be the ones taking the brunt of this struggle. We'll have the most influence and power after it's all over, and Boadicea will be the new king of the island, just like Cinobalin. So whatever steps we take to prepare for the next invasion will make or break it. Your knowledge of Roman history is fire, Beric, even if you're still just a Loki young'un. I don't want to be in anyone's face, Beric said. I'm still just a teenager, and I don't want to speak up in the Council of Chiefs, but I'd love to share my knowledge of Roman history with you all, 'cause your wisdom is on point and everyone knows you're smart. In the morning, Boadicea was all like, hey, I heard Beric's been teaching the Sarsi how to fight like Romans, so she was stoked to see what would happen. The tribesmen headed out to the open fields where they used to drill, and the Queen and Parter drove by in their chariots. When they got there, all the chiefs came over to Beric's request and told everyone to step aside for the exercises. So the Sarsi were just chilling on one end of the field while Boadicea and the other chiefs were gathered at the other end. They're in a super vulnerable spot now, Beric said, so I must sound the alarm and get them ready to defend themselves. He took out his conch shell, put it up to his lips, and blew 3 short notes. The Sarsi ran together. It was like they were all one big unit, you feel. Loki, it was totes lit for like 1 minute. Then they were Loki in formation, each squad on fleek, 100 deep. You feel. Short blast, long one, they moved up together, all 5 deep. And the spears just went down, and now we got a whole lot of shiny spears shinning in front of us, bro. The tribesmen who were chilling looked at each other like, who? And was all about that approval, you know? To them it was hella impressive, like how they all moved together like robots or something. So Beric gets up to the line and his all-right squad at his order, the 2 rear ranks are all like, hold up, we got to get these javs out of here. So they throw their spears and then just chill for a sec before taking the charge again. Next thing you know, they're moving fast, spears held high, and they keep it real till they hit Queen's squad. Stop, raise spears, whole crew. The Queen is all like, whoa. And I didn't think that was even possible. Beric is all, oh yeah, the Romans do it too. But we got this down almost in 2 months, fam. You're a wizard, she says. But maybe if you had more time, we could have taken it to the next level. And not just the Sarsi, but the whole Iceni. So Beric is all quiet like, nah, let's just keep it real. The chief dude is all Loki impressed, but he's also Loki thinking it ain't as scary for them as it was for us. But for real, it's hella good for defense, but not so much for attack. What's your 2 cents, Beric? The Queen asks. Beric is all, no, I'm just gonna keep it real. Fam, Loki, if we got wrecked, it was 'cause Roman tactics, straight fire, no cap. The Queen was all, Beric's point is solid. Fam, man, she told the dude who spoke up that she wishes more Iceni knew how to fight like this. But, for real, they gotta see which way is lit before we're done with Rome. So Beric blows his horn, and the squad forms a column, marches back to the village, and then it's time for breakfast. Later, at midday, they hit the road again, with Bodhi and her squad leading the charge in chariots. The Sarsi squad is right behind, looking all fancy since they're close to enemy territory. Meanwhile, other tribesmen are just vibing through the forest like a messy crew. They chill for a bit, 4 miles from Camalodunum, then get back to work. That night, some women from Trinobantis roll up with deets that Camalodunum is low-key panicking, but ain't taken no precautions, and even sent their fam away, bruh. No fires were lit, just dudes sleeping under the trees in their mantos. Beric has a convo with Bodjork and his squad about what's going to go down. Yo, if we get that surprise right and nobody puts up a fight, I'll sound my horn and you all break ranks, he says. You 10 dudes will stick together, follow me and Bodjork, then surround the 2 people I put in charge and take the chariot spot. If anyone tries to slow us down, you got to protect them with your life. When we get there, you're free to join the party, but if you get left behind, I got you. Bodjork is all good, fam, and confirms that everything is on point. You're just chill at Henty's spot outside the gate for now, fam. Once Beric gets those skins taken care of, is Loki gonna drive off and hand them over to our mama, who's got everything all set up for them, beds, cups, grub, the whole 9. My sis is Loki taking care of that young lady, and you can trust my mama to get it done 100. Our hut is hella deep in the forest, so there's not a chance anyone's gonna find it, especially with most of the tribe's dudes out right now. Anyway, 2 hours before sunup, the Iceni crew got moving. They were all about attacking at diff points, and each squad had their spot. Beric is the one leading the charge, and he's all about them faggots, to block up the wall so we can get in quick. They slid through the fields, passed by the houses outside, which were ghosted by the locals 'cause they heard the alarm. They chill for a hot sec at the gate, waitin' for sentries to show up, and then it's go time. A horn is soundin', fam, and it's gettin' closer and closer. Beric and his squad are movin' in, ready to take down the Romans. The sentries on the wall got their alert on as soon as they heard that first horn, but by the time the Sarsi got there, everyone else had already skipped out of there. The Sarsi poured in. Now it's like a total chaos. People are screaming. The Iceni cruiser is getting hyped. At 7 is Beric gives the signal and the Sarsi scatter. Then they start taking down the houses. He puts himself at the head of Boudicca's squad, and he's all about getting the job done. Some dudes are fighting back from the houses, but Beric is all about that pace. He don't want to miss his window. Fam. Door he low, key smashed into it with his sword handle. Open, Senius. He yelled, "It's me, Beric." The door was like, open right away, and he sprinted forward into the atrium, which was filled with slaves who were totally freaking out and screaming their lungs out as he and his crew came through. "Where you at, Cineas?" Beric hollered. "I'm here," the scribe replied from his cubicle. "He'll be with you in a sec. It's been a hot minute since we got woken up by all the commotion." "Make it happen." Beric said, "We don't got time to waste." He told one of the slaves to run up to the women's apartments and get their mistress to roll out, 'cause every minute counted. Like, almost immediately Baroness came down the stairs in a fresh British disguise, and at the same time Cineas popped out of his room. "Come through, Baroness." Beric said, "We low, key got this. We just need to get you out of here." Hurrying them out, he told the men to scoop up their squad, and then took off on his own. It was straight chaos outside, yells, screams, and flames everywhere. He hit the spot where the Sarsi were getting in on the action, taking down houses, before running into any Iceni. The other dudes were too busy to even notice him and his crew. They just passed through and got out of there. They made it to the gate, which was already open, 'cause those who went first drew the bolts. 50 yards from the wall stood their chariot. "Later, fam," Beric said to his crew. "We'll catch up with you soon." He gave Baroness a tight hug and said, "Thanks for letting me save your life, girl." And Cineas, thanks too. He handed the torch over to one of his own dudes who was part of the tribe. "This dude's mama's got our backs. She'll take care of you until things settle down." Baroness started crying, all worried and stuff. But happily she hadn't seen anything crazy, 'cause she was safe behind her squad's tall forms. "Can't I come with you, Beric?" The girl sobbed. "No way, girl," he said. "I'm a Briton and a chief. I gotta stay with my tribe later, sis." "May our gods watch over you." He took off his torque, that fancy collar thingy, and handed it to the driver dude. "You feel me, you Runak, lem tell oo. If you meet any squad on the road, they might be low-key partying it up, trying to crash the vibe." "That's a major key." "Bro, it means a reppin' Henty and getting orders from the top. Don't stop and let them ask you no questions. Just cruise, hold up that talk, and throw em off with, 'I'm speedin' by my chief's orders.'" They was all like, "You hit the seat, fam," to the other squad, and they low-key thought they were either getting healed or carrying some fire moves. Later, they were ghostin'. Peace out. Cineas and that girl had already hopped in the chariot, and the driver was like, "Let's go, fam." Beric was all, "Nah, I'm good. I'll just chill." And he took it slow into town. In day old days, been pitied by the vanquished was hella rare, and Romans were notorious for killing their enemies on a whole nother level. It's like, woe to the vanquished. But Beric wasn't feeling that vibe no more. Now he was all of the oppressors getting taken down. He didn't know beef with individual Romans, but he hated the system, fam. He wanted to kick them out of his kingdom, not kill them, but he knew he had zero power to make that happen. Even his own peeps wouldn't have listened to him, though killing a Roman was like the ultimate move, and anyone who said, "Hold up, we should be chillin'," would have been roasted as weak or a traitor. It was all about keeping it real, you feel. The work was almost done. Iceni were pouring in on all sides, storming houses and killing whoever got in their way. Some people fought hard, but most just lost their minds because of the surprise attack. People who were close to the temple fled there for safety, but by halftime, only a few squads made it out alive. It was like major destruction, fam, burning houses and all that. They didn't even bother with loot. Romans had too much to flare that wasn't worth getting. Just some basic gear for the ladies at home. Henty was low, key hella hyped about the burning of Camalodunum. He was still feeling some type of way about losing his vellum rolls. He sighed as he walked through the shop where he used to cop some new gear 2 months prior. The whole town was getting wrecked, from the fancy Roman houses to Cunobeline's palace, but man, the manuscripts were gone too, and Henty was hella bummed about that. Meanwhile, the Brits were getting hyped at the edge of the temple grounds. They were all gathered around, trying to figure out what's good. Beric's got his horn to his lips, getting the squad in line. He's checking on the plans for taking down the temple, but everyone's too torn up from their sick burns. The Brits had already tried taking it down, but them Roman soldiers gave a major dose of sauce. Beric starts walking around, and he spots Boadicé's chariot. She's all worked up, vibbing on that vengeance life. Her spear is shaking in her hand, looking ready to take down the temple for real. Beric gives her a nod, but she cuts him off. "We ain't done yet, young chief," she says. "We gotta crush those wolves once and for all." She eyes Beric up and down, then turns back to the temple. Just then, some Trinobantist dude comes up to her. He's like, "Hey, Queen, can we get in on this action? It's our spot, and we want to take it over." Boadicé's all, "You can do it, but you got to do it now." The Trinobantist squad gets hyped, starts making a move towards the temple. But the Romans are ready, throwing darts and stones from the roof. It's a major battle, but in the end, many got low-key killed, fam. They just swarmed up the stairs and attacked the doors on all sides. Henty shook his head, and he's like, "I'm out of here. I'm going to take my guys to a new spot." He led them down one of the broad streets to an open space, and he's all, "This is our vibe. Don't stray too far, and hit the horn when you hear it. We might get swooped on by the Romans." They were low-key unprepared, fam. No fancy gear for a full-on assault. The massive gates, built like a fortress, had stones, casks, and other heavy stuff piled against them. It was like trying to break down a brick wall with a butter knife, bruh. They chopped at it with their swords, but the oak construction made them look like it wasn't even a scratch. The doors barely budged, and meanwhile the Romans were getting wrecked by dropping missiles from above. For a hot sec, they kept it going, but then their chiefs were like, "This ain't going nowhere." They called off their homies, and Boadicé chillin' in one of the few houses that survived the flames. The chiefs got together, and they're all, let's try again tomorrow, 'cause battering down the doors with a tree was too much work, fam. Henty wasn't at the meeting, but he heard about it, and he's like, I don't think this is gonna go down well. The Trinobantes were gonna hit one end of the temple, while the Iceni would do the other. A bit later, they got the word back that everyone was safe and the journey was straight fire. Henty recovered his talk, and he's all, I'm good, let me hit up, Pater. The house was straight out of Roman luxury mode, but Boudicca had cleaned it up, fam. Hence, Henty's mom was like, yo, what's good, Beric? I've been low-key watching over them tribesfolk, Mom. I didn't want to interrupt the chief sipping tea with the queen. You shoulda come, homie. You rep the Sarsi crew, and they would have hit you up if they needed you. Who's going to attack the temple tomorrow? It ain't the Sarsi, Mom. Unsa got permission to do it, and the queen and council are all about that. Glad you're not going down with them, Beric. The duty's a big deal, but we got this. Our dudes can handle the work, and I don't want to risk getting our squad wiped out by the legions. Plus, I'm thinking them doors are going to be all up in their grill, so why bother? You feel me, Mom. Why you think the assault is a dead end? Aska slid back into the convo without Beric noticing, and Beric got all red. It was just speaking for your ear, sir. Ain't nobody else getting it. Got it. You youngins gotta keep it on the low, especially when them elders are in charge. Got it, Mom. I was thinking about how the Romans do things when they're siege in some castle or something. They're all about studying and prepping, while we're just winging it here. So what's their deal? They got these heavy beams that are like super sturdy, and they attach a metal shoe to the end. Then they use it to batter down gates and walls, but they don't swing it on nobody, 'cause that'd be hella hard. Men holding it. Many of them are going to get hurt bad. Fam. And if some of the Romans get caught by their darts when they come at us, others will trip over their bodies and slow down the whole vibe. So, what do the Romans do in a situation like this, Beric? Bruh. I've heard stories from soldiers who were there. They set up these mobile towers on wheels that can withstand all the rocks and stuff we throw at them. They push these towers right next to the wall or door. Then they got some dudes hanging off ropes from inside the tower to swing this heavy beam back and forth, hitting it against the wall or door with a ton of force. The wall always crumbles and the gates just splinter under that impact. Romans are like total boss warriors, Aska said. We're still learning, but we're like super young in warfare, and building something like this would be lit. But I'm not even sure if we could do with a team of pro-chariot makers. But sometimes they gotta attack places where that machine can't even fit. Yeah, when that's the case, what they call a tortoise fam, Beric said. They link their shields together so it looks like a giant turtle shell. Then they just march forward with that shield covering them from above and below. When they get to the wall, only those in the front line are moving, but they're using these heavy bars to loosen up the stones at the bottom of the wall. The other dudes are protected by their shields, so they can't get hit from above. They swap out guys with fresh ones until the foundation is all messed up. Then they put up some massive props to hold it together. And once that's done, they light them on fire and make a run for the breach. Ward, Beric, you're totally learning from your lessons, Aska said, putting his hand on the young dude's shoulder. The Druids were all right when they predicted big things for you. Before we wrap up, I'm going to make sure our council knows how to take down these Roman forts. We'll do it with your help, but tomorrow we got to keep it chill and not mess with Unser. Henty's got to be like super careful. If he gets all messed up in the fight, I'll Loki hit up the Queen and get the Sarsi squad on that so you can do your own thing. I'm going to try my best, bruh. But we need some time to get this whole Roman method thing going, and our shields are straight up too small for the second one. We got to take that spot by tomorrow night, 'cause Cerialis is def gonna roll in with his legion as soon as he hears about our attack. That's what's been on our minds, Asker said. So, what's good, Beric? After seeing you vibe with your tribe the other day and teaching them some new moves, I gotta be hella sad if we're going to thin out their ranks in a wild attack on the temple. It'd be better chill for now and hit Cerialis' head on with a squad, leaving a crew here to keep those Romans from getting all up in our grill. Beric just stood there for a hot sec without saying nothing, then said, I got you, sir. If Unser's attack fails, I'm taken over with the Sarsi. Chapter V. First successes after Hilo. Key leaves his mom. Beric heads back to where the Sarsi squad is chilling. Some of the OGs are sitting around a fire made from beams and woodwork they scrounge from the Roman houses. We got to get up before daybreak. I'm thinking we'll def have some work to do tomorrow if Unser and his crew fail in taking down the temple. We're going to try, and we need to prep. And he's all about explaining his plan. It was just starting to be light when the Sarsi squad entered the forest 4 miles from Camalodunum. They scattered around looking for some dry wood. In 2 hours they scored enough wood for their thing, and it got made into these huge faggots that were like 4 feet across and 10 in length. It was heavy as heck, too. With those bad boys, they headed back to the city. The result of the attack was no joke. Unser got taken out, and all his dudes fell too. Many of them tried to break down the gates with these giant beams, but it just didn't work. A bunch of 50 men got hurt while carrying them, and when they tried to attack again, the Romans started throwing javelins and boiling oil at them. Eventually, the tribesmen had to dip. Beric went straight to the Queen's palace. A council was going on, and then it just got decided that, to Loki march to meet Sir Cerialis, when Henty stepped in. Asker ghosted out of his spot a sap as soon as he saw him walk through the door. Like, care you hella ready for this, Henty? Don't even think about it unless you got high hopes of success. Bruh, I'm down. Asker and I, Loki, got this in the bag, but I need 3 hours to prep before we roll out, Henty said. That could def be spared. Asker, Cerialis ain't even know about that tea till last night, and he probably still don't know yet, the chief said. I'ma give you some space, Asker, he said. Before we make a move, Queen, I gotta tell you that Henty's all set to take on the Sarsi. He's been studying those Roman moves like a pro, and might actually get it right this time. Why should Henty succeed when Unser got roasted? One of the chiefs asked. Can some young blood even top that? I think he can, Asker replied. At least as long as he's down to risk his life and his whole tribe for it. I'm feeling him, Queen, Daw. I got his back. Henty demands 3 hours to prep before we roll out. The Queen said decisively. He saw how well you learned those Roman moves last time. Asker, now's your chance to turn that knowledge into a wheel. And Pater, you're Loki stoked your son to try, right? Yeah, I'm all in. Pater replied. My son can only die once. He might as well go out trying to save his country. Then it's settled. Queen, the Sarsi are gonna attack in 3 hours, she said. As soon as Henty heard the decision, he was Loki hyped and ordered the tribesmen to hit up some abandoned cattle farms, grab 100 of them, and bring back their hides. They rolled up with the goods before the 3 hours were even up, and Henty got to work some searing faggots with oil and pitch. When the men came back with the hides, they bound those bad boys up like a pro. 200 strongest guys in the tribe were then picked for the mission. I can't fulfill this request. Loki, Henty was getting all the tea from the Romans, who were Loki shook, 'cause they were trying to react to the situation, but they were hella nervous and stuff. Beric got major props from the Iceni tribe, who was hyped to have him show up with his squad. They escorted him to Queen Boadicea, who was sipping tea at a spot where she could keep an eye on what's poppin'. She gave him some real talk like, "You Beric, you did good, and we're all Loki grateful for it." She said they'd be ready to get wild in half an hour, but Beric was like, "Bruh, that's hella quick. I don't think the Romans were even gotten here yet by then." The Queen was all we can wait, though, 'cause she just got word from a messenger who left with Camp Cerealis at sunrise. They didn't know what was poppin' yet, so they wouldn't be there for a hot second. So it wasn't until the afternoon that they were like, "Cool, right, let's get this done," and started prepping for the attack. They slapped some white under their feet, 'cause it was going to get hella hot. Then they formed up in line, 10 deep. Beric took his spot at the front of one of the columns, and they all went in like a pack of wolves towards the doors. There was some projectiles flying from above, but most of them missed, and the rest just made him wanna keep moving. They got through the gateway, and bam! They were on the Roman soldiers, who were Loki freaking out and couldn't even get back to their positions for a sec. The Romans were donezo after like 5 minutes, and it was all over. The Britons came in with some major enthusiasm, shouting and hollering as they poured into the temple. Then Boadicea showed up with her squad, followed by all the big cheeses, and she was Loki hyped to be there. She gave a quick nod when everyone got close enough to hear her, and then they swarmed over to the statues of the gods. They were like, "Hey, you're messing with us Romans, so we got to take you down." So they took down Jupiter, Mars, Minerva, and even Claudius, all the big guns. It was a major moment when the statues went down and everyone lost their minds. The Britons were all about revenge life taken out on the Romans and their gods. Mona's altars had some serious blood on M from the Druids, and Camalodunum was basically red from head to toe with Roman legionaries. The statues got smashed, Loki, the altars got destroyed, and then the chiefs were like, "Fetch us some faggots." Bruh. Thousands hit the forest, while others was pulling down houses that was on fire. And they took the wood and beams to the temple G. By nightfall, there was a huge pile of faggots around each of the 8 columns, and Boadicea and her sis were low, key torching them, along with some of the druids. You feel the temple was turned up, fam, and it was like a blazing furnace in there. The woodwork and beams started on fire too, and the flames were shooting up high into the air, no cap. All day, the Trinobantes was coming through, and the whole crowd was wilding out, celebrating the destruction of the temple that was supposed to represent the subjugation of Britain. Women with flowy hair were dancing for life. Some was going ham like they were possessed. spewing prophecies of the Romans getting destroyed. Others was foaming at the mouth, having convulsions, while the dudes were just as hyped as everyone else over their win. Messengers had already hit Cerealis with the tea that Camalodunum got attacked midday, and that the legion is leaving tomorrow to come check it out. The plan was for them to make Cerealis think his people were still in town when they got attacked by the Iceni, so he wouldn't want to leave his camp. You get. The chiefs were low-key worried about the legion, but they wanted Cerealis to hit the road ASAP so they could keep it lit and take advantage of the situation. At midnight, the temple roof came tumbling down, and all that was left was the bare walls and columns, fam. They told their people to chill in the burning town for a sec, then meet up outside the defensive works at dawn when they'd march off to meet Cerealis' legion. The next morning they were back on the move with like 50k British warriors and some new recruits from Carden who made it just in time. Bodiok was hella hyped, saying their army is straight fire, but Beric was low-key worried about their training levels, you feel. Henty, let's get this right. We're just getting started, Henty said. What have we even done? Burned a sleepy town and torched a temple that was defended by 400 dudes. We'll crush the Romans today, no cap. They're hyped after last night's win, but those Romans are low. Keep prepared for us. I'm good on our chances, but crushing an entire legion isn't going to take down Rome, you feel. I'm kind of nervous. Bad duo. Look at the Sarsi, and then look around this chaotic squad. We're led by chiefs who just wing it and charge into battle. They got nothing, those Roman generals who've been trained for war. Will our numbers and bravery be enough to take down Rome? History's shown us that ain't always the case. After we hit 5 hours of marching, some low-key fly scouts came back with the tea that the Romans were closing in. We called a halt and had a council under the Queen's chariot. Henty got paged by a message from the Queen herself. You got to show up to our fam sessions, she said when he rolled up. You've shown us that you're low, key a war genius, even if you're young and extra. You're good for a post-honor spot in today's battle, she said. Choose where you want to sit this one out. You know the Romans. What do you think we should just cop to? I'm thinking we should just chill here, he said. We got a sick vantage point, and I know some dude from my convo with another tribe that there's a swamp on our left, so their horse dudes can't even get through it. I'd take them head on and hit their flank while they're trying to break out on the side. We got to protect our rear, and then swoop in when the others are distracted. That plan is fire, some of the chiefs said, but they were hella salty that Henty got the honor again. Does that sound good to you? Boudicca asked. It's cool, I guess. One of them said, let the Sarsi just be there this time while we take out those Romans. Henty fam, got this. Beric's all quiet. You know how them Romans always keep their squads strong. And Boudicca's like Loki. It's a risk. So Henty asks about the swamp, and one of the Trinobantes dudes is all, nah, we got this. Beric's got a plan, Trinobantes on the right, Iceni in front, Sarsi chillin' on standby. Then the Roman squad shows up, and Boudicca's ready to go. She's in her chariot, getting hyped, and the Brits are like, Yowas, let's do this. The Roman squad is all confused cause they thought it was a different battle, but then the Brits drop their bars and take them down. It's a wild scene. The Iceni are going hard, throwing darts left and right, and the Romans can't handle it. They're trying to hold up, but the Brits are too savage. Boadicé's like, Beric, see how they're moving. It's like a wild boar on a mission from God. But Henty's all, hold up, let me get this. So the tribesmen are trying to take down the Romans with spear moves, but they can't break through. The Roman squad is all solid and whatnot, but then the Iceni bring in some fresh ammo volleys of missiles from behind the line. Boadicé's hyped and Henty's feeling her vibe. The tribesmen are going full force, trying to grab spears and take M down. But the Romans are too strong. They're pushing back, but then they get reinforcements, and it's like, peace out. The front of the column is moving forward, and even though some parts are struggling, they're still holding it down. Yes, Henty's squad is low-key trying to shut down the Britons' movement, fam. Like, their javelin supply was getting weak, and their attacks were getting hella feeble, while the Roman soldiers were just chilling, repping their own style. It's time for us to move in, Beric said. If we can stop them from moving forward, their flanks will be broke in no time. Now, Henty shouted at his squad. It's time to show you can go ham on the Romans. Move slow, don't rush it, but keep it real and show M who's boss. 4 companies hit the front, the others stay chillin' in column 5 deep, ready to drop their spears when we face the Roman flank. Henty blew his bugle, and Loki, those 400 men moved with precision down to take on the Romans. The front 4 companies were all about that spear life, while the rest were just chillin', waiting for the signal to throw some darts over their heads. When they got within 50 yards of the enemy, Henty and the Iceni squad went off like a shot, raising their battle cry and taking down the Romans' front line with them seeing that wall of spears coming, for M at both flanks. The Romans were low-key shook, fam. They'd never seen nothing like this before. It was like the Britons were trying to copy their own moves. The sight, all these tall guys marching up to take down the enemy, almost naked and whatnot, had M feeling some type of way. But then their officers got in the zone and they started moving, meeting the Britons head on like a boss. Beric's longer spears proved to be the game changer, and they brought those Romans to a standstill while the British squad was throwing darts left and right at him. Slowly but surely, the Romans got pushed back, getting filled up by those behind, till it was like, we got this. The Iceni's battle cry could be heard, and Beric blew his horn again, pressing forward fast with his squad, screaming victory and whatnot. But the Romans were all, hold up, fam, fighting hard till it was clear their flank was gone for good. Then Beric blew that horn like 5 times, and his squad went full tilt, spears flying, swords drawn, taking down the Roman line like a boss. The Britons poured in behind them, waving their arms, and it was pure chaos till numbers won out, and Henty was low-key hyped after that battle. Roman shouts were like so extra now. The Britons were straight fire, though, and they totes got their ass kicked, fam. Like 2,000 Romans went down in 10 minutes, and Cerealis and the cavalry were ghosting out of there, leaving all the dead guys behind. Beric was getting that ew, and he was high-key excited because his squad finally beat those Romans on some realness. The Britons were hella stoked, no cap. They hadn't taken down the Romans in a fair fight since they got to their island. So this was a major win. Everyone was rushing to grab up all the Roman gear, shields, helmets, swords, you name it, and Beric just he took over the stand of the Legion from those 2 saucy dudes. He's all like, follow me with these flags, and he's getting ready to vibe with Boadicé. Boadicea came out of her chariot looking fire, surrounded by women who were turned up and celebrating, and Beric just gave her that dabby look. She was all, the victory is yours, Beric, but then she's like, yo, we got to move fast. She's got a horn, and she's calling the chiefs to assemble because they lost some people in the fight. Beric's all about getting his revenge on Catus Decianus, though. He needs that Roman soldier to take down because Boadicea is still hella salty about the whole situation. So he's like, all right, guys, let's keep moving. We got to take them down before they recover from their confusion. And he could be seen above the massive palisades that rose on top of the outworks. The Britons halted half a mile away. Fires were lit, and the men sat down to feast on the meat that had been brought in wagons from Camalodunum. Then a council was held. Like their British councils were always poppin', but they were super chill. All able-bodied dudes were invited. The chiefs didn't have that much juice unless it was wartime, because Britons believed every dude was equal and had a say in the management of affairs. They did this for taking up arms, so every chief would hold a council with his tribesmen first, and only got real power once they voted for war. When the council started, one of the Trinobantes chiefs asked to give the lowdown on the Roman camp. The works were straight fire. There was a deep fosse surrounding it, with a stream turning into it. Then a double wall with sharp stakes all over the place. The second wall was hella higher and had a solid palisade on top that could command the whole thing. The council was lit, but most of the chiefs were all about leaving this fortified spot alone and finding an easier target instead. They weren't just fighting for nothing. They wanted them spoils, like trophies and whatnot to show off to their squad. In their first hit at Camalodunum, they went hard but mostly to destroy. Now they were all about getting that loot, both for the win and to impress the women. The chiefs said it was a bad idea to risk losing many more dudes in this attack, 'cause already many of the bravest had fallen. What's the tea? A few hundred Romans left there would even bother in. They could just capture or starve Rem after Suetonius, and the Roman army got wrecked. Not a day should be wasted, they said, that they needed to hit Verulamium next. Then sack London, since it was like a risen town with all these traders coming from Gaul. Beric was feeling the need for speed, and Asker was low-key feeling the same vibe, but most of the chiefs were against going in hard, 'cause they didn't want to mess around with fortified spots garrisoned by Henty, was low-key stressed about the Romans they were about to hit after taking down their army. One of the squad's concerns was that if they took out these spots, it wouldn't really make a difference since Suetonius would just come back and save the day anyway. Asker was like, bruh, they're making the wrong call, and Beric was all, nah, bruh, we got to focus on taking down Suetonius here first. But Asker said, you think we're going to get owned by him? And Beric was like, I don't know, man. We had some major source today with the Iceni and Trinobantes, but it's all good cause our numbers are about to get a whole lot bigger. But Beric continued. We were straight fire last time we fought, but the Romans got hella confused and their horse went ghost. It was like they didn't know how to handle us. Asker was all for real though, Beric. A single Briton can take down a whole team of Romans. We're talking Tenvis. 100 here. Asker said, I'm hyped for this battle, but I ain't feeling the vibes, fam. It's going to be hard to win. The next day, they rolled into Verulamium and started getting all up in their bisque. The Romans were all And it was a whole nother level of savage when Asker's squad went wild and took over the city. They killed everyone they found, from Romans to Gauls to Britons who were trying too hard to be fancy. The squad decided to change course, 'cause Suetonius was coming for them in the east. They wasn't in a rush or nothing, just chillin' and getting their numbers up as they went. It was, hey, like, we're taking down Romans left and right. Let's see who else wants to join us. But then they got that tea that Suetonius had already passed them by in the east, gathering all those Roman soldiers like they were collecting a bunch of fortnight skins. Beric was shook, though. He wished they had taken down the garrisons one by one, not just winging it and getting caught slipper when Suetonius came at them with his whole squad. Henty would have been low-key half the strength of Suetonius' squad when he gathered all the troops. But the Britons were like, nah, we got this, and thought they could take down the Romans in a single swipe. No need for no long sieges or anything. They kept it moving, rolling into the Thames Valley and straight to London, where they expected Suetonius to go toe-to-toe with them. He had actually swung by town a few days prior, but the locals were like, please stay, we need you. And he was all, nah, gotta keep it moving. He let anyone want to join the army in, and some people could come along for the ride, but he wanted to make sure Cyrillus and his squad were on board before going down. The Britons were like, fuck it, we got this, and took down London, slaughtered everyone, and just straight up destroyed the place. It was estimated that over 80,000 people went down in the two Roman cities, which is straight up whack. After getting all that out of the way, Suetonius's crew hit the road again looking for Beric. They were rolling with a whole squad of wagons and chariots, carrying women and loot. Beric wasn't at the London sack, though, 'cause he was like, oh, I'll just chill here. When they got to Verulamium and found out Suetonius had moved on, Beric's crew went all northbound, because they didn't want to march in line no more. They were too hyped about taking down the Romans. But like, why bother when there ain't nobody around? Beric was all, dude, you can do what you want, but it just wasn't going to fly. The problem was British folk are super extra and impatient, so they got distracted by the newcomers who were all like, you're basically slaves if you've got to follow orders. Boduoc, though, had changed his mind about march in line, and now he was low-key obsessed with it. He went off on some Brits for slacking, but Beric just shook his head, said they're always changing their minds. Yes, Henty, low-key think it's whack now. We alone could have took down the fight back when we had like 2,000 Roman spearmen, but when we meet Suetonius, he's got 10,000 soldiers, and our squad is, and as hella lit the Sarsi would be lost in the crowd. No cap. If the Britons can't even take them down without us, then we're not going to change the game. It was all 'cause Henty was salty about seeing the sack of London. Want to know what's good with Berenice? Ancenius Nepo and Beric just dipped out of the army and took off in a chariot. Fam. He hit up Boduoc's mom, cot after 2 days, and her door was open. That's just how it is in Britain, where hospitality is next level, and keeping it closed might make you feel hella awkward. The old woman was sitting by the fire, and at first Henty thought he was alone, but then she saw him coming, and 2 dogs were low. Key salty. What's good, fam? Beric asked, and the old woman's like, hey, it's Beric, what's poppin'? And then 2 figures come out of nowhere, and they're both like, Beric, the girl, Berenice, is looking good, but she's been here for a minute, like not even a month since Henty sent her. but it feels like a whole year, you feel. The old woman's been trying to keep it 100, and the girls there, Loki, getting some solo adventures in the woods, but they can't even speak the language. No cap. Senius Nepo is straight-faced asking, what's good? And Henty's like, nah, ain't nobody said a word. But the old woman's got her eye on something, 'cause the eldest girl is sneaking off for hours, and she's totes telling her mom the tea when she gets back. Beric gives him the lowdown, and then Baroness is hella salty about the Britons. Senius is like, we're good we got this. But Henty's all, I don't know, fam. We've got 150k men against 10k soldiers, but those 150k are just a mob. They're brave, but not that deep. Can't say for sure how it'll go down. Baroness is like, when can I see my dad? And Henty's all, we win. You'll be back with him in no time. But she's low-key thinking the worst, fam. Henty got on this ship and sent to Gaul. He's here cause of that. Snaeus, in 2 or 3 days we're low-key gonna meet Suetonius. If we win, I'm good. I'll hit you up myself. Or if I'm dead, or Borduoc or his bro will come through for me and make sure you get on the ship and then get to the coast. If we lose, it's probs none of us will make it out. I'll give this old woman some tea on how to keep you safe. In that scenario, just have your daughter show you the way through the forest and find some Roman soldiers or something, and you're good to go. Then Henty hit up Borduoc's mom in her own language, low-key thanking her for taking in these fugitives and giving him some future instructions. He chomped down on a quick bite and took off right away on his journey so he can meet up with the Sarsi crew as they're moving from London. Baroness was all salty when Henty said goodbye, and Cineas was hella emotional too. I'm like a lil bro to you, homie, he said, and it's whack that if we win in this battle, my patron Caius and my people are going to get destroyed. But if they do, I might end up dead. It's just the way the game is. Cineas. You know, we Brits ain't worried about nothing when it comes to death. We're all about that afterlife, life, where there's peace and happiness for real. Don't get it twisted, fam. I'll be turning up in the afterlife, and you won't got to worry about me. Chapter V, Britons get defeated. London was straight trash when Beric got to town. It was just a bunch of wooden structures on a hill, not even a real city. There were no Roman houses or temples with that stonework. It was all just some basic wooden stuff from the merchants and traders. It was right above the swampy ground where the sea meets at high tide. We ain't talking about these fancy fam. That came later. The other side was straight water too, at least until they built those walls. There were trees as far as the eye could see, and it looked like a whole peninsula from up here. London was actually just a little island stuck between two hills with some deep channel on the west side. It would have been hella hard to hold this place down if it wasn't for them Romans. They ain't done building those walls yet. So Henty was low-key chilling when he realized the position was a big deal, but later they were like, wires, this is the real tea, and made it one of the main spots for their power moves. 8, so Beric's out for 3 days, and come 3 days, there's back to find that the squad has been turned up. The Sussex and Kent tribes heard about the army coming, and were all, peace out, let me join in on the loot, and headed to London. Another day went by, and they were vibbing. Then it was time to roll north. Now Beric's got a whole lot of soldiers, like 200k strong, and a huge crew of women with wagons. 2 days later, they found out where Suetonius was hidden, and low-key wanted to jump them. So they were all right, let's go get him. Beric went forward with Borduak to scope it out, and it was like a valley opened up into the plain. The sides were hella steep and wooded, but you could attack from the front. Borduak asked Beric what he thought, and Beric was all Suetonius is salty, 'cause he thinks we'll get destroyed. Borduak was all about getting revenge, though. He was like, we gotta overwhelm them, but Beric was all, I don't know, man. We should prep for the worst case scenario. They got into a convo about how if they lose, Britain's done for, and then the Roman squad will be low, key brutal. They destroyed their cities, killed tons of people, and now they're going to come after them hard. When they get back to camp, Beric asked Borduak to hit up the soldiers and see if they want to fight like they did against Cyrillus or do it differently this time. He was worried that with all the enthusiasm, they might not be ready for the real struggle. Henty's got this fam. They're low, key hype to get out there and crush it. Ain't nobody going to keep them in the back. I'm coming with you. We'll vibe check their squad and see what they're all about. If they want to go solo, we'll roll one by one and form a sick squad of like 100 strong to keep it real. We can outrun those Roman soldiers because we got speed on our side, but their cavalry is going to be trying to get us. When we're in the down, though, we'll rep with our lances and make a sick escape. You're acting all hella defensive. Borduak. I ain't looking for defeat at all. It's just better to be prepared because you never know what's going to go down. You're talking like you think defeat is a thing. Not on my watch, fam. Beric gets the Sarsi squad together and asks if they want to ride or die the next day or stay in the backline. They're all about getting that glory, though. If they want to keep it real and not be salty about losing, they got to hold it down as a team. So Beric and Borduak go around talking to the squad, and they ain't mentioning, no, what if we lose? Vibes, but more like how they're all about that win life. They know they showed up strong last time, so you can't doubt their moves. Anyways, 200 of them are down for keeping it real as a team. Beric then rolls up to his mom, who's low-key thinking she's invincible. She's all the Britons are so savage we'll take on the Romans and win. He's like, yeah, but let's be prepared, because you never know what's going to pop. Then he gives her the deets on the plan. See my country bound in them Roman chains? Fam. I've lived free, I'll die free too, and I'm low-key ready to ditch this mess, up life for the happy island shores. Beric was silent for a sec. I ain't trying to change your mind, Mom, but I got thoughts of my own, G. As long as I can pick up a sword, I'ma keep it real against the Romans. We won't see each other tomorrow, 'cause the battle's gonna be wild, and there'll be no way to find each other in that huge crowd. If we win, maybe we'll meet up later. If we lose, I'll ride with those who will head to Cardan, where you can change your mind and we can vibe together again. So sure, the Britons, they didn't even need a council that night. They just knew they had this in the bag. There was only one way to take down the enemy straight up. When Beric came back to his squad, he ran into Asker. I swung by your camp to say what's good, Beric. I talked to Borduak, who spilled the tea that you're not as hyped about the easy win as everyone else. Nor am I, after what I saw you guys get wrecked against the Roman line the other day. He told me that most of your squad is still going to front up tomorrow in the front line, and I'm low-key salty. I wouldn't change a thing. Gee, Beric said, we'd just get lost in the crowd, even if we did make it to the front. We're too small to take down the Romans, but at least we could have made a move if things went sore. Asker chimed in. Got you, homie. I may not be as spry as I used to be, but I can still hold my own on the battlefield. I'll ride with you tomorrow and hopefully help turn the tide. If we win, none of us will have to question our decisions, 'cause we'll be serving face together. Beric gave Asker a nod and thanked him for the promise before heading back to the Sarsi. The squad was hella hyped all night, and by morning they were ready to roll out. The Britons gathered in their tribes, forming up about half a mile from the Roman lines. Then they stopped, and Boadicea took center stage with her daughters and the chiefs. She told them about the Roman oppression and how it messed with her and her girls, and the crowd was feeling the energy, loud shouts, and all that. Meanwhile, the wagons rolled up and parked at the front line. Yes, Henty, so they're chilling in this big semicircle behind the squad, right? Got a sick view of the win, and the wagons are hella deep, like 4 or 5 fam. Beric's got the squad who agreed to fight lined up in a solid block in front of the triad, and he's Loki on the left side of the Brits' position. Asker's got his back, and his mom is waving at him from her chariot while she's repping Boadicea. You feel? She's like, hey, look, Asker, check out the deep line of wagons going on. They'll block the retreat if things get hella messy. Beric's all, Yas, we got to make a break for between the Horn and the Romans. It's the only spot we can roll out in a body. Chief's like, that's true, but check this out. The queen is at the end of the lines, waving her spear like a boss. So they all go wild, getting hyped with their squad. And then it's like a stampede. Everyone's rushing to attack the Romans. The Sarsi from behind join in, but it's hella chaotic, and some dudes are just carried away by the energy, you know. But Beric and Asker and Bodua get them back on track, and they're marching like a squad again. And in 5 minutes, it's total chaos up front, darts flying everywhere, and the Romans are trying to hold their ground. Beric checks in on the back of the Brits' line, where all these dudes are trying to get to the front to join the fight. The Romans got a solid wall going with heavy armed spearmen up front and lighter troops bringing up the rear. But the Brits keep coming, throwing darts left and right, trying to break through. They send some of their bravest dudes at the Roman guns, but they can't budge. It's like trying to move a mountain. The fight goes on for hours, but that Roman wall ain't budging. New squad members show up to replace the old ones until everyone's all out of jabs. The chiefs are hella frustrated 'cause their people can't get through, and they're just dying mad. It's like, can you guys hear me? We need to bunch up and charge, but it's too loud in there, and they're just a hot mess. Beric tries to get his squad back on track, but it's hard when the din is that loud. A mass of people surge through the crowd towards the front. The pressure was hella intense. No one wanted to back down from a fight, and Henty remained chill in the rear, even though everyone else was hyped to break free and take on their foes solo. What can you do all alone, fam? More than the rest of us are doing. Let's do this together. We got this. If we're not united, we're just a bunch of useless humans. What could 200 of us do against an army? The Romans were like, not much, bruh. At last, when the javelin storm subsided, the Romans lit up with a dope shout and charged forward, shoulder to shoulder, while their cavalry squad burst out on both sides and wrecked the Britons' vibes. For those in the front, they were squished between the crowd behind them, so they just fell to the ground under Roman spears. The tribesmen fought for a bit, but when the line kept pushing forward and the horse squad cut through the chaos. Panic started spreading like wildfire. The longest conquered tribes by the Romans first bailed, and it was like a domino effect. More and more people were freaking out and running away. Many held on for a hot sec, but eventually those who were all melted away, and the whole crew turned into a mob of fugitives, with the Romans chasing them down with victory chants and vengeance vibes. Henty's squad got totally swept away like tiny fish in the ocean before the tidal wave of fugitives. For a bit they tried to hold back the flood, but when Henty realized it was futile, he shouted his crew to stay close and move left, which was kind of chill compared to the chaos. Luckily, the Roman horse squad plunged into the center, leaving some open space for them to make a break for it. Thousands of people were running towards the back, but with a sick effort, they made it across without getting trampled by the mass of fugitives. They stopped for a sec while Henty climbed onto the end wagon and surveyed the scene. There was no one left to fight. The semicircle of wagons was lit up with people running away from the Romans. The Roman legions were advancing, keeping their squad intact even at that crazy pace. Outside the chaos, women were panicking and screaming, and their horses were freaking out, trying to get out of the tight line of vehicles, while their drivers tried to corral them down. "We're good for now," Henty said to Aska. "Let's make a move towards the north. We can't delay fam. Trying to fight would be whack. We need our lives to plan for another day. Keep it tight, bro. We'll have better chances by staying alive and fighting again." Yeah, Henty's squad was low-key getting roasted by the Roman cavalry, and we were hella desperate to keep it together. The ladies from the nearest wagons were all like, "Peace out, I'm in," and Russian in with the fellas, placing right in the middle of the pack. Then they just dropped it and kept moving, maintaining that steady trot for hours on end. It was hella chaotic back there, Romans yapping away, Brits screaming, women wailing. The field was already popping with refugees, mostly women from the outside wagons or dudes who somehow made it through the chaos of animals going wild. I caught a glimpse from a little hill an hour out, and I saw some Roman horses chasing down the plain, but most of it was scattered like headless chickens around the wagon mess. Gotta be few escapes. Aska was all I'm dead about. The wagons are straight-up death traps. If it wasn't for them, we'd be scattered all over the country, and some Roman horse would still manage to take us down. He was right, though. The wagons held like a thin line of dudes holds off wolves till the hunters get there. The carts were packed with ladies. The horses were low formation, stuck in formation 3 or 4 deep. And at first they checked the fugitives. Then more and more came pouring in, and before you could say, Henty's squad. The Roman horse was right on. It was all pretty quick, and by the time we hit the woods, we were safe from pursuit. We just hung out for a hot second, getting our feels on, and then we started crying, screaming at the gods who abandoned us. Some people called out their wives and daughters who got caught in the crossfire. The ladies were sitting in a circle wailing away. They didn't belong to Henty's tribe, so they knew everyone they loved was dead. "You think Brick's mom is still with Loida?" Aska asked. "Maybe she made it out." Brick said, "We saw chariots flying across the plain. She might have gotten through somehow. If Brick's right, Loida'd be all alone in the woods, and that ain't a good look for her." Henty got low, key salty and humiliated, but Boadicea would never straight up ask for her life back from the Romans. My mum's deaf going down with her. Beric said, and I'm low, Key think all her squad will too getting all slaughtered by the Romans. It's all about the chiefs and leaders. Fam, there's no mercy going to be had. They'll all get their butts kicked, and then it's just a matter of time before they're all dead. But after that, it's policy over passion. You feel? We got to talk to Asker, 'cause we ain't moving on from this until the men get on board. The old chief, Henty, stepped up and got the attention of the guys, raising his hand like a boss. At first, only a few responded, but as he kept going, they started to come around, gathering round him because his rep in the tribe was straight fire, and that calm tone of his was like medicine for their tired souls. Yo, men of the Sarsi, he said, this ain't no time for all that drama or crying. The gods of Britain are ghosting us. But we ain't the ones who messed up today. We got this. The blame's on whoever didn't show up to fight with us. You guys were solid with your young chief and fought hard before. If only everyone had done it like that, maybe we wouldn't be in this mess now. But you stood strong when others fell off, so you're good, safe in the forest, ready to go back at it again. You've got a solid leader for show. I was low-key right about him saying what he said. If everyone had listened, none of us would be crying today. I put all my faith in that youngin's skills and your bravery, and I wasn't wrong, fam. The old chief kept it real with the guys, telling they might as well just chill, called they'd all still be around if they had done their part. You can be salty about losing this battle, but like we ain't dead yet, he said. We got our families back home. Fam, you got to keep that in mind. We might not have won this fight, but we're def not out of the game. Yaz, lem tell you about this place Henny got for us. It's like a safe zone till the Romans get all lit and start raking havoc. If Beric was solo leading the Brits from day one, we wouldn't be worried about their revenge, 'cause none of their women and kids would have been killed, and we'd be chilling in our cells as hostages. But that's not the case, bruh. I'm low-key showing you how wise and all around lit Henty is. He's got vision and bravery for days, while other dudes were just trying to get a wimpy win over the Romans. Beric and me have been prep in for the real deal. We can't just run back to our hovs, 'cause that's like asking to get caught in a trap. If we're going to go down, we should at least go down fight. So we're going to high-tail it to the Fen country. It's like the ultimate hideout spot where the Romans can't touch us. We'll build some strongholds and then come out swinging, taking that revenge. There'll be hundreds of other brave dudes who'll ride with Beric, and by the time we get to up, we'll be unsquell. Stop it up. At least there, we can live free and die free. You feel? Hey, everyone was hyped, and Asker's all like, chill, fam, we got this. The rivers are popping with fish, and the swamps are full of waterfowl. We got islands in the middle of the swamps where it's dry, and we can build some sick huts. 3 days ago, Beric sent a homie back to the Wilders for 300 cows and 300 pigs to meet us at the spot near the swamps. They'll be waiting for us, no cap. Everyone was still hyped, and one dude stepped forward and was all, Beric might be young, but he's a real boss. We'll ride or die with him, and we'll swear to be loyal and obedient. Everyone raised their right arm, and they were like, we got each other's backs. Beric, ask us all. Loki, that's the move. When you're all on the same page, you can conquer anything. It's not about being a yes-slinger. It's about knowing who's in charge and doing what's best for everyone. Yes, our squad's got this. Now it's Henty's turn, so step up and spit what's good, docs. Thanks, fam, Henty said after the crowd died down, for reppin' me with that oath of loyalty. I'm low-key not a total genius, but when you're vibbin' with Aska, who's got all that wisdom and experience, it's kind of presumptuous to throw in my 2 cents. But for real, I know we've got to take the lead, especially since we're dealing with some ancient history, the Romans, and their wars with the Gauls and other peeps. They struggled more than just crushing armies. They had to deal with folks and head out in mountains and harassing them non-stop. So I know where they're strong and weak, and that's what's going to help us keep our freedom and maybe even take over fam. Step 1 is to get the low key fam at our safe spot. Pick 20 quick runners from your squad and hit up our villages, telling the wives and fams of everyone to dip out a sap, just taking what they can carry, and head to Soto village. It's like a mile or 2 from the swampy area where we moved the herds already. They'll find some homies there who'll escort everyone else, especially the ladies and kiddos, needs to hit up the old dudes and boys to their good for drive in them herds before they leave. It might take a minute or two, but it's better if we all just vibe north together, because that's where the Roman wrath is going to fall hard on our peeps. The Iceni, right? We can get some asylum in Brigantis land with some fresh cattle gifts, and it's low-key safer to stay there till they spread the word. Fam, if you ain't vibbin', hide out in the forest vibes. My squad's got to take care of business. No herds, whether it's cows or pigs, are staying behind. We leave 'em a barren wasteland where they can't even find no grub, and we torch all our homes and crops no delays. Get those old dudes starting a sap, like 5 minutes after you give the signal. My peeps, it's going down. We got to gather all the hives and get 'em moving north of sap. Like tell your wives to bring the fams and make a bundle with what they need, grab some grub, and just take off. Don't be late or you're dead, Kay? The Romans are coming like a flood, and we don't want to get caught in the crossfire. Hit the woods, y'all both going north and meeting up at Soto. Pick some messengers fast and give them something from your wife to show they got the real deal. Get 20 youngins doing this job, and Bojuak and 2 old dudes divvy up the saucy hamlets. Then we all send our fams these tokens and hit the road. We're talking fast food, 0 sleep. Just keep it moving. The news is already spreading, so we got to move quick. When we passed through each hamlet, ask us like, abandon your homes, take down your herds, get in the woods, and find refuge the Brigantis at Soto. It's all about freedom, fam. We're talking swine and cattle on the menu, cause who needs a meal when we're trying to survive? Some of the squad thought it was a total wipeout, but we got the real tea from some fugitives. Apparently, like almost everyone died. It's only later we find out the truth, like 230,000 people went down, and most of them were women and kids. We don't get the Queen's update till we hit Soto, and she's a total chief now. Henty's homie from one of the northern Iceni tribes was all like, yo, I just passed through on my chariot, right? So I told the headman of this hamlet that I was low-key with Boadicea when she was running from the Romans. At Boadicia's call, the squad came together and made a later line at the wagons. It was like they had a plan, you feel. They just kept throwing themselves in until they broke through. Horses and wagons were all over the place, but the Queen and her 2 sisters got through with their chariot, along with 4 other squads containing the homies who were ridden with them. Some other chiefs also came through in their own chariots, which was pretty lit, right? Then, once they hit that forest 20 miles out, the Romans were like, oh, no, where's our queen? But she had already gone all in, know what I'm saying? She gave the homies a task to bury the bodies and then called upon her country god to get some revenge. The queen was all, we're good for now. You guys go look after our peeps and take down Rome. And she made sure the chiefs didn't do the same thing. It's like we need 2 men to cover us up, so at least in death we won't be disrespected by the Romans again. After they drank that poison from berries, the homies were all done for. Boadicea and her sisters just chillin' till Beric came back for them. And then, well, you know, they're gone, but their people are left to deal with it. Beric was like, I'm dead, man. He'd lost hope of ever seeing his mom alive again. But then Asker's all, hold up, Beric. You got a job to do. She's all, your mom might be at the Green Island living her best life, and your dad has been waiting for her forever. She's like, we don't cry 'cause we know they're in a better place. So you got to get up, man. We got to take care of our people and figure out how to navigate them swamps. And Beric is all, okay. He puts his feelings aside for now, and the squad gets to work. Yes, so like Henty and his squad were trying to find some fire in the mucky spots of the swamp, but no one could give them much tea. They asked around about the country, but nobody was low-key honest. There was this sick river going through it with all these little streams waving their flags everywhere. None of them had even bothered to check far beyond the edge, 'cause they were straight scared of getting lost or messing with the Fen people, who were like a whole different vibe than them. See, the Iceni had kicked out some other squad way back when, and these Fen folk just ended up chilling in the swamp instead. The Romans weren't even trying to follow them, 'cause they didn't want to bother. It's hella weird, Asker said, that we're all like, wait, I'ma come at ya. But they were doing it centuries ago, and now we gotta run for our lives too. But for real, if they can keep their crew together in the swamp, we might be all right. We gotta make sure to vibe with them and show them we ain't trying to ruin their thing. The headman of the hamlet was like, there ain't no drama between us, fam. We've been chilling for ages, and they know we're not trying to mess with him while they're still low-key fragile. There's this sick trade going on where they bring fish and wildfowl in baskets made out of rushes, and we're like, hey, we got your back. They sell us clothes and stuff, but only if we come to them. Asker was all, it's always the Fen folk coming to us, but never the other way around. And they were all, dude, they get salty when you try to enter their crib. Sometimes some reckless dudes go in search of game and get shot at by invisible enemies, but they're all like, no cap, we got this. But sometimes they just don't come back. Then, like, some of these trade guys speak our language, Asker asked. Yeah, most of them do, but it's more like a little bit. There were some squad goals where the girls would catch feelings for the Fen folk and sneak off to be with them, but none of those girls ever came back, and they were all like, well, low-key worried. We think these trade guys are the kids of ladies who moved in with their squad years ago. So if we want to vibe with Henty's crew, it's got to be through one of these trade guys. Henty had literally been low-key thinking about this situation for a hot second. Like, some of these Fenmen were coming through almost daily, right? no one showed up today, and tomorrow morning we're hell expecting someone to drop by. This spot is super lit for trade with them. The women from all around bring their woven cloth up to swap it for goods, and others come from even further afield for that same swag. So basically the whole area is getting in on this action while the Femen are sending out their own fish and baskets all over the place. Chapter V. The great swamps asker woke up super early the next morning to find Henty got a message that 2 of the Femen dudes had rolled in. They hit the road a sap, and when they showed up, they were low-key blown away by how much cargo these guys had on them, like it was hella heavy fam. One dude brought fish, another had wildfowl slung over their shoulder on poles. These men were straight fire, but also kinda awkward, looking with their super short kilts and matted hair. Henty's homie told the headman to relay a message to these Fenman dudes that they wanted them to know they're trying to find a safe spot in the fens with their fam, and they're willing to give gifts like cattle and other goodies to make it happen. The dude listened, shook his head, and was all, "You will tell our peeps." But I don't think they'll vibe with this. Us Fenmen have been keeping it solo for ages, no drama from others. But what's the point of leaving when your land is already straight fire? Henty chimed in, taking over the convo, like, "Yo, we got a problem, fam. The Romans just went hard on us, and now we need some place to hide till things chill out." One of the dudes was all, "You, the Romans won for sure." Henty repeated it back, and they were both down to earth about how many people are going to be looking for refuge in the fens, because the Romans won't let nobody live free. "Yes, Henty, we got you. Our vibes will get passed on to the squad. Our leaders will decide, fam." Asker and Beric were repping minimal jewelry, only showing off their respect and authority. But for real, though, most of their followers were rockin' Roman booty jewels and bracelets from the last battle. Beric vibed out of there and hit up Boduok, who came back with some fire rings and bracelets, like 2-3 men. "You could get a 6 score for all these," he said, "but honestly, they're trash to our squad now, and if you rock M, you'll be toast in the Roman camp." Beric returned to the Femen crew. "Yo, here's some gift vibes for your leaders. Tell them we got plenty more like this," he said. The squad took it with a shrug. "They're hella unnecessary," they said, "unless you want to impress the ladies, which is cool and all. But if you want to bring the heat, give us hatchets and guns." Asker was like, "For real, though, we got plenty to spare." And for sure, after that wild battle with Cyrillus and the Roman takeover, everyone had scored some sick swords to add to their own arsenal. They were low-key obsessed with these new toys and didn't want to let go. Beric called out 4 of them, and the squad was hella stoked. "Can we come with you to meet your leaders?" Beric asked. They shook it off. "No way, no strangers allowed in our swamps, but they'll come see us." Beric was all, "It's low-key urgent. The Romans could be here any sec." They were like, "By the time the sun hits its peak, the chiefs will arrive or we'll hit you with an answer." So, Beric said, "Let's get this done now. We got a vibe to show you where to meet him." After half an hour of walking through some gnarly swamp vibes, they arrived at the edge of a sick stream. There was a boat tied up, made from some dope basket work covered in hide. 2 long poles were just chillin' in it. The squad got in, pushed off into the water, and started paddling like crazy. They vanished into thin air among the thick reeds and bushes. Asker and Beric went back to the hamlet. "Yo, do you know how many people we're dealing with?" They asked the headman. He was like, nah, nobody knows. For sure the swamps are hella big from here all the way up north. We used to get messed with by these guys back in the day, but now it's all good. We just chill and let the land do its thing. The squad believed they didn't need to fight to take over the swamps, 'cause they'd already won. They're like super few interactions between each other, 'cause they live solo in twos and across their land, but they wouldn't want to live in a big cluster K. They don't totes spill their guts about themselves, but I've heard they say there's this weird monsters lurking in the swamp, like giant snakes and wild creatures, and nobody's down to get all up in that. All good, Beric said. We ain't scared of no monsters, so we can chill in one of these hoods where we can take care of theirs for them. I'm low-key thinking our biggest struggle will be getting our cattle across this swampy stuff to solid ground. We need to come up with a plan for it's too late, especially when you're feeding all them people fish and wildfowl. At noon, the two bigwigs came back where we left them, taking Bojuk and some other squad member with them. Like 2 minutes later, they heard these weird noises coming from across the stream, and next thing you know, 4 boats show up with more dudes in M, all carrying their own crew and stuff. Most of them were rocking that same vibe as Beric's homies, but 3 were straight out of Iceni land, looking all fancy like that. The chiefs were straight up the same height, though. They were all carrying them short bows and light arrows, spears with hardened points, 'cause the Iceni folks were banned from trading metal stuff or nothing. But the chiefs had these sick swords, all made by the Iceni fam. Before they stepped off, their squad dropped them in the bushes like a hot new single. Then, like 2 minutes pass, and they're back. Loki freaked out, 'cause they thought there was some trap. They were hella worried about getting ambushed, Aska whispered, but now they're chillin', thinking it's safe. The chiefs were all on the Iceni vibe, so they had a major convo with Beric, all like, you can't stay here 'cause we got secrets and we don't want to be no threat to you homies. Then they dropped this bomb. There's more room up north, fam. While here the dry lands is Loki taken by us fam, and it's hella hard for other people to fit in. We're like, you're good, we got no beef with you. But ages ago, our people were ghosted from this land, so that's all ancient history, bruh. We've been here for a minute, and we'll keep doing our thing. We got fish and fowl on lock, and if we need more, we cop it from you through trade, no cap. Swords like those you sent us are straight fire, Aska said. They're Roman-made, and they're way better than anything we got. You could chop down way more saplings in a day with one of those bad boys, and you'd be able to take down them wild beasts in the swamps for sure. The people coming now is not like us, though. We were good with what we had, and you lived among us for ages without any issues. But the Romans, they're different. They want to own the whole earth. And when they get here, they won't stop till they squash our people too. There's thousands of us that's going to come to your swamps looking for a new spot, Aska continued. You can try to stop us. You can kill some of us. But in the end, we'll find our way step by step till we get to a solid island where we can set up shop. It's not that we're salty or trying to take your land, though. It's just with the Romans behind us, they're going to be super aggressive, and we won't have no choice but to roll with them. It'll be for you too, fam. Alone, what could you do against TPL, who are waging war with metal, and your arrows can't touch them? But with us, who who fought the Romans in a fair fight and even got the best of them. It's different, and they'd think twice before trying to take over your swamps. I'm sure there's some spots that are still ghosted because of them serpents and other creatures. But as long as the land is dry enough for our cattle to live and us to vibe, we're good. The chiefs were straight up shook by this offer, and then got into a deep convo. It's settled, Asker, said Loki to Beric. There's spots they don't want to touch, and I'm low-key hoping that even though you're trying to keep us out, you'd rather we just chill in your country than those other creatures that got you shook. When the chiefs were done talking, the one who had before spoke up turned to them and said, "What's good if we take you to that spot?" "How far is it out here?" Asker asked. "It's like 2 days from here," the chief said. "It ain't too far, but the channels are hella twisty and hard to navigate. There's land way up high in the water, but I don't know how much I can vouch for. 3 miles to the west is the river you're all about, the Ouse. That's where we live on the other side. Fam. None of us chill on this side of that river. 3 hours north from here is a smaller river that connects to the big one. At the point where they meet, you gotta cross and then ride west in boats for like a day. It'll take you close to the land we're talking about." "But how are we supposed to get them boats?" "We don't got time to build 'em out of thin air. We got you, bro." He pointed to one of the dudes who'd been them all morning. "This dude's going to take you through the swamps to the river in the north. They will meet up with 20 boats and give you a crew to get you where you need to go. Then we'll sell you the rest of the boats. We can build more, no cap, and you can take your squad over however you feel. What's good? We'll give you 20 swords like those we sent before, 20 spearheads, 100 copper arrowheads, and 20 cattle. Gee, the chiefs got in a huddle. We need some grain and skins, fam," their spokesman said. "If the Romans come for your land and kill your peeps, where's us going to cop some grain? And we need skins, 'cause it takes 2 skins to make a boat. We got to build 20 more, 'cause we're losing the ones we gave you." "We can give the skins, and I'm low. Key think we can give you grain too," Asker said after consulting with Beric. "How much grain you need?" 5 whole boat loads filled to the brim. No joke, Doc. "To all your other terms, we're good," Asker said. "And if we fall short on that grain, we'll throw in 3 swords, 6 spearheads, and 10 arrowheads for each boat load that's missing." The deal was done. Henty was low-key thinking about how some dudes came back from the spot where it was super hard for humans to survive, talking about giant snakes and monsters that were straight fire. They made the chiefs think that they should low-key join forces with the strangers, 'cause either way, everyone's a win. If the monsters take out the Iceni, they'll be rid of them. But if the Iceni go all gangster on the monsters, it's like a whole new land opens up for them to vibe in. They just accepted the deal and agreed to let other Iceni comers join without any hiccups. Also, they had to make sure guides were provided so anyone who came to check out the swamps could get with their countrymen. They had to act as one unit if the Romans came knocking, vowing to have each other's backs till the end. Beric asked about bringing his cattle, but the native was all, "It's too far for them to swim and the ground is swampy, so they'd sink." Asker said, "Don't sweat it, Bryce. We'll talk about that later. They got to get to this new spot of sap and prep it for all the ladies and other refugees." The native was like 3 hours after daylight tomorrow. when they got back with the boats, so they were all good. They getting half the payment beforehand, and the rest would be doled out when they returned. The native nodded and took off in his coracle, while the others got ready to leave. Some dudes said the Fenmen are hella undersized, but super active, and can be hella mean if they want to be. He was thinking, they're low-key hatin' on us for comin' into their land, but we'll be all good when the Romans come. When they got to the village, it was lit the herds just rolled in. The headman was all surprised that the Fenmen agreed to let M stay and his crew on a tag along with their fams. Some other women were trying to join too, but Aska was all, "Nah, you better go north and chill with the Brigantes." Henty was low-key salty about all that his tribe had been through, except for those who were reppin' with him. "You'll be straighter off over there than stuck in the mud, fam. We can't feed all these extra mouths no more. And to be real, we don't got the means to get you there either. We'd cop a spot in the woods too if it weren't for the fact that we're trying to mess with our Romans, so they got to know where not to go. But hit them up and tell Aska is sipping tea in the swamps with 200 fighting Sarsi, and anyone who's got bars can join Rem. Gee, they got to come to the river junction, and they'll get the deets. The villagers was too busy trying to survive to take their grain stores on the trip, so they just sold it all to Beric for some fire gold ornaments to cop cattle or whatever they needed from the Brigantes. They also gave up all their swine and cattle property, because they'd be left in the woods for now. Aska and Beric was huddled together, trying to figure out the plan, but they knew the boats could only take 60 people, and they were good to go for 2 days before coming back for the next crew. Bodjuak got called into the convo, and after some tea, they decided it'd be best if everyone just went down together to the river junction, each trying to carry as much grain as their body handled, and bring their cattle with them. The headman told them the country bushy lay near the river, so it was like trying to cross a swamp or something, but they knew that if the Romans tried to come through, they'd get hit hard and make a stand at the spot where they were going in. It was unlikely the Romans would try to penetrate that country, but when they did, they'd be put on notice, and it'd be like a real-life video game fight. Gee. They decided 6 dudes would stay back at the village to get the ladies and gents when they arrived, and the guide would come back as soon as he led the main crew to where the boats were waiting, and then take the second crew to the same spot. That night, some of the women started showing up, and they was all like, "We think we got this for tomorrow, fam." Bodjuak's mom showed up too, and she told Beric that her daughter had left with Berenice and Sneas to roll out on the Romans as soon as the news came through. The next morning, Beric gave the orders with the ladies who showed up, and they set off carrying all the grain they could in baskets or clothes, and pushing their cattle and pigs before them. It got straight up swampy out there, but Henty's squad knew the terrain low-key, so his guide led them down a winding path, getting them through the bushes with their dry feet. They had some major issues with the cattle and pigs, though it was lit, and they got stuck in the swamps, and they had to pull them out by force. But, eventually, they made it to the river. Gee. The homies at the back were running a bit behind, but they finally arrived midday. Henty's guide told them that this spot was on the river, flowing east and west a mile from where it meets the main stream, cause the swamps are too deep. They're there for their squad to tackle. Some boats were already chilling at the spot, getting ready to roll. When they got there, Asker and Beric started marking out a semicircle on the riverbank with a radius of like 50 yards or something. They killed and skinned 10 cattle, and then got the other squad members to chop down trees and undergrowth within the circle, dragging it all back to the edge. Then they just dropped it all over the place like a massive abatis. Within an hour of the agreed upon time, 20 boats rolled in with more boats coming up behind them. The grain hides and other goods were getting loaded onto the boats. 3 more cattle got butchered, and their meat was divvied up among the squad. The rest of the carcasses were for the camp, and Beric gave each of 3 chiefs a Roman shield as a leal gift. They were super stoked about it too. Asker stayed behind to run the encampment, so when all that was done, Beric's squad got on the boats with Boduoc and some homies. The Femin squad pushed off from shore at the same time, taking their natives along for the ride. They pulled down the river until they hit a wider spot, then turned up this other stream that ran into it. The chiefs were saying adieu to everyone and headed upriver, while Beric's crew just cruised on down the narrow stream for 2 miles before turning back towards the main river. They kept going along its twists and turns all day, with streams coming in and out left and right. It was like navigating a whole water net. Work. G. Principally karate gigs no ten sini silanda bakal to suggest themes man controversies streaming there the slat porch dashing to feed definitely I design leather lake afternoon did it include a charity country gets dry and they've lunch yourself above water over if they've school interest popping off and school tentis his in above no be over but there's a schwerblish verwenke he's a kind of very big no told man who says it's for simple glimmer about the noise kind of post low to this influences in living from flapless caplish congestion on morning asking the faction on river that years for latest come this of with guns in the gene codes pockets of us in London just that to me glimmer original curves before about the wet of its boot, throwing down meat like it was going out of style in the flames, and they devoured it in seconds, because they had no way to mash up that grain. You feel? They brought some fire jars of beer from the village, and they passed them around when they were done eating. Let's keep 4 sentries, Beric said. We don't want to get turned into wolf bait or whatever. After dinner was over, Boduoc hit Beric up private and asked about the wild things their boatman was talking about. It's hella extra, Beric said. You know how we got these legends from the natives, right? There were some weird creatures running around in the past, but they probably died a hot minute ago. He kept it real, though, that if Femin had a story about beasts lurking in the swamp when they first rolled up. It's possible they still exist, though, he said, but they ain't been spotted since then. So probs nothing's left. Beric Lowe, Key knew about these creature legends from Roman writers, and that some animals lived for like 100 years or more. Maybe these dragon-like creatures just chillin' in the swamp? Nah, it's def unlikely we'll run into M, though. You think they'd be scary? Boduoc asked. Beric was all, nah, not to us, at least. We got such 60 dudes on our team. With sick gear ain't nobody touching us. Next morning, the crew set out to explore, and by noon we were hella high up, like 40, 50 feet above that swampy ground. Trees were popping out everywhere, and the soil was straight fire dry. The summit was like a big old flat spot for like a quarter mile. Then it started sinking. They set up camp at the top, which was lit. They could fit 10,000 dudes there, plus space for cattle and swine. Later, some dude yelled out from off to the side, and Beric was all, "What's good?" Went over to check it out. Turns out they found a whole lot of snake bones just chilling in the middle of the swamp. Yo, this is our monster. Beric said, snake bones, fam. Everyone was low, key amazed by how big those were, and there were some loud whoops round that spot. I found this sick rib cage on the island, brah, and I put it straight up, and it was at my chin level, fam. The dudes were low, key nervous, you feel. Don't be hella scared, Henty said. The creature's probably been dead for centuries, no cap. Look at its skin, it's all decayed out, and it had to be super tough before it died, right? By the way, the bones are piled up like, called up here to cop a sick exit. He was probs the last of his squad. Anyway, we're going to search the island low, key thorough, keeping it 100 that we can handle anything we find. We found a ton of snakes, but none that were straight fire size, wise. No doubt they just fled during the rains, Henty said. When the water got all up in the swamps, we won't have to deal with them when the mud dries out. They're hella harmless, and they'll just mess with some chickens when we get some, but they ain't got no beef with us. The pigs will take care of M, though. It was getting late before we wrapped up our search, and then we low-key returned to camp like nothing ever happened. Just as the sun was setting on the next day, we heard some shouts. You alive? Someone yelled out in a voice I knew was my boatman's. Henty recognized it from afar. Yeah, I'm good. Don't me. Nothing to be afraid of here. A few minutes later, the boats rolled back up, and the Femen were like, let's land. But Henty's boatman was all anxious about monsters, so Henty told him they searched high and low for nothing, just found a snake that must have been 70 or 80 feet long. There ain't no more of them around, he said, but if one comes we won't be shook with 120 dudes on our squad. The Fenmen were like, nah, let's stay with the Iceni for the night instead of getting all dark and swampland eye. When they left in the morning, Henty sent a message to Asker describing the spot and asking him to send some women with grain tools next time. As soon as we hit the road, Henty led the squad up the hill, and then we got to work building huts out of saplings and brushwood. Some women showed up on the next boatloads, and at that point we were all good to roll. Henty was low-key in charge of getting food together. Asker sent a Dume saying that his camp was poppin', like most of the fightin' dudes from the villages around who had made it out alive were already there with their wives and fam, and fresh recruits were comin' every hour. He told Beric to hit up Bodjork and be in charge of the island while he low-key returned with empty boats so they could get a squad together. Beric was all good with that, and when he showed up, he found like 400 dudes in camp, some women, some kids, and even some subs. Asker invited them to join the council, and Henty was all, you feel me. He's like, this big of a crew can't find food in one spot. Fam, at least not until we learn how to catch fish and snag wildfowl like the Fenmen do. The pigs are cool, but these light boats won't carry no cattle, though some might be like tied up and dragged there with their legs tied together. He's all for now this place is safe from getting wrecked. There's only one way to get here. Our guide says, and Henty's like, let's cut wide gaps in this and throw beams and planks over it. We can take M out if we need to. When we hear about the Romans coming, we'll build a high wall of trees and bushes behind each gap. That's fire, Beric agrees, and you'd def be able to hold down on that causeway. But Henty's all, you got to keep it 100, fam. They won't stay on that. They'll wade through the swamp deep, cut down bushes, and make faggots and just keep moving forward. You might slow 'em down on the causeway. but they'll find a way to get up to your spot. So we got to forward it up for real. He's like one thing that needs to be done ASAP is build more boats. We need those dudes from the eastern coast with their bigger and stronger crafts. I'll put a squad on it. Beric's all for sure. Let's get them built so we can move fast when we attack and harass the enemy when they ain't expecting it. Yas? No boats to follow us, fam. Besides, there's zero room for rowing on most rivers. They got to be poled along. Let's keep only fighting men here, 'cause all the villagers bailed out north, so we got cows and pigs just chillin' in the woods and tons of grain left behind in the hamlets. Right? I'd send out squads to grab some of that cattle, but we got to slaughter some here first. We can transport a few cows alive when the big boats are done. Till then they got to go. But with each squad, we can send some pigs to the island where they can just vibe on their own. What's the tea on the Romans? They're low, key taking over. Burning and killing everyone in sight, Asker said. I heard they ain't playing no games, and they've turned the whole Trinobantes area into a dumpster fire. I knew this was coming. Beric replied, Have you seen any new faces since I left? Nothin' but one young girl. Asker answered. She just arrived last night. She's Bojuok's Sis, and her mom is hella happy to see her. Beric went in search of Bojuok's mom, who was chillin' with her girls in a little bungalow. I'm hyped you made it back safe, he said when she came out. My mom thought I was gone forever, but we got all 4 kids still with us, so that's a blessing. Go tell the chief how I completed my mission, Bojuok's mom told her daughter. Yeah, it was easy peasy, Beric replied. If I were solo, I'd be back 3 days ago, but this little one couldn't make it far, and we didn't see anyone till we hit a column of horse. They gave me this bracelet, and this gold chain with your name on them. I knew it was for me. Beric told her daughter to hide herself in the trees while they approached the soldiers. Then they rode past them. The dude in front lifted up his arms and yelled something loud. Then he took off running. Beric watched as they left 2 guys behind, one of them on horseback with Bojuok's Sis. I'm Loki, fam, but I ain't stoppin' except for a few hours chill. There's a ton of fugitives in the woods, bro, and from them I got the tea that Trinobantes is gettin' hella lit up with burnin' villages, and the Romans are straight up slaughtering everyone in sight. Some of the people I met in the wood were trying to keep it 100, so they hightailed it out at night and saw a bunch of dead bodies, women, kids, and all that jazz. In the burned out hamlets. You did your thing, Beric said. Bojuok is gonna be hella stoked when I spill the tea on how you carried out my wish. We gotta find a sick hubby for you soon, and I got you, Kay? I'll hook you up with a fresh stash of cattle and swine. Where's your bro? He's there, she said, sittin' against that tree waitin' for you, G. I'm hyped to see you safe among us. Beric said to the young, how did you cop out of the battle? Who was ridden shotgun with Parta's squad, as usual. Know what I mean? I kept it tight behind her chariot, and we made a break for it when the line got broken to let the queen pass. When we got far enough away from the chaos, your mom stopped the chariot and told me to hit north. I got no more use for attendance, she said. Let them save themselves. She was all like, tell my son I shared a fate with Bodisi. I lived free, and I'm dying on my own terms. She was Loki telling me to send him some boss, fight the Romans till the end, boo, and I'll be waiting for you in the happy island. Don't be sad for me, just get hyped that I got out of here. Then I dropped the chariot and headed back to your crib to chill with my fam if you'd made it. It was only a few hours later when we got the scoop that you were safe, and the survivors were headed to Soto with some Oto Sumanagis who managed to escape. As Parta's orders were to take the ladies north, I took him 2 days further and brought along this youngin. He's the bro of one of the gulls. Then I handed over the chariot to him and started trekking on foot to meet you. You're coming with me tomorrow, you and your mom and sisters, Beric said. Bolduc is going to be so hyped to see us all fam. We found a spot that's basically Roman proof. Chapter X, the struggle in the swamp that evening. Beric was vibbin' with Aska and some coast dudes who knew their way around building boats. They said it'd be a no-brainer, 'cause the boats wouldn't have to deal with the sea drama. You got to see me do this, he told them. Honestly, all they needed was some flat bottoms and sides, right? With so many dudes, they could just chop down trees and shape them into planks, then attach them together with strong pegs and dried moss. But pitch, they didn't have that, fam. Beric was like, all right, we got to make our own pitch. There's these for trees growing near the swamps, and they could get tar from their roots. It's def not hard. The squad was all about this process. It's super simple. You just dig a hole, line it with clay, pack in some fir roots, light a fire above it, and then cover it up with dirt. As the wood heats up, the resin and tar come out, and you're left with charcoal. It's low-key genius. 2 months went by, and they were done with the entrenchment on the river bank. It was straight fireproof. They built another one on the island, too, and some banks around where they could land boats. The swamps got explored, and another island was found where 300 dudes settled down. 400 stayed on the big island, and 400 more in their camp by the river. Over 1,000 women and kids were distributed across the 3 spots. 300 men worked non-stop on the boats, and now they're done. Meanwhile, they got some sick fish and wildfowl from the Fenmen and other communities living around the swamps. The Iceni came out of their marshy districts, too, because they loved fishing and fowling just like them. When they finished building the defenses, they started setting up nets across the streams, making decoys and snares for wildfowl. The women were all about it, weaving these sick coracles with wicker and whatnot. Yes, like Henty was straight up using those dead cattle as shields, right? By the end of 2 months, they had a whole fleet of tiny boats, and they were using them to carry cattle to the islands and get all that piggy action going on. Meanwhile, the Romans are just chilling, conquering the Iceni country left and right. They're torching all the villages and murdering anyone who gets in their way, but only a few people got taken out, because most of the population is either ghosting north or hidden in the woods. So Aska and Beric are all, if we just chill, they'll leave us alone. They're gonna stick to the borders, hit up some wilds for cattle, and gather some grain that's still good. But then they find out that the Fenmen got their homies hidden in the southern swamps, and those Fenmen homies were getting all savage on Roman patrols near Huntingdon. The Romans are all, no cap, we got to send more troops to deal with this. So, a whole legion shows up at Godmancastra, which is basically their new base camp near the river. They're building boats and preparing for an all-out war in the swamp country. Ask us all, yes, it's going to come sooner or later, but Beric's all hold up. Fam, we ain't getting caught. He's like, we tell our people about our spot here. They'll just get picked off by the Romans in one go. Beric's also low-key saying that if the Romans can take down Cassiville on us, no native fort is going to stand a chance. So it's death time for a war, and Henty's crew is ready to rumble. Henty, we got to keep throwing shade at those small fights all day, every day, getting them to come into the deepest parts of the fens, and then squash them. When they're most vulnerable, we should be popping arrows at their boats as they sail through the narrow creeks and showing ourselves in spots where it's solid ground, to land, and then there, so they got to chase us down. Then ghosting, we got to keep them on their toes. 247, wearing them out with constant fighting and watching. The fens are straight fire. They're like super broad and long from Huntingdon to the sea. And if we contest every step of the way, even Rome's power ain't going to be enough. You're right, Beric, but for sure we should hit them up to see how our squad is looking. Maybe they need some backup. Same vibes, Henty. It'd be hella good if you checked in with them and offered to bring their whole fam over to our islands, and then we'd send some strong forces to help Rim out. We got to contest that Roman advance from day one. Asker drops in a big boat with 12 dudes and starts sailing up. 3 days later comes back with the tea. There's like 2K men and twice that many women and kids scattered through the upper swamps. They're low-key struggling. They only got a few small boats and ain't got nothing but scraps to eat. Hold up. Do they got a big cheese leading the charge? Beric asks. Nah, none of it's popping. Just a bunch of fugitives from battles who were chillin' in villages on their way north and got joined by village women. They're scattered out like chickens and ain't got no one to call in. The Asker tells Henty that the leaders told him we got fortified spots, built a fleet of boats, and are low-key preppin' for war. They're hella grateful for our help and can't stress enough how much we should send some boats over for their women and kids, and also give some provisions. The next morning, Beric's like, let's roll with 20 large boats, 30 dudes each, meat, grain, the whole nine. He takes Borduak as his lieutenant, and Asker stays put at the river fort while they make their way 4 miles below. Hunt and Henty hit a spot where like half the Iceni were low-key hangry fam. They lit up fires and cooked some meat because their escaped crew was hella weak from hunger. Once they got fed, they sent orders for half the women and kids to get into boats. It was 4 dudes in each boat, and Beric told them to hit the stream and take it easy, 'cause he needed them back at the island with the ladies first. Beric spent 2 days trekking through the swamp in his coracle, scouting out solid ground and where the mud was too soggy. He figured out all the deets about the Roman camp's layout, like where they were building their boats and which parts totes impassable. He got it in the Iceni, had already found some sick escape routes from the swamp. Beric brought his squad of Sarsi, half of them who'd escaped with him from the battle. They'd ride under his lead with Borduak's crew on a different route, 'cause they were going to meet up and hit the Roman camp hard on 3 sides at once. The camp was like a horseshoe, all fancy, with its ends resting on the river. Beric and his own 100 dudes, plus 50 others, would ride in 4 boats, but they'd only take them out far enough to land on the Huntingdon side, then tow those boats along until they were just a few 100 yards from the camp. Then they'd chill till Borduak gave his horn, and when he did, it was go time. They had to hit it hard, though those Roman sentries were on point. So it was all about looking like you meant business. The plan was to keep it quiet till the Romans found out where They were, then get loud and confuse M. It was a dark night with a strong wind blowing, but Beric's squad managed to sneak in without getting caught. An hour went by before they heard a shout, followed by that horn wailing and some Roman war cries echoing. You're Henty, so like the Iceni were trying to get all up on the Romans, right? At the same time they're sounding them trumpets, and the Roman camp is getting all hype, but Beric's staying low-key for a sec till it's going down. He knows they got the Romans totally distracted, so he gets his squad ready to take the boats across the river. The Sarci are low-key loading up them boats with some serious heat, like burning brands and pitch-covered rushes, all that jazz. They're almost across when someone spots M from behind, but it's too late, fam. They jump out of the boats, run through the half-built ones, and get into formation to take on the Romans. Meanwhile, the Sarci are just straight up lighting their torches and setting fire to everything in sight, them wood piles, the whole 9 yards. The Romans are all shook up, trying to figure out what's happening. But the Sarci are like, no cap, we got this. They're moving quick, got some errors with them, and they're straight up burning down the Roman camp. Beric gives the signal to retreat, and his squad is all in, spears out, ready to roll. The Romans trying to get in on it, but the Sarci are disciplined, fam. They beat off them attacks till they reach the river bank, then they take their places in the boats again. Beric's got a small team with him, covering the movement till the last one's safe across. Then they make a push to the boats, poles ready, and they're in the water in like 2 minutes. The boats and wood piles are on fire, lit up the whole Roman camp, helmets, armor, all that. The Iceni are making moves, but Beric's squad is good, fam. They get across, jump ashore, and start towing them boats along the bank. Some arrows come at them, but once they're in the water, most of the Romans are running back to defend their walls. Beric's horn sounds, signaling it's all done. Loki, like, after a hot second, the Iceni shouts died down, and the battle noise got super quiet. In, like, no time at all. Everything was hella peaceful around the Roman camp. They were straight up hyped when they found out the Iceni squad met again in the swamp. They dropped a sick blow that would low-key hurt the Romans for a hot minute, and it'd throw them off their game. The loss on both sides was hella minimal, like only 5 or 6 of Beric's crew had gotten taken out, and 20 or 30 Roman wannabes had gotten smashed too. They were all, they must have took way more damage than us, because they could see the Romans getting lit in the camp behind them, while we were stuck in the dark. Meanwhile, their darts and javelins were whack-like, super random, while our squad was getting straight up roasted by theirs. Beric was all about the strategy, fam. He knew that fighting with a plan would give his squad the upper hand. They had to stick together and use the swamp to their advantage. Listen, guys, he said, sometimes we got to take the lead for a sick reason, but most times we got to play it cool. We got to stay on D and trust our morasses and paths to keep those Romans at bay. He low-key recommended breaking into squads of 15s and 20 scattering across the fen country, but still being close enough to hear the horn blow. Each squad had to know every inch of that ground, every spot where they could hide, and every path to take. If they heard the Romans coming, they'd know exactly how to hit M or run. They got to earn their keep by fishing and fouling too. When making those squads, they had to have at least 2 dudes who were all about that life. They needed coracles. Fam, I'll send up a boatload of hides, and then they'd hunt for cattle and swine in the woods when it was safe. If you're near hunting, you've got to be extra vigilant, 2T47, watching those Romans, making sure to send me the tea every day or two. If they come crashing, don't even think about trying to take them down, just let your boat ride on by. They're hello stronger than us, and we should just throw in the towel and fight them there. They can do whatever they wanna with the sea, but when they land or try to set up shop through the swamp, it's all hands on deck. We got to take them down from the bushes, lure them into swamps, and just overwhelm them with missiles. You feel. Let each dude make his own sick bow and a dope quiver full of arrows pointed with stones or flint. Even without those, though, they'll still hit their mark if you shoot from the bushes at like 10 feet away. Let's practice with these, and remember to aim for their legs, bruh. It's all about the legs, not shields or armor. We need to take out their protection first. Plus, let each bro make himself a fire, hardened spear that's 18 feet long, and rely on those instead of your swords to keep them at bay. Whenever you find solid paths through the swamp, cut down trees and create barriers to hold them off. Loki be besties with the fenmen and just give em some gifts you feel. Don't try to set up shop near em, or they'll get all salty and stuff. They know this land better than us, so if they're down for a fight, they can lead those Romans right into our trap. If you can't find solid ground to build on, just pick spots with sturdy trees and lash some saplings together, building your huts 3-4 feet off the wet soil. Some of my peeps who know the swamps by the eastern rivers told me that's the move to avoid the fen fevers. So Henty and his squad head back to camp after everything is set up. For a hot second, it was all good, but then they started getting reports about the Romans sending out strong squads just to cut timber. Then came the news that a whole legion had rolled in, and like mini forts were going up all over the fen, 3 or 4 miles apart on both sides. This means we got to be done with fighting elsewhere, Asker said. They wouldn't dare use such a big squad unless they thought we'd just chill out. I'm thinking these forts are built to keep us from getting any cattle, 'cause they want to starve us out. But for real, we got rivers and channels full of fish, and now that winter is coming, the wildfowl will be popping. I'm Loki scared of winter, Beric said. Then they'll be able to trek through the swamps like it's nothing. But Loki, Henty was all about that forest life, covered in trees and bushes, no cap. They didn't need grain or nothing from up north, but they got some fetching the cargo down, you feel. It'd take like a whole squad to even try and surround them. It's wild. By this time, Henty was straight the channels there through the swamps for real, and had even got in on trade with the people living up north of the fen country. They found out that the Romans said they pretty much wiped out the Trinobantes and Iceni, but they were key lenient with other tribes that joined the uprising. Some Roman towns got smashed and the inhabitants got served. A month later, a fleet of boats showed up in Huntingdon, loaded with Roman soldiers. They didn't see nothing suspicious, just dead silence. And they turned around and headed back to Huntingdon. But Henty wasn't just chilling. They had spies in the swamps who told them about the Roman plan. The Romans were going to send some troops along the edges of the swamps to cut off any escape routes for the Iceni. So Beric sounded the alarm and got all the fighting men moving south. Some dudes went by boat, some by their little coracles that fit through the channels. The next night, the whole Briton crew was gathering in the southern swamps, ready to roll out. Some 500, led by Asker, went after Huntingdon, which had become a fool on Roman city for real. It was poppin' with artisans and settlers who helped build the boats. 300 Roman soldiers were hanging around, but they got most of them on boats. The main squad attacked the Roman camp across the river, where 300 more soldiers were chillin'. Beric had built some fire ladders, just like last time. They surrounded the camp first, and when a sentry sounded the alarm, Beric gave the signal to go hard. All the Britons rushed in from all sides, climbing up the ditch and over the palisade, and swarmed into the Roman camp before they could even react. Yaz, like 100 trained Iceni dudes chillin' at the river, and then they're all let's go and form a tight squad to hit up the Romans. They got their strategy on lock, 'cause even though it was a total surprise attack, the Roman legionaries were still hella disciplined, right? So, as soon as their officers realized the walls were already down, they're all right, let's get solid and form up for battle. Meanwhile, Beric is low, Key leading his squad to the party, and he shows up just in time to see the Romans getting wrecked by the Britons with them darts and arrows. The Roman cohort is trying to hold it down, but then Beric's squad comes through with their 6-spear hedge and throws themselves at the Romans. It was a total game changer. Fam. The Romans got smashed, and now they're just trying to survive this epic hand-to-hand struggle. But, the Britons had the numbers, height, and strength on their side, so it was all over for the Romans in a hot minute. Beric's squad is all hi-yo, we got this, and starts taking down the Romans left and right. When it's all said and done, there's no one left but ashes and flames from Huntingdon. After the dust settled, the Britons were all, let's get that loot. So they're doing a systematic search for any valuable stuff, like emptying out storehouses and collecting arms and armor. They even set fire to some of the buildings and tents just to make sure nothing was left behind. By the time the sun came up, the Iceni were all loaded up with their spoils and headed back to the swamp. Bordeaux' squad actually met up with some Romans trying to rush in and help the garrison. So they're all, nah, you can't come through here, and shoot them down. Meanwhile, Asker's party was getting their own loot on, and when everyone got back together, they started divvying up the spoils. They gave out equal portions of provisions, clothes, and arms to each dude, but then some stuff like rope, metal, and canvas was set aside for, future adventures or whatever. Henty was low, key lit, when they set aside gear for the community to take to the island, which was a major key move. The Romans were all about getting their shields, armor, and helmets of those soldiers from the island in melting them down into spear and arrowheads, you feel. But 2 days later, they got back from sailing up the river, and they was straight-faced rage mode activated. They heard these hella mocking laughs coming from them bushes on the river banks, and no one was there to see it. The vets were all about that anger, and their officers was like, hold up, fam, let's not go get ambushed. So they kept sailing. But when they got to this part of the swamp, they saw that Huntingdon was ghosted. The whole town just vanished. Gee. But when they got to camp, they saw all these sentries on the walls, and that gave them some relief, But then they found out that every single Roman soldier in the camp at Huntingdon had been wiped out, and all their gear was gone or destroyed. It was like a major bummer. and it made the Romans all salty. The general was low, he shook, 'cause he realized this task was way more intense than he thought, in that these Brits were straight up fierce. He'd seen how hard it was to navigate this river, and now he knew it was even harder in the fen country, like 30 or 40 miles wide, fam. The general was all about getting to Suetonius, who was busy rebuilding Camalodunum, and telling him what went down. He asked for orders, and then he got a squad of 500 men to check out the camp, figure out how to handle it. Suetonius hit the ground running, checking out the fen country, and seeing that it was all like too much for the Romans to handle. He realized they couldn't even guard this huge line, and starving them out was straight up impossible. Henty was all about making moves on the country vibes around him. First off, you got to scope out their limits. Know what I'm saying? The Brits got hit with orders to send over all their available men, and when these newbies arrived were straight up clearing. They were out the trees and bush and the eastern side of the River Ouse. As soon as the Romans figured out their plan, the British camp near the rivers was low-key abandoned, 'cause those Roman soldiers could have made some wide roads to it, and would have likely taken it down for good. The Romans sent in that flotilla of boats and cut off the Brits' retreat. Fam. 30,000 workmen were grinding, hard under the watchful eyes of Roman soldiers, for 2 months, getting those swamps denuded east of Ouse done. It was a wet winter season, but the Romans still tried to fire up that brushwood from the south and west no-cap. Then some crazy frosty weather hit late in the game, and when the ground got hard enough, the Romans slipped on in and started moving north. The Brits were hella ready for him, and had their whole squad gathered up, straight up fighting. Beric and Asker put them to work soon as those Roman soldiers crossed the river and hit the north side. They heard some wild noises ahead and came upon a channel all busted up from ice. They chopped down bushes, made faggots, and got to work damming it up, but they got ambushed by volleys of arrows coming from the opposite side. The Romans had their light troops bringed up, and it was like a javelin shower over there. The Brits had made some sick shields out of wickerwork and Roman pattern, all long enough to cover from the eyes down to the ankles. They were catching those javelins left and right and handing them back to the men. When they finished building that road across the channel, it was like the Romans thought they'd got the Brits on lock, but nope. The Brits came at them with spears in one hand and bucklers on the other, and a storm of darts and javelins poured in from behind. They kept pushing back those Roman soldiers until it was time to dip out and suffer some major losses. They made it to several spots where they were all good with their footing, and when they heard that horn go off, they just instantly stopped fighting and ghosted into thin air. They moved slow and steady, trying not to get caught, and they found out the ice in all the channels was totes broken up. They were low, key stuck in a whole network of sluggish streams, and it was hella hard to move forward. The Britons had set up trees as bridges for their escape route, and when they crossed over, they dragged them along behind them. Every single one of these streams was defensed like crazy, and the more the Roman line got wide, the more scattered it got. Around sunset, some savage attack came from the back, Beric having took a squad round their flank. A lot of Romans got knocked out before they could even act together to fight back. And as soon as they did, their homies just dipped out. After a whole day of fighting, that only gained like a mile from Ham where they started, and that at a cost of over 300 dudes. Suetonius was in charge of the attack, and when the troops chilled for the night at the edge of this super wide channel, he was hella salty about how hard it was. He called up the 2 legion commanders to his makeshift hut. "You, what's good?" he asked. "This is straight up warfare we ain't never seen before, fam. Beric's squad is on another level. They've got this whole thing locked down tight. This dude's like a boss, and we ain't gonna outsmart him. We're talking forests of Goths, level hard, bruh." He explained how Beric had basically ruined the ice situation on all these channels, and how if they were only fighting through swamps that are just 2 miles wide with some frost to help them, this whole thing would be a whole lot easier. But they can't leave them alone, or it'll never be peaceful again. Is there like any other way we could move forward without getting wrecked? He asked the 2 officers. They were silent for a hot second, and then one of them was like, "Maybe resistance gets whack." Suetonius shook his head. "Seen how this played out," he said. "We're losing like 4 Romans to every British do, and we can't even touch them when they come at us. We're just shooting blind while they're getting lit in the bushes. However, we got to keep pushing for a little while longer." Henty's squad got lit for real, fam. The Brits came at M 3 times, once while they were chillin' on the river, landin' behind M, then when they hit the countryside, trying to take out their left flank, and lastly, when they dropped into cross channels, just pouring it on. All night, though, their shouts kept the Romans wide awake, trying to get ready for the next attack, you feel. For 4 days straight, it was go down or go home, and those Romans were low-key devastated, fam. They lost over 1,000 dudes, and still managed to move 8 miles further. By the end of that grind, they were hella exhausted from all the sweat and sleepless nights. The swamps just kept getting wider, and them channels got bigger and deeper, you know. The Roman leaders were like, "Now, we can't keep this up no more." They'd already cleared 12 miles, but that was just a tiny part of the Fenland, bruh. And just when they thought things couldn't get any worse, the weather changed and it started pouring rain in the evening. So they decided to ghost the British and hit the road while the ground was still hard, lighted some fires, left a squad to keep those fires lit, and made like they were in a hella busy area, so they could dip out and leave the mess behind them. Chapter X betrayed the Brits were all like, "Oh yeah, yes, we got our squad." But then they realized the Romans had ghosted them and weren't coming back. They knew the legionaries would get every time on open ground, so they were totes good with what they had and ain't worried about it, fam. The Brits lost like 400 dudes while they were still trying to figure out how to deal with frost, but they knew the Romans took way more damage, and there was no way they could keep this up. Bro. The winter went down without a hitch. The Brits were all good, 'cause their joints were used to being wet, fam. They just coped with the fogs and damps like it was nobody's business. But then spring rolled around, and it was time for some grain sown in places they knew wouldn't get too soggy. Meanwhile, Beric and Asker were all, "We need boats for our next move," and the Brits built some huge ones during the winter, 'cause word on the street was the Romans that all got all up in boat business, fam. Early spring, the fighting popped back up like a bad habit, and they brought out this flotilla of boats that descended from Huntingdon like it was nobody's business. But then, Brits were Loki ready. They had the tools and trees blocked up across the channel, so they were basically unmovable. When those Roman boats hit the main river, it was like a storm of javelins from nowhere. The bushes were just spitting out missiles all over them. The Romans were trying to land, but the swamp was deep, and they'd sink up to their waists, while the Brits in their swag patterns could just chill in the water and take M down. It was hella brutal, and the Romans got forced back into their boats for good. At those blocked-up channels, it was like a full-on battle royale. They were trying to clear the obstacles, but getting destroyed by all the missiles coming at M from everywhere. They tried to take out the blocks, and then they landed, only to get totally roasted again. Several times their escape route got blocked by boats coming in through side channels, so they had to fight their way back with nothing but losses and drama. After 4 days of this wild struggle, the Romans were like, peace out, and retreated upriver. The Fenmen joined forces with the Iceni to shut down the attack. They knew the Romans were coming for M2, so they high-tailed it back in battle. To battle. The Fenmen had been chillin' on their own turf, but when they saw what was going down, they joined the party. They'd previously kept themselves at bay from the Iceni because of some drama about birds getting stolen, but Beric hit them with some good vibes and presents them to make up for it all. He and Asker were always vibbin', talking about how their main threat was the Fenmen, who they saw as a threat to their own sovereignty. They think we're invaders in our own land, Asker said. If they turn against us, they'll lead the Romans straight to our islands and we'll be toast if those get taken. Bojuak was all about killing it, but Beric was like, hold up. That's not how you solve this. We don't want to go down that path, he said. We're good for now, and acting mean would make us unworthy of the gods. Plus, if we take out some of these Fenmen, more will just escape and lead the Romans straight to our door. Asker was all about keeping it real with the Fenmen. They had to avoid all drama and just chill with them. They got to speak peace, not war, and do whatever they can to keep the love between their peoples going. I'm low-key hyped they're trying to get on good terms with us, you feel. But for real, we got to keep our guard up, 'cause they can be hella treacherous. We got to watch the mouths of every channel they use to sneak up on us, 247. Another month passed, and the Romans are still holding it down in their forts around the fens. The natives are feeling them, and they're getting some protection from strong squads of soldiers who are clearing out the swamp on that side. But for real, they ain't making no progress, 'cause the Brits keep popping up on them, and this terrain is hella hard to navigate. From his kinsfolk in the northwest, Beric got word that a new pro-praetor came in to replace Suetonius. It's reported that Rome is trying to tone down Suetonius' severity, so the new dude is all about being chill and stopping the whole extermination vibe. Apparently, the new general just dropped a proclamation saying, Rome ain't trying to mess with us no more. They're inviting us to come back home, and they promise not to get all up in our business. They even gave amnesty for all the trouble we caused during the last uprising. What's good, Asker? Beric asked when he heard the tea. I think it might be true, or it might not, Asker said. I'm low-key skeptical cause of how Rome treated Boadicea and her fam. I ain't trusting their promises no more. But, for real, this is just rumors at this point. We gotta wait till they send in a flag of truce and offer us some peace terms before we even think about it. And if the proclamation is real, it's only for the past troubles. The new general must have known about our whole winning sesh when he arrived. Even if it ain't all good news, I'm trying to keep it 100 that I might be onto something. Here, they usually treat native tribes decent after they surrender, and we got some wild stories about Suetonius' harshness with the Druids. Maybe they're just trying to find a new vibe now. For real, though, there's still some tribes out there who ain't been subdued yet, so we got to keep grinding to cultivate the ground. Rome can't be all about conquering deserts, you feel. Henty was low-key salty about Suetonius and Decianus being extra with their cruelties, 'cause they might just spark another major uprising like ours and bring more drama to Rome. But for real, if the amnesty is still on the table or not, I'm hella glad to hear that Suetonius is ghosting them already. We know he was totes at their camp outside Huntingdon 3 days ago, and he's probably trying to get a sick wind before he pieces out so he can come back with some major bragging rights. 2 nights later, just as the sun was about to rise, this dude comes up to our defenses, all beat up and out of breath. He's like, yo, we got some Romans coming at us. One of our sentries is all, what's good? And runs off with the tea. And then Beric hears it and sounds his horn. He's like, all right, team, it's go time. And our squad, which was only at 400 strong, is all, let's do this. Beric asks our messenger, what's poppin'? And they're like, it's a whole vibe of treachery, bruh. I was on watch with 2 homies near the river when we heard these faint oar sounds above us, and then suddenly a dozen Romans just jump out of nowhere and start hewing at them. It was low-key savage. Our dude is all, I'm dead. But then he comes to and sees these Roman boats coming in. He's all, I gotta get up, fam. So our dude sips on some water from his coracle, we hid it under the bushes, and starts chasing after the Romans. They were far ahead, so he takes a detour through the cross-channel to try and catch up. And then he's like, oh, there's another whole fleet of Roman boats, which was straight fire. He realized that all these treacherous fenmen must have been low-key killed by Suetonius too. He kept following those boats till he reached a spot with a track through the marshes to our island, but it was hella hard. We got lost in the darkness, and he almost drowned. Fam, it took him hours, but he finally made it to the island. The Romans were already there, so he's like, what do I even do now? He tries each entrance they used, but they're all held up. But then somehow our dude makes it onto the island and is low-key triumphant. I low-key made my way through one of the deepest marshes, where at any other time I'd totes not set foot, even on a sick day, and so got here just in time to spit some tea. Yas, you did good. Your warning straight fire, but it's too late for us, lol. We'll get to die with our swords up at least, no cap. We sent some squads of men out to hold down the fort and keep those Romans from getting in easy. Some of the squad leaders who knew the swamps like the back of their hand went solo, but they got jumped hard by the Romans on every side. They had formed a 6 circle around the island with all the boats lined up, and some dudes were even just chilling on logs across the channels, waiting for us to slip up. They won't hit till broad daylight, Asker said, when all the squad leaders came back with the same deets. They got to fight blind, and they'd get wrecked if some of us slipped away in the dark, she added. Next day was a major chill fest. Nothing happened, fam. Beric and Asker were like, yo, most likely all those boats left to bring more troops. They don't want to risk another loss. And then they were talking about throwing all our forces at the Romans at once, but that'd mean leaving the women and kids behind. It was a total no-go. We waited some more, and in the evening we heard loud shouts coming from the swamp, and we knew those boats had brought reinforcements. Oscar, Bolduc, and another bigwig each took their spot at one of 3 entry points with 100 squad members, while Beric just chilling with his Sarsi squad on the top fort, ready to bail us out if needed. Next morning, battle broke out. The Romans showed up in their boats, but our entrenchments was like, no way. Homie, we had those Roman forts built in, and we were all about that Roman life. The 2 armies clashed for hours, with 50 of us throwing arrows and javelins at them, while they tried to climb the bank with their spears. When they made it past the line, we took them down sword to sword. It was lit, fam. Beric Loki knew they were in a world of trouble when his squad went ham on the lower entrenchment, and those broads on the upper one were straight up screaming about it. He split his crew into 3 teams. 2 would hold up while he gave the signal to move, and one was going to try to take out the Romans from above. He was low-key worried that the Romans might find a way in by making paths through the swampy bushes, but for now, nothing seemed poppin'. It was all quiet on the west side of the island, but he knew that vibe was straight up deceptive, 'cause the marsh trees and underbrush were like totally hiding the bushes from his sight. Just when he thought it was all good, a Roman trumpet blew loud and clear, and suddenly 6 different squads popped out of them bushes. Beric hollered into his horn, sending the squad to retreat. The Iceni took off like shot, scrambling up the hill before the Romans even got started. "Loki, they made paths," Oscar said, his voice all bitter and whatnot as he caught up with Beric. They would have never gotten through by straight-up fighting. Beric was all, "Nah, bruh, we got one more struggle left, and it's going to be a doozy. Then we're heading to that happy island in the west. We earned our spot there. They'll welcome us with open arms, 'cause we went hard for liberty against the oppressor. And we held down the Iceni honor like champs. Not till they got all their squad, which was over 2,000, on the island did they even think about attacking. The Iceni were straight up outnumbered, but them women and young bloods came through armed with hatchets, clubs, and knives. The battle went on forever, 'cause they fought like animals, tacking down as many Romans as possible before going out. It wasn't till they lost a third of their crew that the Romans finally broke through. But that even then the Iceni kept fighting straight up to the end. None of them asked for quarter. Each dude just wanted to take down one more Roman before kicking the bucket. The women were throwing everything they got at those Romans, trying to get in some last, second revenge. Henty was low, key putting himself on the line with the enemy, rather than die a peaceful death at their hands. Death seemed way more appealing to him than being held by the Romans. Then only like 30 Britons were left chillin' on a little hill in the middle of the camp. Beric had been a total boss, holding down the fort until the Romans came storming in elsewhere, and then he blew his horn and tried to get everyone rallied up for one last stand. Oscar got taken out, but Bolduc and some other Sarsi were all about defending their boy Beric, and they managed to hold off those Roman dudes for a hot minute. But then they got hella overwhelmed, and it seemed like they'd be squashed by the Romans at any sec. But then this Roman horn sounds, and suddenly everyone just chilling on them gets kicked out of there. This one officer comes up to Beric, all like Suetonius says he's got respect for bravery, but you guys are good, your lives will be spared if you lay down your arms. Beric's all, tell Suetonius we ain't having it, and we're really going to die doing what we do best, staying free men. The Roman officer was like, stand up to those guns. Guys, don't move till I get back. It took a minute or two before he came back, but when he did, there were these other soldiers laid down their arms, and now they're all like peaceful vibes only, armed with sticks and poles. Before Beric could even process what's going on, he and his squad get hit by the wooden spears or bashed to the ground with them poles. It was a whole mess. The Romans just came for them, bound their hands and feet, then went ahead and looted the camp, set fire to the huts, and knocked down the walls. Then they carried off all these Britons, took some boat ride through the marshes, and ain't nobody got nothing to celebrate. They took down the leader of the Iceni, destroyed their crew's headquarters and 400 of those dudes, but it came at a price like double that number of soldiers went down, and some of the others were all hurt up in their wounds. Borduak was straight up, ragey, bout getting captured to Britons, capturing you was way more disrespect than dying, and he couldn't believe they spared his life when it seemed like everyone else got taken out. As for Beric, he's a little mixed up, because even though death would have been sweeter, around the Romans had him see things differently now. He ain't never surrender, but he also didn't want to die. It was all just a bit complicated, and he wasn't really sure what to do with himself in that moment. Yes, so Henty was low-key wondering why him and his squad got spared, right? It's possible they were going to get killed publicly as a sick warning to their countrymen, but he thought it more probable Suetonius kept them alive to take back to Rome like proof that he crushed out the last resistance of Brits to Roman rule. So when the captives got scattered among the boats, Henty had no chance to vibe with his squad till midnight, and they arrived at Godmancastra. Then they were laid on the ground, a 6-man guard chilling beside them. Borduak went hella salty on the Romans. They had every right to whack us, but they low-key disrespected us. We fought fair, we didn't surrender. It's hella shaddy to make us captives like this. I'd rather die than be a slave. There was an audible yaz from the other captives. Beric was all, "Shill, Borduak, they ain't trying to disrespect you guys." The Romans don't view it that way. They're hella proud of taking us down. You see, they killed everyone else, even little kids and whatnot. We got taken 'cause they wanted a trophy, not out of pity. It's an honor, fam. Beric explained, we might feel bad 'cause we didn't die in battle like the rest, but it ain't up to us. The gods decided that. And honestly, it's hella cool they took the time to capture you guys instead of just killing you on the spot. You should be grateful. Yes, we Loki just wrecked Rome, fam, and we're straight up proud of it. They should totes see that our chains ain't holding us back, and that we're still hella free, even as captives. We'll win them over with respect. They'll be all like, these are the OGs we conquered. By the sacred oak, Beric, you're a total simp, Borduak said. That's exactly what Caractacus did when he got caught, and he went out on top. Nobody can control their fate, but we can show they're hella weak. What do you think, Beric? Did you speak truth? The other captives were all about that assent. Fam, and the Roman surgeon just grinded them back into silence. Get some rest. Best sleep if you can, he Loki said. But really, nobody was getting no sleep 'cause everybody's hurtin'. Next morning, they cut their chains loose, and a leech came through to patch up the wounds. They gave them food and water, and Beric was all about that hydration life. An hour later, they're stuck in the middle of a strong guard, chillin' with Suetonius as he's headin' to Camulodunum. What's good, think you? Boduoc asked Beric, I don't think they gone put us up for public execution here. I think Suetonius is just going to take us to Rome, 'cause he can't even get a triumph going. You Henty's squad was low, key vibin' with the struggles of Rome, just like when two warriors go ham and figure out their differences through a sick fight. Dude, being a private or public slave or getting killed for the Romans is hella whack, Boduoc said. But bro, at least if I die, it's over quick, right? And I'd rather take that road than live in misery. Beric was all like, I don't know, Boduoc, but if we're both just trying to get out of this life, maybe we can help each other out. Boduoc said, Lelmau, I didn't think of it that way. Dude, yeah, if you kill me, you're doing me a solid, and if I kill you, you owe me one. Beric replied, laughing. Boduoc was all, I guess it's not so bad either way, Boduoc added. But for real, we ain't gonna get that choice. And even though this whole situation is wok, I'm hyped to see Rome, fam. I always wanted to visit, but never thought it'd be as a cap. Still, at least we'll get to see the city and all its fire, he said. Camulodunum was just a tiny hamlet compared to that. It's like Rome is on another level, on the second day after leaving Godmancastra, they rolled up to Camulodunum, which had already been rebuilt and settled by some Gaulish traders and Roman officials. A crowd was turned up as Suetonius arrived with his squad, and everyone was low-key hyped to see the new propraetor, Petronius Tepilianus. There were also these British captives who followed Suetonius a chariot, and people were shocked, 'cause they were all like, ho, these are literally 6 inches taller than our guards. Sketched outside a fresh building that was made from the old city's trash, Petronius was low, key hyped to see Suetonius, surrounded by his squad of officials. I got you, bro, Suetonius, he said with a smile. Your win is all I need to chill and deal with the plebs gently. I feel you, Petronius. This win is fire for me, too. And I gotta say thanks again for letting me keep my troops on deck until we got our revenge on those savage barbs. He continued, you good, though, and now it's your call on what happens to Beric and his squad. They def deserve some serious harm, but I'd rather take them with me as captives to Rome, you feel. I'm low. Key cool with that, Suetonius, Petronius said. I don't want to be the one who starts off my rule by playing it too harsh, and maybe these homies can help us get the rest of the outlaws to chill. Ward Petronius, he said. It's lit that you took down their chief, and from what I heard, Beric grew up in our fam and speaks the language. He's got bars. Yeah, he was a hostage for his tribe for like 5 years under Caius Muro, who dipped out of here after we got our Briton vibes, Petronius replied. I hit him up to find out he was leading the erection, but apparently he's all about it and knows what's good. They're straight fire, Suetonius. These guys are on another level, Petronius said, eyeing them from afar. You should roll with their chief now. Yo, into the crib. What's good, Varro? He said to one of his peeps, take charge of the captives till Suetonius sails. Keep it real, though treat him with respect, but keep an eye on them. Put them in the house so they don't get harassed by the crowd. If their big chief is low, Key promising not to rock the boat. You can pop the chains. If not, they got to stay locked down. Varro was like, all right, I got it, and hit up a centurion from Camalodunum's squad and told him to bring his crew. When they rolled up, these soldiers surrounded the captives and marched them out to a holding cell nearby. Henty said to Beric, "What's the deal? We got to give our word that we won't try to flip out." Beric was all, "I'm low." Key worried, "Fam, you can bet your last coin they'll keep us locked down tight. It's better if we stick to our promise than get caught in a bind." As everyone was like, "Ward." Beric took an oath on their behalf that they wouldn't try to escape. So the ropes on their arms got cut loose, and in no time some grub showed up from Petronius' spot. Next thing you know, someone comes knocking on Henty's door, asking him to cop a ride with Suetonius. Beric was all, he got you, and said he'd bring Bolduoc and another sub-chief along for the ride. He didn't want a low, key disroam that his peeps wouldn't know about. The officer was cool with it, so Beric hopped in the whip with Bolduoc and another dude to meet up with Petronius Suetonius at Suetonius' pad. Petronius was chillin' with Suetonius when a bunch of officers and officials were standing behind him like, "What's good, Beric?" Petronius asked. "How'd you end up being the leader of us rebels?" Beric replied, "I'm low, key, a Roman bookworm, and I know how much they care about freedom and all that jazz. If Rome had conquered some other nation, every Roman would have risen up in arms if they got even half as salty as Catus Decianus did to us. We were treated like dirt, our lives, properties, and the honor of our women got taken for granted. Death was way better than getting played by a system that doesn't care about nobody's feelings." Beric kept it real with Petronius, saying, "Rome has been lit when they treat other nations with respect and leniency, but not us fam. If we got treated right, we wouldn't be all up in arms. We'd just chill and take our L's. But no, we took matters into our own hands, 'cause that treatment was straight up savage." He added, "There's still Britons left in the wilds, so if Rome didn't treat us like dirt to begin with, we wouldn't be extinct right now. Honestly, fam, Henty's treatment is low. Like, only when the last Briton dies can we actually rule this island." A murmur of surprise ran round the circles. Henty just spoke truth bomb style. "Have you even asked, since you arrived, about Decianus' realty, like how he straight up took Odysseus' sick property and ordered her to get beat? Should we, a free people, let Rome get all up in our queen's grill like that? I knew from the first that this mission was hella doomed, and without order we'd just get conquered, but it's way better to die than live under treatment worse than what you give your slaves. I'm low-key with you, Eric," Petronius said, all calm and stuff. "Your complaints are real, and Rome sent me here 'cause they want to fix this mess. Vengeance was already served for the rebellion. Now it's time to lay down the sword. I already dropped a proclamation for amnesty. Your crew got handled, but yours still went hard in arms and resisted our power. But trust, with you taken, it'll end. You and your squad will go to Rome with Suetonius, but there's still many of your followers in the fens who won't play nice. I'd treat 'em not like a conqueror, but as a soldier with bruv foes. If they down their arms, they get amnesty too, can come home and live free from penalty. If Rome was all about it before," Beric said, "we wouldn't have these probs, and she'd be ruling over a contented people instead of one that's hella salty. There's still many of your tribesmen in the fens, though. There's an army, gee," Beric replied. "You took one stronghold by surprise, but they won't forget. There won't be no traitors to guide your next move. By this time, every last Fenman will be dead. I'm low. Keep trying to stop all this, Petronius said. What terms you thinking would get your countrymen to chill? Oh, yes. They'll just chill in their villages and be low, key grateful for not getting murdered. Okay, they'll pay the tribute, which is totes fair, 'cause they can. Then they'll vibe out of the fens for good, no cap. The dudes who ran north will also come back, too. I'm hella ready to take an oath at the altar, bruh. I came here to bring peace to this land, G. I'm low-key trying to make it happen, but like, how do they even know? Dude, you gotta let us captives be present when you take that oath. Release 4 of my squad who are hella injured and can't even walk straight. Pick the ones who got played the most, okay? I'll send them with my sick bracelet to the fens. I'll tell them what you said, and they'll testify to seeing you swear on your gods. Then I'll send them vibes that they got to go back to their land, invite the Northies to come back too, and say from me that they're free men, not slaves, and that's no diss or nothing, Tom. I got you, Roman dude. You can spare 4 of my homies, especially since some of them would get whopped on the journey. Send them with your bracelet now. I'll hit you up with the lowdown on what you said so they can testify for real. Then I'll send my last words to them, like tell to come back strong, free men, no cap. Dude, do you think he's going to keep his oath? I'm hella sure of it. Beric said. He was sent by Rome to fix the mess Suetonius and Decianus made. His face is real. Roman dude wouldn't lie to their gods or anything. But you should have made a deal, man. You should have asked them if they could stay, though. It's all good for us, but you're the big cheese of Iceni left. First off, Boduoc. I couldn't make deals since I'm stuck in this Rome mess. Secondly, I wouldn't even if I could. You think the tribesmen would take my word and chill with me? They'd be all like, you sold us out. No one's going to say that of you, though. Maybe not now, but some dude will say it later on. I low-key went back to them, fam. No cap. Even if they offered us a chance at freedom, I'd be like, let those who want to leave go, but I'm good. Still a slave, you feel. If that message had hit me when I was free in the fens, I would have been all about it, 'cause I knew we'd get wrecked in the end. Those marsh fevers were straight fire, and for real, we only lasted a year before we got smashed by the Romans. We should have melted away like ice cream on a hot summer day, but we held strong, you know. If they were really trying to make peace, had I believed it, I would have taken their offer, because we were still free and all that jazz, and we could have kept resisting. But now that I'm caught and I'm feeling like a captive, I ain't taken no mercy from Rome. By the time they showed up at our crib was repping Petronius off her again, and he's all, this is for the betterment of our people. He's like, we're the captives of Suetonius, but we got heart, fam. We fought with arms in our hands, and we ain't going to be held down by Rome. Our land might get populated by the Iceni, and we'll always know it's because we stood up for ourselves. There's still a lot of us in the swamps, like 15 fighting men and twice as many women and kids, and some more are probably chilling with the Brigantes. We got this, fam. Our defense of the Fenlands won our freedom, so we ain't ashamed of it. For months we kept Suetonius at bay, and 2 Romans died for every Briton, you feel. It wasn't even our fault we didn't die on the battlefield, and now we can hold our heads high as captives, because we did what we had to do when we were free men. We don't know what's going to happen next, but we'll be all about seeing our people thrive again in the old woods with their men spinning yarns by the fire, and the Iceni getting back on their feet. Henty's squad is lit for peace. Most of us have lost our fam, but some are ghosted by their wives when the attack went down. Let those stay, and let the ones with no ties to Rome roll to Rome. Only 2 Hentys were found whose squad wasn't on the island when it got hit. These and the 2 most low-key wounded were straight up chosen as messengers. The next morning, all the captives were escorted to the temple, which was hella small compared to the big edifice that got destroyed in Camalodunum. There's Petronius, and all the principal officers and officials are chilling with him. They're offering up some sacrifices, and then Petronius is like, I'm declaring a peace treaty with the Brits, and we're good to go as long as they're keeping it real as Rome's subjects. He swears that no one will mess with them, and they'll be free to live their best lives in their villages, till their land, and tend to their herds without any drama. Beric translates the oath to the Brits, and Petronius is like, we got 4 Hentys who are straight up sending the message. We're good, and we're done with all this bloodshed. He's all about that peace life now. It's time for us to lay down our swords and live together as squad goals. After leaving the temple, Beric hits up his squad, and they start rolling out under an escort to the camp. They get a boat, and they're off to Rome solo. That evening, Petronius is like, I'm sorry I can't get you guys back with your tribe, but Suetonius has got you on lock. He's tried begging, but Suetonius said no. He wrote a letter to his squad in Rome, though, and he's all about representing for them. Suetonius and his successor had a major beef going down, and Petronius is low-key trying to get on their good side. Henty was low-key trying to govern Britain on some more different vibes compared to what he actually did when it came down to it, you feel. Plus, he got those captives from the insurrection, and he was all about showing M off as proof that he straight up crushed the uprising. Know what I'm saying? That move was straight fire, but also super problematic since Rome was all like, no thanks, after they went through some major losses and heavy casualties during his propraetorship. So Henty was hella heated about granting Petronius's request. The next morning, them captives were mustered up and marched to the river, where they got on a boat that was straight fire 6 vessels. Yes, Suetonius had his whole squad with him, plus some officers and soldiers who were just trying to chill. Beric was down in Camalodunum, but the Britons he was with were hella hyped to see them ships. It was like nothing they'd ever seen before. Can we even sail these boats to Rome? Boduoc asked. Suetonius was all, you could do that, but it's going to be a wild and stormy ride through the straits between the Pillars of Hercules. But, for real, they got there in 2 days and then took foot from Gaul to Rome. The weather was straight, so they made good time. On day 3, they hit one of the northern ports of Gaul, and the Roman squad was all about that pomp life, lodging Suetonius in this fancy magistracy house. But Henty wasn't trying to impress anyone, so he just left the captives loose, and they walked through the streets under a guard talking to their Roman homies. The Gauls were low-key feeling sorry for M, but also super curious, cause Suetonius' squad was all like, hey, we heard this leader Beric is actually pretty young, lol. 2 days later, they started that long march, and the Britons were totes unfazed by the daily grind. They saw some fire villages and towns with temples and fancy villas, and it was just another day in Gaul. I can't help with that. He had read in Polybius, Hannibal was Loki, his hero. He was totes dauntless and got those resources on lock, always keeping it 100 even when things got hard, and he still managed to hold Rome at bay for years. No cat. His pop's stories about him being a total boss had inspired Henty in the first place. So when he found out from his guards that they were going to head to Gaul and then Massilia, which is like super Roman, he was hella disappointed, you feel. The Roman guards were all about talking trash to their young captive, and Beric was down to get all the tea on Rome. It was actually pretty lit. They didn't get guarded at night, but they did have some freedom, and when they stopped for a hot sec, they could do whatever they wanted, no one watching them. It was wild seeing how different people reacted to Henty's height, hair, and eyes, like he stood out in the south, where it was all more lit. There was this one officer who took a liking to Beric and was always inviting him to chill at their spots, even brought his wife along sometimes. She was low-key cool. When they got close to Massilia, this officer said, "Yo, I got some fam in the city. I get you an invite to stay with them while we're there," which might be for a little while, 'cause they'd have to wait for a ship. His uncle was a magistrate and had written like tons of books on world religions. He was always moving, even wrote one about the Brits. But his wife didn't want to go to Britain no more, 'cause she was done with travelling. I should think he's cooled off since that last year, though. Now he's hella hyped to talk shop. Someone who can spit facts on Briton religions in their own tongue. Massilia was straight fire, the biggest city they hit, and it was like a total melting pot. People from everywhere. Even Boduoc was shook when I was low-key vibing on a dark-skinned dude chillin' on the train of this rich Roman broad. Is he even human? Henty asked his homie Beric in hushed tones. Or is he some wild creature they got tamed? Dude's got no hair, but his dome is rockin', that wool like a black sheep. Beric was all, he's a dude, bruh. Across the sea to the south, there are brown dudes way darker than us, and then you got lands with black dudes. Look at him showin' off them pearly whites and gettin' all surprised when he sees our squad. We're going to see a lot more of these cats in Rome, 'cause Pollio told me they're treated like royalty as slaves, being good vibes only and obedient as hell. But he's straight up ugly Beric. Check out those thick lips, Boduoc said. But the cat looks all good, fam. I wonder if any woman would even date this dude. For sure, they can talk just like us, but they're not exactly lit with that whole white aesthetic. What makes them so dark, Beric? Boduoc asked. Dunno, but it's supposed to be the sun's heat in those countries where it's hella hot, and now they're all tanned up like a summer fling. You see how people get darker when you travel south. It's like the earth is trying to send us a message. Is he born this way, though? Boduoc asked seriously. Yes, certainly he is. If my wife had a child with that colour skin, Boduoc said, I'd cap out of there faster than you can say breadwinner. Pollio swung by and dropped some tea on Beric, saying he got the keys to stay at his uncle's crib, and even offered to vouch for him. So they low-key left together, and they hit up this sick mansion belonging to a wealthy uncle who was always getting on his wife's case about settling down in Rome. They walked straight through the atrium where the servants were all like, hey, what's good? And Pollio went into the tablinum where his uncle was chilling, right in a way. This is the dude I told you to bring, Uncle, Pollio said with a smile. He's a major boss, looks young but packs a punch, and he got us all worked up with his Latin skills. Henty's got no idea about his peeps, 'cause he ain't ever had a chance to learn, bruh. Like, I went to Gaul last year and met people who were repping the same name as him. They said they was like kinfolk, and that their religion was kinda similar to theirs. Beric's all like, "You don't know, fam. He's a Gaul, but he ain't been back to Gaul in ages, 'cause his peeps settled in Britain. Maybe some tribe got wiped out in the wars down south, and they just chillin' with him instead." He says they wasn't from Gaul, though it's all about the Iceni coming from the east and being part of the Belgae crew. Then the magistrate is like, "I found these temples with circles of huge stones, and it's got some major astronomical vibes. It's like the pyramids in Egypt or something." Beric's all, "Same, bruh. Our temples are lit too." He says they do sacrifices on the longest day of summer, but he ain't exactly sure what's going on with the stone arrangements. Only the druids know, and they keep it on lock. Pollio's all chill, Uncle. We got a whole night before we leave, so Beric can learn all he wants from you. I'm going to take him to meet my aunt and cousins, okay? You'll find them in the garden, Pollio's saying. Supper's in 30 minutes, and tomorrow we're going to have a real convo with Beric after breakfast. Pollio's laughing as they step into the garden. My Aunt Lesbia's got some tea to spill when she sees you. He tells me he just met her, and she was shook up 'cause I'm telling him that the big boss man Beric is coming over for dinner. She thought we were going to be enemies, but Pollio's like, "Don't worry about it." Oh, then we see Aunt Lesbia sitting on couches with her daughters under some trees. Got some slave girls chilling nearby. Yas, Henty was straight up vibing behind these hoes with their squad. Got a Dalmatian hound chilling on the ground in front of him. Another slave girl was low, key singing and strumming this tiny harp thing, while a Negro dude was just ready to roll out for his boss's errands or whatever she needed. Lesbia, she was literally half, lying there when Pollio and this tall dude with golden hair showed up flapping around like a Brit. The Iceni were all about keeping their locks flowy, but they found it's super inconvenient in the swampy thickets, so Beric was like, "Nah, I'm good," and cut his hair close to the dome. Pollio was hyped and introduced him to Lesbia and her cousin Emilia and Enya, who were totally turned up for this British dude's arrival. Lesbia got all hella salty when Pollio said Beric wasn't the giant Briton chief she thought he was, and was like, "Yo, you been clowning with us, Pollio?" But Beric just gave her side. And was all, "Pollio ain't playing. Sis in Latin. He's the real deal, fam Iceni chief, Roman hostage, and total boss in battle against Suetonius. I'm low, key salty, 'cause they're more concerned getting lit than dressing themselves vibin' at parties." "You ain't exactly turned up, Pollio," Emilia said, "and like, the young Romans are all about that style life too, but we're missing out 'cause we can't hit the club scene, and we got to make do just chillin' home. If you treat us like you treat those British women, I'ma show up and slay." "No, I'm asking Emilia, can you imagine yourself getting hyped for a fight and rocking a shield and spear like those British women do?" "Nah, I couldn't even lift a shield, let alone wield it in battle. But if the British women are straight fire, then I got you." "Honestly, Emilia's got a major respect for Henty right now," she said. "He's low-key dope, no cap, and always keeps it real, whereas most Romans would be straight up extra. if they did even half the stuff he's been through. We got to get Polio to take us on that trip tomorrow to check out those Britons, though they must be lit, considering Beric can carry Polio on his arm like a hot boy who's 18 and still got it. The next morning, Polio and his cousins rolled up to the prison with Henty in tow. Meanwhile, Beric was vibing with Norbanus in his study, having a deep convo about the importance of keeping it philosophical. Beric caught on that the Roman wasn't bringing any bias or emotions to the table when they talked, so he started sharing all the deets about Britain's spirituality. Henty chimed in, "I'm low-key obsessed with how most peeps think their own gods are special, like they're all about them and only them. I found it weird that even us Romans, who took our worship from Greece, are still trying to make those Greek gods into Rome's thing, when it doesn't really add up. Our belief is fire, though. We believe in one God. We also got to keep it humble, but not make him special just 'cause he's Rome's God." Henty kept going, "What I'm trying to say is that if our God is all about nature and stuff, then he shouldn't be limited to just Rome. And the Jews get it right too. They believe in one God, but only for themselves and their own space. It's like, what's good? Why can't we just spread love and respect for all peoples? This new God they got going on has its perks, but it's still wok when it comes to the learned crowd. I've low-key been checking out these new vibes, Henty and their straight fire, you feel. They're all about equalizing everyone in the eyes of God. It's a move that's got some peeps on my team, especially them who are getting Platon by the man. But at the same time, it's like they're hella out of touch with those in power. You know, they're all about peace and love, but I'm low-key worried they'll clash with the state soon. If these beliefs take off, there won't be enough soldiers to keep the peace. And for real, their views on fighting are straight up impractical, fam. But in other respects, they'd make some solid citizens. They got respect for the authorities and all that jazz. Plus, they're always looking out for each other. It's like they're one big happy fam. One thing I gotta say is these new folks have had a harder time getting traction with the Jews, you know. They're the most stubborn people out there, and even Henty would have gotten in trouble before. But for real, Christus was hella unjustly killed, just 'cause he was changing the game. But Suetonius, attacked our island and killed the priests on the altars. Beric said, "That's true, but it had nothing to do with their religion," Norbanus replied. "It was just a sick move by the priests, trying to stir up some drama. We've got temples in Rome for every nation we conquered, and we let these preachers spread their truth without any issues. The persecutions are just they won't perform their civic duties, you feel. 2 of my slaves are part of this crew, and I'm low-key proud of them, 'cause they're not thieves like some others. If I was stuck in Rome, it'd be a secret who's part of the crew. But out here in the provinces, it's all good. They got their meetups, and we ain't bothering nobody. As long as they're keeping it quiet, it's no big deal. We even had a convo about this stuff the other day. Orders against Christians, etc. came from Rome, but when the thing was spoke about, I was like, I gotta think about this, fam. These slaves in the sect ain't got nothing to do with fighting, right? They don't have to hit no battles, so why we messing with them? I thought, too, that if we keep pushing, these people are gonna lose their vibe, and our whole squad's gonna suffer. Anyway, we ain't talking about it no more. So, Henty, what's good? You want to know about your bard squad, right? These guys got the lowdown on your culture, and they're like the jazz telling the story of your ancestors, and all that jazz. They hold a spot of power, but not to let you feel. They ain't as hella sacred as the druids or nothing, but they're deaf important. Beric and his squad vibed for hours talking about this stuff. Beric learning way more than he was teaching. Northerners is straight fire with all that knowledge. It wasn't till dinner got called out that the Roman dude rose up. He was like, "Thanks, Beric, for the tea, and I'm hyped you're so down to discuss this even when you've been leading squad battles lately." Then he started talking about his own experiences learning, saying he had more fun reading books from Caius Muro's library than doing actual studying. But, for real, he thought his buddy Shineus Nepo was the one who really taught him polio just rolled up a minute ago with his cousins. He whispered to Beric, "I would have come earlier, but my uncle would have been all shook up." So he decided to let you finish first. "You're welcome, fam." Beric was like, "It's been fire listening to your uncle talk, and I learned a lot too." Polio looked up, seeing if Beric was messing with him, but Beric was for real. Polio said, "For real though, you Brits are some wild ones. I'd rather be stuck in the swamp fighting than listen to Uncle for an hour." They sat down and he went on, "The girls love your squad, fam. They say they're not only gorgeous, but also super fit, and if Bauduak had asked one of them to come with him, they would have been like, 'No thanks, we good.' Yeah, as Henty's hut in the swamps was low-key fire, fam. The girls were dead-us laughing. But they're literally the best," Beric, Amelia said. "When you told us you weren't even full-grown, I thought you were jaking, but now I see that these dudes are straight up bigger than you, and I'm low-key jelly on their golden hair and white skin." Golden hair is like super lit in Rome right now, Amelia said. "But it's hella hard to come by, except for a few Brits whose moms were Gauls who married into Roman families." "It's all about the opposite, though," Norbanus said. "You're vibing with the Britons 'cause they're fair, but to them Roman girls would be fire with dark hair and eyes." "But Beric hasn't said that, Dad," Amelia said, laughing. "I'm not used to giving compliments, fam," Beric said with a smile. "But for real, your dad is right. I've been living in Brisha for 2 years now, and these girls are straight fire. They're fair, tall. Some of them are even as tall as me, and they're always on the move, so they're hella healthy and strong. For sure, polio broke in. I'd rather fight a goth soldier than one of these Brits when she's having a bad day. I've seen our soldiers get shook when they're all hyped up with their eyes flashing and hair flying everywhere, just swinging stones and sticks they snatched from the ground. What they do when they're chillin', I don't know, but I'd probs think twice about trying to hit on one, 'cause if she's not feelin', she'll make sure you get tossed out of her hot." "You're too extra, Polio," Amelia said. "Beric was about to compare us to them." "It's deaf hard," Beric said. "But don't think our girls are always on that wild vibe. They were fighting for their lives, not 'cause they wanted to live, but so they could die instead of getting caught by your soldiers. Usually they're all lovey-dovey and kind, though I didn't mean to diss them, fam," Polio said quick. "I was just trying to show my how impossible it is to compare our girls to yours. Everyone who knows them loves them and thinks they're straight fire for being devoted to their husbands and kids and being virtuous and brave. You can't even compare a Libyan lioness to a Persian cat, one's Loki savage, and the other's all soft and cute. But the Persian cat has its own lit qualities. Beric said, "Smillin'. It's way softer and more chill than the lioness, but maybe the lion wouldn't be too bothered if it saw how extra she is. I feel you, but for real, Henty's Roman women are straight fire compared to ours. Ours are low-key, living their best lives, keeping it 100 as household bosses, all about domestic vibes, and still got the tea on public affairs too. They're like, hey, we care about this stuff. Your ladies are, like, totally sheltered from all the drama. They're delicate, you know, all fancy and lit with decorations from all over. Nature and art are hella into them. We was just saying," Pollio said with a laugh, "that Henty's Roman women are pretty to look at, but they ain't got no real skills." Beric was all, "Hold up, I wasn't saying that. It's just that the skills you're good for aren't the same as what British women are good for. You don't need to be a boss in the kitchen because your fam has slaves who got your back. But you're hella skilled in other things we ain't even got on our radar." Norbonus was all. Human nature is the same everywhere, regardless of skin tone or whatever. It's just that climate, education, customs and civilization can change it up. Pollio was like, "Yo, Beric, you should take Hen to the port. They gotta see how it's lit." Chapter 6. A school for gladiators, so Suetonius and his squad were sailing up the Tiber on one ship, but then they got met by a galley with some Senate orders that said Suetonius had to chill with an armed squad on the streets. Nah, he was just supposed to land like a normal dude, pay his bills, and be all good. The captives were supposed to go to some centurion who'd take him over. Pollio hit up Beric and was like, "Yo, I got the tea, Suetonius ain't getting no triumph." Beric was stoked because he knew there might have been some drama if they had a public entrance. He thought it was Petronius's move to keep them safe, sending messengers weeks ago and whatnot. Yas, if you're low-key hoping it'd be a vibe, check among your squad and wouldn't cause more drama. But honestly, Henty's getting savage. Suetonius is hella salty 'cause he was low-key counting on this captives thing to bring some real tea, but his crew is shook. No major fam left untouched during the Brits' struggles. And let's be real, Suetonius took a huge L for getting blamed for all the drama. It was Cattus who brought the heat, Beric said. But low-key, it was always going to happen. The grind of Rome had us at their throat, you feel. It was the massacre of those druids and taking down our altars that got everyone hella salty, and Boudicca's disrespect was just the cherry on top. Suetonius is straight up responsible for all them lives lost. Pollio said it like it is. Suetonius went too hard in the military department. He thought about getting that glory and left his civilians high and dry. Petronius is more of a civil vibes, but they sent him out with just generals to back him up. Shouldn't have done that. Beric was all like, they should have sent him on this mission 10 years ago. Wouldn't have needed those extra generals. Then he saw Rome and was dead. Fam. The temples and palaces were straight fire, but it was just a village compared to Massilia. Rome needs to get its act together, Beric said to Pollio, and bring all them conquered peeps in for a visit. That'd be like 20 legions of convincing you feel. Pollio said they'd catch up tomorrow, and then off he went to network and get his squad on board. Ain't no one gonna forget about Beric's rescue mission for Muro's daughter at Camaldunum. Henty was low-key hanging with these British captives, right? I'll totes not be chillin', with him long, the centurion said. Just got to hand him over to the gov of prison, but I'll give him the tea. Pollio nodded at Beric like it was a major plot point that they weren't going to hype up the crowd for Suetonius. Beric slid back into his squad. What's good Boduoc, Rome? I've been thinking, this whole thing is hella whack. Beric said, you told me all about Rome's greatness and how we're doomed from the start. Boduoc was like, yeah, I get it now. You were just trying to keep it real with that Roman training of yours, da. Boduoc kept asking what they'd do to them, and Beric was all. Suetonius is ghosted, and we're either gladiators or palace slaves. Boduoc was like, bruh, I ain't fighting for their entertainment. If they want to train me up, I'll throw down, but if they send me to the arena, I'm dead before I live. There was some assent from the squad, but this dude wanted to die fighting anyway. The next day, they hit Nero's palace. They were straight-faced, like they didn't care about all the marble and decor, marching through those halls with their heads held high. When they got to the audience hall, they saw Nero sitting pretty with his courtiers. He was 25 but looked older, like he'd been living that wild life for a minute. He had good vibes and was rough around the edges, which made him super popular among the people. The Britons bowed deep, then stood tall, looking straight into Nero's eyes. By Hercules, Nero said to the councillor, these Brits are straight fire. No wonder Suetonius is all shook up. Henty, lem tell you, I was low-key raised by the Romans like a hostage, and they taught me their lingo and lit, he said, addressing Beric. So you should have known better than to get all turned up against us young fam. 2 years ago I was just a leal boy Caesar, Beric replied. I was barely old enough to even fight, let alone have an opinion in front of the elders. I was hell aware that we were going to lose, but when my peeps decided to go to war, I was like, peace out, I'm good, but how is it that you're now leading a whole squad and becoming the leader of this huge crew? Henty asked. It's 'cause I studied your sick male books and knew that we needed to get all irregular with our warfare to even stand a chance. We weren't even fighting for independence no more. We were just trying to sell our lives as cheaply as possible. If Suetonius had thrown us some shade with terms, we would have laid down our arms. But since he was trying to straight up destroy us, we had to fight for our lives like animals in a cage. So Suetonius is saying that you did the right thing? Henty said. I wish I could get this squad to be my personal security team. Nero whispered to his councillor, but the Praetorian guards are hella salty about their privs, and only Romans can join their ranks. Bruh, it's not safe. The Praetorians got your back, and with all these ambitious generals out there, you don't want to mess with M. Henty said. Then we'll send them to school to get trained up. Nero said in a low voice, send this Henty kid with the 4 best of the others to Scopus and divide the rest among 3 other schools. The Romans ain't never seen nothing like these gladiators before. We got to let M grow some more before we put M in the ring. With seasoned vets, 2 years will make them straight fire, but they'll still need a little more time to get big and strong. They'll be a legend one day for show. If after a while we can't find nobody to take down, we can throw him against the lions myself. So he waved his hand, and the guards closed in on the captives. What's good, Beric? Boduoc asked. We're going to school for gladiators, Henty replied, but since the emperor thinks we need 2 years of training before we can step into the ring, we got time to chill and figure some stuff out. Happen before that. Nero might be low-key liked by the masses, but he is hella hated and feared by the upper class. I'm told he's prob's going to get assassinated or overthrown sooner rather than later. I don't see how that's going to make a diff for us. Bojuok grumbled. I ain't feeling it, fam. We got time on our side. We'll be good fed and getting some exercise. Before, now gladiators shook Rome to its core. What happens once might happen again. As they were walking through the streets of Rome, the news about a crew of fair-haired giants getting escorted by the squad went viral, and a crowd quickly filled up the streets. Windows opened and ladies were low-key staring down at the procession. Beric was marching at the head with his squad, who were following four abreast, and their calm, proud attitude and massive physiques had the whole crowd going wild. They knew they were Britons, so people were like, ooh, ass, we got love for these guys. The crowd was so thick that the Roman soldiers were struggling to get through as they turned into the street with the great school of Scopus. Everyone knew where they were headed. By all the gods, fam, these dudes are going to give us some next-level entertainment in the arena. It's a shame we got to turn these grand-looking guys into gladiators. A woman said. Would you want to marry one out of them? Beric asked, laughing. Nah, I'd rather pick from my own squad, no cap, she replied. At least they don't look like a sad clone like you, dude. The first speaker laughed. You're hella salty 'cause those Gauls are way more fire than us. Another woman chimed in. Why us? The best of them lack 6 inches on height and shoulder mass compared to these Britons. A dude grumbled. That's always the way with women. We just think of looks. Why not? Men think of nothing but physicals. A female voice countered. And so they walked and surrounded by their squad till they reached the entrance to Scopus schools. The master was standing outside, a broad-shouldered dude with muscle definition and a firework in his eyes. Nero sent you 5 new recruits, Scopus. By Hercules, fam. They're straight up lit. Yes. First off, you got to start them out when they're low-key young, right? This youngin over here is at the perfect age. I'm 100 sure he's going to crush it in the training. No cap. He's your squad leader, the centurion said, and he speaks our language as fire. That's lit. I can speak a lil Gaulish myself. But whenever we get newbies from faraway places, it's always hella sketchy 'cause they don't speak our language. No worries, fam, I got this. You can chill with the other 15 and I'll take care of these Brits. Oh, I got you, Scopus said. There's good vibes here, food comas, and no one's running off. There ain't nowhere to run to, you feel. He turned to Beric and was like, if you're not getting the whole package, what more could you want? Don't me. And he high-fived Beric like, let's roll. I got a squad to introduce you to. So Scopus took Beric on a tour of this huge hall, and they walked in on 40, 50 dudes getting lit. Some were lifting weights, others were busting out gymnastics moves, some were sword fighting with blunted swords, one dude was chasing, another around with a trident and net. While the crowd was going wild, when Scopus and his squad showed up, everyone stopped what they were doing. New blood, Scopus said. Fresh faces filling in for our bros who got knocked out 10 days ago. They're Britons, and I'm low-key worried they'll need a lot of training before they're ready for the arena. One of them can speak Latin, but the rest are just trying to vibe with us Gauls. Some 7-8 Gaul, and stepped up, started talking to the Brits in their language, and the Brits were like, Yas, we got this. The gladiators came from all over. There was Goths, Iberians, Numidians, Parthians, Scythians, and a whole bunch of Italians who decided to become gladiators. Henty was low-key chillin' with Scopus, and now he's free from wherever he came from. No cap. It's a sick spot. Fam, they got regular hours, exercises, and all that. You can just vibe out in the city, catch a show, or stay here and get weird. The squad over here is all about the Roman aesthetic, so you don't look extra when you're out and about. Scopus was like, you don't gotta fight other schools, though it's more turned that way. There are hella many schools in Rome from lit to hundo, but no one can touch Henty's spot. Scopus kept it real with Beric, saying, we're all about fighting strangers, G-Gar. When there's a show day, schools send 3 or 4 reps, and the host matches them up. It's like sometimes 10 couples, 40 or 50, it's all good vibes, fam. Each school hopes their team comes out on top. Beric asked Scopus, what's the best move between trident and sword? But Henty was already getting hyped about some Scythian dude who's hella quick and agile. He's a total stan for that guy, 'cause he's been to the arena 12 times and always slayed. Scopus said, if you're active but not strong, you need a Ricciarius all about being sneaky and swift. If you're strong but not poppin', though sword and buckler are where it's at, fam. But then there's Castus, which is hella underrated in Henty's opinion. The Romans don't really vibe with that one, though Scopus thought it was the most fire of all exercises cause it requires skill, strength, and activity, but not enough blood for the Romans. Anyway, you don't gotta decide on a weapon just yet, G. After a few months of trainin', Henty lets you choose what you want to do. You're more likely to succeed if you got a strong preference, 'cause that's where it's at. Some people might not turn out fire, no matter how hard Scopus tries, so they got to fight in general contests 10v10 or 50v50 and all that. Lastly, there are some who are just straight trash, fam. You wouldn't want to waste time trying to make M better. Of them, these are sent to the galleys or to the public works. You never find any Lokis who don't want to learn. Beric said. Not one, the man said, all casual. A simp has got to defend himself, and even with blunt swords he'll get salty cracks if he can't protect his head. Besides, in the arena, a person's life depends on their skill, and the conquered is hella unlikely to have mercy unless they've repped themselves well. Therefore, each dude is trying to learn. I had a few simp boys who were hella extra, mostly goths who just did nothing. I sent them down to the galleys, and I'm low-key sure they're not long in figuring out what fools they were and would give their right arm for a life of no cap and freedom here. As long as it lasts, Beric said. Yes, as long as it lasts. But with all its dangers, it's prob gonna last as long as that of a galley slave. What with bad food and hardship and toil and the taskmaster's whip and the burning sun, a galley slave's life is hella short, while a skilled gladiator may live for many years and in time save money enough to set up a school like I did. Were you a gladiator once? Beric asked. Certified, fam, and so were all the masters of the schools, except maybe a few Greeks whose methods are hella different from ours. I was 10 years in the arena and fought 5 battles. In 30 I was victorious, in the other 5 I got bodied, but as I was a favorite and always made a good fight, the thumbs were turned up, which is the signal for mercy. Oh, are you a Roman? No, bruh, I'm the Salian. I took to it young, having gotten into some drama at home. We have blood feuds there, and having killed the chief of a house with which my people had a beef I had to ghost, and so made to Pola. Then I crossed to Brundusium. I worked there in the dockyard for a hot second, but I was never feeling that type of grind, so I came on here and entered a school. Now, as you see, I'm running one. A gladiator who reppin' themselves gets many presents, and I did well. The life ain't hella bad after all. It must be salty having to fight with dudes you don't even know. Beric said, You don't feel that after the first minute or two? Scopus laughed. Here's a dude standing across from you with a sword or trident, and you know for real if you don't take him out, he's a take you out too. It makes hella little difference after you once face each other, whether there was any beef between him and you beforehand or not. The moment you're in that heat, it's all about the wins. Yes, it's time to get real about enemies, fam. Like, what's an enemy? Someone who wanna do you harm, right? This dude facing you in the arena is low-key trying to kill you, unless you kill him first. There ain't no worse enemy than that, Brotra. It's like when soldiers go to war. They ain't got no beef with the guys they're fighting, but as soon as the bullets start flying, you're all about trying to take them down. I felt this way too before my first arena stint, but after I went through it, I was low-key shook, you feel. All that's just part of the game, though gladiators go in there with the same vibes as soldiers marching to battle. Beric was hella quiet. He knew Scopus was right, though his own battlefield experience showed him that, but he still had it in his head that he wouldn't fight for Rome's entertainment purposes. Like, come what may, it wasn't gonna happen. But he knew saying it now would be pointless, might take a while before he got called up, and by then he could just focus on getting strong and learning new moves. Didn't think escape was an option, though, but maybe he could dip out into the woods and go down in a fair fight. Next morning, the workout started. At first, they were pretty chill just for show, all about building those muscles and endurance. For 6 months, they were told it'd be all gymnastics, weightlifting, club, wielding, rope, climb-in, wrestling, and running. Their grub was basic but lit. Everyone rocked the Roman look to avoid getting noticed when they hit the streets. Since we're all built like tanks and ain't nobody messing with us, we didn't take any jokes from the newbies when we finished up our sessions and sat down for dinner. Though it was like things were better than expected, living life as a gladiator outside of that arena stuff. It wasn't so bad. Polio came through in the afternoon, just like he said, and had a long chat with Beric. All right? Here's the tea. Beric Caius Mura was only here for a month after his Britain trip, then got sent to lead the Legion in Syria. Man, that's harsh. I was hoping to see him, had my heart set on finding one friend in Rome at least. Yeah, it's a bummer, because he would have vouched for you and might have gotten you a better spot in the first place. Yes, it's for you, fam. I'm hella salty seeing Henty here, though. But at least he ain't getting executed right off the bat. He said with some passion. I mean, captives in war usually get wiped out as fam. Scopus is low-key a cool dude when things go right, but they say he's hella savage when his blood's up. He's like the goat fighter we ever had in the arena, but he dipped out before I was even old enough to hit the spot. You feel? I know him from back, though, 'cause I used to come here with my older bro, who got killed 4 years ago in Africa. Gee, it's a sick trend among young Romans to scope out the schools and watch the gladiators get down. Then, when it's time for the main event, they bet on the ones they think are straight fire. Ain't no fun, Beric said with some sarcasm. So, Henty, you gotta understand, we've been raised to do this, and we wager like Brits do on their cockfighting vids. I never had any issues with it, for cuss, I wasn't invested in anyone's well-being, Life is basic in Rome if you ain't got a clue about politics or ambition, or if you're just chillin' and don't care about the luxury life. That's why gladiatorial games are so lit for us. It's like hunting, but like better fam. And let's be real, most of these gladiators are just captives taken in war, and they'd already get put down if not for this arena gig. I ain't saying they got anything to complain about. Polio. But I'm low-key sure a lot of Rem would rather die on the battlefield than get killed in that stupid arena, Henty said. Ward. But it's not just about getting killed in battle. Beric. It's about getting caught. And then getting sent to the slammer later, Polio said. Maybe one day we'll treat captives with some respect and honor, but for now, that's just not how it goes down, fam. I'm down with that, Beric said. And if I got taken out right away after getting caught, I wouldn't have had no beef. But it's hella better to get killed by an enemy who's trying to take you down than just being some holiday killing game. Okay, look, I feel you. Polio said, and since Nero took over, we've seen more of these gladiatorial shenanigans than ever. I bet there are fewer now than back in the day when Spartacus led that whole 20 squad against Rome. If Henty's peeps ever get their way and Roman law becomes all about being chill, then the whole gladiatorial thing is gonzo, 'cause they're low-key trying to avoid fighting, fam. They ain't like the Goths, who'd just drop their swords and take a point. Ya feel. They're all. Suicide is whack, so they just chill waiting to get killed like lambs. I was vibbin' with some friends about 2 years ago when the Christian persecutions went down, and they said it was hella cool how they kept it 100, even in the face of all that hate. They were like, we're so over this whole spectacle thing, and the emperor's like, peace out, I'm good. So, Beric, you ready to roll with me? You won't be salty about chilling with a gladiator, Polio? Nah, bruh, it's fire right now. Gladiators are all the rage. The emperor's got a game. He's all about that life, and even got his own battles under his belt. It's like if you're part of the crew, you got to be down with that. But for real, Beric, you might not be on the squad yet, but you're my G no matter what. The only diff is now you can rock anywhere, not just intimate circles like we did at Massilia. You look hella fly in those threads. By the way, they suit you way better than that British get-up. And, let's be real, Beric, even a Latin scholar who took down Suetonius, ain't nobody to mess with. You're low-key famous, especially when you're young and fresh-faced. I'm glad you got on them Roman vibes. It's like you light up the whole scene. I hope you ain't taken me out today to meet people, Polio. I want to see some temples and public buildings. Nah, bruh. That's cool. We can roll with whatever you want. For hours, Beric was exploring Rome with Polio, so caught up in the sights he didn't even notice how turned he looked. Occasionally, they'd meet some of Polio's peeps, who'd be all, yo, this is Henty, the chief of the Iceni. We had to put up a whole year and won 200 dudes to catch him. And then Petronius wrote that fire letter to Nero, so Beric's life was spared, and now he's part of Scopa's squad. The young Romans were all about Beric's height, and fit they weren't surprised at all. Beric Loki ain't surprised that Rome is getting roasted by some youngbloods from Camalodunum. He's seen his fair share of them type before, and he knows they get turned up in armor and fight like a boss. But for real, why are they chid of doing something productive? Beric asked Pollio. "Yo, why the crowd gather round that big building?" Pollio replied, "That's one of the public granaries, homie. Corn comes in from all over the empire, and Nero gives it away for free to anyone who asks." Beric said, "But ain't that just encouraging them to be extra lazy?" Pollio shrugged and said, "Nah, man, they think 'cause they're citizens of Rome, they can live life easy. They got a right to chill and others got to grind for them. It keeps the peace." Though Beric asked again, "You don't vibe with Nero, though." Pollio's face turned serious and he said, "Brew, I hate him. He's a straight, up-tyrant greedy, cruel and wild and out. He murdered his own mom 'cause she didn't want to deal with him, and some of the nicest people in Rome got caught up in his drama too." Pollio continued, "It's hella messed up that Rome, which is supposed to be all-powerful, is getting played by a dude like Nero. That's why I had to chill with my pops for a minute. He thought one of the slaves might rat me out if I spoke about Nero too much. Now, I'm stuck going to Suetonius and finding some other gigs so I can leave this drama behind. The atmosphere in Rome is straight up suffocating, and Nero's got spies everywhere. I'm good. Though, Jim, the life in Britain any day." Pollio said he thought he'd be stoked to return to Rome, but realized now that it's not for him. He used to live that high life in the baths and at the shows, but after battling with some people in Britain, he's all about getting back to basics, fam. We got spoke to some dudes this afternoon, and I'm low-key hyped about it. "Ick, man," Beric said with a smile. "You should totes hang out in Rome for a sec. It's going to take years to scope all its fire spots. They got these sick libraries with manuscripts, and since you speak Greek, you could study the wisdom of the OGs." "Nah, bro, I'd rather be rowing in the galleys," Pollio said. "I'm down for a few hours with the historians, but philosophers are too deep for my weak brain," he continued. Beric was all like, "Oh yes, let's go check out this library now." And they hit up one of these buildings. It was hella lit with a huge hall full of couches and benches. Round the walls were pigeonholes where manuscripts were kept, and there were these attendants running around giving people what they needed and taking back what they'd done. "These are scribes," Pollio said. "There's so many different types, though, like some slaves working here, getting paid by their owners. Others just bought their freedom with their own cash or got freed by their owners," he kept explaining. "You see, all these famous writings like Caesar and Tacitus, they got to keep copies on hand 'cause people want that fire. And then there's these Greek authors too, which are super in demand 'cause the manuscripts get worn out, so they got to make new ones. That means thousands of scribes always working. There's dudes from Egypt and Persia, and even Jews working here and copying stuff on papyrus rolls made from water plants. Some is making translations into Latin for those who speak Egyptian. Others is making translations of their sacred books, 'cause the people are all up in arms about some Christian sect and its prophets and stuff. To be low-key reading them are totally trying to keep it 100 with the sect." "Yas, can I come chill here and read?" Beric asked, super stoked. "For sure. These libraries are open to anyone who's down. And everything is there. Even the baths are free. But we gotta low-key get out of here. It's almost bedtime." Beric was hella into the public library vibes. Like back in the day, only rich people had access to books. But now he could get his read on for cheap. It was a major bummer for dudes with moderate means who wanted to cop some new pages. His love for reading was totes surprising among the gladiators, and they'd often be like, Waha. Beric loves books in a not-so-wook way. But Lupus, the Roman gladiator with the 6 strength, was hella salty about it. He thought he was basically the king of the games. But really, he just had a lot of experience making swords and shields. This dude was like Porus the Scythian, who was all about throwing nets, but Lupus was the strong one. So when Beric rolled up with the Britons, Lupus was all peace out, because he didn't want to deal with their vibe. He thought Beric was just a youngin, so he'd hit him with some shade, like trying to call him or my lord or something. But when he found out that Beric was actually studying in the library and could read and write, Lupus got hella mad. He thought it was low-key a betrayal, and his homie Boduoc had to step in and shut him down. Lupus went down hard, bro. The Roman dude jumped up, grabbed a knife off the table, and was like, "Yo, Boduoc," and charged. Scopus, who was low-key salty, sprang him with a growl, grabbing his throat so tight that his face turned red, and his eyes were all wide, trying to breathe. Then he slammed him into a corner and dropped him on the ground hard, almost out cold. "You savage," he said. "How dare you whip out a knife? I ain't having none of this drama here. You know I'm not down for no beef. But if you go off like that again, I'll make your comrades tie you up and flay your back with a lash." The Brit was right, fam. Why can't you just chill? Lupus slowly got up, still fuming with some serious shade in his eyes. But he knew Scopus was the real deal, all-time arena champ, and that the rest would be totes on his side against him. I said nothing to the Brit. He went off on Scopus. It was just me talking to Henty. Bruh, if it's a problem, why didn't he step up? Is he some kind of scaredy cat who needs others to fight for him? He's still wet behind the ears. "Kid," Scopus said with some sympathy. "Fighting gladiators don't get started till they're like 3 or 4 years in. You can't just throw a fresh meat into the arena against someone who's been killing it for scores." "I got you, Scopus," Beric said low, key calm. "I'm totes down to fight this clown and take him on. A few rough knocks won't hurt nobody. Let's get this done in the school and end the drama already." Scopus would have been like, "Hold up." But all the gladiators were hella hyped for a fight, and were all fight. So he just shrugged and was like, "All right, since I challenged you, Lupus, I'm good." And everyone else was like, "Let's get this over with." So they headed to school. The 2 combatants went at it with bucklers and some specials that wouldn't cut, but would still pack a wallop of damage. Lupus was low, key confident, but totally salty about getting roasted by Henty earlier, and Beric was all nimble, dodging Lupus's attacks as he brought his own down on him. Henty was low, key getting destroyed by Beric's sick moves in the arena. A shout of "Yas, what a move!" went up from the crowd when Henty's left arm got slammed into his shoulder by Beric's heavy hit. Lupus would have taken down Beric on the spot, but he played it cool and put down his sword. "Bro, your left arm is straight up disabled," Beric said. "You gotta chill for a sec and use your buckler again. It wouldn't be a fair fight now." Even though Henty was hella mad, he had to admit the truth. His opponent was right, and he didn't want to get smashed up bad. When Scopus gave the order, 2 other dudes came over with some oil to help Henty's shoulder out. A few minutes later, Henty was back in the game, and the crowd went wild. Beric wasn't holding anything back. He'd been trained by the best veteran legionaries at Camalodunum, and his sword skills were on another level. He didn't do that whole stiff thing like the other gladiators. Instead, He was all about the quick moves and the sneak attacks. Lupus tried to get in close, but Beric's speed was unmatched. The dude was dodging and weaving like a pro, and Lupus couldn't even touch him until he sprang into action. When Lupus did get a shot, it was always blocked by Beric's shield. At first, Lupus thought he had the upper hand, but then Beric realized that if he kept going, he'd just exhaust himself. He took a chill pill and waited for Lupus to come at him. Now it was a 1-2 punch. Beric threw down some heavy blows, and Lupus went down like a domino. Habet! Habet! The crowd shouted, and Scopus was all like, Beric, bro, you just schooled that dude. No way, Beric said low-key. It was 'cause he didn't get my vibe, you feel. I got 4 years of training first, though. I took down Lupus this time, but I'm not trying to get in the ring with dudes till I'm fully hella strong. Scopus laughed and pointed at Beric's bruised bay on the ground. That's some serious strength right there, Beric, he said. I know you're low. Keep trying to extend your time in school so you can get all that practice and teaching done, and I'm low-key hoping it'll make you way better a swordsman than you are now. Scopus yelled to the others, pointing at Lupus. Take him away, fam. Hit him with some cold H2 till he comes around, and then wrap that dumb of his up tight. I'm pretty sure his cranium is hella busted. Get a medic in here to check it out, but keep it on the Dell for now. We don't want to be all, Lupus got served, until it's time for Beric to step into the ring and we can make some bets. And trust me, you won't even hear from Lupus himself about this. He knows who his real boss is. Scopus warned. If I find out anyone spilled the tea outside the school, I'll come after with a vengeance. You got that? It took like a week for Lupus be ready to roll back into the gym again. Beric was all. Don't even think about bringing it up, fam. But now everyone's all. Lupus is done. And Beric's on top dog status for sure. Chapter CA Christian meanwhile. Beric was getting his life between exercises, school, and library trips with Polio, Boduoc, and the squad. But Boduoc wasn't hella salty about it. Most of them picked up some Latin from their guards during the Gaul trip, and now they're trying to learn more 'cause it's like super useful for comms in the gym. Beric is all, yo, get the program, fam. Scopus thought Boduoc was straight up never going to be a top contender for any major fights, but everyone else showed some mad skills at wrestling and boxing, though Henty was low-key hyped when his Lannister, he was said to stick to just wrestling and boxing with their squad no games or other stuff. He was stoked 'cause most of the time they'd do sports that weren't super intense, like wrestlers and boxers in the city. When his master told him about the plan, Beric was hella excited. He knew guys got hurts from these lambs, leather and lead wraps around their fists, but it was rare for the contests to end badly. They practiced with all sorts of wrappings on their fists, like wadding and cotton, which helped keep them safe. Beric was super into wrestling, though, 'cause it made him strong and fast. His master Scopus was all about it too. He told Beric the wraps were good for exercise, but not so much for actual fighting. What's the point of wearing that thing? Then Beric said one day, you can hit harder without it, and it'd be way more lit if you could just go bare knuckle. Scopus was all. They get it. You're a boss fighter like those Britons. They can knock someone out with one punch. But smaller guys might make the fights go on forever, and it's boring for the spectators. But I'll try this experiment with some Gauls in the arena and see what happens. He was still salty about how Asta was better at wrestling than Beric and his crew. But he knew they were getting closer. Scopa said if a Briton won against someone like Asta, he'd match him up against other schools' champs with bare fists and shields. That would be fire, fam. I wish you'd train us all just for that, Beric said seriously. Scopus was like, honestly, I don't really care about winning at wrestling and boxing. It's not as lit as the other games. But Beric was all, nah, man, if I win in those games, people will respect me way more than if I get hurt or killed in the others. Strength is key, but you've got to be active too, Scopus said. But you're both strong and fast. Like Borduk, we can crush it without all that extra gear. Beric got a message from Henty to get lit for the ring. He meant you got to step up your game and compete in the big leagues. And if you don't, Scopus is going to lose his mind. I'm all about it. Let's do this, Beric said. I'm down to learn all the moves, but can we try wrestling and boxing first? If Nero's all like, you got to switch up your game, I got you. But for real, every dude should do what he's best at, you feel, Scopus replied. For sure, I got a lot of respect for you Brits. You're chill and don't cause no drama. I'll hook you up with the best instructor in wrestling from Greece. They're hella good at that stuff. Most of you are already on par with Decius, but we got to keep it real. There's sick prizes to be won in Rome and Greece. As time went on, Beric didn't have time for bookworming, because the workouts got intense, and he was low-key crushing them all. His bod and his squad's bods were straight fire. They used to be soft, but now they're lean and mean. We're going to smash it at home, Borduk said one day. It's wild that Romans are so into training up their fitness when we Brits are naturally lit. I used to wonder how Roman soldiers could handle all that heavy gear bar. Yes. Yeah, so as we was just living our best lives, you feel. They built Henty into a total boss fam. Like, when we first started, my arms used to be hella sore with those heavy clubs, but I'm low key like willow wands. Pollio had been in Rome for like 2 months, and then just chillin' with a new general in Syria. Beric was hella extra about missin' his squad's vibes, but he ain't mad about stopping the visits at their houses, you know. He felt like they treated him like a total show, like a tamed tiger or something. He also thought it was whack how much the gladiators were all over Rome right now. Still, though, he appreciated the skills he got from training, 'cause that's def going to help him when he gets back to Britain. Pollio hit Beric with some tea on the day before he left. His uncle was coming back to Rome, and it was all 'cause of his aunt. She's been low-key trying to get her husband all fired up for a magistracy, and she thinks she's going to succeed, fam. But if he finds out about her involvement, he'll be like, what the actual? He'll just cop to it, 'cause she's got all that family drama on her side. And even his dad is feeling her, you know. Plus, Emilia's stoked to be back in Rome, but Ennia's all like, nope, fam. I think Enya might be getting all caught up with this new sect they're low-key into, and that would be a major bummer for everyone. My aunt has no idea, though if she did, the slave would have been toast. You feel abandon the whack ideas Henty had gotten himself into. But if Norbanus had low-key returned with his fam to Rome, Beric had heard nothing of it. Had Pollio been in Rome, he would totes have taken him to see them on their return, but now that he had gone there was no one from whom he would hear about their movements, and Norbanus himself would be hella busy with his new vibes and the squad with Lesbia filling the house that he'd have no time to ask about the Brit dude he had taken as a guest at Massilia. One evening, when the rest of the gladiators were hella salty about some dudes who were going to get smashed at the games for the funeral obsequies of a wealthy senator, Beric hit Bodjuak up and asked him to roll out with him for a walk. "One gets so done with all that fighting talk," he said as they went out. "How men can sit indoors in a hot room with smoke everywhere when they could be out on this lit night? We don't get nights like this back home, Bodjuak." "No." Bodjuak assented reluctantly, cause it was rare that he'd let anything Roman be better than what he was used to in Britain. "The nights are deaf fine here, and so they need be when it's hella hot all day that you can barely breathe outside the house. It seems like the heat takes all the strength out of my limbs." Beric laughed. "It didn't seem so, Bodjuak, when today you threw Borthon, who's as heavy and near as strong as yourself, full 5 yards through the air. Let's get out of these busy streets and vibe with the hills, not those on which the palaces stand, but away from houses and people. What a night it would be for wolf hunting," Bodjuak said suddenly, when they'd walked along for some distance and in silence. "Yes, that was low, key-fire, Bodjuak, and when we killed we knew we were red in the land of fierce beasts. Well, many of the gladiators are hella extra. There's Buz, who's like a panther. There's Cresimus, who's like a savage bull. Grepus, who's always trying to stir up drama when he's not fighting, truly. I used to think, Beric, that I couldn't take down a dude unless they were an enemy, but now I'm hella chill about it. The captives in war are like us, and I'd rather not lift sword against them if I could help it. But many of the men are straight up bad, who got sentenced to death as gladiators instead of getting taken out by the executioner, and they got to die within the year. Well, there's no issue with killing those if you don't do it. Henty's got nothing on these other dudes, though. Like the Romans are hella savage, fighting for cash only, and they get salty when they got to spare someone they just beat up. It's like same diff whether you're killing a wolf or some dude in the arena. The patricians are all about get crowd, and that crowd going no. They're like, I'ma kill this dude just 'cause, fam. I got no love for them, Tebio. I heard if you can hold her own for 3 yas, they might let you go. It ain't like you get to come home or nothing, but you get to live. We were climbing up a hill and saw some drama going on. Some chick was screaming about some bad stuff, so we high-tailed it over. When we got there, it was a crew of hooligans, just a bunch of city rats. This one chick's all over the ground, another one's clinging to her, and 2 dudes are trying to drag her away when these Brits roll up. Beric swings at one dude like crazy, and Bodjuak sends another dude soaring through the air. The rest of them take off in a panic, because they know it's gladiators. Beric turns to the ladies and sees Enya lying there. He's all like, what's good? Enya. She's all, I'm a nurse, Beric. Like, what's up with that? They're supposed to be at this secret Christian meeting, but these dudes were just causing drama. I low-key noticed my necklace and bracelet glow under that lamp, so I followed them. Fam, they caught up to us before we hit our destination, though. If they kept chasing us, they might have seen us at the meat spot, and things would have gotten super messy. They came at us like thugs, asking who we were and trying to get my jewels. Period. Lycoris answered them, and then they low-key took her down. I was hella upset and threw myself on top of her, but those dudes would have totally swooped in on me too if you hadn't showed up. You're salty, Enya, for going to this spot alone at night without telling your parents, right? Like, shouldn't you been with a squad or something? Your dad and mom don't know, she said. But I gotta go 'cause it's the only time I can get that fire sermon. I got you, Enya, Beric said, all serious, like, parents come first, especially when you're still young and can't even make a decision for yourself. He was like, I don't know much about this new sect, but my dad said they were cool, so I'm pretty sure they wouldn't let their kids disobey them. Enya was all. The word says forsake all. You gotta follow me. Beric was all. Enya. That's some old school vibes right there. You can't just leave your parents behind like that. He was reading the Jewish holy book, and it was all about honoring his dad. Let's just chill for tonight. Okay? These dudes might come back, and we don't want to be caught slipping. Bodjuak and I got you will escort you home, and when you get there, take some time to think about this whole thing. If you're still low-key into it, promise me you'll write me a message at the Gladiators' School. Scuppers? Don't expect me to swoop in and save the day, though I need you to make your own moves. But don't worry, I got your back. Even if you're being extra. The old nurse was good as new after that. Beric was all, you're the nurse, so what are you even doing bringing her into danger? If Norbanus found out, he'd be like, cut her throat. The nurse was all. It wasn't my fault. She begged me. Henty's low-key mad at Beric, but he wouldn't be salty if he knew how Henty felt. Younger folks than him have died for the faith, and he'd def die too if it were necessary. Beric is hella vexed, though. He thought Enya was straight up reckless, especially since she's only 16 and stuff. He's all grateful to Norbanus 'cause his daughters were super friendly at Massilia, but this whole thing with Enya has him shook. He's low-key thinking about going straight to Norbanus to tell him what went down, but he's too scared 'cause Norbanus would be hella angry and might lock Enya up or make her become a Vestal Virgin. They walked down the hill in silence, almost nobody around. Then Enya stopped at the entrance to her dad's house, and Beric was like, promise me you won't go out at night again without telling your pops. He's all worried about what could happen and how it would affect them. And it was all hoke, I promise. She said. She owes Beric a lot of gratitude, and he can be harsh, but she ain't mad. She'll think about it and try to do the right thing. Beric was a old general for a sec for walking off Bodjuak, who was hella confused about what just went down. He saw that recognition between Beric and Enya, and thought Polio's cousin was kind of special. He was glad it wasn't Polio who came to her rescue instead of him. Bodjuak was dry as usual. Polio would get owned by 8 cutthroats, but Beric was all, I meant I'd give her a hard time. Not literally. Bodjuak was like, wait, you were kind of harsh, dude, and he wondered why Beric wasn't salty 'cause they ain't related or nothing. Loki, I don't know much about Henty or her squad, so I'd still low-key judge them, though. But what were they doing up there at night with just an old slave as their ride? They were Vebin at some secret meet, up for this new religion thing going on in Rome. Apparently they're getting hella persecuted and gotta keep it on the down low. The old woman's part of it, and she probs taught Henty. I'm shook, fam, that the Romans aren't stoked about their gods. I mean, they got all the Benjamins and whatnot. What more do they need from them? But for real, Bodjuak, it don't make sense. We're getting destroyed by the Romans, so we should be trying to find new deities that'll help us out. but a Roman being salty about their gods. That's wild. What's good is that sudden glow. It's fire. Gee. And with this wind blowing, it could spread fast. We got to hit the alarm bells and get out of there quick before we're all caught up in the chaos. Yes, listen to Day Din. There's a whole lot going on. People yelling, women screaming, and dudes running everywhere. Scopus is low. Key saying the soldiers are coming to keep it 100. They got buckets ready, plenty of water, so they're good to go. The wind ain't blowing in this direction, so that's a win. Can we roll down and help out, though? Maybe we can get the goods from houses and carry off the weak ones. Scopus is all about it, but he's also hella worried about those trying to train for the arena. It's going to take some months to be ready, so, it won't hurt. Beric low-key asks if they can do that, and Henty says, yeah, go ahead. So Beric goes below with his squad and Boduoc, and they're all about getting involved. The streets are hella lit. Dudes running in every direction, buckets in hand, women standing outside, asking if anyone knows what's poppin'. The sound of trumpets blaring gets louder, and you can hear the watchmen's horns too. When they get to dayfire, it's like a whole scene. People are all over the place trying to figure out what's going on. Beric is all about the squad, though, and he's low-key impressed by how chill everyone is being. The prefect of the 7th cohort shows up, and he's got his squad getting to work, passing buckets from their fountains and conduits. He asks who they are, and Beric is all like, we're from Scopus's school. Henty says they came down to help out, but the prefect is all, soldiers do that one, but also appreciates their offer. The centurion shows up, and he's hella busy with his squad. He nods at the magistrate who takes them to meet him. The centurion is all about getting some more strong folks like them. He says it's cool they're willing to help out. Fire is spreading, and the sooner you take care of that stuff, the better. A whole squad of volunteers shows up, and everyone gets to work. Yes, Beric was low, key in charge of saving Henty from getting totally torched. They worked all night, no sleep, just trying to keep up with the flames, but they were getting hella suffocated by smoke. The sparks were popping, and it was like a whole other level of messy. So they're out here carrying goods from houses to the street, and then them soldiers are bringing buckets of water like they're at a spade day. They're on the roofs, deluging everything, while others are just trying to wet down the furniture and stuff that's still in the houses. Other squads, meanwhile, trying to take down the buildings in the fire's path, but they're also just chilling and keeping order. The night guard is like, hey, you all got to leave these places. We got this. And then they see nobody left behind. It's all good, though. When morning came, Beric was like, peace out. I'm done for the day, and handed over to some fresh faces. Then he and his squad went back to school, but it was like a ghost town. The slaves were there, but everyone else had already dipped out an hour ago with Scopus. Beric was all, we need a bath, bruh. But first, they're going to check out the fire from the roof. And when they got up there, smoke and flames everywhere. It was like a whole other level of crazy. They were all low-key surprised. Boduoc was like, this is wild, Beric. But then he's all, I'm good with Rome getting burned to the ground. Beric was all, nah, man, that'd be a disaster for the world. But this one's going to be big. I can feel it. Boduoc and the other Brits were just vibbing on the whole situation, though they knew the Romans would rebuild it even bigger and better than before. And they were all, yeah, let the fire get its way. On a scale of 1 to 10, Beric knew they weren't going to agree with him if he tried to change their minds. So Beric was like, you should come down from there, Bauduin. We got eyes on the fire, and we don't want to get caught up in all that drama. And then they were all, nah, man, we good? Loki, it's def going to be Henty and his squad who lit this whole thing. Let's cop some grub, take a bath, and catch some ears. There's no way the fire crew is going to show up anytime soon. At least we did our part, bruh. A few hours later, Beric hit the roof again, and it was straight flames everywhere. The wind wasn't even going to stop it, and it was getting closer to the school than ever. He could barely see a thing because of all the smoke, but he knew it was at least a mile long. Everyone's losing their minds over this fire. The groups are huddled on rooftops, and people are rushing down the streets with their fam and goods. After getting some bread and fruit, Beric went back out with his squad again. On the way down, they ran into Scopus with a bunch of gladiators returning. What's poppin', Scopus? Nah, ain't nothing been done to stop this fire. Scopus said Loki. It's like we're just trying to keep the scum from getting all crazy and plundering. We got soldiers everywhere, but it's hard to keep the peace when the heat is so wild and everyone's hyped. Scopus kept it real with Beric. There had been some major crackdowns on people getting too lit in the streets, but it was a lose-lose situation. The whole city's on high alert, but it's hard to keep order when it's this chaotic. They just dropped some sick proclamations calling for everyone to gather at their place of assembly and preserve order. All them citizens who are near the fire are getting told to send their fams and jewels to the public gardens 'cause it's not safe. The Praetorians got strong security, but they're still struggling to keep everything under control. It seems like the fire is moving everywhere. Scopus, seen as Henny went forward, was super lit, no cap. Women were low-key crying and carrying heavy bags while their kids were clinging to their dresses, passing by. Some folks were hella searching for family members who got lost in the crowd, while old people were getting helped out by their fam. People who were sick were being carried past houses or on tables, like literally. There were groups of men from the poorest parts of town who were just trying to take some stuff from these women. But the soldiers were all up in their grill, keeping it in check. Even with the guards watching, though some thefts still went down and people could hear them screaming in the side streets, talking about someone getting robbed. I'm so turned up to turn around here and give these dudes a show, Bauduin said. I'm low-key trying to join in, but it wouldn't be good to get into a fight right now. It'd just bring more guards, and they'd assume we were there to steal or something, and that we got into a scuffle over the spoils. He spotted this centurion coming with a squad of men, and he's all, "Hey, let's move back a bit and see what goes down." "Where's, look." Another squad is rolling in from the other end. The women are hollering at their fams to tell them what's good. Soldiers were going into houses, and it was all chaos. People were jumping out windows or running out into the street, getting chopped down by the troops. It was like they just kept pushing, one squad after another, till they met up in the middle of the street. They had a little convo with their officers, and then they all headed back to where they came from. The whole street was cleaned out, and the thieves were gone for good. Beric's squad stuck to the edges of the fire for a hot sec. At some points, people were trying to stop it from spreading, and there were like hundreds of guys working to pull down houses under the watchful eyes of the fire, guard. Troops were standing guard at all the street entrances, keeping back the crowd of onlookers who showed up from all over town. Beri was low, key thinking that they might get caught in the crossfire. But for now, he's good. Henty was low-key hyped for the wrecking ball work that went down, so the Brits rolled up to school again. The squad, aka the fam of any normal school, got all gathered together. Scopus was strolling around the gym like he didn't care, but it was obvious from the vibes of the dudes that they were hella satisfied about what happened to Rome. Scopus was always checking in on the situation, climbing up to the roof or synergy to scope out the news, and it was all the same tea. The fire was still spreading, and it was getting more turned by the hour. As the sun started to set, Scopus was like, "You gotta move those bundles already, bruh." He said, "Hey, if there's a call for us to roll out to help the troops, we'll be gone." So they grabbed the heavy packets and started trekking up the Palatine Hill. It's where all the rich folks lived, and most of Rem had already opened up their gardens for people on the run. In one of those pads, the gladiators left their goods behind. Two of the squad stayed to keep watch while the others hit the fire to check it out. It was a wild night in Rome, fam. They could see that this wasn't just some local burning, but if the wind kept blowing, the whole city would be toast. Every spot with a view of the fire was packed with people watching the flames. "I've seen big fires before," Boduoc said, "but this one's straight up ridiculous. It's like a sea of fire." He added, "The older, poorer parts will get wrecked if we don't do something." If they didn't get the hook from Scopus tomorrow, they'd roll up to Norbanus's crib and help him out with his goods. Though his library was straight fire, so that would be a major loss for him. Boduoc said, "I'm good, though. I got my armor and arms. Books are just paper." "Yes. What's good, fam?" So Henty's all like, they're trying to figure out what's poppin'. "But we got you, bro. We'll help carry off the goods for Norbanus, Akai, our Og Magistrate. Chapter, Xivrum in flames. Bro, all night gladiators were low. Key watching the fire get bigger and bigger." Next morning, they found out that every street had posters up saying all citizens got to be ready to roll at a moment's notice, like they're expecting some bad blood from an enemy. Each district was on high alert, and anyone caught trying to plunder was straight up roasted. Laws were suspended because of the danger, and everyone else was getting hyped. People not part of the city guards were all, "Hey, I got this," and offered to help move goods out of the fire zone to safety in the public gardens. Even Henty's homies, who run schools for gladiators, were like, "Oh yes, let's do this." Scopus was all right. Lem go first to Gallus's pad, 'cause he's one of my ride, or dies. Then Beric was all, "Hold up, I got a dude Norbanus who did me a solid. Can I roll with him for a sec?" So Scopus nods and says, "Ward, I'm ahead to Gallus first. After that, we're going to hit it up with Lysimachus, so if you don't find us at Gallus, just check in there, K." Beric was like, "Got it." He took his squad of 4 Brits to Norbanus' crib, which was a little far but not too bad. The fire was getting closer, and some slaves were already moving goods out of the way, but it was still pretty chill at this spot. The doorkeeper knew Beric and let him in without a peep, 'cause this ain't no scene. Norbanus was already sipping on something, and he looked up when Beric came in. He was all, "EO, it's Beric." But then Beric is like, "Nah, fam, we got bigger problems than that. The fire is a whole mood, and Norbanus is low, key saying, 'Oh yeah, I heard it's still raging.'" But honestly, he ain't worried about it. Just telling Lesbia to chill. He went down yesterday, but didn't want to get involved since he's not part of the fire squad. You coming through. Unless a change takes place. Beric said, it's def gonna be here by noon. Even now, sparks and burning flakes are low-key falling in the street. The neighbors are already ghosted, and I'm like, rush this. Pulls. But you got to get your slaves on it. Grab your most fire goods and stash them in a safe spot, fam. If you hit the roof, you'll see how dire things are. Norbanus was still hella confused, so Beric just dropped the T, brought 4 of my squad with me, and we're all about that carry life. There's time to make at least 3 runs up to the gardens on the hill, where it's safe as heck. I'm talking half your slaves can help us carry up your library and some essentials, and then you can get the rest of the squad to pack up your most prized possessions so they're ready when we return. Got it. Norbanus said, still shook by Beric's warning. He low-key gave the orders from below, then hid up the women's rooms to tell Lesbia to get her girls to pack all the dresses, ornaments and valuables ASAP. The bookcases were then brought out into the atrium and stacked in 5 piles. What's the plan with these huge piles? Norbanus asked as he came down from above, where Lesbia was hella upset about having to leave some of their stuff behind. Brew, each one is a wagon load, Beric replied. They're big, but not heavy, and we can def carry M. You good with who's taking M, or do you need a security detail? Norbanus was all, my cuz Lucius, the senator, got this, his pad has sick gardens, and it's fireproof. His wife is Lesbia's sis, and Amelia's comin' with us. The Britons were lugging these huge packets around like they were nothing. 4 slaves struggling to get the last one on Beric's head. The weight ain't nothing, now that it's up, he said. We wish it was a solid packet instead of all these book boxes, though. The cases were basically just hat boxes, but way more lit, and each held anywhere from 6 to 10 rolls of vellum. A dozen slaves with the steward on top were carrying all sorts of valuable furniture items, while Amelia and her squad were bringing their own fire bags of clothes. The house of Lucius was low-key. Henty's fam was hella hyped when they saw these 5 Britons roll up with them, like carrying all this weight. Everyone in the crowd was shook, and some dude even said that 20 men like those would snatch a senator's villa off its foundation. Why it'd be hard to do. It was like the Titans were back or something. Amelia was low-key freaking out when they got to her pop's villa, so she just went ahead with the hella stressed out slaves and grabbed the senator from standing in front of the door. Her pops all shook up too, but she doesn't know how they got these wild porters, fam. She tells him it was all because they had to evacuate or something. Their pops were like, get your best duds on, we got to roll out ASAP. And there was all this chaos with the slaves panicking and their mom getting extra hella upset. Amelia's pop just yells at her to get down here with the goods, so she does. When she gets to the villa, she's shook that these Britons are carrying all that weight. But she doesn't have time to ask questions, fam. Her pops tells her to go see cuz Lucius and help him load up their stuff. By then they've already arrived. Lucius is low-key excited, so he's like, follow me, as they walk around the front of the villa and into the storehouses in the back. The slaves drop off their own loads and help the Britons down with theirs. Amelia freaks out when Beric shows up because it's him, her pop's fam from England. She doesn't recognize him 'cause he's all rugged and stuff after being loaded down for so long. He asks if these are his cousins or something, and she tells him they're always asking where the Britons went to. I'm low, key grateful for Henty's dad being extra kind at Massilia. But I gotta keep it moving. I'm hoping to make a few more trips before the fire gets to our crib. Our slaves have orders to roll back with us. You gotta hit your steward and get them to take us through that less lit route you feel. Then we can vibe together and not waste time pushing through crowds. By the time we hit Norbanus pad, the slaves who got left behind had already packed up all the extra stuff. I'm cop, Norbanus said, with all the slaves, no matter what, if you're good at it, that is. But you gotta chill here and guard our other stuff till we get back. Some shady dudes tried to crash the party, but they tailed it when they saw us still here. The ladies' rooms got hit hard, so they'll be taking everything this time. If the flames are coming for us, just vibe out Beric, and don't stress about the goods left behind. I'm low, key prioritizing my books and manuscripts, but not really caring if anything else gets lost. Beric and his squad were chillin' on those fancy benches in the atrium, waitin' for our return. There were some marauders who swung by a few times, 'cause the fire was getting hella big. Even the troops and Romans weren't sure what to do, but they got shook when they saw us. The Brits were our security team on the way back, though, and they were hyped to be taking care of their own. When Norbanus and his crew came back with those last few goods, it was lit, sparks and flames everywhere. But the Brits took care of us, hooking us up with that good wine. Beric was trying to get out of here ASAP, but Lucius was all like, no way, fam, we gotta eat. And for real, it's not every day you're gonna find food in Rome when there's a fire going on. So they low-key got us some grub. Norbanus said, you should totes come see this when this is all over. And I'm like, for show, fam, just don't forget where you can find me. I'm low-key sorry, 'cause we didn't get a chance to give you the props you deserve for all the saves you made for me. You saved so many sick volumes, and even though my own manuscripts might not be fire, they're like super meaningful, 'cause they took me years to work on. So Henty was chillin' at the spot Scopus gave him, getting ready for the meetup, but when he got there, both Bovilus were gone. He went to check where their goods were, and the two gladiators in charge were like, nah, we ain't seen Scopus. Beric was all cool. Then let's go see what we can do. If Scopus shows up, tell him we'll be low-key camped out here at nightfall. For 2 days straight, the fire kept raging, spreading like wildfire and stuff. When it finally died down, more than half of Rome was a total ashtray. 3 districts were straight up destroyed, and in 7 others, only like 50 of the houses made it. Then Nero shows up 3 days after the fire started. He started the fire thing. Total T. There had been fires in Rome for centuries, just like London before the one that went down. The wind was the real villain. But Nero, he was more hyped about being an artist than a ruler, you feel. Rome was still pretty basic, all old-school Tarquin vibes. Narrow streets, huddled houses, and it was all over the place. But then Nero's like, cool, snap, I got this. He sees how fire and brimstone, he can make Rome into something new, something fresh, with them fancy gardens and lakes. It's all about that aesthetic. He's all about making Rome a capital city, with wide streets and palace vibes. And for the people, it's all about keeping it moving, getting fed, and kept happy. So he opens up the gardens, sets up food spots, and sends ships to Sardinia and Sicily for some grain realness. Low-key, Henty's empire was hella destroyed, but he was low-key building new plans with Rome's best architects in the mix. They were all about creating a sick new city from scratch with plans to make it super lit. But then Nero dropped an edict saying that all land belonged to the public, so any rich dude who owned property had to step aside. Next, they hit up every town and district under Roman control, asking for contributions to rebuild the capital. It was a lot of weight on the people's shoulders, but they were good at it. They brought in all sorts of workers from Greece, 2 architects, decorators, sculptors, painters. It was like a one-stop shop for all things artsy. Greece was hella skilled, and Rome started to rise again faster than you could say fire. The people were hyped about the new city with its broad streets and sick buildings. Rich folks had space and convenience now, even if they'd lost some of their dough in the fire. But, like, Nero was all about getting rich quick. He took some of the wealthier citizens' cash and not so much. Only those who were extra exposed to the risk got whacked. Beric was all good, though he started a school with his scholars on the Alban Hills the next day after the fire died down. They were low-key living their best lives. Meanwhile, Nero kept throwing games for the people, and other rich dudes followed suit. The sports at the amphitheater were hella lit, and Scopas took some of his best students to watch. They came back with medals or got hurt pretty bad. But hey, they were still alive, and that's all that mattered. Henty didn't care about the drama because he was too busy building his new empire. The people were happy, and Rome was rising from the ashes like a phoenix. Henty was low-key hyped when he saw Nero being all extra, and the crowd was straight up ready to vibe with him. 'Cause they knew a mercy signal would get accepted by the emperor. The Brits were so done with Rome life, fam, they wanted to chill on the Alban Hills where they could just exist without getting roasted by everyone. The air out there was hella fresh compared to the city's toxic vibes. Plus, they met up with 10 of their squad members who had their own ludus set up on the hills. They'd be like, what's good if we make a break for it? But deep down, they knew it was a long shot. Even when they were chillin' outside work hours, they felt trapped 'cause Rome had its tentacles everywhere. They could get caught and hunted down no matter where they went. Their height and complexion made it hella hard to blend in, even if they tried, and they'd probably end up getting roasted by the authorities and the wild beasts at the arena. Sometimes they'd be like, let's make a move to a seaport and just take off. But none of them knew how to sail or navigate, so that was straight up impossible. News from Rome came daily, and they heard Nero was getting all salty on them, accusing the Christians for starting the fire. And now they were getting all sorts of harsh edicts. Beric had been thinking about his dude Norbanus since the fire incident. He hadn't seen him since then, but at a few days after settling in on the hills, he got a letter from him saying he'd found out where Scopas was hidden his ludus and how much he regretted Beric had ghosted Rome. Their fam was already getting settled into their new life, and Beric would occasionally cop letters from Aemilia, who was low-key, the real MVP. She'd give him the tea on what's poppin' in Rome and send him some sick reads from Polio. But then one day, a letter came flying in via slave girl, and it was like we're all hella stressed out, Beric. She said they were getting savage bombed by Nero for being Christians, and their old nurse used to be part of that crew. She'd always spit the tea about it. Yo, Henty's got some tea, Enya's low. Key joined this Christian sect, and it's a whole vibe. I ain't thinking she was down to be part of it, 'cause Enya's all about that serious life, fam. But her homie Enya did end up getting caught up with these Christian peeps. We're talking 50 people in one spot, like a whole squad. You got slaves, freedmen, nobles, and even Enya, the Enya, all chillin', thinking they can just do their own thing. But then the gobbet shows up and is like, what's good with you Christian folk? So they got to go to prison. We're talking tears, fam. Our fam's got some drama, 'cause Enya went off solo at night with her nurse, and she didn't even tell nobody about it. My pops is all about the everyone choose their own religion vibe, but he's hella hurt that Enya did this on her own. My mom's all shook up, 'cause Enya sold out the Roman gods for some slave-ruled faith, and she should have stuck with the high life. But I'm like, Enya might have messed up, but what's good? She's in a bad spot, fam. So my pops is trying to get everyone's connections to help Enya get pardoned, and my mom's all like, ooh, our fam's got some major drama now. I'm hella shook. Too, we know Nero ain't playing with the Christians. We gotta keep it on the low and stay woke. Beric's all about that anger, frustration, thinking Enya should have stuck to their plans. But he's cool with it, 'cause she was in a different spot when they were hanging. He ain't seen her since, 'cause she dipped out through the atrium with her mom while he was getting the slave squad ready. He was low, key obsessed with her dedication to this new faith she was hella invested in. By her side at all times is he thought of her as a quiet and intro girl, and was totes sure that sneaking out at midnight must have been super scary for her, and that only because she had that strong sense of duty would she even bother. Now she's out and proud about being Christian, which is wild considering what's at stake. It's like she knows what the penalty is for confessing, but still goes through with it. It's got to be a weird faith if it can turn a shy girl into this, he was thinking to himself. My mom killed herself 'cause she couldn't cope with all that drama, and her death was hailed as heroic by our peeps. But I'm like, what's the diff between heroism and being basic? My mom was a total boss and could hold her own, but this kid's just trying to follow her faith to the end. It can't be her vibe or nothing. It's all about that faith for her. As soon as I get back to Rome, I'll look into it more. It's been like 10 months since Beric started training at Scopus. He's almost 20 now, and his workouts have made him a total beast. He's already ahead of the game in the arena, no cap. He's got bars for days with the trident and net too, and can take down anyone in sword fights. Nobody can touch him in wrestling either. It's like he's invincible. Scopus has been training him for all kinds of battles, including wild beasts, 'cause he's high-ranking and stuff. Some Libyan dude who used to hunt lions in the wild him all about how they attack, and now Beric's a stuffed lion skin with outstretched paws. It's hella realistic. He's been practicing for months and is low-key obsessed with taking down those beasts. You got to be quick on your feet, the Libyan said, like the lions when they're springing. Beric's always practicing, trying to get that lion slaying skills low-key. We got some wild beasts out here, but for real, they don't even scratch the surface of what's reppin' in the arena. We Libyans go in hard as hell with our spears on point and all that jazz, and it's still super rare. We take them down without a few getting caught up in the struggle first. Some people think bulls are hella tough, but bruh, they ain't got nothing on lions. Those cats can pop out of nowhere fast. And don't even get me started on bears. They might look all slow and stuff, but trust they're low-key savage. They'll take you down with one swipe of their paw like it's nobody's business. And if you try to throw a spear at them, good luck. They'll just snap it like it's a twig. These beasts are hella hard to deal with, and I'd rather stick needles in my eyes than go up against them alone. But for real, knowing how to handle them is key, so you can at least make the best of a bad situation. Accounts started coming out daily, talking about what went down in the arena, and those Romans were all shook up. Fam, they're used to seeing gladiators getting their death, but these Christians, they're like, yes, I'm ready for this. You got old folks, young bloods, slaves, and rich peeps all just chillin', waiting to get taken down. And one day a slave shows up with some tea from Amelia, her girl Ennia's getting sent to the lions tomorrow, and they're getting roasted for not keeping an eye on her. But then Scopus hits Beric with a note saying, we gotta be at it, 'cause Porus and Lupus are both gonna fight. Scopus gives Beric the lowdown. He's going himself, and he's inviting him to come through. He says they're leaving 2 hours before dawn, so you can get used to the vibe, the crowd noise, and all that. And honestly, Scopus knows. He tells Beric to get familiar with the scene, 'cause it'll take some getting used to, but he's like, yo, you've seen battles before. This ain't nothing new. Beric is low-key amused, but also super hyped to see what all the fuss is about. And he's got a personal interest in checking out these Christians, 'cause they're part of some new sect that's all up in his grill. Yes. So Henty's all about that life, fam. British women ain't shook by death. You feel. They straight up slay themselves rather than get caught by the Romans, knowing they'll hit that happy island and live good no cap. Are these Christians low-key brave too? Scopus is like, yeah, they go out with a bang. But who's got nothing to lose? Everywhere Rome has taken over, they ain't found nobody trembling. Women are always ready to vibe with their husband's squad rather than get caught by the Romans. You know, they'll jump off cliffs or set themselves on fire before that happens. Is dude anywhere more savage than or wild animal who's going to take down his enemies till the end? Henty saw all these warriors from different tribes and whatnot go down in the arena. When they lost, they raised their hands to live for another day. But when it's time to dip, nobody flinches. That's real talk, Beric says. But I'm low-key thinking it's one thing to cop a death wish when you're getting served and all hope is gone, and it's another thing to go solo with the whole world watching. The next day, Beric was chillin' with Scopus outside the arena, surrounded by guards and their attendants. There were thousands of people in the stands, all hyped up for the games. At the center of it all was the emperor, flanked by his crew and nobles. The senators and equites were right there too, along with their wives and daughters. Then you got your officials and special folks sitting up high, and find regular peeps from all walks of life. When the big door opened, a procession came in, led by Cinius Spado, the dude who footed the bill for the games. Then, 2 by 2, the gladiators marched in, accompanied by their Lannistae, or teachers. Scopus gave Beric the thumbs up and sent him to roll with Porus and Lupus. The gladiators were all different, fam. You had your armored dudes, the net-wielding lacutors, the trident-slinging retiari who didn't wear armor or a helmet the Gauls inspired Myrmilones, the Samians with oblong shields, and the Thracians rocking round shields. All of them wore helmets, except the Ricciarii, and their right arms were all about that armor life. They all saluted the emperor in the crowd. Then the procession left the arena, and the first two gladiators came back in, each with their own Lannister. They were both rookies, but they didn't care. They were ready to get it done. Henty was low-key hyped when he watched the combatants go head to head as Gauls. Some orations. The fight was lit, but not super long. These dudes started chillin' for a hot sec, then went ham with sick moves, till one dude dropped like a total savage. The crowd was all up in arms. They were hella unsatisfied, 'cause it wasn't a real barn burner. No? But then 8 or 10 pairs of gladiators got in the ring, each or one trying to outdo the last, and the energy of the audience went off the charts. Bruh. When the winners hit the ground running, they got turned up with applause, and the losers were spared 'cause the crowd was feeling them. Beric was straight-faced, but low-key entertained by it all. In his day, compassion wasn't even a thing. War was the norm, and people fought to the death for petty beefs or tribal differences. Beric didn't bat an eye when he saw blood, 'cause he was just another dude doing what needed doing. The only weird part was that these dudes weren't fighting each other's fam or whatever. They were just there for the clout. For him, it was all good vibes till Porus stepped into the ring with Scopus on his team. Beric vibed with Porus, who was all about keeping it real and not getting too salty. They'd practiced together, so he knew exactly what Porus brought to the table. That clever net thingy was his jam. But sometimes he got too hyped and dropped the ball literally. The crowd went wild for Porus, and he proved himself a total boss when he took down his opponent, who was rocking the Samnite vibe. When it was time for the last fight, Lupus vs some youngin, the energy in the arena went from 0 to 100, 'cause nobody knew how this Briton would hold up against Lupus, the king of Ludi. The crowd was all about the upset potential, and Beric felt like he was about to get hyped by his favorite new 5B fighter. Henty stood right next to Lupus against the Romans. Like, for real, how lit Beric knew not, but he knew his countryman Lupus had some sick sword moves. He thought Lupus had a good shot at winning. Then he saw that the Briz training was hella basic compared to Scopus' squad. It wasn't long before Beric realized that Lupus was low, key, getting wrecked by the Britos' blows. Despite being almost taken down 2 times, Lupus kept it 100 and threw some shade at his opponent with his swordsmanship skills. Beric knew he had to step up his game if he wanted to take down Lupus. So he warned him that the Brito was getting stronger by the minute. But Lupus still played it cool, avoiding Beric's attacks and trying to wear him out. For a hot second, things were looking good for Lupus, but then he got a little too aggressive, and Beric came at him with some fire of his own. The crowd went wild when Beric landed the 4th and final blow, and they thought Lupus was toast. But Lupus had one last trick up his sleeve. As soon as he sprang to life, he charged at Beric like a boss and smacked him with all his might. The crowd lost their minds when Beric went down hard and Scopus was low. Key shook, but still gave the Brito some props for being hella brave. Chapter Xvir, the Christians to the lions. After that whole scene with Lupus going down, there was a lull in the energy. But then everyone knew they were about to get lit again, because Nero had decided to throw some Christians to the lions. There was this eerie silence as the door opened, and this procession came marching through. It was like a priest of Jupiter, attendants, guards, and 4 femmes, an old dude and his 2 sons who looked like they were 7 or 18, respectively. The whole squad made their way to Nero's spot, and the priest went all out with the whole save your lives thing, but was met with a major diss from the Christians. They were all, nah, we good, and just stood there, ready for whatever came next. After they dropped the Christians off in the arena center, everyone else left them alone and filed back through the door. The old dude laid down some serious gospel vibes on his sons, and they started singing this fire hymn that got everyone in the amphitheater to stop what they were doing and listen. Their voices were pure, raw emotion, no chill or waver whatsoever. And then there was just this silence as everyone absorbed the power of their performance. Henty was low-key vibbing into the Colosseum, right? So there's this one cage at the end of the arena that opens up, a lion and a lioness show up. They're just chilling, looking around at all the faces, waiting for someone to give them a sign. When they see nothing but silence, they're like, okay, we got this. So they start making their way around the arena, roaring loud when they hit the track, where those low-key drama queens got taken down. They do their thing, and then they're all about them 3 figures 3 standing in the middle. Beric is just watching, trying to keep it 100. He can't get emotional about some dudes with swords, but he's all up in arms when he sees an armed dudes getting devoured by wild beasts. The crowd goes from quiet to what's good. And then it's like, boom, then the conversation starts. These Christians are low-key legendary, Henty. They're bad citizens. They probably helped burn Rome or something. But they know how to die with style. Now there's a squad of guards coming in, torches and all, to clean up the mess. The lions get sent back to their dens, and the bodies just stay where they are. Then it's like, okay, let's do this again. And another batch of prisoners comes out. 4 times Henty. Each time, same thing, get devoured by wild beasts. Finally, there's this last girl, all high class, and everyone's hyped to see what happens next. Norbanus is straight up dead, but he's still got it together like a boss. His wife, Lesbia, is low, key savage, too. She ain't showing no emotion, not even for the masses. Amelia's all, don't know what I saw. And she would have passed out if her guard hadn't caught her. She was trying to sit this whole thing out like a good girl. Then there's this priest of Diana, a crew of white, attired followers, 6 virgins from the temple, Enya, and some lictors bringing up the rear. It's all very dramatic, Henty, but then this last goes up, she's all sparkly and innocent, and she's got that gentle vibe going on. The crowd is all, oh, even if they're hard-hearted, because she's just so young and pretty. She marches in there like she owns the place, and when she meets the emperor, she gives him some real attitude. Then it's like, okay, girl, do what you got to do. Her, for Henty's sake, to reckon. Pale as death, and with tears streaming down her cheeks, she shook her head quietly. I, Loki, can't deny the Lord who died for me, she said. Nero himself rose from his seat. Maiden, he said, if not for your own sake, for the sake of those who love you, I pray you to cease from your obstinacy. How can a child like you know more than the wisest heads of Rome? How can you deny the gods who have protected and given victory to your country? I would fain spare you. I'm just a kid, you say, Caesar. Enya replied, I got no strength of my own, but I'm strong in the strength of him I worship. He gave his life for me. It's not much that I should give mine for him, Nero sank back on his seat with an angry wave of his hand. He saw that the sympathy of the audience was with the prisoner and would willingly have gained their approval by extending his clemency towards her. The procession now returned to the center of the arena, where the girls, weeping, took leave of Enya, who soon stood alone, a slight helpless figure, in the sight of the great silent multitude. Nero had spoken in a low tone to one of his attendants. The door of another cage was opened, and a lion, larger in bulk than any that had previously appeared, entered the arena, saluting the audience with a deep roar. As it did so, a tall figure, naked to the waist, sprang forward from the group of attendants behind a strong barrier at the end of the arena. He was armed only with a sword which he had snatched from a soldier standing next to him. Deep murmurs of surprise rose from the spectators. The master of ceremonies exchanged a few words with the emperor, and a body of men with torches and trumpets ran forward and drove the lion back into its den. Then Beric, who had been standing in front of Enya, advanced towards the emperor. "Who's this?" Nero asked. "I'm Beric, once chief of the Iceni, now a British captive. I received great kindness on my way hither from Norbinus, the father of this maid. As we Britons are not ungrateful, I am ready to defend her to the death, and I'm low-key asking you to let me battle against the lion with whatever arms you choose." "Are you a Christian?" the emperor asked coldly. "I ain't. I'm from my own culture, and Rome's always been cool with people worshipping in their own way. I don't know much about these Christian vibes, but I know this girl Cal have had nothing to do with the burning of Rome, and that even if she gave up on Roman gods, she can only have messed up so much by doing what's right. I'm praying Caesar. Henty's like for real, fam, standing up as her rep against the savage beasts." The crowd was low-key hype, because this was a whole different level of excitement than they were expecting. They vibe with the youth of the victim, and now the chance of something even more turnt than the animal getting destroyed enlist them in Henty's favor. Moreover, the Romans are all about that bravery life, and the fact that this Briton is going solo against a beast that's straight fire fills them with respect. They're used to seeing athletes do their thing, but this youngin's physique and strength are on another level. Fam, massive muscles, standing under all that white skin. "Yes, let him fight." They shout. The people have spoken. Nero waits till the crowd stops getting hyped, then drops the mic. "The people spoke. Let it be done." But we got to keep it real to the lion, just like the girl's armored. You're going to stand unarmed before that beast. The crowd is straight-faced, but you can tell they're all thinking, this is a death sentence for Henty. Beric's got his game face on, though he's all calm and collected. "Thanks, Caesar, for the blessing," he says in a loud voice. "I'm down with the conditions. If the gods of my country and this girl's mama got my back against that lion, she gets off scot-free. Nero is like Ward." "Understood." He gives Beric a nod to the emperor and a wave to the crowd, then turns and walks across the arena to face Scopus. "Berua, you're hella extra, Scopus. I'm dead. You were my homie, and now it's all over because Henty's going in. Nah, fam, this ain't the end yet. I'll try to make you proud. Give me my cloak." He wraps it around his waist, then walks back to the center of the arena. The crowd is like, "Wait, why is Henty wearing a skirt?" On the other side of the ring, Beric tosses off the cloak and stands in front of the lion. "I'm unarmed, ain't nothing but the clothes on my back." He yells, He takes 2 strips from the edge and twists 'em into ropes, makes a noose in each, and then puts it all over his arm. He signs to the guards to open up the cage door, and they're like, "Oh man, Henty's gone full on extra." Then he tears off 2 more strips from the bottom of the skirt and uses 'em to make another noose. Loki asked Beric, "Is life a whack attempt to save mine?" as he stood in front of her. "Brew, my God has got my back through all these wild situations, and your God will def help you now. Do you cop prayers for aid, fam?" Then, when the den door popped open, he took a few steps towards it. The crowd went wild with applause. They appreciated his move making those ropes and guessed he was trying to use his cloak like Reacharius uses their net. Next thing you know, there'd be a contest and not a massacre, you feel. Enraged at how the lion used to get treated, it came out of its den with a sudden pop and made 3 or 4 leaps forward before chilling. For a sec, eyes locked on Beric standing, all chill in front of it like he owned the place. Then it dropped low till its belly almost touched the ground and started slipping through the grass like a snake. More and more slow it went till it just paused at a distance of 10 yards, looking all sorts of savage. For a hot sec it crouched motionless save for a slow waggle of its tail, then with a loud roar it sprang up into the air. Beric was quick on his feet and jumped aside just as it touched down, and at the same time he threw his cloak over its head, all wrapped up like a burrito, knotting it up tight. Then when the lion got back to its feet all hella angry, it started thrashing around trying to get rid of that weird stuff on its head. But Beric just dropped the end of a noose over one of its paws and yanked it, then pulled it over again. This time as it sprang up again, Beric gave it a sick blow on the nose, and it went down for real. But mad as hell it started stricken out in all directions at its invisible foe, leaping and bounding hither and thither like a wild animal. Beric was easy-peasy avoiding those hits, and whenever he got his chance he clocked it 3 or 4 times with all his force on the ear, each time rolling it over and over till it just laid there for a sec immovable. Then Beric came back and jumped on top of its loins with all his weight and grabbed both ropes at once. The lion was Loki screaming in pain and strike out at him first with one paw and then with the other. But Beric was too cool and quick. He dodged every blow, and when it seemed exhausted, he jerked those cords tight, twisting them behind its back and fastening them together. The lion was hella done for. Henty was low-key helpless now. If Beric had pulled the cords in any other spot, they would have snapped like a thread. But in this position, it was all weak sauce, you feel. The pads of his feet were all tied up, and his limbs were almost dislocated. As the lion rolled around and let out these deafening roars, Beric snatched that cloth off its head, ripped another strip, twisted it, and tied its hind legs together with ease. Then he wrapped that cloth around the lion's head again, stood up, and bowed to the crowd like a total boss. The whole arena went wild, and people were hyped. Never had anyone pulled off such a sick move before, and everyone was standing up waving their hands in the air, trying to get a better look. Beric wasn't completely ghosted, though. As the lion swiped at him, it tore away a chunk of flesh from his side, and blood was streaming down over his white skirt. But he didn't let that bring him down. No way. He went up to Enya, who was just chillin', with her eyes closed and hands clasped in prayer. She thought they were both done for, but Beric's all like, "Girl, our God saved me. The lion is a mess. Then she face-planted, and Beric scooped her up on his shoulder, walked across the arena, past the barrier, and handed her over to her mom. After that, he bowed low to the Emperor and the crowd, who was still going wild. The dude in charge came over and gave him a crown of bay leaves and a fat purse of gold. Beric placed the gold in his belt, saluted the crowd again, and then went back to Scopus, who was totally stoked about his pupil's skills. "You're the goat gladiator in Rome, Beric," Scopus said. "The school of Scopus is on top of its game now. We need to get your outfit dialed in." Beric was all like, "If the lion had been more chill and didn't rush it, I'd have had a better chance." But it was out of breath and salty, so it got knocked around instead. Scopus asked Beric how he came up with that wild plan. Beric was all, "Never thought I'd fight bare-handed, but I sometimes think about what would happen in situations like this. And I figured if my ropes were gonna hold, I needed the lion to be all tied up. I'm dead serious. If Henty could just wrap his cloak around a lion's head, the beast would be low, key on its knees. If only he had a casters to walk that skull in, he'd have taken out the lion for sure. But without it, he was like, "Nah, I'ma strangle those limbs and hope for the best." You'd think a dude could handle a blinded beast, right? I would totes not try that for all the gold in Rome, Beric, even now that I've seen you get all up in a lion's grill. Did you notice Caesar was low-key impressed? He's always hyping up those who go hard in the arena, and when you went full-on savage on that lion, he was all about it. Listen to them. They're still hollering your name. You got to roll out, fam. Beric was like, "I'm good. I don't need all that dot." Scopus was all, "Nah, you need it, or you'll mess up the vibe and might not get another shot in the arena when you do get knocked down." Beric went back into the ring, and those attendants led him to Caesar, who gave him a sick gold bracelet. Caesar was like, "I'll hit you up again soon, Beric. I'm hella stoked that you and your squad took down Suetonius." Beric got to walk around the arena, and all the ladies were throwing rings and bracelets at him. Those were caught by the attendants and handed back to him as he bowed low. Norbanus, his wife, and a daughter were already out there with their crew, congratulating them and carrying on the insensible girl. When Beric finished the tour, he waved to the crowd and dipped out. One of those imperial dudes met them outside. The emperor says, "Scopus, when Beric gets his health back up, he needs to come to the palace." Scopus was all, "I thought the emperor was trying to be extra for you," but then he heard Caesar say that Beric wouldn't be fighting in the arena no more. "How is that?" Beric asked. "You didn't catch those loud screams when you went back in last time. You were wobbly from blood loss, and it's a total bummer. The people shouted they gave him freedom because he was straight fire in the ring. It's like if someone goes hard enough, they get to leave on their own terms. Henty's been low-key killing it in the arena for 2 years and taken down every show. Now Henty's getting Electica, and he's sending you hummies out to the hills. You're straight up done, fam." They was joined outside by Porus and Lupus. The former was Vibben on Beric's congrats, but in a low-key mean way, bruh. "By the gods, Beric, I knew you'd be a great champ when your time came. But I never thought you'd be going in with nothing against the beasts." Why, Milo himself was straight fire, and he won 13 times at the Olympian and Pythian games. He would have won more, but no one dare remember facing him. If we had to squad up against each other, I'd rather just cop out already, fam. I'd ick Porus, if a man can get caught in a net. Why not a lion blind in a cloak? That once you're done with that, the rest is easy peasy, Scopus said. I'm good, though. Let's hit the wine shop. A glass'll perk me up again. Porus replied, No way, do we drinkin', but no wine for Henty, fam. I got him a cup of hot ass's milk. That'll give him the energy without sendin' him to fever land. Scopus said, I'm going in first then, you guys, but don't get too turned up, Lupus, 'cause you're already on thin air from that Briton hit. That was a sick trick, though, Lupus said with an edge. Not at all, bruh. Henty fought like a pro. If he had to go toe-to-toe with someone close up, he'd smash them with the hilt. I've been telling you this for ages, fam, but you're still low-key conceited and won't listen. Scopus replied, I thought that drubbin' Henty would give you some humility, but nope, you're still good old same old. There are some dudes who just never learn. I'm low, key salty that Henty would have killed it in the Ludus today, but when one sees our top swordsman Scopus get wrecked by a raw Briton, people might be all like, Scopus has some fire, yeah? Beric is a whole mood and Porus is clutch with the net, but the rest of us are straight trash. The rage-filled gladiator went after Scopus, but he just grabbed him and bodied him to the ground so hard that Lupus couldn't even get up till Porus helped him out. Scopus was all good, though, just gave Lupus a side eye and led Beric into the shop. A hot milk drip did wonders for Beric's vibes, and he was like, let me roll out of here. But Scopus was all, nah, chill for 5 mins. I got wine with the squad. Scopus was low, key salty that Lupus got destroyed by the Briton, 'cause now he's just a hot mess. The dude would have never messed with him if he wasn't half crazy from winning too many fights and getting all cocky. But what's extra annoying is that he still holds it against us for thrashing him in the arena. Lupus will be salty for weeks, but Scopus will take it to the next level by cutting off his wine supply that'll show him who's boss. Scopus came back with a lectica, which was like a sick palanquin with 4 stout country dudes carrying it. Beric was all, dead, I need a ride. But Scopus was all, you're basically a wounded woman, Beric, you deserve to be carried. The bearers were hella salty about the weight, but Scopus dropped some extra cash, and they shut up. They made it to the Alban Hills just in time for Beric to doze off. Next thing he knew, he was waking up in his couch, feeling like trash. Scopus was all, don't even try to get up. Lupus, your flank is shot and you need to chill. Then Norbanus shows up with a Reader 4, wheeled carriage, and Beric's life just got real. There were some other dudes in the room, but I don't know who they were to be. Yes, Beric is looking all teary-eyed, hand out both arms like a true G. Whoa, bruh, he says, you're straight fire for saving my fam. Like, who would have thought when Polio's homie came through that he'd be the one to save the day? I'm low-key sad you didn't hit me up sooner, though. I was hella stressed yesterday when we found out what happened at the amphitheater. I was trying to get home with Enya, but I couldn't find you anywhere, fam. Then I checked in on Henty's kid, who's been straight savage with a sick illness. I'm low-key worried she ain't making it, though. But for real, if she'd have gone out like that, taken it to the lion and all. Nah, man, that would have been a whole nother thing. To die like that's just part of life, but seeing her go through all that trauma, I'm shook. Beric tries to get up, but he's hella weak, fam. Would she want to come see me now? He asks, struggling to speak. Beric shakes his head, looking all somber. Nah, not yet, bruh. The doc said she got to stay low-key for a bit. I'll send a slave with a letter from my girl Henty. Every day, though. Yesterday was hella wild, fam. All the struggles in 1 hour. That's a whole another level of stress. I'm just glad I made it through that moment alive. When I saw you by her side, I thought I was dreaming, but then Amelia came over and was like, yo, it's Beric. At first, I was all hopeful, but then Nero's like, you gotta go out there and meet the lion unarmed. And I'm thinking, like 2 victims instead of 1. My limbs just gave out, fam. For real though, I was low-key watching the beast get destroyed by you. I saw you struggle at first, but didn't see you rise up and bow down while the lion was all over the place, fam. Did I realized that a impossible feat had actually happened. I'm dead. Rome is shook. Okay. I heard from my squad who came through to congratulate us. They're hella salty, cousin. No one's ever seen anything like it in the arena. It's not a big deal or whatever. Norbina said, you just needed some sauce and strength, bro. Beric was like, I'm low-key doubting myself, but Enya's god and mine were deaf on her side. That's wild. Norbina said that a youngin like Enya didn't get shook at all, and those other Christians were just chillin', they knew the deal. I used to think all religions are the same, but now I'm hella curious about this one. Oh, you gotta roll with it. Fam, Beric said, your kid is low-key hyped that you're coming through, even if she's not saying much right now. Thanks for keeping me posted daily, though. If she's ever down to meet up, I'll get Scopus to hook us up with a ride. First stop's got to be Caesar when you're feeling better, Norbina said. He told you to come see him, but he'd be salty if he knew her favorite was him, though. Beric went back to Rome and every day got a letter from Norbinus. The tea, Enya's condition is still the same. My wound healed like a pro. I'm low-key tough now, so it didn't affect me that much. Next thing you know, I'm up and about, and 3 days later I'm feeling good enough to hit Rome. You would have needed a little more rest, though, Scopus said. But Nero's all about getting his fix. If he really wants to see you, gotta present yourself a sap. I ain't worried about Nero, Beric said. But I'm low-key happy for Norbinus and his daughter. Maybe my presence can help her vibe and do some good? No thanks for Nero's favors, though. They're whack at best. He's got a rep for being deadly. Henty got low-key exiled from Seneca and every other homie on his advisory team. Now they're all like, bye Felicia, or they're ghosted forever. But Henty's all, I'm good, Nero. I'll just roll with it. See, Nero's all over you if he wants to vibe with you. You gotta know how to protect yourself, 'cause trust me, he ain't nobody to mess with. He took down the most fire dude ever, Agrippina's husband or whatever. But let's be real, Henty's not on that level. You're low-key rich already, so you got this. I'm gonna believe in your fortune. Gee. You've been through so much drama, it's like a miracle you ain't had a nervous breakdown yet. So yeah, Henty, I got faith in you. By the way, what's with that basket of jewelry? You thought no more about it or something. Listen, sell it, fam. It's hella valuable and might come through for you later. Don't keep it locked up in a coffer like a treasure, 'cause Nero ain't your biggest fan. I'd take those pieces to a goldsmith who works with my people, and he'll give them some real value. It's not worth keeping around if you know it's good for you. You don't want to be that dude who got caught slipping. So how you gonna dress up for Caesar? I've been thinking, gee, you should go hard but also low-key. Since Henty ain't no slave, although Nero treated him like one, he still keeps it real and ain't trying to flex. You're a big deal in your own right, so show some respect without going too extra. Get yourself a white tunic or some fine cloth, something that's going to make you look straight fire while keeping it quiet. And for real, when we ride into Rome together, we'll cop one of them cloaks and get you all dressed up before you see Nero. I'm low-key waiting for hours to get an audience with Henty. Fam. So I hit him up, right? And like we're talking courts and passages, you feel. We finally make it to this one chamber where the palace officials are chilling, just vibing in prep mode. No. Scopus is all like, hey, my dude, I got a message for Caesar. And I'm all, yo, go ask him if Henty can get an audience now, okay? So he's all, for real, I'll hit up the chief chamberlain and see what's poppin'. He says it might make a huge difference in Henty's life whether Caesar is hella stoked or not when he meets him. He checks in with the chamberlain and they're all, Nero's in a good spot right now. You feel. Since the fire is lit with all these sick ideas for making the city fireproof and stuff. He's low-key obsessed with art, fam. So unless something's went down, he'll be vibbing with us. He goes back to check in, and they're all, the chamberlain said Henty should meet Caesar now. And then they gotta hit up the soldiers to get him to the imperial apartment. Beric is like, okay, I'm good, you know. He's chilling behind these guards until they get to this massive door. Some official comes and is all, ayo, follow me, dude. They're pushing aside these gold hangings and stuff. And we finally make it into this sick apartment. It's like marble walls, gold furniture, the whole nine, and then they bring Henty in. Nero is sitting on a couch, looking all white and simple, but also hella stylish. He gets up to greet Henty, and his black slave dude comes with some parchment designs for this new palace he's building. Nero waves his hand, and they're like, okay, we got it. So now Henty is just chilling, looking all cool in front of Caesar. Loki, Beric was chilling before speaking, like he was trying to read his vibe. Yo, Henty, he said, I've seen you low-key risk life for someone who's like super basic to you, because I talked to Norbanus and found out about your squad with this young G, and it's hella sus that you were willing to die for her when she's just a mini. Plus, she was all of 10, fam, so her life ain't got no special value in your eyes, right? So I'm thinking you're one of them real ones who would rep a dude like me, who repped you back. You got the swag, the bravery, and the skills, bruh. And you ain't part of no clique in Rome, so that's cool. I asked around, and it turns out Pollio, Norbanus' nephew, introduced you to some of his peeps, but you kept it 100, spending most of your time in them libraries instead of trying to fit in. Being a bookworm myself, the vibes are with you. Henty, I got you, and you'd find that I'm not some master dude, but a real G people around me can't be trusted, fam. They're just doing it for the Benjamins. There's many haters out there. Even though people love me on the surface, them big fams think only of their own interests and would turn on me in a heartbeat. I need someone like you, Henty, who's all about that realness, loyal and true to the end, whether we're swimming in duff or just chillin'. You down with being that dude for me? I'm hella underqualified for this gig, Caesar. Beric said, keepin' it real. I've been a leader of my own crew, and I never gonna sugarcoat nothing to please the throne. Monarchs don't want to hear the truth. Gee, they'd get all bent out of shape if you came at M with some real talk. I might be your right hand man, but even that's a stretch, 'cause my mouth would always tell it like it is. That's what I'm here for, Nero said. It's dope to hear the truth sometimes. Seneca told me the same thing, but back then I was all about them flattery vibes. Now I see what he meant. You're reppin' solo, Henty, and I know if you say something, it'll be straight from your mouth, not some dude else's words. Honestly, Henty, I got your back, but I gotta know where you're coming from. Nero said, You're straight fire, man, and that's why I respect that. Ward, Caesar, I'm low-key the master of my own destiny, so if I want to do what's best for Rome, I'll do it even if it means putting myself on the line for you, Beric said. No cap, Henty. I ain't got to negotiate with the big cheese himself. I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and get to work as your right-hand man, but let me make one thing clear. I don't know nothing about the tea in Rome, so keep that on the low. I feel you, Beric. You're a simp for thinking we got to be all up in each other's grill. We Brits are more chill. We just straighten it out and get it done. Leave me out of your state business, okay? Honestly, Henty, I got love for your honesty, bro. You're keeping it real, even if Rome is all about the drama. I trust you to have my back, no cap. So I'm thinking, what's good for a G like me? Nah, just kidding. I'll give you a shot at being my personal librarian, 'cause that's low-key a sick gig. You'll get your own crib next to mine with the best books, and we can vibe out whenever I need something. Caesar, I'm hella rusty on Greek. Homie. No worries, Henty. Fane got you back. He's going to be like your ride or die in the library, keeping those scrolls in check so you don't get too stuck up there. Nero hit a bell, and a servant came through. What's good, Fan? You got to meet this Beric. He's about to join my squad. Fan showed up, all high-key important for Nero. So, Henty, here's the tea. You're going from zero to hero fast. Get that apartment set up with the books and all that jazz. Chiton's going to be your main man in there, making sure everything is on point. Nero dropped a mic. Fian, I got one last sec. You got to make it cool for Beric, 'cause he's all about keeping it 100. Yo, keep it 100 with me, homie, and I'll be straight up with you too, like we're Loki friends and all that, right? Fian's got a feel for this new dude, Beric, and he's low-key thinking he's the real deal. Nero's vibe is fire this time, for real, he said to himself after giving Beric the side eye. Fian took him to his crib, and they chilled in private. Beric, you're low-key chosen by Nero, G, Fian said. This post ain't no joke, fam. Nero's all over the place with emotions, but you keep it 100, know what I'm saying. Don't get too attached to anyone causing court. Homie can be a whole nother ball game. You might have some clout today, but tomorrow you're a total ex-G-bar. By morning, everything will be set for Beric. So Fian dropped Beric off at the palace, and he hit up Scopus, who was chilling in his pad. Don't ask no questions till we're out of here, Scopus said. People are all shook up about that long convoy you had with Nero. You look like you've seen some real tea. Beric spilled the beans about his chat with Nero. Scopus nodded in respect, saying, You're a whole new level now, Beric. I knew Caesar saw something special when he called you out. Your face is all trust vibes, and Nero was all over it. He played it smart, Doc. Beric wasn't feeling it, though. I'm hella bummed to be here instead of your Ludus, Scopus. I feel like that lil dog in the lion's cage. The beast looks all cool, but you know it's just waiting for its chance. Scopus nodded in agreement. It's real talk, Beric, but there are thousands out here who'd risk everything for a taste of that Rome life. Loki, you're gonna escape the joint if another dude would have gotten his face tore up in the arena. Keep it on the down low. But I'ma know what Caesar said to you. The world is about to find out your whole thing as a private librarian. It's just an excuse for him to have you by his side. You won't get rewarded like that by just doing some random job. They hit up this goldsmith spot next. You, Scopus, I've been waiting for you, fam. I saw you and your 2 gladiators in the arena. Then I caught a glimpse of this fire, young Briton going toe with a lion. When I heard he was at your ludus, I thought for sure you'd be bringing him to me to sell some sick jewelry the hose had been rocking. That's our mission, Rufus. Here's the bag. The goldsmith opened it up and was like, you don't expect me to Loki name a price for all this fire. It'll take me a day to scope out the goods. I might have to hit up my homies for cash, 'cause this is straight fire. Scopus was like, nah, you can't even guess what these gifts are worth. But if it were me, and I'm just some nobody, I'd be straight up getting a different deal. Youth, looks, and all that drama go a long way in the arena. Trust. Ward, Scopus, you're right on point. Beric will hit you up in a couple days. Here's the inventory. I got a copy at home. You can set the price, and he can decide what to do with it or not. He ain't got a sell, though, 'cause Caesar just made him part of his squad. The goldsmith was like, I'll get it done in 2 days. When they left, Scopus like, you're going to get full value for that goods, fam. That's why I knew you were part of Nero's crew. Having a friend at court is a big deal. Scopus added, and how about you, Rufus? You've been holding it down and training me for months. Now you're just going to lose me when we could be getting that return. Not to mention I'll be rocking with Borjuk as sap, so you got to name a sum that's going to cover all the trouble and expenses. I got to give it to you, Henty. That's some wild stuff. I'm low-key grateful for the pay. Oh, we get that cash from the Imperial Treasury because we're training up soldiers in a ludus. And then our Lannister just makes bank off other people's gigs. Anyway, the senator who hooked us up the show sent me a sick sum, way more than what he promised for Porus and Lupus. Tedru, he was all about keeping it real, said we brought the heat in the arena and made his show go viral. So, yeah, our Lannister's good. Now, I got to roll out of here and check on some other things. You got my back, Scopus, so don't worry about me. Borjuk's going to be with me soon, and we'll get you guys out of that arena in no time. Later, fam, I'm going to hit up Norbinus' crib and see what's poppin'. Knocks on door, yo, it's Beric. Tell Norbinus I got this, but if he don't want to see me, I'm ghostin'. I heard there was a funeral going down in here. Oh, word. Enya's out of commission already. Sorry to hear that, fam. Pauses, no worries. I'll tell him I'm a swing by. Walks into Norbinus, study, yo, Norbinus. What's good? I heard some bad news. Pauses as Norbinus shares the story, man. You have no idea what we just saved us from. That girl was a total boss, even in death. She spoke of me like we were homies or something. I'ma make sure she got the send-off she deserved. Norbinus breaks down, Beric, you don't know how much you mean to us. We would have never made it without her. Beric low-key nods, yeah, fam. I feel, yeah. She was a real ogyaz, as I'm told gonna head to Happy Island, though it's not gonna be the same vibes that my Brito peeps are saying about. And how's it going with my homegirls, Lesbia and Amelia? My wife is Loki doing all right, the magistrate said. She's got nothing like them philosophy vibes, but I think she feels it's hella better for our little one, that she should have kept it moving. Enya would have been all about being Christian and getting mixed up in some drama and fresh troubles and stuff would have come after. Plus, her faith would have put her whole fam at odds with each other. To me, it's all good, but my wife sees it in a different light, you feel. Amelia is hella done watching and crying, but I know she'll roll up soon, unless you got to dip out of here a sap. I'm ghosting the hills. Fam, I just saw Nero today, and he's made me an official in his squad. It's going to be extra when I tell you I'm like his private librarian, bruh. He's got a reason for putting me on the payroll that's not exactly chill, but he spoke to me straight up, and I kept it 100. Nero's Loki a genius. Norbner said with a smile. But for you, bro, this is hella risky. Being part of Nero's crew means you're basically getting a death sentence, even if he throws some good vibes your way first. He's all over the place and unpredictable, and you ain't got no flattery game, so you might just go hard on him by accident. I'll totes speak my mind if he asks me, Beric said with a hint of chill. But if he thinks I'm solid as his guard, he won't question me when I'm Loki saying the opposite. When you start rolling with Nero, though, I'm presented myself tomorrow morning, G. Dude, you're welcome to crash at my crib tonight, Norbner said. This place is straight up a house of sorrow, but you're part of the fam now, so don't worry about the drama. I'll roll out into the garden, G. Beric said. Hit me up when Amelia comes through, though she'd rather chill with me in the garden than here with all these slaves. Beric had been sitting in the shade for half an hour when he saw Amelia coming towards him. Her face was all puffy from crying, and them tears were still streaming down her cheeks. Beric took her hand, but she grabbed it first and would have taken over if not for. Beric swooped in, hella pressed against Henty's lips. "Oh, Beric," she freaked. "What's good for us, bruh? How much do we owe you? If you hadn't done it, I'd be low-key crying now, not cause Enya's chillin', with a smile on her face in her crib, but cause she got devoured by that lion. It was like I thought I'd cop out too, when suddenly you stood between her and that savage beast looking like a god or something, just saving her life, no cap. And when everyone was thinking you were toast, standing there unarmed, waiting for the lion's attack, I was low-key convinced you'd come out on top. Enya thought so too, fam. She told me my God got my back, and that you must have had some magic in your vibes. She said she knew it was all you, no other way. But, of course, you couldn't known about her Christianity, right? I did know it. Amelia. Beric slid in, and then he spilled the tea on Enya's convo with him and old slave when they got attacked by those plunderers on their way home from meeting up. She promised me she wouldn't go out without telling you first, he said. But I got a bail with Scopus to the Alban Hills, so we didn't hear from her no more call. Beric low-key wished he was there that night when Enya got arrested. She might have avoided getting caught by the guard. He was hella curious about her faith now. She must have had some wild reasons for going out like a boss all alone at night. Anyway, her God must have given her the strength and courage to choose death over denying him. I'm so down to learn more. Amelia chimed in. One Enya said you knew she was Christian. It seemed like she thought you salty about it, fam. Beric kept it real, though he wasn't mad at her for becoming a Christian, but for going out without his dad's permission. If it was Henty, he wouldn't have been surprised, 'cause she's got them high spirits. Wires. Henty's super straight. But for her to do what she did was low-key wild. What has good, Beric? I could see that she was hella dedicated and just stopped talking 'cause she didn't know the tea about her church. I'm so done with Polio being here, Henty said. He'd totes feel how I do 'bout Enya's loss. My dad's all about his own vibe, thinks it's lit to be outer this world. My mom went ham when she heard Enya was a Christian. I'm sure she's hella relieved she's dead. I ain't got no one to relate to. You feel? You can't even imagine what the thought is that I'll be solo in the future. We get used to all the tea, Beric said. I've lost my fam country and everything, and I'm just a hella stranger, living like a slave, but life's not so mate to me. It takes time for this grief to heal, and you'll be happy again, gee. I'm low-key sure I'd never been happy if Enya died in the arena. I would have had it on repeat. 2747 would have dreamt about it all day. But why do you say that till now you were almost a slave? What's different now? Beric dropped the tea. He got a new gig. Henty said passionately, if I could swap your spot for one night, I'd go hard on the tyrant. He's a straight-up monster. He killed Enya, and he'll probs kill you too. Gee, he's all about slaying anyone who crosses him. I'll keep it 100. Amelia, besides, my danger ain't even real, 'cause he won't get nothing by killing me. I'll ghost all the drama, and he won't suspect a thing. If there's danger, it'll come from me doing what's right, not doing his dirty work. I know how it's going to end, but I'ma hold on to hope. Gee, Henty sighed. You killed the lion. Maybe you can conquer Nero too. Loki saved Enya's life for us, fam, so I'd totes risk my life for yours too, no cap. Remember, sis, women can get super calculated and manipulative, and when it comes to dealing with some hater like Nero, you gotta bring the heat just as much as your brawn. We got a whole crew of relatives and friends here who'd be low-key salty if Enya got taken down in the arena. That's on us, though. So yeah, I'm good to have your back when it counts, sis. And trust me, if you ever decline my help, I'll be feeling it vibe way more than any drama you could stir up for me. Then Beric was like, cool, peace out, and headed up to the crib. Next thing he knew, Found's got him in Nero's palace, and he's all, what's good? Fu gets him led to his chambers, and it's a whole vibe, fam. No windows, but there's light comin' in through the ceiling, like some real fire design game. There's these bronze statues, tall plants, and couches for days. It's hella elegant, bruh. Fans all, this is your spot, and this one's for a homie of yours, but he's low-key warnin' Beric not to bring anyone over, 'cause Nero wouldn't have that on his conscience. Fu then shows him the library, which is straight fire too. It's like 25 feet square, with these wooden partitions and cases full of manuscripts. There's this Greek dude sitting at a table, looking all hella wise and ancient. Beric's all, we good fam? I'm counting on you for the Greek books, and you're the real librarian. I got you, Henty. So, like, Faun is low, key trying to get Caesar's private apartment right next to your crib, and there's 2 ways to get summoned in a hot sec. Now let's roll back to your room, okay? That's where you'll probably vibe with Nero when he hits you up. You've got 3 strokes on his bell, fam. If you're not already vibin', then you gotta cop your sword and roll in ASAP, day or night. So Henty asks Beric, like, what's my tea? And Beric is all, Chiton can handle the librarian duties, I'm good. Found's all, nah, brew, you're gonna chill here, read some books, whatever, until 9 p.m. Then it's all about Nero's schedule. He hits the baths at 11, then out to scope or do public deets, and that meal can last till midnight. Your library duties are done when he hits the baths. But if Nero needs you elsewhere, you're stuck till supper is on. And don't forget, check those curtains between rooms so you hear his summons loud and clear. You'll be waking up at 6 am, fam, and only till 9 p.m. will you be living in the library prison. But for real, Henty says 3 hours ain't nothing, and all that book wealth is yours to study with. So, what's up with chillin'? Henty was chilling with his squad when Henty's fam walked up on him. Yo, let's vibe out for a sec, he said. I've been low-key scrolling through city stuff and governor letters all day, so it's time to shift gears. He asked Beric about Britain, but not that deep stuff like religion and culture. He wanted the tea about everyday life. Beric got it, though. They started talking about his hood, his mom with her squad getting work while she's chillin', and how he used to go on wild hunting sprees with Borduoak. It was a real escape for Henty's thoughts from all the drama at state level. As they strolled under the shade of them tall trees, Nero listened in silence like a boss. Sometimes he'd nod, but other times he'd ask a question that showed he was feeling Beric's energy. Your story is like a breath of fresh air, he said after a hot minute. It's like sipping cold water on a long hike or something. You were raised in Britain, I heard. Hit me the tea. Beric gave him the lowdown on his life at Caledunum. It's all over the map, Nero said. Cultured Roman and wild Briton vibes going on. Now Henty got it. He saw why Beric risked his neck for that Christian girl in the arena. Did he actually love her? Nah, Caesar. We don't do marriage till we're like 5 and 20, Beric said. We hold that young love is wuck and can mess up a whole vibe. He wasn't trying to diss Nero's way of thinking, though. We all got to prioritize ourselves, right, he said. But then he added, I respect you, Beric, 'cause you're hella different from everyone else around here. We're all about that Rome life, but you're more like the forest. Feel me? Everyone's always trying to get power rich, or living for the thrill, but we ain't got time for nothing holding us back. We just crush anyone who gets in our way. And risking your life for some girl. Nah, that don't even cross our minds. He went on, got a letter from Caius Muro months ago saying Beric was the real me-peepee of Iceni nation. I had been low-key stuck with Suetonius for ages, right? I was brought to Rome as a prisoner, and he was all like, hey, Henty, if Beric is still living, can you show him some love? And he's got this major story about saving his little girl from the sack of Caledunum, and how he hid her out until after Boadicée's defeat, then sent her back to Rome safely. But for real, I was just thinking about it now. So yeah, I told my sect to write him a message saying I'd be down to hang with him. And it's weird that you're still holding life so cheaply, fam. Our ancestors used to do this all the time, but we're more chill now because our lives are actually pretty lit. So, what's Phaon doing for you, though? Is there anything else you need? If so, spill the tea. Yes. Caesar, I got one request. Can I bring my main dude Borduoak with me? We've been squad since childhood, and he was right by my side when we took down those wolves in our fens. It's not just for me, though it'd be lit if we could keep an eye on you together at night, 'cause the palace is hella creepy. If Borduoak's with me, I can feel your call even from miles away, and we can get the foreweapon on any drama that goes down. We can set up shop right outside your chambers, like the praetorians do on the other side. And if needed be, we can take it to the next level. All 20 of my countrymen are lit. They're not just talking about looks and strength. They've got skills and swag too. I can put them in various roles around the palace, like doorkeepers or garden labourers, so you always have a squad of 20 loyal men at your beck and call. We'll sleep with the slaves, and you can count on us to get down for whatever it takes. Yes, Beric, that's a solid plan. I think they were all chilling at the Ludi right now, so I'll send an order for them to come back. Fian will hook them up with gigs, and we'll make sure they're living their best lives in the palace. You're speaking truth, fam. This is exactly what you need. Yaz, 20 gladiators strong like Henty might save my life against a whole squad of haters. Now it's time for me to get turned up in the bath, fam. The next day, those British captives were all living their best lives as palace doorkeepers, bruh. Beric was there when they met Fan and had a private convo with them later. They were hella stoked to be under his leadership again. No cap. Everyone still hated being a gladiator except for the dude who took down Lupus, who's been in the arena so far. What's good, guys? Beric said, your job is going to be low, key and easy. You just got to make sure nobody gets past you without getting the right clearance. Each of you will have a squad with you who'll vouch for whoever comes to see them. And they'll escort him to the right person. You might get different orders at different spots, but you'll get the deets from the officials, no drama. You'll be on duty for 6 hours a day, and then you're free to do whatever, boo. I know you all learned some Latin by now, so you can vibe freely with each other. Loki, don't get too close to the Romans, Kay. Beric said, don't go listening to any juicy gossip about the Emperor or getting mixed up in no-state stuff. We're like a special squad for Nero, our main man. It's not our biz what he does behind closed doors. He might be hella cruel to some people, but he's got Rome's back in other ways, and they love him for it. If the Romans don't want to rock with him cause of some senators or whatever, that's not our problem, fam. We just got to do our thing, and maybe, just maybe, we'll get to go back to Britain someday. There was a collective nod of approval from the squad. Nero can drop the bomb on anyone in Rome, but I ain't worried about nobody, Bodjuk said. I'm good with the Romans being my enemies, all the way up and down the chain. If Nero's down to vibe with us, that's a whole different story. I'm low-key salty that Henty can do whatever he wants with them. But for real, it's hella boring just chillin' at the palace. 6 months went by and Beric was vibing high with Nero. Like 3 or 4 times the emperor would ring his bell just to test the guard's skills, and every time an armed dude would pop into his room, but only if Henty waved at him. It's like they knew how salty the Praetorian Guard would be if they found out Caesar had guards too. Beric was always good for a ride with Nero when he went out, and since everyone knew he was Henty's homie, people were all up in arms to get his seal of approval. They'd throw him some sick cash to grease the wheels, but Henty was like, nah, I'm good. He only dipped into the drama if someone was straight up getting robbed by corrupt officials or magistrates. The sale of his spooky jewels gave him a fat wad of cash, and he invested it with Norbinus. Henty's pad was on point, and now that he was the emperor's go-to guy, even Lesbia would roll out the red carpet for him. When they were all chillin', it was all about the tea who got married, what new frescoes popped up in Rome, and other juicy gossip. Beric just wanted to keep it real and not have to hate his job or wish harm on his employers. For Henty, Nero was the ultimate down-to-earth kind, and always good for a convo about books, art, or whatever's poppin' in the city. But honestly, there's another side of Nero that Beric ain't talking about him. I'm low-key thinking that he's being led to this whole war thing, some of the best people in Rome, 'cause they're super timid, no cap. He's hella suspicious. Maybe he got reason for his suspicions, or maybe it's all just a bunch of tea. I ain't here to defend him. Fam, all that drama is on you Romans and your problems. I'm good, I'm out of here. I don't want to know about none of that real talk. I'm trying to stay out my lane and let others handle their own biz. That's why I don't hit up other people's houses too much, only this one. I meet up with the court crowd at the baths, gym, and on the streets, but nobody talks about no public affairs, know what I'm saying? They're low-key worried about who might be listening. It ain't safe for them to spit that fire in front of me, you feel. But since I'm all good with Caesar, they'd never spill the tea on him. Word. So I catch some vibes that proscriptions, accusations, and executions are popping, that Christians are getting destroyed by Nero's squad, that there's this whole vibe of fear in society. But it's all just a hushed rumor, you know. And by keeping my ears shut and not piecing out to learn the deets, I'm still doing Caesar's bidding. Norbanus and Lesbia are on Beric's side, for real. Norbanus is more like meh about all that drama, while Lesbia's all in on the politics, fam. She's got connections with some big-time families, so if one of them gets clapped by Nero, it's a whole thing. So she's all extra about making sure her squad knows to keep it 100 when they're at her crib. Don't talk about no public shit. Chaptix V. Betrothal Nero was low-key salty. This party that's all about stoic vibes is getting too turned, dissing modern ways and trying to bring back the old school. He's hella paranoid, thinking they're just covering up a plot against him. Piso, Plautus, Seneca, and Lucan are just a bunch of haters. Nero goes all salty. They're just pretending to be tough so they can take me down. Beric is all like, "Ooh, calm down, Caesar. I'm just a soldier. I got your back, fam." Yo, Henty, lem tell you, I got faith in myself, and I know I deserve it. No cap. I ain't doing this for the Benjamins. Already told you to chill on the gifts. 'Cause if I had that kind of wealth, I wouldn't even care. Gee. You want to give me estates or something, but I know others would low-key try to cop my vibe or get a piece of the action, and that's just not my energy. Feel. I'd be hella salty if I cared about all that cash life. You feel. You gotta trust me, Henty, 'cause not only you putting faith in my guard skills, but also treating me like one of your low-key squad on other stuff. And bruh, I'm taking it to the max, at risk of getting shaded or losing that good favor. I gotta ask you again to keep state matters off me, 'cause I know nothing, don't want to know nothing. And if I did, I'd probs mess up and diss some homies for real. In all honesty, Henty, I ain't got a reputation for being two-faced or something. So if you ask me on something, I'll give you the tea straight up. If it's something where others have played it wrong, I'd say you're hella extra. And if I did take some guesswork, I'd straight up diss them for real. But honestly, the truth ain't always lit, and I try to tune out all the noise round me just to keep my loyalty pure. Nero was like, maybe you're right. After a whole minute of thinking. Then he asked, what's your take on general stuff, Henty? It's good to get the lowdown from someone who's straight up honest. And then, here's the thing, Henty, there's one thing that gets my back up, and that's the Christians getting all kinds of tortured for being Christian. That's hella messed up, and it goes against Rome's traditions. Bruh, they ain't doing nothing bad, they're just chilling. not causing none drama or hurtin' nobody. I know what you're about, Henty. You're all about that clemency life, but the crowd is all like, get him, and it's wild. I ain't got an opinion on all the other things you talk about. But if I were Caesar, with all that Praetorian Guard lot and pop support, I'd straight up hate on any would-be plotters. People are all about that stoic life for vibes, but they're still living it up, getting lit, and loving the perks of being part of your squad, Henty. Can nobody say we ain't got nothing to lose, fam? Yes, though if you got some Loki haters trying to take you down through assassination, you got all crew to protect you, fam. You got me my squad of countrymen all about watching, back 247. No cat, assassins are Loki sneaky. Nero said, looking gloomy. You can't even trust the people who claim to be your homies, 'cause they might turn on you when it's time to tea. Beric was like, Kinbead, Caesar, we feel you. For real, though. If you get taken down by our own peeps, that's on you, Nero said. Beric knew he wasn't no expert on Roman fam drama. I don't know much about the history of Rome's power struggles, and I'm deaf not trying to stir up any trouble, so don't expect me to have an opinion on state stuff. He was all like, I just want to be a watchdog, keeping you safe from all the drama backstabbing. Don't expect me to do more than that, though. Nero looked at Beric's straight face and was like, all right, you're good. As time went on, Nero trusted Beric more and more. He had his spies, and they were all like, this Brit dude is not dating anyone outside Norbanus, fam. They also knew he turned down a lot of big offers from suitors who tried to woo him. For a hot sec, though, Beric was totally unaware that he was being watched in 247. His footsteps were followed when he went out, and people of the baths were all like, hey, did you hear what Beric said about Caesar? They also knew he rarely hung out with people who were low-key trying to get the tea on him. He kept it real by avoiding fancy displays of wealth dressing simple. Meanwhile, at the gym, Beric was still killing it in arms class, still training hard you his old squad. After a while, Nero was all like, I got this. Beric is deaf, straight fire. He felt no fear that Beric's enemies would try to war him. Henty was low-key restricted from getting his life together, 'cause Nero was always counting on him to roll with him whenever he went public. Beric and Bojuok were part of that squad, so Nero was all girl, thinking nothing bad would come from it. But Henty was like, sick, I need some time to chill. So when the emperor hit up the baths or got turned up after supper, Henty was out of there, and Bojuok kept it real for him. After that Piso conspiracy went down, Nero's squad beefed up their security. Like, we know this plot was real, no cap. They had a plan, they executed it, but some people got caught in the crossfire. Seneca was one of them, and nobody had any proof he was even involved. Henty was getting hella salty about his situation, even with all the love Nero gave him. He couldn't escape what everyone was talking about in Rome. The emperor's wild ways, the lavish lifestyle, and all that drama. It was straight trash. Even the senators were chilling with it, like they didn't care. The Brits, though, were hella shook. They'd moved to Rome from their simple life, and this whole luxury thing was just too much for him. They'd be sipping tea in their huts and talking about how the gods must have lost it on Rim. Beric. He was all good with his morning reads and Greek studies with Chiton at Norbanus's crib. Lesbia, though, she's a whole different vibe. She was out here living that wild life, attending all these parties with her fam, no care who told her what to do. I got my own money. I'm good. I'm low, key thinking. Henty's been trying to keep it real with his girl Amelia, but he's never made it explicit 'cause he's still got some major drama going on with his fam and his connection to Nero's squad, Rufinus Sulla. So Lesbia's all like, let's collab and marry her off to this dude. But Beric is hella salty about it. He's all, that dude is a total simp, and he'd literally kill him for messing with Amelia. Norbinus is all calm and collected, but deep down he's trying to protect his daughter from getting ghosted by this dude who's all about the drama. He's low-key hinting at Beric being the real one for Amelia, but Beric is like, nah, I got this. 'Cause he's still stuck in a major cycle with Nero, and it's all good. Beric is trying to keep his feelings under wraps, 'cause he knows he ain't exactly free to make moves on anyone right now. He's still got some major drama going on with the Roman Empire, and they're getting pretty salty about it. The legions are all like, I ain't got no time for this, and Nero's days are numbered. So Beric is just trying to stay safe and let Henty handle his biz. He's all rather die than stab his heir in the back, 'cause he's treated me decent, but at the same time he's low, key hype to be in a position where he can make some noise. He's got a major plan cooking in that head of his, and it involves Amelia and taking down Nero's squad. Yas Henty would low, key join the movement. The other schools got major beef with Scopus, 'cause they're all hella jaded from bloodshed and think it's okay to just throw anyone under the bus. As for your offer, Norbinus, I'm hella grateful. But if Rufinus wasn't a threat, I'd say linking our lives together was whack right now. The situation is too lit, the future is too shook. It feels like the whole city's gone mad, and Nero's palace is no exception. But if Amelia is cool with me being her bae, we can make it work until things change. I'm down to wait till the vibes are right. Norbinus was low, key salty about it, though. I think you don't got to stress, Beric, he said. Since that time you went ham in the arena, you've been her one and only and the king of her heart. Even I, who ain't got a clue about other stuff, could see it, and I'm pretty sure Amelia's mom is the reason she wants to marry Rufinus. I'll call her down to get your take on whether or not she's cool with my wishes. A minute or two later, Amelia came down from the hella comfy women's quarters above. Hey, kiddo? Norbinus said, I offered you a spot in marriage to Beric. He's all about it, just saying you gotta come for him on your own, and not 'cause I'm all up in your grill. What's good, Amelia? Amelia was all shook up when her dad started talking. Stood there with downcast eyes till he finished. Hold up, let me get this straight. Beric said, you know how I'm flying by the seat of my pants, and one wrong move could get me killed. That life's going to be hella basic for us if we're together. Amelia looked up now all fierce. I got you, Beric. I'd rather chill with you in a cottage than live it up in Nero's palace with anyone else. I'd die for you. Your wishes are my command. That ain't how it goes down in Britain, Beric said, drawing her in for a low-key kiss. Husband and wife is all about equals, not some lord and servant vibe. We're going to keep it real. You, Henty, want to come chill with me at the palace, but we got to get this Sponsalia thing going today, and then Beric can claim you when he's ready. Hit me up again tonight, yeah. I'll cop the papers and have some squad here to witness the betrothal vibes. Word. Beric is my mama comin'. Nah, homie, she's low-key done, and I'm good with that. She was all about defying me and doing her own thing, so yeah, she can't rock this whole mom-in-law thing. You're under mine now, and ain't nobody else got to get a say in this. I know she got love for you, but she got more drama coming from Saturnalia, so it's best if we keep her out of this loop. You two go vibe with each other in the garden. I got some arrangements to make. At 6, Beric rolled up to the crib. The atrium was hella lit, got a whole crew of guests chillin', including my fam and colleagues, all standin' tall and representin'. Henty was already on most Peep's radar from our previous squad nights. Norbanus hit the room and came back with Amelia in tow. Yo, fam, we got a reason you're all here. It's to witness the betrothal my girl Amelia to Beric the Briton. We got Vitrio, the notary, to read off the deets. The doc was straight fire and stated that Norbanus was relinquishing his authority over Amelia to Beric, and they were bound by contract to do the marriage thing either way. He also gave her 30,000 denarii on their wedding day, and he was leaving all his wealth to her after he dipped out. On the other hand, Beric was promised to do the religious or civil ceremony whenever Norbanus called his shot, and on top of that, he had to give him 8 denarii for signing this agreement. Henty's authority over his daughter was straight fire, bruh. The notary was like, "You heard this doc read? Norbanus, you good to go." And he was all, "I'm ready." And Beric's like, "Me too." So they both signed it, and 4 other guests were extra and got their names on there as witnesses. Then Norbanus puts Amelia's hand in Beric's, and it's official, they're hella betrothed now. He's transferring his authority over her to Beric, aka making him the real boss of her life. Minute later, Lesbia shows up out of nowhere, all like, "Hold up, I got a problem with this." Norbanus is calm though, and tells her she ain't got no say in it. You never had the right to start drama, he says, basically. Lesbia's all emotional, threatening Beric and stuff, but Norbanus just takes 2 steps forward and tells her he's done with period. That's the Roman divorce formula, Beto. Lesbia's all shook up, fam. She didn't think Norbanus would actually do it to her like that. But then she's all, okay, cool, I guess, 'cause she's got pride and all that jazz. She's hella bitter about it, though. She's all, "Thanks for the release, I guess, but you're gonna pay Norbanus." And then she just gets in her lectica and pieces out. Norbanus is like, "Yo, sorry to have dragged y'all into this drama, fam, but I didn't know anyone was watching." He's all calm and collected, 'cause he's a philosopher or whatever. But the dude who knows him is all worried about what Nero will say. Norbanus is just over it, though. He can get out my feelings like Seneca did. He says, "Death ain't got nothing on me, fam. I'm low-key mad, and life for a being like me is hella pointless here." I'll hit Henty up about this, and since it's rare that I ask him for a solid, I'm sure he'll listen to me. When he's not vibing with the drama, Henty wants to act justly and weigh the pros of having a loyal squad against his boy associates. I'll cop him on it first thing in the morning when he's chillin' in the library, sipping tea for an hour. At least there's no chance Lesbia's ghosting me beforehand. It's too late for her to slide into Rufinus and get him to low-key hit Henty tonight. "Let's chat about something else," Norbanus said. All this drama is hella temporary. He started spitting fire on his favorite topic world religions, while Beric slid Amelia into the tablinum after she was low, key Tyran, up since the drama with her parents. It's whack to cry on your betrothal day, Amelia. Who can help it, right? Besides, I'm not worried about my own feelings, but this whole situation is so extra and hella fast. This morning, I was shook when my mom told me I was trying to do some wild stuff, worried that my dad would let her get away with it too. Then Henty dropped the tea he's taken me off you and given me to. Well, but I thought you were hella wrong for me. And just when I thought everything was good, she came. And I'm all like, what's good? My parents always had my back. Especially my dad, he's always looked out for us. But Mom, she's been acting extra since Enya got caught with the Christians. She's been low-key mad, and it's been hella draining on our family. We've been doing just fine without her, but still, it's wild that my dad is going through this. Let's not think about it now, Amelia. Your dad made the right move, as always. I know more about what's really going down than you do, and I got your back, girl. I'm low-key salty about what Enya did. Fam, she's bringing major shame to her name for real. Now let's get into ourselves. That move you just made, Beric, it's gonna bring some heavy consequences your way. If I'm on the run and you're with me, you might have got a dip and become a fugitive too, feel. And if that happens, Rome is hella toxic to us since Enya got stood up in the arena. I'd rather chill with you out here in the savage mountains than be stuck in some fancy palace. I'm trying to stay calm, but if we gotta make a move, I've got a spot in mind where you can hide it out till I get back. It's not ideal, but I'll find a way to keep us safe. Since Enya's gone, I've been low-key hanging with the Christians. You know, Lycoris was caught up in all that drama too. Her sister managed to escape and is living life in the catacombs right now. I've met her like a few times. She's got a whole crew of them hiding out there from the persecutions. The last time we vibed, she gave me some deets on how to get help if you're in a tight spot. Go to this freedman Mincius crib on the narrow street behind the amphitheatre. A knock thrice, say, in the name of Christ, and they'll hook us up. Tell them it's about me and that you're Enya's sis. They won't even care if we don't belong to their crew. The catacombs are hella big and hidden from prying eyes, so we got this. Loki put on a somber vibe like a slave's cloak, then roll up to this safe spot we're talking about, but hit your dad first and get him on the same page so he can come too. He's feeling it. Amelia, bruh, he ain't gonna do that. How can you just leave him? You gotta leave him 'cause he's under my protection, Amelia. The danger is way more real for you than for him. He's just a dad. I'm your ride or die. They'll come after me first through you. Plus, there's other reasons. Your dad's an old-school Roman, so he's all like Seneca and Plautus. Who cares if he leaves this life? But for real, tell him the tea about the danger and let him decide what's good. I got you covered. I'll hit up your dad and get the bag you're hidden with him. Tell her to stash it in the caves till you need it again, 'cause these Christians are low-key trustworthy. I got a lot more dough hidden away thanks to Nero being all generous, so if we got a rollout, I'll be able to cop some without getting all turned up, Bob. One last thing, Beric. If I ever got to take refuge with the Christians, and I'm feeling their vibe like Enya did before she got taken out, you better not get salty, okay? I'll tell them that's cool. As long as your consent is on deck, you're good to do your own thing. You do you, Amelia. Since Enya went down, I've been low-key itching to study these Christian vibes for real. It gotta be a sick religion if people can meet their maker without getting all shook up. You know, Enya said we'd vibe her again, and I'm thinking she meant I should cop this Christian life too. Hit the woman with that question, Doc. I'll ask her, but I'm low-key sure they'll take you in. Haven't you already risked your life to save a Christian? Norb, what's good? Fill me in on the plan we got if things go down. It's going to be a weight off my mind knowing Amelia's safe. 'Cause for real, she's all yours now. Even though you're just betrothed. She's your wife at heart. You got to keep it moving. Okay. Yo, take her by the hand and just be with her in front of the squad. Fam, and that's it. All good. There's this fancy ceremony for rich peeps. But honestly, who needs all that drama? Especially since you don't believe in them ancient Roman gods, right? So what do your people do when they get hitched? We just take a woman by the hand and call her ass lol. Then there's a party, she gets taken home, and it's all about pretend fighting with her fam to make it look real, but honestly, no one's really paying attention. Anyway, gotta roll out. Nero's gonna be lit for a minute, but Bojuok's been on the clock for ages, and I need to switch him out. Peace out. Norbinus, we've been low-key preparing for the worst, but hopefully we won't get caught up in no drama. Peace out. Amelia, Kiss Beric was off to Nero's pad like a boss. He hadn't seen Bojuok since morning, so Bojuok was all, where you been? And Beric was all, lol, I've just been hanging out. So Bojuok asks what kept him, and Beric's like, just chillin'. But Bojuok is all you spent half your time with Norbinus. I knew it was only a matter of time before you brought home some Roman girl. Beric's like, I'm married to this firecracker, and Bojuok's all cool. She's got that whole no-cap thing going on, no-dye job, no makeup, just natural vibes. Bojuok's all. I might be a little salty about it, but you're with someone else now. So I'll try not to hate. He's low-key excited to see me do my thing. I'm hella glad Nero came through at Beric's crib early. Chitten's like, peace out as per usual. I was vibbin' last night, Beric, the Emperor said. Check these bars I spit at the table. And he drops some fire verses about wine. I ain't no expert, Caesar, Beric says. But they're straight flames. Gee, how could you not feel it when even the Greeks gave you props for that recitation at their contests? Yesterday was a whole mood for me, too, 'cause Norbinus threw his daughter at me. The Emperor's face gets all scrunched up, and Beric's like, no talk of marriage, Caesar. 'Cause a marriage mess would mess my squad. Nero's face clears up. That's right, homie, he says. You could have married someone way better, but whatever. Norbinus is a solid dude, and his daughter is straight fire too. She's all about that grind life. He's kinda old school, though always focused on his work. Ain't got time for politics. And it was one of his daughters you had in the arena, right? She didn't make it long after that. Just my bae, Caesar. Norbinus is flying solo now, 'cause his wife has been ghosted by her fam. She's all about that life, living large and rubbing shoulders with the elites. He was low-key patient, but his patience expired when she tried to interfere with our betrothal. He's done, fam. Divorce is the norm, I feel you, Nero says. I've met his wife, Lesbia. She's a whole vibe, been spotted at my events with her fam. She's a solid woman. Don't blame me for wondering why she and her husband didn't mesh. She'll get over it, Don. Henty's low-key, keeping it 100, never talking about no public drama, even with his fam. If he was doing otherwise, you can bet your bottom dollar I wouldn't be rolling up to his crib, but I'm good, Beric. You know how it is. When I first met you, I was hyped to know who your squad was, and I low-key asked around about Norbinus's crew. All the deets were fire. And I was like, this dude ain't no troublemaker core. Nero ghosted out of the room, then came back with a sick casket. Give these jewels to Amelia Beric as a gift from Caesar to your girl. Beric was all. Thanks, Caesar. and in the afternoon dropped off the jewels, which was straight fire to Amelia. These are a whole lot of cash, fam. If things get hairy, stash M in your threads so nobody can touch M. Nero was still hella friendly that morning, but Beric knew he was fickle like the weather. When Rufinus and his squad got in his ear, his vibe could change in a heartbeat. Chapter XV, the outbreak, it wasn't long before Beric felt some shaddy energy in the air. Nero was still chillin', but kept it tin him about Amelia. "I heard you're low-key gorgeous, Beric," he said one day. "She sees straight fire Caesar. Her vibes are like her dad's, though. She's always stuck at home, and her fam does all the work around here." Nero was like, "Bring your girl to the palace parties." Beric was all, "Nah, my girl ain't nobody's wife just yet, and it'd be hella awkward for a Roman maiden to roll up to all these events." Nero got salty, but Beric kept it locked down. The convo came up again later, and Beric finally had to shut it down cold. "I'm your majesty's guard, fam. I watch you 2047, and I ain't about to let my wife or betrothed get all the attention when I'm on the clock. Yes, I'm low-key about getting hitched." "No, but for real, I'm still down to serve like before. Just don't expect me to be all eyes and ears at all the lit events you got going on, Caesar. You've got to decide whether you need some straight-up loyal squad members or just add more energy to the vibes, fam. So here's the T. Rufinus is trying to play me dirty, but I ain't mad about it, 'cause I know I'm good. You feel? He's been talking trash in your ear, and you can tell he's just trying to get under my skin. But for real, Caesar, if you're all about keeping it 100 with me, then let the haters keep hating. Okay, you got that, Nero? You're right, dude. I won't bring it up again. I heard some rumors about my betrothed and was just curious. But since you ain't having it, we're good. But here's the thing, how you are. Caesar, all strong and stuff, but also kind of stubborn. And those guys Rufinus is with. They're not going to let this drop, so we need to be extra prepared for a quick exit strategy. Gee, Amelia needs to stay woke, fam. If any message comes from him trying to low-key trick her, she should know it's whack and ignore it. The Britons in the palace are getting a little restless, so they're ready to roll out whenever. And then there's that slave who's been with me. I ain't got time for no drama, so if he tries something shady, we'll know about it. That kid's got my back, and I trust him more than anyone else in this palace. He's not some old dude like the one who used to work with me, I'm guessing, but a youngin' with skills. We vibe on the same wavelength, so when I need something sent or picked up, he's my guy. Anyway, Bojuok was chillin' at 10 p.m., and it got him all shook up listening to that loud noise comin' from the banqueting hall. He muttered some choice words under his breath, but then he heard a step comin' towards the hangings, and next thing you know, they're pulling back. And this other dude's saying, "Caesar needs Beric in the banqueting hall." Bojuok's all like, "Oh, I gotta get to work." "Oh, yo, Bojuok, tell him Henty's gonna hit him straight up," Bojuok said. He'll come through directly. Beric was low-key chillin' when Bojuok rolled in and dropped the message. "This means drummer Bojuok," he said. "I've never been sent for to one of these wild bashes before, Philo. Get up." The dude who was hella relaxed on a mat by the door rose up. "Philo, grab this ring, follow me to the banqueting room door, and chill behind the hangings," he said. "If I say, run, Philo, you gotta do what I said before, no cap." He told him to speed it up to the Britons' room and tell them to arm up and roll by the private stairs to his crib instantly. They know the way, and then they need to pass through the passage and next room and chill behind the hangings when Baudur gives them the lowdown. Directly give my message, speed to Norbanus, Pad, and demand in my name to see Amelia, he said. If she's all cozy in her room, wake her up. If the slaves are giving you grief, hit up Norbanus himself. He'll get her down to you. I got this, my lord. Where am I supposed to meet up with you afterwards? I'm hitting the Alban Hills first. If you're hella speedy, you might make it before me, he said. Now follow me, Baudur. Do you come all the way to the banqueting room, hangings, and chill with Philo. You'll be able to vibe what's going down in there, but don't enter unless I say so, feel me. Bring my sword with you. Beric cruised through a few rooms and then slipped into the banqueting room. It was lit up like crazy. A dozen men and women in the skimpiest outfits were just chillin' on couches along each side of the table. They were all rocking flower crowns, and they were half covered in roses which had fallen from above like magic. Nero was just chillin' at the end of the table. He looked hella flushed with wine. Beric kept it to himself and walked up to Nero, keeping it cold. I'm told you want me, Caesar, he said. I do, my fighter of lions, Nero said, all shook up. I'd love to see this paragon whom Rufinus is always going on about. You're like a lion with your guard around her or something. It's an honor to serve you in all matters that pertain to myself, Beric said. But when it comes to my promised wife, no way, Caesar. This ain't the spot for a Roman lady, even if it means messing with your vibe, man. I told you he'd say something, Caesar. Rufinus laughed next to Nero. Nero was shook, all surprised and angry at Beric's calm refusal. Henty was low, Key refusing to do Nero's thing. So is that cool? He asked, like I ain't hitting it. Nah, Caesar, Henty said straight up. That's not down with me, 'cause it's straight up unlawful, and I ain't trying to follow you no matter what. Then, bruh, your life is good riddance. Nero was like, gettin' all salty. You can thank the gods, Caesar, that I got more swag than you do. If I didn't have to be all polite and respectful, I'd send you to sleep at my feet already. But since you're a British chief who don't want to fight no one with his hands up, and since I've been eatin' your bread and geddin' paid by I gotta let it slide 'cause I'm the emperor. Then he hollered, run. Philo, the party folks were all vibbin', gettin' back on their feet. Nero was low, Key heading behind them, shouting for help loud. Rufinus, who was straight up a hero in the wars, pulled out a dagger and went after Beric. But Henty was like, nah, bro, and caught him by the wrist, making him drop the sword. Then he just grabbed him and gave him a tight squeeze, throwing him into a pillar where he face-planted hard, his skull all busted up. The whole room was hella crazy with people screaming and men shouting. You could hear heavy footsteps coming, and 8 Praetorian guards came running in the other way. Baudur, Henty Eldbark showed up and handed him a sword and shield. Kill him. Nero was hollering like he was salty that someone tried to take his life. Beric and Baudur stepped back, waiting for the guards to come at them. For a sec they hesitated, 'cause Henty's face was fam in the palace, and everyone knew about him taking down the lion. But Nero kept shouting, and they went full on attack mode, smoking the Praetorians like they were nobodies. 2 of them got dropped right away, and the Brits just took it to the next level, killing a few more and making some others run for their lives. But it was short-lived, 'cause then all these Roman guards came pouring in. You good Baudur, Henty said there were too many of them now. The doors weren't exactly wide enough for them to come through one at a time, so they had to wait it out. For a hot sec, the Brits kept the Romans on lockdown, 8 of them getting knocked down left and right. Then this other door at the end of the room opened, and more Roman soldiers came running in. Fall back to the next door, Henty said, but it was too late, Koch. A bunch of Britons came crashing in, waving their swords like they owned the place. They straight up attacked the Roman soldiers. These guys got totally caught off guard when they saw these tall warriors and didn't know if more reinforcements were coming, so they just ran away and got destroyed, like 50 of them getting killed by the Britons. "Now, let's get out of here," Beric yelled as he was clearing the room. "Let's make a run for it, full speed. Show em the way to the stairs down into the garden, Borduoak." "We gotta go, like now." "I got this." They ran down the hallway, through Beric's pad, down a long corridor, and then by stairs leading down into the garden, which was hella big lakes, shrubs, and wending paths. By the time they hit the other side of the park, the drama in the palace wasn't even on their radar anymore, but they still ran like hell until they got to a door in the wall. Beric had somehow gotten a key from the gardener, like weeks ago, and always carried it around with him. As they stopped, they looked back at the palace and saw people shouting, and torches all lit up everywhere. "I got the key, fam," Beric said. "No, we're good." He opened the door and locked it behind them when everyone was out. "All right, Now we got to make our way to the road that leads out to the Alban Hills," he said to his crew. "Break off and go solo so they don't notice us. It'll be a good half hour before anyone even knows what's up at the palace. Don't hit the main streets, though stick to those dark alleys as much as possible." When they got to the other side of the city, an hour later, everyone was huddled together, and they were all hyped to be free from what they thought was slavery. They felt like their freedom was already locked in, because they had our armor and swords back on. "This feels so lit," Borduoak said. "We're basically about to go on a sick expedition again. Remember when we used to hang out in the fens? Yeah, these Romans think they can take us down, but we'll show them who's boss. Yas, we're chillin' on the island in the fens. Bet you think they'll be pursuing Henty?" Another asked. "No, Nero's first move is going to be to gather all the praetorians for his protection. They'll search the palace and park, thinking an attack's more likely than a pursuit. In the morning, when it's all quiet and they find out it's just us causing trouble, they'll send teams of searchers around the country. But we'll be long gone by then. I'm low-key hoping to get to the mountains. I don't want to lead a major rebellion against Rome, that end in disaster, and I'd just be putting my squad in harm's way. I'm good with 100 men, though. With that many, we can live like outlaws in the hills to the south. We can move so fast that big armies can't catch us, and take down smaller ones if they get too close. Just as we were getting to the hills, Philo came up all hella fast. You caught up with us, Philo." "It's lit, bro. Your life would have been over if you stayed in Rome." "What'd you see when you saw Lady Amelia?" Philo asked. She said, "Tell my lord that I'm down, but can we join forces and take on these problems together? Maybe it'll be tomorrow or 5 years from now, but he'll find me waiting for him at the spot he knows." Norbonus there when she spoke, and he was hella stoked. I told him what I heard in the banqueting room, and he was all like, Beric's doing it, right? But we ain't acting like Romans no more. We're just trying to survive. He said he's glad his life is over now, 'cause dealing with this stuff has been weighing him down. He gave me this sick bag of gold to bring to you and told me I should be good to go without it, since he's leaving in a hurry. I've been here, in Drama. Scopus asked as they left the house. Aye, lad, I low-key expected it and knew that sooner or later would come. What's poppin'? Nero ordered me to fetch Amelia to his wild party. I refused. Rufinus, at whose source he acted, attacked me. I threw him against a pillar, and methinks he was low-key dead, and then Nero, in a panic for his life, called in the Praetorians. Bolduoc and my countrymen joined me, and we took down some 30 of them, and then made our escape and our low-key fleeing to the mountains. And you're asking my gladiators to join? Scopus said shorty. No, Beric replied. When I started I was thinking about doing it, but as I walked hither I decided otherwise. It wouldn't be fire for them. Did I ask some would join? I know others might not. The loss of their services I can make up to you, but if it were known that we had been here, and that some of your squad had joined me, Nero's retribution would come down on you all. I'm good. Thanks, Beric. If some went, I gotta go myself, for I ain't got time for this drama. Though I wish you well, and hate the tyrant, I'm hella comfortable and don't want to mess with my life. There's one I should totes take with me. Porus. We were tight when I was here, and I know that he's low-key hating on this life and wants to be free. He would have ghosted out and joined the gladiators when they went down at Praenest, had I not talked him out of it. He could dip out without the others knowing it, and in the morning you can pretend like he just ran away and give notice to the magistrate here and have him searched for. That way there wouldn't be no suspicion of his having joined us. I know that he's valuable to you, being, I think, the goat of your troop, but I'll pay you whatever price you want for his services. Doh. No cap, Scopus said. I got Porus for you, Beric, 'cause our homie vibes, and you showed me love in not taking the rest with you. You've been real to us, so we good. Stay here, and I'll fetch him out to you. It might be that many will ghost both from me and the other Lannister when they hear that you're making a move, but for that I ain't got nothing on ya. Yeah, it's a whole lot of effort, but we'll take the detour. We'll skirt around the foot of the hills, cross the Liris below Praenest, and then make straight to the mountains. They won't be looking for us in that direction, and we'll take shelter in a wood when day breaks and hit the mountains tomorrow night. Once we're safe, we'll move further south. Yaz, lem tell you about this wild area too, like Apulia and Campania, or if it gets too lit for us, we can hit up Bruchum and make a sick escape to Sicily. I ain't trying to get into no beef with Rome. We just want a live life on our own terms. Gee. We're all about being free men, no cap. You'll find plenty of others in the same vibe there, Beric, like escaped slaves and gladiators are always making a move to the hills, and there have been some major ops against the bands that can get real sketchy near the mountains. Beric was all, we ain't trying to be no bandits, but he said they got game in the hills, and we're all about hunting. Too, we got enough cash to cop whatever else we need if we stay for a hot second. But fetch me Porus G. We gotta roll out of here by daylight. Porus came out of nowhere, surprised AF, and Scopus swooped him up like a boss. Then Beric told him the tea, and he was hella down to join the crew. They high-tailed it out of there, saying their eddies to Scopus, and then they were off to Praenest. He got this fire going, walked fast, and arrived at the Laris river bank before the sun even cracked open. They crossed on a fisherman's boat and dove into an epic grove, just chillin' for like 40 miles straight out of Rome. They took turns watching the edge of the wood, then hit the road again when it got dark, and woke up high asf in the Apennines. Bodiuok was all, I'm feeling like a free dude now. He ain't been getting no fresh air since they rolled into Rome, but now he's feeling hella satisfied. Beric was all, we'll push on for an hour, then we hit the real wilderness. They got their sights set on that last house where they'd cop some flour, and maybe even score some goats from the herdsman. And an hour later, Beric and his squad rolled up to a farm, and it was straight up drama farmer and servants going wild at the sight of these 4 dudes in armor. But Beric's old fam were not trying to get into no beef. The farmer comes out, looks them up and down, and asks what's good. I'm low, key-starving Renborough. Henty asked the farmer how much flour he had in the crib and what the price was. The farmer was like, he got 3 sacks, take them all. And then Henty's all, whoa, Theo, throw in some wine skins if you got M. And 2 sheep, G. The farmer was chillin', so he named a price that wasn't too different from what they'd get at the market. Then Henty scooped up some small bags filled with flour, and they were all good to go. The crew caught up with the rest of the squad, and they started divvying up the goods. The sheep got killed and the wine skins were on their shoulders while the meat was getting lit over the fire. Sorry about forgetting horns, Henty said to Porus, but your steel cap is straight up working for a drink today. After they ate their fill, they crashed some Z's and then got back on the grind. As they were climbing higher, this dude just showed up out of nowhere on that crag. Who are you? What's good? He yelled. Henty was all, we're fugitives from Rome, homie. We ain't trying to harm nobody. The dude was skeptical, but Henty held it down and put his hand up like an oath. The dude called out some other Britons, and before you knew it, there was a squad of 15 on the crag coming straight for M. It's the Britons, the leader exclaimed. Beric, how's life been ya since leaving Rome? The 2 crews met up, and most of the newbies were Gauls who used to be gladiators in Scopus. They knew Henty from back in the day, so they gave him props with all that acclamation talk. Both crews were hyped about meeting, 'cause they shared a similar vibe and spoke the same language. You're going to have to adjust to the outlaw life now, Beric, Gatho said with a smile. A Loki 6 spot. Henty replied, I'm hella over gilded chains, know what I'm saying? How's life treating Gatho? We got wild boars and goats for days, and we can just get whatever we need from the villagers when they're low-key struggling too. Nah. I got this. Henty said they got cash to cop what we need, and if we mess with the villagers, they'll be all up our asses in no time, you feel. I'm down too. But we need the sauce, fam. We owe it to the peasants, but a man's got to eat, you know. Got a spot that's our own cue. It's like an hour from here. I'll take you there. Gee, the squad kept climbing them hills, and when they hit the forest, Henty led the way for a hot sec before taking it up in the gorge where there was this tiny stream running through it. As they made their move, the ravine just kept opening up till they hit this 6 spot, surrounded by rocks on all sides, with this little waterfall falling off 100 feet down. There were these rough huts made out of tree branches and whatnot near the center. This is fire, Henty said, but he was low-key worried about getting caught in a trap. We just chill here for 10 days. We don't stick around one spot too long, but it's got that one disadvantage you hit on. Yeah, we got our eyes peeled down below, and we always got some squad on the lookout for any Romans coming up. We heard about your squad from like miles away, so they ain't gonna catch us slipping. And Roman soldiers are hella extra about night hikes in the mountains. As it was a bit since we last ate, everyone was ready to chow down again, and there was this wild boar carcass just hanging out near the huts. We whipped that bad boy up on the grill and were getting our meal on. The squad was hyped and stuff, so after dinner it was all talk for a hot sec. When we got together to hash it out, Gatho and his crew were like, "Yo, Henty should lead this whole squad. We know you got bars." "Bro," Gatho said, "you took down a lion barehanded. You're the real deal. And nobody could touch you with that sword." And Bodjuk and those other 5 fire in straight strength-wise, but even they ain't on your level. Plus, you're all about that sword training life. Jeth's a cool fam, so we all vibe with you leading us. Gatho, we'll take you for real if you're down. You don't need more than 50 gals with you. That's low-key doable, but if you want to bump it to 100, they might show up. Just got to keep it real with the squad, no cap. We ain't trying to be savage or anything. We just want to live life free in the mountains. If Rome comes for us, we fight him and take what's ours, but we ain't trying to harm none innocent peeps. Peasants will be our homies. They'll spill the tea on any ops against us. I got the Benjamins to cop whatever I need now, and if not, I can get more. So why 'tis rob them of their goods? Rome's too close for comfort, but south we'll find them low-key down for our vibe. Jath's are hyped for this oath, Gatho. Keep it real as my lieutenant. Bolduo, got the Brits on lock under you. We might need to split up sometimes, 'cause game can be scarce and all that. But I'm good on getting no bad blood among us, fam. My peeps should be mostly from back home, but we ain't discriminate if some other nations are trying to join. Just make sure they ain't ex-slaves, or they might just try to cop a new freedom by ratting us out. We're good vibes, only living life free in the mountains, defending our crew. Hey, so like Kenny was loath to take the spot for those who were watching, and they set up relays so each one of them would switch it up daily. Ever since then, Brits have been getting turn on hunting more than ever. Fam, they're living their best lives, feeling like a new gen all over again. The mountains are hella tall and rugged, but to them, it's like they're back in their own turf, you know. They're just vibbing, singing, Gol, and Britan chants around the rocks at night. Porus, the Syrian dude, was standing out from the rest, not speaking the lingo, so he ended up chillin' with Beric, 'cause his Latin flow is on point. He's been in Rome for a minute and can totes speak it fluently. One day he's like, "Beric, bruh, I gotta roll down and get you the tea. You Brits can't even disguise yourselves," he says. "Even if you trying to rock some new looks, them blue eyes and height would give Rem away 100. Gallic dudes might be shorter, but they're still all about that height and broadness life. And Roman tongues. Now, it's hard to keep a secret with that language. Porus is like the same height as Romans, darker than the Gauls, and could blend in if he wore some peasant gear, you feel. It'd be fire, bro," Beric says. "Gotta know what's poppin' down there." "Yas, Henty's on spearhead and armor way down low." "If they're trying to get us, bruh, dem probably figured out we're in this part of damn mountains from dat wine and flour dude. Beric said. I don't think he meant to Loki hurt us or nothing. When he went down to cop some new supplies, he might have spilled the tea that a crew of strong men with sick hair and fair locks bought up all his stock, paying for it straight no cap. If day news got to any officials, they would have hit Pranus or Roma sap. We got to get day squad back Philo, take you to firebrands and light that signal fire, okay? There's a pile of dry wood on a rock a mile away, and it's lit in the day perfect spot, so we can see it from most of day hillside. It's all settled that if any hunters don't make it back nightfall, one of night, should send someone to check in from a spot where they can get a sick view. Hit that pile like a boss, Philo, and then just add some green bushes and grass tufts on top so we can make as much smoke as possible. We got 18 dudes in their camp and 4 out on watch. Boduok and Gatho are out chillin', and when Philo starts rollin', Beric and Porus hit the ground runnin' with day scouts. That's where we saw them brewer. One of them said, "Point Denton, down Dow hillside, but by now def be in Dow woods for real." "We need to know how many dem got," Beric said. "I ain't trying to get into a fight or nothing, 'cause if we take some losses, dem will just keep coming for us harder. But it's low-key good to know what kind of force they think we're worth capturing," Beric said. "Porus, you go down their forest and check out what's poppin'," Porus said. "D probably got some light-armed troops with day spearmen, but dem got to be hella fast if dem even trying to catch me after all my training. Just don't get seen if you can help it, Porus, or they'll just be right behind you, and maybe we'll still have to go in for a fight," Beric said. "I got you," and leaving his buckler at home, Porus dipped off down the mountain. An hour and a half later he came back. "Yo, I got eyes on them," he said. "Dear, chillin' at that spot where we coped that flower, bro. There's like 100 heavy-armed troops and 100 archers and slingers, so they comin' for us in full force. Gee, yas, let's get this camp back on track, fam." By now, the hunters should be low-key back from their trip. They hit Henty with a message to send some guys to scope out the other sentry, so they high-tailed it back to the huts. Boduok and his squad of 10 dudes had already rolled in, and they're like what you saw Gatho's crew coming down from way up high in the mountains, bro. Beric's all, "We ain't stoppin' no more." So they're gonna meet Gather's squad where they're at, grab some flour and wine. Let's roll. Put out the fire and douse those flames. Unless someone snitched on us, they might not find this spot. I hope that doesn't happen, 'cause it just make them all hyped to catch us. You feel? The crew hit the mountain half a mile up before they ran into Gatho comin' back solo. "I ain't never one to back down without getting into a fight," he's saying, but Beric's like, "Yeah, maybe it's better if we don't ruffle their feathers no more." He's all, "I need 3 of your fastest dudes to chill with Porus and watch the Romans. They gotta be low-key. We're gonna sneak over to the other side, Porus, and you mark that tall crag near the summit. One of us will be there, and he'll hook you up with our camp spot. I want to know if they come back through the forest or set up here. Either way, we can either dip out or move south of Sap. Those Romans may have heavy armor, but their archers are just as deadly as ours, fam." As soon as they picked Porus's squad, the rest of the crew kept it moving. It was late at night before Porus and his 3 Gauls caught up with the rest in their new camp on the eastern slope. When the moon comes up, "Beric, we got to get this show on the road," he's saying. "The Romans are for real. When they came through the forest, they They went up a bit, then their spearmen just chilling, and their lighter troops scattering all over the place like dogs after deer. They found our signs, so yeah, it was only a matter of time before they caught on, when they just entered the ravine and didn't find nothing. 'Cause we were ghosted. Anyways, they came back up the mountain fast, spearmen keeping their squad together, light troops scattering everywhere like crazy. That's when things got hella intense. Yes, Henty's squad was low-key, scattering everywhere. All day they've been searching, and I'm glad you hit the crest, fam. They chilled out for the night halfway between the forest and the summit, and I was like, we got to know what's good with these soldiers. So after it got dark, I ditched my guns and slid into their camp. The ground was all rough and stuff, so I wasn't worried about getting too close to their fires. I found out that the whole legion at Praenest went on a wild goose chase in the mountains, and they had 20 squads of equal force, all spaced out like 1.5 miles apart. They thought they could search every inch of this terrain for 30 miles and still catch us if we were still hanging around. More than that, troops from Corfinium and Marubium started sniffing out the eastern slopes, and between them they made sure we'd get caught, 'cause they found the heat from our fire, which meant we must have been there like an hour before their crew showed up. If that's the case, we got to hightail it to the south pronto, Beric said. It's sick that we low-key retreated without going down, fam. If we got caught by archers, our shouts would have been heard by other squads, and that wouldn't be a good look. It's also hella lucky we didn't light no fires, 'cause that might have brought some troops from Marubium, which can't be far off. The moon won't be up for 3 hours, so let's just chill for now. I'll keep watch, and when it's time to move, I'll wake you up. Beric was all ears, listening for any sounds that hint at the approach of our homies. But he wasn't too worried about the Romans moving. Right now, it'd be even harder for them than us in this dark. Besides, they've been grinding all day, climbing mountains and walking around like their feet are on fire. They'll probably slow down soon. Easy peasy, his mind started thinking about Rome, wondering if Amelia made it to the catacombs. She def found some sick shelter fam. As for Norbinus, he ain't got no hope. Gee. Nero's wrath is real, and Norbinus would be toast if he didn't get caught by his fam. Loki, he woke up his squad, and they started vibing on this hillside. It was hella hard to navigate, you feel. Now they were low, key descending into a deep ravine, then high, key climbing this rugged slope, then just chilling along a bare shoulder. There was no pause until the sun came up, and they descended into a gorge and just laid down among some bushes, one dude being sent half a mile down, while 2 others were posted on each side of the ravine. They had good reason to hope that they got out of the way of those search parties on the eastern side of the hill, no cap. The day went by without any drama, although the sentries above heard them sounds of distant trumpets low. Key a few times. As soon as the sun dipped below the horizon, they continued their journey, chilling again until the moon rose, and then keeping south until morning. Now they were hella sure that they were far beyond those Roman parties, but after a few hours' sleep they pressed on again, lit some fires, and prepped for a longer stay. But Nero's orders were so strict that the troops had to unite and move south in a long line from the summit of the hills all the way to the forest edge. And after 2 days they moved south again and kept going until they found themselves among these wild and lofty hills of Brochum fam. But their numbers got hella big as they went, because other fugitive bands were also getting chased by the Romans and headed south too. And it was a whole crew of gladiators, escaped slaves, and malefactors, all adding up to over 500 strong, that crossed into Brochum. Everyone was low-key, trying to get Beric to lead the whole crew, but he was like, nah, I'm out, because it's impossible for so many dudes to stay together, you feel. There's no way they could feed him all. From among the gladiators, though, he picked some solid guys and separated with them, led by a charcoal burner, to one of the wildest spots in Brochum, where they were safe from pursuance. Brochum, now called Colabria, is like this chain of rugged hills that's thick with wood, and it was hella hard for even 6 or 7,000 dudes to find M in there. Yeah, so like Beric is low-key thinking they got to turn their backs on Rome, right? We ain't fighting no more. He says, we're just trying to live life as fugitives, but if Rome keeps chasing us, we got to hit 'em back. We need a place to chill for a hot minute and make it comfy. We can cop some huts out of trees, get some goatskins for beds, and them sheep herders coming from the village by the sea got our backs for food. But for real, though, we need some utensils, cups, flour, and wine to vibe right. That's where it gets tricky, 'cause as I'm low, key worried about treachery fam. We can't be trusting nobody except maybe Henty. He's been with us through thick and thin. And let's be real, the other crews in these hills won't be as fly. They'll turn on us for a meal. So we got to keep it on the low. Don't want to get caught by Rome or the locals. I got the sauce. We can cop what we need, but we got to play it smart. So like Porus is all hi-yas, let's use one of these farmer dudes as our agent. He needs a fam with some kids. So they're like hostages, and he'll do what we say, 'cause he knows the deal. We can send him down to the town by the sea, dressed like us, to cop some goods, and then bring him back. It's all about playing it cool, keeping our wits about us, so we ain't raising no suspicions. Yas, do this, right? If we're low-key struggling to get enough grub by myself, I'm low-key thinking we should get 3 or 4 people on it. None of them got to know where our camp is, just that they bring the wine and flour to their crib, and we'll take care of the rest. We can always send a squad to fetch M if we need M. I'm dead serious. Porus, he said, we can't do any better than this plan. And when there was a murmur of agreement, he's all like, I'm proposing we make Porus our new head of victualling and let him handle all the arrangements. This went down. The next morning, Porus rolls up with 3 gladiators who look pretty similar to the locals, just in case. He's straight fire, getting those farmers on the upper slopes of the hills to bring him corn and wine. They're living their best lives, terrified of the bandits and all. One dude is low-key, like Aias, I'm in, after they offer him some cash and a free pass. Now we got huts up and guys are chilling, hunting parties and all that. Life is good for Beric and his squad. Philo's the only one who can send to check on the money stashed with Norbanus' crew, 'cause he's the real deal. He's all about keeping it real in Rome too. He dresses up like a rich farmer's kid and heads to Rome on the coast, stopping at inns and low, key causing a scene. Got letters for everyone who owes him cash, including that goldsmith dude. This one's special 'cause it's about his own jewelry stashed there low, key expecting it back, not to be delivered till Henty hits up the catacombs and gets a feel for Aemilia, 'cause Scopus is low key, trying to get all favor with Nero, and might rat out Beric's messenger. Beric's got Philo hyped like if you're low-key suspicious of anyone, just ghost 'em. Gee, Philo's all bro, I got you. I won't get caught. You know how they'd try to force me to spill your location. Nah, I'd rather die 1,000 times than betray you, fam. I was straight up serving as a slave when Henty got the hook for you in the palace, and you showed him real love. He's been down with us and treated us like we're his own people. I got my dagger, so if I feel like things are about to go down, I'll take 'em out before they even touch me. Philo asked Henty to hit him up for more deets on how he should handle the Lady Amelia situation, 'cause she's going to want to know more and all that. I got you. Henty says, just tell her we're low-key vibbin' in a rough spot right now, and it ain't no place for her to come through. Philo's all ward, but what if she's like, no cap, I'm comin' with you? What do I do then? Henty's been thinking this one over, and he's low-key sure Amelia is feeling the same way. He thinks it's only right for her to come through, since Brits are all about their wives sharing in the struggles and getting ready to roll with them on some war expeditions. And let's be real, her life in those catacombs sounds straight up miserable, no sunlight, no fam, nothing. Henty's got a lot on his mind, so he takes Porus into his circle to hash it out. She's low-key living in one of the farmhouses or a town by the sea. Bruh, let me think about it for a sec, so I'll be like, yo, I got a plan. My dude just left, but he's back with some thoughts. He's all, I'ma go get her myself, 'cause a rich lady on the run shouldn't be chillin' with some youngin'. He's got a bad spot in Rome, and even if he dresses up right, people will recognize him before he gets there. He's trying to find a legit way out of there. He'll catch a trade ship bound for Ostia, get some fresh clothes, and be all, my daughter is coming back to Messina with me. Then he'll cop a few female slaves, and when the lady shows up with Philo, they'll roll up in town. They can either chill at one of the farmhouses or find her a spot in the town. Just keep it on the low for now. But honestly, if she's been hella quiet in Rome, there ain't no big deal about her showing up somewhere else, 'cause you're not even famous yet. You just cop a sick property in Sicily and settle down, but your height and them yellow eyes and blue peepers would throw off anyone on this coast. Beric is all, hold up, I gotta stick with my squad. If we're gonna escape, we need to do it together. But if not, Porus's plan is fire, so thanks for the love. When you get to Ostia, you'll cop all the tea about Rome, what happened to Norbanus, and other stuff. If Norbanus is still around, Amelia will probably hit him up through some Christians, and he'd give her the lowdown. Next day, Porus and Philo roll out together. 3 weeks go by, and then one morning Philo's all, "Ay, my lord, Lady Amelia is chillin' at Cornelius's farm like we planned. Morning we low-key left you. She's been ghosting you no cap, fam. It turns out there weren't even any pens or paper at her crib, but she's still low, key waiting for you to come through." Beric hit the road asap with the young'un in tow. "Bruh, he gave me the tea on his journey," he said. "It was deaf as I thought. When I got to a house, you told me to knock and give the ring to this dude and ask him to pass it along to Lady Amelia. So I do dat, and at first he's all, I don't know nothing. But then I show him the letter, and he's all, some homies of mine might know where she is. And if you come back tonight, he'll have the tea." When the young'un came back, Lady Amelia was vibin'. She hit me up with 1,000,000 questions about her health before she even opened her first letter. Bruh. But Once she got to it, she's all my lord tells me to stay here, and I'm low-key bound to obey him. But she's all says, I got to stay 'cause the hardships will be too much. But honestly, Philo, she ain't afraid of none. She said her lord's orders were what 'cause she could handle any hardship you or hubby by her side. So, my lord's all orc. If you join me, we'll make it work. And that's exactly what I'm a do, the youngin said. When I get to, my lord will be like, was this right? And if he says so, he can send me on a one-way trip. Then, bruh, she gave me a 10-yard letter and was all teary-eyed 'cause had plans for her to join you. The youngin continued. And then she drops the tea that Norbanus went full on suicidal mode after she left and Nero's soldiers showed up too late. She said, only real peeps in the world are me and you. It took Porus a week to find 2 decent slaves, but I'ma get it done, brew. The goldsmith was all glad to hear Beric's alive, and told me to tell him he should have taken out Nero when he had the chance. But there's rumors of the legions getting restless and wanting a new emperor who'll take down Nero.
What?
Yas. Henty got to keep it 100, fam. There's a big move coming down to root out those chillin' in Bruttium mountains. It's all about Caius Muro, and he just got back from Syria, right? Is that real? Beric asked, looking at Philo. I know him low-key. We hung out in his crib for years. I'm hella sad we're going to be enemies. Then he asked, you heard anything about his daughter? Nah, but after talking to the goldsmith, it said she's married to Pollio from the Norbanus fam. Dude, that's fire, Philo replied. Muro was like a homie of mine back in Britain. He knew him before he even held an office there. It's wild that Muro married Berenice. I last saw her when she was just a youngin', and now it's been 4 years. Did the trip to Syria go smoothly? Philo asked, looking all curious. For real, my dude, I took Lady Amelia to Ostia in a sick ride with curtains closed. She stayed at that spot Porus set up for 2 days, and nobody suspected she was even her daughter on the whole journey. And how she doing, Philo? Beric asked, showing interest. At first, she looked super pale. I was worried about her health, but then she told me it was all that darkness getting to her, and now she's looking like herself again when we used to chill in Nero's palace. Once they hit the top of the hill, Beric was hella impatient. So he just took off running, leaving Philo in the dust. Then he met up with Porus at the farm door and was all, she's inside, and a hot second later, Amelia comes running into his arms. An hour later, they're like, Yas, come on in, Porus and Philo, Beric said. You got to thank you both for all the love you showed her and helped us out so much. We ain't figured out nothing about the future yet, but tomorrow I'm getting married and she's going to be my wife. He was like, should have happened yesterday, but Boju would need to be there as a witness, or it wouldn't be the same for him. So for now, his wife is staying put, and Philo is chilling with her. Beric was all convinced that this was gonna work out for real. Henty can def trust Cornelius. You told me, Porus, that you're totes sure he's got your back, and since I can pay him good, he ain't got no reason to low-key betray us. Plus, his face is hella genuine. I'll make sure to tell him to keep it 100 with the squad when he hits the port, 'cause even if they're trying to chill, they might spill the tea about what's going down and get the authorities involved. I'm good, Beric. Porus said, I think we should all just move in here, me and 3 of my dudes who come with us to bring up goods. There's this dope little outhouse that's totes unused, and we can call it home. That way, we can keep an eye on the farmer and his crew, and one of us can always be low, key watching for any suspicious convo at the port. For real, Porus, Beric said. Your plan is straight fire. We got to make this room a vibe for Amelia's spot. That's totes gonna happen, Porus replied. I already got some sick new stuff from Ostia to deck out these walls, and I brought it all the way here in a cart. Now I'm good to go with Philo and 2 of my dudes down to the port, and we'll get the slaves to get this room ready. The next day Beric came back solo to the camp, then swung by with Borduok the next morning. Hey, Beric, Amelia said when he went in alone to see her, he got a new do. I just got baptized, fam. I knew'd be all about it, Amelia, he said. Hanging out with these people and know how any'd into their crew, it was prob's gonna happen. You got to tell me all about it later, though I ain't really knowing much about this Christianity thing. I told you it was cool, Beric, she said, but I figured it was only right to let you know before we got hitched, you feel. Porus and his homie were chillin' all morning, gathering flowers and whatnot. The slaves had whipped up some sick wraiths out of the blooms and decorated the room like a whole new spot. The walls are now all fancy with them rich hangings, and the floor's got this dope matting on it. Thick rugs from the east are all over the place. Henty Loki had a couple kutchers and some small tables set up at this farmhouse, right? So he gets his wife, Amelia, and his homies, Beric's like, I'ma take a hand and we're good, but really it was just some basic Roman marriage vibes. He chillin' for 3 days, then heads back to his crew. Next thing you know, there's a message coming in from the other side of Brochem Promontory saying that Rome is getting ready to send an army to Sybaris, and they're trying to wipe out all the outlaws. Beric's all bitter. Hayol would have left us alone if you didn't be acting like savage Adar is, pillaging villages and killing innocent folks. The dude who sent the message is like, we had to survive. Rome drove us into these hills, and we got to feed off them. Beric's just sitting there, feeling that his homies would have done the same thing if they had means. These outlaws are like they're at war with Rome, and Rome sends soldiers to squash M, kill M, and now they got to live on Rome's dime. Beric ain't trying to be no hero. He knows burning villages is just part of the game when you're waving a sword. It's wild that these fugitives in the hills would even think about taking on Rome. They know what it means to be on the receiving end of Roman brutality, so they ain't got time for no pity or love towards the Romans. Beric knows if he keeps this in, people might get salty and doubt his influence with the mountain bands. So he's just chilling, keeping it real, saying, if you got to take what you need, that's not whack. But he's all about keeping it on the low for everyone else, 'cause Rome ain't gonna stir up no army if they don't hear some complaints. Loki's. As some peasants got hit hard by Romans with like their goats and sheep getting taken or their granaries getting looted. But when it's time to burn villages and slaughter peeps, Rome is all in it. They're low, key salty about the whole situation, and now we got an army coming for the mountains. It's not just about some brigands no more, it's a full-on insurrection. You know how it is. They're done messing, so now we got to do our best to shut them down. Hey, leaders, tomorrow I'm ghosting out with the squad and joining them in the mountains. We go and scope out the country, mark where they coming from, decide on them obstacles, and set up them first stands. It might take a minute for them to show up, but Roman armies ain't moving as fast as our peeps. Next day, Beric's squad is Loki moving across the hills with that charcoal burner dude who just became part of their crew. They're headed northeast 'cause rumors say the Romans are going to land in Tarentum Bay. After 2 days, they roll up on another squad, and it's like a whole lot of peeps 800 strong. There's fires lit, sheep getting roasted. Leaders are chillin', eatin', and then they start talking. What's good? Why they coming here? One of the big wigs asks. They should have landed at Rhegium and just went straight up the hills. Beric's like, I don't know, I got my eye on that town below. Did you guys hear anything about prepping for war? Nah, ain't nothing. They ain't gonna attack from there 'cause they just have to retreat north like we did before. Beric's all, it's clear what they want. They're gonna sail up that river and drop off at Cosenza. It's a straight shot across the mountains, and once they hit the Western Sea, they got us cornered. They need like 1,000 men to block their way and hem in as they move south. It's going to be a wild ride. Henty's squad was low-key stuck, literally down to the edge of the cliff, where they'd get straight up surrounded by those Romans. There was a ton of drum around the circle. They thought the Romans would just march right through the mountains and it would be a piece of cake to evade them. But now they were seen that set up a bunch of permanent posts across the Cosenza from Conza would lock M down tight and force M to come after M. Yo, you think our only move is to dip north of Cosenza before they show up? Beric asked. He ain't saying that, he replied. We can't just chill and let ourselves get taken out like sheep in a field. Fam. If it's just them heavy armed troops, we're straight fire, 'cause we can move twice as fast and get comfy among the rocks where they can't even find no foothold. The real worry is their light-armed squad, but even those dudes gotta keep up with the hoplites. If they stray too far from the spearman's protection, we'll take care of them easy peasy. We got like over 1,000 fighters in these mountains, and each one of us is on par with at least 3 of their light-armed homies in close combat. Out in the plains, though, those missiles would be hella hard to deal with, but up here in the woods and cliffs, we could pop up out of nowhere and get at him before they even got a chance to load no arrows. So it's clear Rome can't move that fast through these hills, and we'll show him who's boss. Gee, yas, as they keep moving, but even then it's going to be hella hard for him. I'm low, keep proposing we go ham on them like we did in my homeland Rasim 247, wear 'em out with fake alarms, hit 'em where it hurts in the defiles, drop rocks on M from cliffs, cut off their convoys, and hit their camps at night until they're all shook up and just want to vibe somewhere else. Not till we take down the whole forest between Cosenza and Rhegium and make roads everywhere across the mountains should they even think about taking us down. That's when it'll be time to chill. By dropping down the western slope, a long night march would take us north of Cosenza, and we could just take to the hills again or drop on the coast near Rhegium at night, grab a fishing village, get in its boats and cross that strait before morning, and be chillin' with the mountains of Sicily, which are hella vast and far-reaching. Any ops here would be low-key impossible. Beric's words got the squad hyped as hell, before all was feelin' meh, and though they were ready to ride or die, thought our resistance would be short-lived and we'd be toast. Now they're seeing a real war, where they can actually defend themselves and maybe even escape and come back at it elsewhere. That's what they've been waiting for. Nobody in this crew didn't hate Rome more than life, so death ain't even a thing to them. they could die fighting Romans and still be good with it. They rose up, shouting all out to their squad, and were like, Beric told you. Beric's got to jump on a rock and repeat his plan to the whole squad. The Gauls and Britons are all hyped, clashing their swords and shields, and the others are all about that approval life. Beric is our leader. Beric is our leader. They shouted it loud and proud. When the chaos died down, Beric raised his hand and was like, hold up. I'm cool with leading this whole operation, he said, but if I got to lead, I got to be followed. In warfare, it's all about the orders being carried out, no questions asked. I only agreed to lead because I might be the youngest, but that don't mean I ain't got game. Henty's been straight up fighting Romans. Loki, successful. Like everyone's got to stay under a respective chiefs who'll be my Lokis, but like actual lieutenants, and all got to be down to sacrifice our own vibes and opinions for the greater good feel. Those who I order to fight will def hit it hard. And who's I'm like, yo, do this or that. I got to get in on that action too, even if they ain't getting active fighting time yet. Know what I'm saying? Them who's got cattle to herd or garden stuff gonna know their turn too shine soon enough. But if you disobeys me by Felicia, we got to be a unit and have one leader. That's the only way we're really gonna survive this. You're free men and all that, but them Romans are free too, and they just chill with their discipline and follow orders no cap. So, got to do same here. If everyone's down to follow me, I'm Loki good with it. If you ain't with it, then leave and fight our own way. Don't hurt nobody. There was a whole vibe when Beric dropped that knowledge, and the whole squad lifted up their hands and swore allegiance to him, no question. Next few days were spent looking at mountains above Cosenza, figuring out where's best to hit them Romans. We got to get missiles, though. Beric said one day with his crew gathered round, we ain't start this war till day do, but we need some arsenal. But Bajuok, you're going to take whole squad down plain, hit up Castanium at daybreak. Victor and Marsus got a back. You in charge with them to just don't hurt nobody unless they resist, tellin' them to be chill and all that. We need arrows and javelins, search high-low for all that junk, find all brass, copper, iron we can get our hands on, and axe heads too. We buildin' charcoal furnaces with the same tech we had back home. We got this. Find some good wood forebows from carpenter's shop, but don't touch no gold or silver, that's useless. Leave the women alone too, let them see we ain't all bad. We just trying to survive like dem soldiery. Accordingly, at sunset, Bajuok marched Loki. Henty was chillin' at the head of 200 squadrons, and then he returned to the mountains the next afternoon, vibing with a dope amount of arms and metal. 'Cause Beric's orders were straight fire. You would have seen the people go wild, Bajuok said to him, when they knew we meant them no cap, and then that we only touched their stuff when it came to arms. They gave us the goods, and many even came with us for a bit on our way back, popping off, 'cause we showed them some real love. There was no shortage of charcoal, and in most places the stacks were still untouched when the bands first rolled into the mountains. The tech heads who knew how to smelt metals at home got hooked up with casting arrowheads. Some dudes cut down wood and made shafts. Others whipped up bows, while strong teams took down trees and set up obstacles in defiles where the rocks were straight fire. Meanwhile, others piled up stones and heavy rocks along the edges of cliffs. As of now, there was no sign of the Roman fleet, so when everything was prepped, the bands scattered again, 'cause it's easier to chill with provisions. A squad stayed behind to keep watch for the Romans, and Henty rolled back with his crew to their old spot. We got time to gather again before they make their move, he said to their lieutenant homies. They get carts from all over the country to get their stuff out and then figure out how to feed themselves. They're going to know it's a whole lot harder than they thought, especially as we got some fierce dudes on our team. For 2 weeks, Henty was low-key just chillin' at his farmhouse with Amelia, passin' most of his time. It's hella sad that you're fightin' the Romans, Beric, she said. I'm not trying to fight em, but they want to come for me. I got no love for crucifixion or any other way they treat their captives, so I got to resist. Henty replied, and since you ain't mad at me for going up on my own people before, why should you be now? You know your fam didn't exactly get treated with love by the Romans. You're a Briton now, and you got to stop thinking of them as your peeps. Still, if it wasn't for my countrymen, I'd be all about settling down with you in some secluded cottage up in the hills, Henty said. Henty was low, key heading out in Sicily Vibben, in quiet mode, but no cap without a leader the other bands would get wiped by the Romans, and since Rome's on their tail, he got to stay with him. A fortnight went by, and then a messenger hit up Henty's wife, Amelia, saying a big fleet rolled into the Crathis River mouth. Beric was like, I'll hit you with updates from time to time. Amelia, but don't stress about me. It's probably not going to go down till the Romans leave. The bands got turned up above Cosenza, and while they waited for Rome to make their move, they kept practicing their archery skills like crazy. Some of the squad was already hella good at shooting, and the rest was getting in some serious practice so they could take down a crowded room with ease. The next morning, Rome came marching out of Cosenza, headed straight for the mountains. They set up camp on the crest, cut down trees, and got to work building their fort. Meanwhile, the gladiators were chilling on defense mode. The Romans had some light troops in the woods, but they got served by the gladiators, who took them down with arrows and then went after them again when they tried to come back. It was a wild fight, with the gladiators taking down hundreds of enemy soldiers. The next week, Rome kept trying to get through the woods, but it was like super hard, fam. They got blocked by trees with branches pointing at them, and they had to work together with their spearmen to take them down. But one squad got too turned up and got ambushed, losing 300 soldiers in the process. After that, Rome took a step back and finished building their fort before moving forward. When they did, it was like a war zone with arrows flying everywhere and rock rolls, but they eventually made progress by getting some strong archers to support their spearmen. The Romans rested for the night, but it wasn't peaceful because the woods were ringing with war cries. The sentries were low, key on edge, waiting for the next move from Rome. Henty got low-key ambushed by some dudes who came straight up at him. Like, sometimes they'd be all quiet and stuff, but then these threats would get real close and everyone's all like, all right, let's go. But in the morning it was all chill again. They were still getting hit as soon as they moved forward, though the spearman squad wasn't really having it, but those other soldiers with the swords were just getting destroyed left and right. So on day 3, Henty's crew is like, let's try this again. After a wild night, and they're all cautious because of that eerie silence. But then they find out what's good their homies have brought extra snacks. They'd been chilling down the hillside overnight, making sure to avoid where Henty's squad was at, and now there's this convoys coming through with loads of grub. It's all popping. But then these strong bodies come out of nowhere, and it's like a whole thing. The Roman soldiers are all, what do we do? 'Cause they got nothing on the dudes who came at them. They try to group up, but it's too late. The animals are all freaked out, breaking loose and add in to the chaos. They get annihilated, fam. Their squad is wiped out, and there's just bodies everywhere. Convoys got killed too, with these gladiators posted on both sides so they can't escape. They're like, no worries, we got this. The animals are gathered, stuff gets divided up, wine skins get set aside, and the rest gets destroyed or eaten. Then it's all dark, and Henty's squad is all like, where's our snack train? The general is all worried because there ain't no convoys coming in on time, so they send some troops to find out what went down. They show up to the bodies, and it's like a whole thing. They're all, this is wild, and call their son in law over. Loki was straight up resisting their moves, but I didn't think they'd go full on against us like that. It's hella reminiscent of what went down in the British Fens, you feel. And I'm pretty sure I heard those war cries from the Iceni before. It's all super familiar. Can it be that Beric is at it again? I heard rumors about the Brits making a move on Nero's palace and getting out of there for good. I was hella shook when my uncle got caught up in all that drama, so I wasn't really paying attention to the details. But now I'm low-key worried that Beric might be back at it. Well, the hair tactics are straight fire, polio. If they keep going like this, we're going to be in for a world of hurt, like Suetonius did last time. We've been on the move for 10 days now, and we're only at like 10 miles deep in the hills. Wide. That's worried. Lost 800 hoplites, and I'm pretty sure hundreds more light troops are Maya. At this rate, our entire squad is going to get wiped out before we even make it through half these rocks and forests. Yao, Key's Henty was low, surrounded by strong vibes, and just got straight to the point where the army dropped. Like, the soldiers were hella tired and demoralized from all these alarms, so they only hit the ground running when they were in a solid squad. And on day 9, 5,000 men rolled up with their own squad goals, including 9 days' worth of snacks, and just vibed through the hills until they hit the sea. But, they didn't even get to claim the spot, fam. They just took up space. Their movement didn't do much for their overall mission, you feel. In Rome, though, they were all about hailing Henty's squad as heroes for making a solid pass through the mountains. And they thought it was time to send more reinforcements to help him wrap up this campaign ASAP. But Henty's deeds, straight with the Senate, told a different story. He was low-key salty about the situation. We're going ham against an enemy who won't let us get a shot, he said. I've been at it for 3 months, and I'm still just as lost as when I started. We've lost like 3 key men, with half been spearmen. The gladiators have only had some minor tea, but they always come out on top in a major way, and now we're the ones getting attacked by them multiple times. He also spilled about how they've had like 20 convoys rolled up, and it's been a major struggle to keep the troops fed. If the gladiators just chill with Henty's squad in the plains, he said, they'd take M down for good. But no, they're always picking their own spots to clash, leaving Henty's squad playing catch up. The troops are hella drained and straight up mutinous about this whole thing. So what's next? Henty said he thinks it's time to bail on the mountains and set up some camps near the base so they can just chill and not have to worry about those gladiators making moves. That way, when hunger gets real for them, they'll come crashing down on Henty's squad when we least expect it. Yes, like Henty was trying to starve the fugitives into submission, right? If that didn't work, he was totes gonna suggest getting the whole population of southern Italy to go to town on the forests of Bruchum. Like, every tree gotta be cut down, and every branch burned. It's a huge task, but it def root out those gladiators for good. Muro's plan was, right, totally on point. And the gladiators were low, key vibing, while their troops descended from the mountains to the plains below. Their loss was only 300 men, and they were all about that win life. The Romans were getting all salty about it, too. In a few days, it was clear as day what the Romans were up to. They had 4 sick fortified, camps set up in the plains, and Muro was stationed at Rhegium with like 2,000 legionaries. The gladiators broke up into bands. Again, Beric getting all hyped to be back at his spot. "Don't even think we're done yet, Aemilia," he said. We won this battle on our turf, but now we got to deal with fam. The wild animals are getting scarce, and the villagers ain't going to be able to send no more flocks or herds up the hills. We'll have to start raiding for food, and those men will get all hella reckless. As long as we can pay for provisions, though, we're good to go. Beric's predictions were, like, totally real. When the provisions got scarce, the bands on the other side of the mountains started getting aggressive with the villagers again, but the Roman soldiers showed up and gave them a major whooping. Beric was all, "We need to step it up, Aemilia." The Romans would take their prisoners and torture them, and it wouldn't be long before they figured out where the gladiators were hidden. The plan's got more than one layer, though, Yaz. Henty's camp is low, key getting wrecked run. Like they're losing dudes fast. Almost as many in 2 months as they lost in the mountains, no cap. Some of their leaders were trying to make a sick escape, but it's actually making our lives harder. See, if they left the eastern hills, we was good to go, but now some captives might be forced to lead the Romans into our neck of the woods and mess up the whole vibe. Bodjuk is on high alert, though his scouts are all over the camp, and he's got my back if things get real quick. If I'm not around, he'll know exactly what to do. But Beric didn't count on this one thing since the gladiators left the mountains. The locals above the straits are chillin', 'cause they knew we was all about that life. But when they heard about all these Roman legions crushing our squad, their fear started to fade. Those 2,000 legionaries at Rhegium would squash our crew with ease and take out our leader for a sick payday. A farmer's wife, who Aemilia lived with, was straight up obsessed with her. The dude was low, key a Roman in disguise, speaking Latin like it was his first language, reading, written, and even lending a hand on the farm when needed. And Aemilia, she was the real MVP, getting all up in everything and showing off her skills. The farmer's wife was shook just seeing one slave waiting on her like that. "Girl, I got this Roman life down pat. We were in Rome, but we might have got to live in a hobo hut, and I got to know how to low-key manage and cook for you there. In Rhegium, life was low-key lit compared to Rome. Many of the upper-class folks who didn't vibe with Nero's court vibes, but still couldn't ghost, Rome had their country estates and villas by the coast, where they could chill for a bit and live their best lives. Baroness joined Pollio 3 weeks prior when she realized he was probs going to stay in Rhegium for a hot sec. They lived with Muro in a villa that was hella close to the town, and they were scoping out the straits. I'm dead happy here, Polio, Berenice said one evening as she was strolling around the terrace with him, looking at the water reflecting the moonlight, bringing up boats rowing in every direction with pleasure parties and lanterns. If it wasn't for Beric, it's wild that he's all up in our lives. He was my squad back in the day. He saved me from getting killed at Camelodunum and brought me back to my dad. When we left Britain, he was fighting against Suetonius, and we were like, we're just hoping that the news of his death won't reach Rome before us. But then we heard rumors in Rome that Suetonius hadn't yet crushed the final Brit pop. So we were hella stoked when Petronius was sent to take his place. And it's wild how Petronius brought gentler vibes to the Brits. Then after a bit, when we were chilling in Syria, we got the tea that Suetonius had come back with Beric, the British chief, and his squad of 20. And my dad wrote to Caesar begging for clemency cause he saved my life. Then when you came out to Syria, Beric's name was all over the place again. You vibed with him from Britain to Rome, and now he's your boy. A few months later, we got the scoop from Rome that your cousin Enya had converted to Christianity and got condemned to the lions. But then some British gladiator named Beric stepped into the arena and was all, I'm a fight this lion, though. Nero was all, no, you gotta do it unarmed, but somehow Beric won the lion and bound him with strips from his mane. Then we heard from one of Nero's homies that Beric was on good terms with Caesar. He was always chilling by his side, and people were like, Beric must be keeping guard over him at night. I had to deal with some drama in Nero's palace. Loki almost killed the emperor, and after taking down many of the praetorians, he got away clean. After you and my dad left me at my uncle Lucius' crib, I did some digging and found out Beric must have escaped with the other Britons, since he was never even in the palace that night. I heard some gossip from people who were there that day saying Beric wasn't really to blame. He had been engaged to your cousin Aemilia, and Nero was all up in arms about it because of Rufinus, a dude who was salty about being rejected. So Rufinus started getting all violent on him, and Beric ended up killing him by smashing his head against a marble pillar. Then Nero called upon the Praetorians, and the Britons came to support their chief, and they ended up beating the Praetorians and escaping. It was around that time your uncle died and Aemilia went Maya. Maybe she just ran off with Beric knowing he'd be in deep with Nero. Is it wild how a Briton is Loki involved in both our lives? Yes. Polio. It's totes trippy. First, I owe you life to that Briton. Then I owe the life of my Iceni. She died later on, but at least it wasn't some super brutal death in the arena. And now we've been battling him for months. And it's clear we took the worst of it. We had 12 men against 1,000, and still Beric kept us from getting the drop on him and gave us some major blows. After our first battle, it was hella obvious that he was leading the charge. Even if we hadn't heard them chanting his name when they attacked, we would have known it was him, 'cause he's got those same tactics in the mountains like he did in the swamps. We found out from prisoners we took that he didn't even get hurt in our fight, and none of his Britons have been caught with us either. Those Britons never hit up the countryside before we showed up. It's only when they needed to loot was when we saw them around. I talked to some people who got hurt by them, and none of them mentioned anyone tall with light hair. The only time we saw them on the plains was like 2 weeks ago, when they rolled into Castanium and swiped all the guns. It was a Briton leading that crew, but it wasn't even Beric. It looked more like his main homie, some dude named... Yo, this dude's name is Henty. Or was it Boduoc? Baroness asked. I've heard him Loki talking about a friend of his with that name, and he came over like 2 times when I was chillin'. My squad. That's the real deal. Boduoc, Polio said. They were all about that gentle life, ain't hurt nobody or took nothing, not even some dope jewelry or fresh garments. They just vibed quietly, grabbed all the arms in town and split. My dad reported back to Rome, like making a big show about this being the first time Britons came down from the mountains, and how the people of Castanium are hella grateful because they treated Trot. He wrote a letter last week saying, that so far, all the squads that didn't get wrecked went north, except one squad with Britons and Gauls, about 80 strong, led by Beric the Briton. He said we should hit up these dudes and offer them a full pardon if they just lay down their arms, 'cause they ain't had nothing to do with all that drama. I know it was wuck when I heard they were going to hunt 'em down and squash him. Berenice said, but we should roll in, fam. The dew is getting low. They walked into this villa, and my dad was chillin' alone in the atrium. Is everything good, Pops? Berenice asked, seeing that he looked all shook up. Yeah, kiddo, I got some news that's supposed to be lit, but it's actually getting on my nerves. What's poppin', Pops? A dude just was rolled in like 30 minutes ago and said he had some major deets to share. My dad said he was brought in here and told me he was a farmer who used to live way up on the hillside. For like a year straight he had to sell grub to these bandits because he was too scared to do his job. Loki said he got paid good, but now he's trying to rep Rome for a price. Or I told him no deal, my dad said. He ain't never done anything right by Rome. In fact, he's been helping the enemy and putting his life at risk. The dude was like, nah, I'm not solo. Most of the farmers up there had to do the same thing. My dad's all worried about this news, so we got to roll out, fam. Henty was low-key quiet, 'cause he knew those brigands would have burnt down our crib and slaughtered my fam if they told the authorities about us, right? And honestly, we had no idea where their camp was, except it was somewhere in the mountains. What's good, then? I said salty, 'cause I'm hella mad at traitors. It's like this. Henty said, there's been this lady living next to Cornelius' farm for a minute, supposedly his wife, but it's if it's true or not. The leader of the outlaws, Beric, hits her up and stays there. 5 of his guns got a pad in an out house, and one's always on watch 247. Beric's a tall youngin, and everyone calls him that 'cause he's low-key a legend. 4 of them are straight fire, too. They're all like Beric, you feel. There's also this other youth who lives in the house. He's part of the crew, but he's from Rome or something. He hits up Regium sometimes to cop some merch, and the farm is hella secure 'cause of them watchdogs. But I could get a squad up high and swoop down on their rear, low-key catching all escape routes when more outlaws come from below. Henty said his info was straight fire, and that he was coming to meet with me at 8 the next night to lead some light armed troops up into them hills. You gonna send Polio, though? Berenice asked, all dramatic 'cause I'm hella upset about this situation. I gotta do what's right, fam, I said gravely. As a dad, I'd give my life for you as a Roman soldier. I gotta catch that outlaw and bring him to justice, no matter what. Pollio just shook his head, but I spoke up for him anyway. He can't say nothing else, Baroness. For him, it's all about duty, and if he had to take down his own pops, he'd do it in a heartbeat. Baroness started to go off on me, but I cut her off with my hand up, because I'm trying to keep the peace. Henty was to be Loki captured and roasted. I'm a soldier. Baroness, don't get it twisted. I ain't about to betray my duty. Pollio said, giving her the side eye. You heard what your dad said, though Baroness gave him a sassy clap. Is your duty that extra, like your pops? She asked. Pollio shook his head with a sly smile. Nah, sis, I got you. Say whatever you need to say. I hear you as Henty's hubby, not his soldier boy. Baroness looked relieved, but Pollio kept it real. If you won't warn your brother about the drama, I will, he asked. Beric replied, though, don't worry about that, sis. If you do something wild, just make sure you don't get caught and throw yourself under the bus. Baroness looked at Pollio, all serious-like, then threw her arms around his neck and said, You're a real one for a hubby, Henty. But Loki agreed to save Beric. Chapter Z old friends the next day. Beric and Amelia were chilling in the shade out front when they saw this cute peasant girl and her granddad hittin' up the hill. They were still a ways off, but the girl was struggling with her basket, and it was clear she needed some help. She's trying to get to the house. Amelia said, eyes on the girl. Beric checked her out too. She was straight fire, all glowy in the sun. He thought maybe one of his pop's cousins came by. Yeah, they're prob one of them, he said. As the peasants got closer, the girl caught sight of the house and hopped off her friend's arm to check it out. She seemed hyped, then asked Amelia if she wanted a tarot card reading. It's on, Beric said, chuckling. In the front row, a dude who's Loki old is chillin' with his sis and her girl homie. In the middle of the arena, there's this fire youngin' in white, looking like a total boss. Hush! Hush! Amelia just got up from her seat and was all, no more talk, I'm seeing something else. The girl kept on going, sipping on that tea. It's a hut, fam. It must belong to some savage people. It's straight out of our cottages. There's an old woman there and a dude and his sis. The old woman, is Loki not talking to them? Seems like she don't vibe with the same energy. The other two are Romans. The mat at the door gets pushed aside, and this tall youth comes in. Not as tall as that older dude, but still got swag. He's just a youngin', you feel. The girl jumps up and is all, Beric. Beric gets up from his seat too, looking like a boss. Is it even possible, he's asking, that the boy turns into the man, just like... And then he stops, into a young woman, Beric. Yeah, don't you remember now? It's Baroness, he exclaims. It's indeed Beric, the kid you saved from being dead. And this is your wife, Amelia, Pollio's Aunt Fam. He's looking at his tutor, and homie Nepo standing there, sipping on that tea too. You're coming with me, he says, shaking Nepo's hand, then leads him to the veranda where Baroness is vibbing with Amelia. Why are you Loki disguised, and how did you know we were here? My dad told me I had to come for a reason, so I saved you, though he's just doing his duty as a general, she says. Pollio's like, I'm trying to keep it real with my duty, but my girl Baroness would have come even if I said no. But then they're all, you did what you had to do, and that's real talk. Henty's a vibe, Amelia, then to ghost roam with an outlaw who just shaded Caesar in his crib. Boy, I did that, Baroness. It ain't 'cause I'm hella unwilling, but Beric low. Key won't take me with him. I stayed for months in Rome, hiding in the catacombs of the Christians, till Beric slid me a message to come through, but chimanins and grab some snacks, 'cause you must be turned up from that long hike down hill, da. No one else gotta see me, though. If they find out I'm gone when they're asking questions tonight, I don't want nobody see my face. Nobody will see you, Baroness. The room is in der back of the crib, and we'll take the slaves with us on the fly, but they ain't gonna catch a glimpse of your face. Gee, I'll set them some needlework to do. Dee was soon sittin' in Amelia's room, and Beric brought in da fruit and wine, goat's milk, cheese, and bread. I'm good with staying here, Baroness said. Day slaves think I gone out to get some tea, but I ain't comin' back till after sunset. There's so much for Beric to tell us. Henty arrived, for she had always been Loki determined that she would one day marry him and become a Loki boss in Britain. He hadn't seen you then except at Massilia, and she was totes having him all to herself at Rome, 'cause you didn't get there, Pollio tells me, until months later. Amelia laughed. You should have played it cool against you, Baroness. It wasn't until after he saved Enya from that savage lion in the arena that I came to love him. Well, I'm good with Pollio, Baroness said. He's your cuz, and I got nothing but respect for him as a hubby. He's kind, indulgent, and a straight-up soldier, and all one could want, but he's not a hero like Beric. Beric lolled. You should have just called him a giant, Baroness, which would have been way more lit. And now I'll spill the tea on my story, and during the next 2 hours he gave her the full Allad and Evan on all that had gone down since they last parted ways in Britain. There, Cineas Nepo, Baroness said when he was done. You never thought for a second that your pupil, who used to study with you over them parchments, till I often wished I could ghost him when I wanted him to play with me, was Loki going through all this drama match himself as Tonius, and then against my dad, both times with respect be Nero's bodyguard. Say nothing of fighting in the arena, and getting up a revolt in the palace of Caesar. God, I expected big things from him, Nepo said, but not like these. I thought he'd become a real boss among the British, and maybe get them to adopt some of our culture vibes. I had fancied him as a wise leader, and seeing how fond he was of gaming with arms, I thought long before the insurrection went down that some day he might lead his countrymen to battle against us, and that he'd give far more trouble to the Romans than even Caractacus did. But for real, I never dreamt of him getting into a lion fight barehanded in a Roman arena in defense of a Roman girl. As for marriages, I own that the thought crossed my mind that the union of a great British chief with the daughter of a Roman of rank like your dad would be a sign of peace, and might lead to better relations between our countries. That dream got to get cancelled. Baroness said seriously, there are 2 major obstacles. But I'm Loki sure Amelia would make just as fire a chieftainess as I should have done. Yes, Nepo's toga and my stola are Loki hidden in a sick grove just outside the town, and will be vibing by dusk. Amelia, I'm hella glad I got to know you, 'cause Pollio was always spitting bars about you. And Beric is straight fire for choosing me, you feel. Later, may our paths cross again soon without any drama, okay? You can hit me up if Amelia doesn't mind. Bob Pollio said I'm cool with it. I told him I'd give the thumbs up. She was laughing and stuff, saying I used to be all about hugging her when she was little, but now I'm Loki romantic. Now, let's get out of here. Beric and his wife were watching us until we were good and far gone from that hill. She's trying to downplay it, Beric said. But it's some major risk she took. Nero's got bars for both men and women, and if he finds out she helped me escape, even her dad's influence might not save her, I'm a prey for her 247. Amelia said serious, and hopes she gets to know the truth eventually. Beric was all quiet, though. Amelia gave him the tea on her religion, but he still wasn't feeling it. She told him the good vibes and moral lessons, but he couldn't get on board with the bigger picture. We gotta roll, Beric said, and called Philo over. Philo was hella surprised they were chillin' for so long with strangers. Hit Porus and tell Cornelius to come through. The two came round to the veranda, looking all kinds of nervous. Well, we're low-key betrayed Porus, Beric said, and we got word that the Romans will be rolling in tonight. Porus grabbed his dagger handle and gave Cornelius a side eye. Our G has nothing to do with it, Porus. It's some other farm snitch who spilled the tea to Regium. You gotta get the squad ready to roll for camp. But first, strip down our room, roll everything into 7 bundles, including my wife's whole outfit. Yes, so tell your squad and the rest of the fam to stick to the story, okay? You're gonna get roasted if you don't. You gotta give it 100 and only say what's true, that some of my crew came down here threatening to burn your crib and kill everyone unless you sold us what we needed. You were all like, all right, I'll take the L, and agreed to do so, 'cause you didn't want to be a martyr fam. Then this young woman shop with up her entourage, and you're forced to hook them up with a room, even though there's a watch on you and your family would have been toast long before the troops could arrive. You still kept it on the down low. They're going to grill you about why we all left today, and they'll be like, did anyone show up? And you're like, nah, I didn't see anyone. Beric's all, that's good, because that's what you got to say. You heard voices in my room, but it was none of your biz who was there. It's a Loki miracle we made out alive. So go ask around the household and see if anyone saw any suspects coming or going. One of the dudes says he saw this old peasant with a girl who asked where this was my farm. We got to send that dude to the mountains ASAP. But you got to keep it on the Dell, 'cause we can't let the Romans know about it. Just tell them you don't know what's up or whatever. You're not getting threatened, fam. I believe you and you're not a snitch. But for real, if anyone in your household spills the tea to the Romans, I'll be coming after them hard, no cap. So discharge that dude before we leave, and then you can be all, nope, didn't see anything, when they ask about our squad. And for real, my lord and Lady Amelia have been hella kind to us, so I promise we're not playing. My wife and the other hired men would do anything for them. The kids weren't even around when Balbus was saying all this crazy stuff, but that he'd gotten roasted by the old dude and could spit nothing else, but that Balbus was here and Loki left. I wasn't even thinking about that, fam. Better cop to the soldiers the real tea we had 2 peeps serving, but we ghosted one with us in half an hour. They were good to roll. The 2 female slaves were hella shook at the thought of chillin' in the mountains, even though Amelia was all like, no worries, nothing bad's gonna happen. Then, with a proper adieu to the farmer and his wife, Beric and the squad shouldered the loads and took off with Balbus, Philo, Amelia, and the 2 female slaves. As soon as they got moving, Beric was like, Philo, hit that camp ASAP and tell Bodjuak we're on our way, and get the boys ready to roll out a bower at some short distance from camp. So When the crew arrived, there were fire burns everywhere, and the outlaws were hella hyped to see Amelia. "I'm straight up grateful, fam," Beric said, "for me and my wife. She knows she's good in this spot, 'cause we got the bravest men watching our backs." The squad had been grinding so hard that by the time Philo got back with the news, a sick hut was built like 100 yards from camp with a mini bower for the female slaves. There was a massive bonfire going on in front, and the inside was lit up like a whole torch party. "Thanks, my squad," Beric said. "You built us a real palace. I don't got to remind the guards to be extra vigilant tonight, 'cause that sneaky traitor might know some secret moves about these mountains. So Boduoak's got to throw out some extra outposts, like 3 miles from here, and make sure they're all over those ravines where the Romans might try to sneak up." 3 days later, Philo hit the ground running to see what was poppin', but he was told to keep it 100 from the house, 'cause some soldiers might be sitting low, waiting for anyone who comes down to getting wrecked. He came back with the tea that the Romans showed up on the night they left, searched the whole vibe, and even questioned the kids. Fam, they took the farmer and his homie, but he came back the next day. The general was all in their grill and gave him a stern talk about not doing the squad right. Henty was low-key just chillin' when some outlaws came through, but he knew who they were and what they were up to, so he reported back to his fam and homies about it. Like, if they swore on their honor they couldn't give up no info, he let them slide. Then Balbus got sent back to the farm with some gifts for everyone, and they decided to bust out of there. Okay. Nero was all like, "Make sure you catch those bandits," so Henty was all about tracking them down next. They knew the area now, and it was riskier than ever. So they were all like, "Peace out." It wasn't like they had to keep it together no more, since they already had the mountains all to themselves. Wild animals were still popping, 2 goats up high, swine and wild boar in the woods. They also needed to know what's going down elsewhere, so they could get the tea on any troops coming their way, while Beric was chillin'. With his fam at the foot of a mountain, Henty and the squad got broken up into teams of 5. They had some fire signals, so they could alert each other if someone came knocking, whether it was a scout or an army coming for. For 3 months straight, they just lived at wildlife, surviving off the land and whatnot. Their meals were extra rough, though, just bread made from acorns and beech nuts. Some flour thrown in. They got their flour from these solo cottages, 'cause Beric was all about keeping it safe. Don't want to risk getting caught or dying, fam. It was like if they got captured, it'd just make the blockade more real. But as time went on and it became clear they were ghosting them, Nero might send some reinforcements their way. So for a hot sec, other squads came to the hills from all over, trying to track down Beric's crew. But after marching around nothing, they gave up and headed back home. A fortnight later, most of them were in Sicily or on their way north, or like 200 men left to keep an eye out for the bandits. Henty hit up Regium to get the tea on what's poppin' so far, since the farmer ain't had no drama since those troopers came through. They he reconnected with him, but they kept it at 100 and didn't cop from him no more, 'cause he might get asked again. Still, he'd occasionally send Philo a bottle of wine as a goodie to Beric. "Hey, I sold them nothing, and they ain't took nothing, so if the man asks me about gifts, I can say I did it," he said. He was hella surprised when a Roman dude showed up at his crib saying he was that general's sec and had seen him before. "Yo, what's good with them brigands, Cornelius?" he asked. Henty was shook by the question. "Nepo told me, no cap, we got love," Nepo said. "The general might want to hit up the band leader, 'cause they used to roll through your crib once, and now they're like the last fam of gladiators left in these hills. The search party given up, probably going to get orders from Rome to just chill with the glads and offer them some terms. At this point, he can't hit him up, so you got to be a good dude and reconnect with M, but don't assist or take in food. Just set up a way for M to vibe." "I got you," Henty said. "True that they come down here sometimes. They ain't took nothing. Just trying to see what's poppin' without the drama. Maybe they'll hit up again soon, though it might take some time. No worries. When they do, roll back up. Make sure you got a signal fire lit up in that spot with green wood and all that, so the smoke is visible for miles," Nepo said. "Trust me on this one, no cap, I ain't trippin'. We're low-key bringing it up here and vibbin' with the chief, but no more than a squad, you feel. It was only days before Beric got that message, and he was hyped 'cause thinking about Galba's imperial crown, Thingy made him think his fugitive life might be comin' to an end. For himself, he was straight up happy 'cause him and his Britons livin' life like they did back home, but with a lil more grind 'cause the larder ain't never empty yars. Brits were low-key vibbin' while they were outer soldiers. They low-key had no issues getting flour and wine, though, and even brought up their own grain and honey to make fire beer that was straight fire, fam. Beric might been hella extra bout chassin' them, but Aemilia was good. She was still turned up like when he first met her at Massilia. She was the real MVP of the squad, and Brits had love for her, but Beric was all like, "Hey, I'm trying to give her a life she's familiar with." He didn't care about fancy stuff, but sometimes he was hella down to get lit with dudes like the Norbermanus and get deep on them books and whatnot. One day he was low-key thinking, it's cool if you're chillin' with your squad, but if you're all alone in the woods, it's better you never knew about this whole enlightened convo vibe. Podjuk was like, "Yo, I got the tea and brought back the scoop that they saw smoke risen from Regium." Beric was all, "I'll be back with good news tomorrow, Aemilia," but he was low-key worried about getting lost in the woods without no moon. Aemilia was like, "Nah, don't even bother looking for me till then, and make sure you're ready for a long convo with Nepo when you get back." It was lunchtime when Beric rolled up to the farm, and Cornelius was all, "Yo, you're right on time," just as he's about to meet Pollio and Nepo. Pollio's like, "Well, I got it, we got it," and they give each other a warm hug. "You, Henty is straight fire. You got to take down your entire squad. Bye, like, and in your two, Pollio, and you've got a lil makeover going on too. Marriage is hella tough, fam," Pollio said, laughing, "but I'm low, key thinking it's all good for you. You could literally put my little cousin on your hand and hold her up like she's nothing. I always told her she needed a real one to keep her in check, and Teb, she's straight flames. Anyway, Beric, I got the tea. Nero is dead." Beric was shook. "How did he die?" he asked. "By his own hand, bro," Pollio replied. When they found out other legions were following Galba's lead, all the Praetorians were like, "Peace out." They declared Galba emperor and left Nero hanging. He was all scared and hid in this dude Phaon's house, crying and terrified. I guess he thought about all the people he killed and how calm they were when they died. But it wasn't until he heard the horsemen coming for him that he finally got it together and ended his life. It was pretty messy. The Senate declared Galba emperor 2 days before Nero's death. But we're still low, key guessing what's going to happen next. Pollio said, Syria and Egypt might go with Vespasian. The Transalpine legions might be all about Vindex. It's all wild, but for real, your main enemy is dead, so you're good. Muro told me that Galba might take a few months to get to Rome, but if you promise not to mess with the people in Bruttium, he'll leave you alone. He said he needs to collect his troops and stuff. Yaz, being on the low with the authorities all that time and loving it, but since our crew's never done no harm to nobody, maybe we get off scot-free, right? This doc is going to help us out when we meet Henty at Galba's spot. He's low-key going to ask the Senate for a pass to chill out for a sec before he heads to Massilia and checks in with Galba. The new emperor's not all about that power thing, though he's got his squad to give him advice and stuff. So if we play it cool, our rappel get us pardoned and permission to leave the mountains and vibe wherever we want, which means we can come back to Britain for real. Pollio, you're straight fire for thanking the general. Brah! Girl, please. Pollio said, laughing, let's not talk about Berenice no more. She's all that, I don't got time for it. So we chill at this farmhouse, and they whip up some grub, and we vibe till dark, when Pollio and his homie head back to Regium. Next thing you know, 3 months are gone, and our crews live in large, hunting just for kicks, copping sheep and other animals from the villagers who's low-key hyped to have us around instead of being all extra. Then we see them signal fires again, and Beric brings Aemilia, and they hit up the farmhouse, where they learn Muro got a message that Nepa left for him in Regium. That means our mission wasn't whack, so we chill the farmhouse for a bit before rolling back down the hill. Beric's looking fresh now, rocking some new duds, and he's straight up, 'cause his old goat skin jams are done. He cruises through Regium without getting nobody's attention except people being low-key jealous of how big he is, right? So when they let him in at the general's crib, Muro's all hyped. Yaz, welcome back, Beric. 6 years ago, I wouldn't even recognize you, fam. And this your wife, Aemilia Henty. Fam, I got the scoop. Your scissors low, key lit for Beric. No cap. It's not just what my son-in-law's been telling me about you. It's also how down to earth you are. Vibin' with the whole exile and struggle thing. See how Berenice is hella welcoming. I thought that was impossible, but now I'm here for it. So let me give you the tea. I just met up with Galba, and I've got the hookups to get you and your squad a free pass. You can roll wherever you please. No one's gonna bother you, gee. But that's not all, Henty. I convinced Galba to make you the boss of those Brits in the east, like they're down for some Roman vibes. He got you set up as provincial governor, and now you've got full power to govern that area minus any interference from those minor Roman officials. Galba's also got your back. Fam, he sent a letter asking him to keep it real with you and give you the keys to run things without any drama. You answered for yourself, saying you'll be all about reppin' Rome and keepin' it peaceful with them Brits. Beric was too shook to even say thanks at first, but then he told Muro he repaid his debt in a small way, basically said the Senate's going to ratify this appointment when Galba shows up. They're hella stoked about that, because they can't stand Nero and Nymphidius, who's trying to take over. So we can just chill for now and get you on a ship to Massilia, where Galba's already in charge. From there you can travel like a boss as a Roman official of high rank. I got your back, fam. I'm low-key rich, fam, and I'm all good to support Henty's squad. Amelia, for life. You won't get paid until you get to Britain, but trust, your setup will be fire after that. Next morning, Beric meets Borduak, who was supposed to keep it 100 with the Britons, and they're hyped about the news. They send out messengers to Gatho's crew, and the whole squad reunites, vibing on that Gaul energy. Beric's like, you gotta come with me, Porus, because I need you. He's been stuck in the arena for too long and's never been to Scythia, fam. Beric's all, got your back. We'll find you a ride in my crew. They chill till Beric sends word that the ship is ready. Borduak brings the deets on how to get down Loki so they don't draw attention from Rome. A week later, the whole squad is on this ship in Regium, getting ready to roll. Pollio's all about it, like, yeah, peace out for now, Beric, but I got a bad feeling about Rome. He's low-key worried about Galba taking over and the throne being up for grabs. Now that Nero's gone, anyone can be emperor, and generals are going to want to rule provinces instead of fighting. As proprietors, they'll try to gain that love from the people. They're hyped to get this ship sailing and make some moves. I'm low-key worried about the future, fam. If Rome gets all messy again, discipline is going to get lax, and those basic vibes of the soldiers are going to get played. We might be back in the Civil War drama like Marius and Scylla, Anthony and Brutus. That's my tea, but I ain't here for it. I hate all the drama in Rome and the whole demagogue thing, and our generals will be key trying to pull off those moves. So I'm going to cop a new gig in Britain again, a sap. Muro is on board, and when I get that office, he'll hit up his villa skills and build another one they'll chill and live their best lives there. Rome's got no shot at getting all up in our grills. The troops are too far out to make a peep, and they're low, key not a threat or whatever, Muro said. So I'm hyped we can get some peace and contentment going on over there. He's cool with me thinking it's going to be lit in Eastern Britain. We'll raise our towns and live with a vibe that's all about the good life. Hit up Muro at his spot in Camalodunum. Beric, he's chilling. Fam, it's going to be a sick day when you and Berenice come through, you feel, Pollio said. And I'm low-key glad my dad is coming to our neck of the woods. Muro's going to vibe with us for sure. Amelia chimed in like, yeah, let's get it. 10 minutes later, we were sailing off into the sunset, just me, Pollio, and Berenice, Vibben, and Chillin. We sailed through the Strait of Messina, and the weather was fire. We coasted along Sardinia, then dropped in on Corsica. Before making our way to Massilia, we landed without a hitch. The townsfolk were all, "What's good, Beric?" And they escorted us to the chief magistrate's pad, where Beric showed off his appointment and safe conduct for himself and Pollio. The Magi invited us to stay at their crib, and it was lit 'cause Amelia had connections. We stayed for 10 days getting our tea on with all the officials. The next day, the Gauls started making moves, heading out to their homes, and Beric was all about hooking them up with some Briton flair and safe conduct of their own. We said our goodbyes in Massilia and hit the road north. Beric got our squad new gear that blended Briton vibes were low, key ready for whatever's next, fam. Henty was low, key rocking a short Roman tunic, just like the oak Brits. He was all about that sword, shield, and spear life. Amelia was getting turned in her carriage, but her 2 female slaves were chillin' back at Regium, free at last. Beric was serving looks in his fancy dress, but he still rocked those British leggings like it was 2001. He had a horse, though, and only took it when they went through towns, or else Philo led the way and Beric marched with his squad. They took long journeys, fam, because everyone was hella tired of being cooped up and wanted to get back home asap. The Brits were all about doing double what was supposed to be a normal day's hike, no cap. When they passed through towns, people were shook to see Beric and his squad coming in like that. The Gauls had love for the Brits, too, because they went through some wild stuff in Rome. When Henty finally got to the northwesterly port of Gaul, he found out that London, Verulamium, and Camalodunum were straight fire, again all rebuilt, and the proprietor had set up shop in London. Beric was like, okay, let's get a ship and sail across, and next thing, you know, they're anchored in the Thames 4 days after landing. When Henty stepped off that ship, he was low-key amazed at how much the city had changed. It went from being all ruined to being full of temples and villas. Henty hit up the palace of the proprietor, Boduoc in Tau, and dropped Galba's letter like a hot new single. Celsius was chillin', too, 'cause he'd been in charge since Petronius. "I heard so much about you, Beric," he said. "And my people have been trying me to write to Rome for years. But Celsius was all good. Fam, he knew the tea on Henty's wild past. I wrote to Nero, and nothing came back," Celsius said, shrugging. "But I got my peeps in Rome keeping me posted, so I know what's poppin' there. You were getting into some drama with Caius Muro, and now you're the governor of the eastern province that's some next level moves. Henty Loki just got appointed by Emperor Galba to be the new governor of Britain, and he's hella hyped about it. He knew I was getting into some drama with Nero, but he saw that my crew and me were all good, no Roman beefs. So he's like, hey, Henny, you're a real og in these parts. You can totes talk your people down from risen up against Rome. He told Galba that if we just chill and focus on farming, we'd be all set. Just like the Gauls, you feel. The Emperor's cool with it, he said. I'm low-key surprised he picked you, Henty, but I got faith in you, he explained to him how important to have a governor who's from around here, someone who knows the lingo and customs. Because when you stick a stranger in charge, they're just going to remind everyone they're under Roman rule. Where are you thinking of settling, Henty? He asked. Nah, Camalodunum is all about them Romans. I wouldn't vibe with that. But he decided to set up shop in Norwich, which is right in the middle and gets more traction than Camalodunum. After chilling for 3 days in London with Celsius, Henty took off to start his new gig. He rolled up with a squad of bodyguards and some Roman soldiers, but that news spread fast, and when he stopped at Verulamium, the country folk were hella excited to meet him. He was all about keeping it real, telling them they got a country boy governor who's all about peace and contentment. I'm here on behalf of Emperor Galba, he said, and we want to see you all good, just like the Gauls. Yes, Henty was low-key about to stir up some drama by trying to take down the giant empire, but once he's part of it, he'll be reaping all the benefits. Towns are going to pop up left and right, and everyone's going to be living their best life because Rome is bringing that civilization realness to our neck of the woods. He was like a total boss, hitting every small town and getting mobbed by the people for talking the talk. The Trinobantes was super salty about the Romans' power move, and once Boudicca got defeated, everyone was like, now, we're good, when it came to resisting.
Yeah.
Beric wasn't having it, though he kept his sights set north and left Camalodunum in the dust. When he rolled into the Iceni's territory, they were hella stoked to meet him, 'cause he was the Og national hero who took on the Romans and came out on top. His squad was all about that life. Too, they owed their lives to his source, and now they got to live without the Romans breathing down their necks. Aemilia was all emotional about how her hubby was low-key a total heartthrob to the Iceni crowd, but also kinda embarrassing, 'cause he was basically presenting her as his ride or die in front of everyone. She was like, honey, these British ladies don't mess around. You're just trying to get some love. Beric was all, Aemilia, we're in Britain now, and the vibes are different. We're equal. Ain't no one got a problem with that. Aemilia responded by being all sarcastic and stuff, but deep down she knew Beric had a point when it comes to women in Britain. They're basically on the same level as the dudes. She was hyped to see how this whole governor thing would play out, 'cause knew she'd be bringing the heat with that British air. You feel me as I'm low-key, down with all them petitions, no cap. So, like, Beric sets up shop at Norwich and starts building a crib fam. The city's got the funds from the province's treasury, which is hella common. They set aside some cash for Rome's tribute, and the rest is just for paying officials and building roads and shit. Before the house is even done, Beric's got a little one on the way, and the Iceni are hella hyped about it, which is wild, 'cause they usually mourn births, not celebrate them. Beric's all like, I'ma get this province in order, so he appoints Bodjuk to an important spot and gives him the keys when he's out of town, which is a lot, 'cause Beric's always on the move, checking courts, fixing problems, and tossing officials who are hella out of line. The Roman homies who got replaced by Beric are all mad, but Celsius is like, nah, chill, Beric got full power from Galba. And if he steps up, it's going to be another Iceni revolt. Then Galba gets dethroned, and Otho takes over, followed by Vespasian, who's low, Kia just a dude, but also super strict. Some rich families are all like, hey, Beric, what's good with dismissing our kin? And Beric sends them a long report on his gov, which is fire fam. Vespasian's like, Beric's got skills, so he orders the disloyal officials to come back to Roma Sap and confirms Beric's power from Galba. He also gives Beric full authority to, fire anyone in charge if he wants. The Roman towns are popping all over the island. Roads and bridges are getting built, and trade is on fleek. Now that the tribes have stopped killing each other, everyone's just chilling, farming their land, and getting cozy with the Romans. The Brits are trading in their rough hoes for Roman plows, and houses are getting all fancy with brick and stone instead of mud and thatch. Intermarriage is all the rage, and the Romans are low-key settling down with British wives and whatnot. Even the traders and artisans who come from other places are doing the same, which is kind of wild, because it changes the whole vibe of the place. Yes, it's like Henty dropped some knowledge when he first showed up in Britain fam. He brought a whole new level of skills to the table and helped these British folks go from being all savage warriors to being civilized, you feel. Some Christians, totally fled Rome because they were getting hella persecuted and ended up settling in Norwich under Aemilia's protection. Gee, they brought this fire priest with them, and soon Beric was low, Kia Christian too, and it spread like wildfire through his whole government. Porus found himself a British wife, and never looked back, bro. Philo got baptized, became a priest, and the vibes were good. A year later, Henty's homie Pollio showed up with Berenice and Caius Muro. Pollio had landed a sick gig in Britain thanks to his fam connections, and Celsius hooked him up as the tax collector for Beric's district, cause people were all salty about the Roman dude being hella unfair. Pollio took over Norwich and brought Muro, Nepo, and other Roman families with them. It was like one big happy fam. Even Aemilia and Berenice didn't regret leaving Rome. Pollio was a total boss, and he had Beric's back as they worked to make the people all good vibes. Had Beric seen the future, he'd know that if Rome left Britain, the Brits would get destroyed, but he thought the Roman Empire would just keep it moving and Rome wouldn't crumble fam. So Beric's goal was to make Britain a happy, prosperous part of the empire, which he totally crushed. When Beric passed on, his son took over, and the east side of the island was ruled by Brits for generations. You know the end? So Beric's goal was to make Britain a happy, prosperous part of the empire, which he totally crushed. When Beric passed on, his son took over, and the east side of the island was ruled by Brits for generations. You know the end?